My wife and I made a pact upon our marriage. With each transgression, she commits against me. I took a piece of candy from the jar and savored its sweetness. The jar of sweets originally contained 7 candies. If only 5 remain, I shall cease to converse with her, and we shall part ways. If the sugar jar is empty, I shall choose to forget her, dispose of all memories between us. She believed this to be merely a jest. Little did he know that I had already formed a connection with the nation's foremost hypnotist, poised to erase every trace of her from my mind. The hypnotist, upon hearing my request, wore a grave expression. Such a profound level of hypnosis, if not approached with utmost caution, could potentially render me a fool. After the hypnosis concluded, the hypnotist inquired, "Where shall I escort you?" I paused in silence, inscribing a sequence of numbers onto the paper. "This is my wife's telephone number. Could you kindly reach out to her to come and fetch me?" At this point, a sudden warmth enveloped my eyes, and my voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. "If she does not arrive, then let me be taken to Moon Bay." The hypnotist sighed and nodded in agreement. The pendulum sways. I gently close my eyes. Memories flash by like a revolving lantern. Hypnosis completed. The hypnotist picked up the number I had left and sent a message to Bai Ningbing. "Your husband is here with me. Come quickly." Bai Ningbing sat in Fong Zun's hospital room, gazing at him, who had narrowly escaped death. A sense of relief surged within her heart. Assistant Huang Lei entered, holding a mobile phone, and softly reminded, "Box cutting, you have a message." She took the phone, cast a cold glance, and exclaimed, "The audacity of today's fraudsters is truly astonishing." Her doctor, Fong Yuan, was still in a hospital recovering from his injuries. How could he possibly have ventured out to be deceived? After putting down her phone, an inexplicable sense of agitation washed over her. She abruptly rose and dashed towards the adjacent hospital room. The instant she flung open the door, her complexion turned ashen. The hospital bed lies desolate, the quilt meticulously folded, as if silently bidding farewell. The message was indeed true. Bai Ningbing clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Through gritted teeth, she cursed Fong Yuan. "Can you be any more foolish? You recklessly wander about before your wounds have healed, and have the audacity to fall prey to a scammer. Only someone of such low intelligence could attract my attention." She immediately instructed her assistant to track the opponent's location. To her astonishment, the adversary was completely unguarded, and their whereabouts were easily discovered. Subsequently, she, with money in hand, drove towards the Eden on Changhua Avenue. It was an abandoned neighborhood overrun with wild grass. She had not anticipated that there existed such a dilapidated area in Kyoto. They searched the vicinity and ultimately discovered me in front of a shop adorned with a misty pattern. Yet my conduct is exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 2. To forget him, to love oneself beneath the radiant sun, she engaged in whimsical shadow dances, her lips emitting a tuneless melody. Drawing baby, drawing baby. The galloping pony and the thorny rose. I clapped my hands to chase away the scars of unhappiness. Gu Lancheng observed Xiao Mi's foolish demeanor, a hint of confusion surfacing in his eyes. How could this be the same Xiao Mi he knew? Stepping out of the car, Gu Lancheng approached her directly, his expression clouded by the trouble she had caused him. "Xiao Mi, who allowed you to venture out alone? Your wounds have yet to heal," he reprimanded. Upon seeing Gu Lancheng, Xiao Mi leaped back a meter, her face painted with terror, her wary gaze igniting a sense of foreboding within him. "Who are you?" she asked timidly, clutching her chest. "I am your husband," Gu Lancheng retorted, irritation lacing his voice. Xiao Mi, clearly unconvinced, turned and darted into the skeleton house. Gu Lancheng followed her in strides. Inside, Xiao Mi cowered behind the hypnotist, Shi Mian, peeking out with a frightened expression. Even Gu Lancheng, normally astute, could discern that Xiao Mi had forgotten him. His hawk-like gaze bore into Shi Mian, demanding, "What have you done to my wife?" His tone was cold and menacing. At that moment, he could only fathom that Shi Mian had employed hallucinogenic substances on Xiao Mi or had inflicted harm upon her, leading to her mental disarray. Shi Mian tossed a contract towards Gu Lancheng. "Your wife contacted me 2 months ago, insisting I perform hypnosis on her." As Gu Lancheng examined Shi Mian's name tag, he realized he stood before the renowned hypnotist, almost mythologized in global circles. Yet, he could not comprehend why Xiao Mi sought hypnosis. If she were unwell, why not confide in him? He could assist her. He opened the business contract signed between Xiao Mi and Shi Mian, noting its meticulous details and transparent pricing. Fair to all. However, upon reading the list of services Shermian would provide to Xiaomi, a tempest of shock stirred within him. The first item, to help Xiaomi forget her birth, her father, and the existence of her sister. The second, to erase the fact that she was married, obliterating all traces of Gu Lancheng from her life. The third, to assist her in forgetting the painful experience of her kidney transplant. The final, crucial point, Xiaomi, learn to love yourself. Gu Lancheng's tall, imposing figure trembled, his deep, calculating eyes revealing an unprecedented resistance. He gazed at Shermian in disbelief. This is a fabrication, isn't it? Xiaomi would never do such a thing. Shermian clarified. Initially, Xiaomi wished only to erase memories of you. However, upon discovering my reasonable fees, she opted to add several more items. We reached a verbal agreement. I would aid Xiaomi in forgetting everything from her past, and her payment would be her current wealth. In other words, the current Jomi has become a beggar, stripped of all possessions. Do you still desire her? Jomi stated that if you no longer want her, she would send her to the Rainbow Bridge. Upon hearing the phrase Rainbow Bridge, Gu Lancheng's tall and elegant figure trembled, and his handsome visage began to crack like ice. His rationality gradually returned, and he suddenly recalled that over the past 3 months, each time he visited her in the hospital, Jomi had been soundly asleep. He had not given it much thought, as he would visit her and then proceed to Xinr's room to chat with her. Reflecting on it now, he realized how neglectful he had been. She had secretly plotted this 2 months prior, indicating that during this time, she simply did not wish to see him, feigning sleep to avoid him. Jomi had long since ceased to desire him. Gu Lancheng felt a tightness in his chest, an indescribable discomfort. He had fallen into Jomi's trap. Gazing at Jomi's innocent and pure expression, he felt an unshakable agitation. Suddenly, he let out a wicked laugh. Jomi, stop pretending. What power does a mere hypnotist possess to erase all your memories? It is nothing more than a trick. He reached out roughly to grab Jomi, but she evaded him, jumping around to avoid his touch. She even clung to Shimon's arm, pleading for assistance. Master, I do not want to go with him. He is so fierce to me. If I go with him, he will only harm me. He will not treat me kindly. Please, do not hand me over to him. Shermin sighed. Jomi, you were the one who left me his phone number. I regret it. Jomi was nearly in tears from desperation. Shermin decided to be the good Samaritan. Gently addressing Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, I have finally understood why Miss Jomi wishes to forget the deceased and the past. You should be the person she trusts the most. Yet you have shown her no patience. Surely, you were unaware of her profound suffering. Gu Lancheng's body stiffened slightly, the coldness in his eagle-like eyes beginning to dissipate. Shermin continued, your wife is suffering from severe depression. If I do not assist her, she will be left with no other path but death. Do you know why she has not committed suicide? She told me that those who take their own lives cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. She has experienced the agony of solitude and does not wish to repeat that loneliness after death. Hence, she has placed her bets on me. Gu Lancheng's crimson eyes glared furiously at Shermin. Have you said enough? You are merely a charlatan pretending to be mad. Do you think I believe your nonsensical hypnosis? Did you give her hallucinogens? Or have you harmed her, leading to her mental turmoil? Jomi has always been an emotionally stable person. Shermin replied, whether you believe it or not, I have said all I can. Take your wife home and treat her well. If you cannot care for her, then perhaps you should send her to the Rainbow Bridge. That is where she wishes to go. Gu Lancheng warned Shermin menacingly. If you have done anything unspeakable to her, I will ensure you rot in prison. Shermin smiled lightly. Mr. Gu, I assure you, I have not harmed your wife in the slightest. I believe the success of the hypnosis is closely related to her strong cooperation with me. Gu Lancheng's piercing gaze shifted towards Xiaomi. If you wish to live, return home with me. Xiaomi shook her head, seizing a moment of distraction from Gu Lancheng. She suddenly sprinted towards the exit at a speed akin to a piercing arrow. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Why was she evading him as if he were a ferocious beast? Ultimately, he found Xiaomi beneath the Rainbow Bridge, curled up in a manner reminiscent of when he first discovered her 4 years ago. Yet, while Xiaomi remained the same innocent and radiant girl, Gu Lancheng was no longer the cold-hearted man he once was. Chapter 3: A Drop of Kindness. A kidney in return. Gu Lancheng extended his hand to Xiaomi, beckoning her to return home with him. This scene faintly overlapped with their first encounter 4 years prior. 4 years ago, in this very place, Xiaomi had been cast out by her mother, curled up and battered. Gu Lancheng appeared like the dawn after a long night, descending upon the forsaken Xiaomi. Unfamiliar with the ways of the world, she was captivated by his gentle and compassionate visage, and without hesitation, she followed him. Sir, why me? Though Xiaomi was young, she understood that nothing in this world came without a price. Lancheng wore an expression heavy with contemplation, and after a moment, he replied solemnly, "It can only be you." Unbeknownst to her, he had painstakingly sought her out, employing every means to approach her. She naively regarded him as a philanthropist, convinced she was akin to the other impoverished children he had aided. How easily she placed her trust in him. "Sir, thank you for offering me a home. I am diligent. I can cook, do laundry, and clean. I can do many things." Lancheng cast a brief glance at her. "I am not in search of a maid. Then how can I repay you? Truly wish to repay me? Well, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude." Lancheng smiled knowingly. As Lancheng looked at the curled-up Xiaomi, having cared for her over the past 4 years, he could discern her motives for returning to Rainbow Bridge, the place of their meeting. Xiaomi had instructed her mentor to bring her back here, yearning to return to the origin before she met him. Lancheng's lips curved into a smile, though it held a hint of bitterness. "Do you regret meeting me?" Xiaomi did not respond. The wounds upon her body, torn open after a recent chase, stained her chiffon dress a deep crimson. She exerted every effort to suppress the agony that surged from her injuries. Lancheng reached out to stroke her head, but she slightly turned away, evading his touch. Lancheng let out a barely audible sigh. "Xiaomi, I will make it up to you in the future." At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, only to hear Xiao's father's anxious voice. "Lancheng, you must come quickly. Xiner is unstable after learning of Xiaomi's disappearance. The doctor mentioned her condition has relapsed. Please come and talk to her. She only listens to you." With a look of alarm, Lancheng ended the call, unable to conceal his concern for Xiner. "Xiaomi, your sister has just undergone surgery. Her emotions must remain calm. I need to go to the hospital to see her. Do not cause any trouble. Return home with my assistant." He rose, instructing his assistant, "Take the lady home." He failed to notice Xiaomi's limp form, her face drained of color, clearly unwell. Lancheng drove away in his luxurious car. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the hospital, at Xiner's ward. "Lancheng, does Xiaomi hate me for taking one of her kidneys? Why else would she run away from home?" Xiner collapsed into Lancheng's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Lancheng gently patted her trembling back, offering a comforting reassurance. "Xiner, do not overthink it. Xiaomi willingly donated to you. You need not feel guilty." A thought flickered in his mind, troubling him. Would she resent you for marrying her, yet bestowing your affection upon her sister? He spoke somewhat insincerely. She is a person easily satisfied. The title of Mrs. Gu is enough for her. She will not dwell on what she has lost. Surely, it is merely that you have spent too much time with me lately and have neglected her. She is simply throwing a tantrum. Xiner's tears fell like the rains of June, arriving and ceasing at will. Beside them, Xiao Fu gazed at his beautiful daughter, his heart aching for her. He directed his irritation toward the root of the problem, Xiaomi, exclaiming, "Xiaomi is being terribly unreasonable. Xiner has just regained her life, and she must not be made to worry for her." Lancheng looked at Xiao Fu with a somber expression. "Do not forget, she has just undergone surgery. She is allowed this moment of petulance. Let her be." Xiao Fu was taken aback, a flicker of shame crossing his features, albeit fleetingly, as he chuckled. "She is strong. She will be fine." Lancheng shot a sharp glance at Xiao Fu, who awkwardly fell silent. Xiner grasped Lancheng's hand. Her eyes reddened. "Lancheng, have you considered that a love triangle can be quite constraining? You took Xiaomi's kidney for my sake. Though she speaks not, her heart must surely be wounded. Otherwise, she would not behave so capriciously. Lancheng, why not divorce Xiaomi? You never loved her. Your heart belongs to me. Let us marry and compensate Xiaomi in the future. What say you?" Lancheng subtly pushed her away. "Xiner, I have already stated that I will not divorce Xiaomi. She is in poor health now, and I must care for her for the rest of her days. I have no right to abandon this marriage." Xiner felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Sniffling, she lamented, "Lancheng, you dominate the competitive business world, yet you have countless people you owe. Why must you adhere to your promise with Xiaomi?" Lancheng replied, "The business world operates on reciprocity, but Xiaomi has never wronged me." Xiner broke down in tears. "Lancheng, had I known that, while my life could be saved, I could not retain you, I would have preferred to forego Xiaomi's donation." Lancheng responded, "Xiner, the world is fair. Though you have lost love, you have gained a new lease on life. Meanwhile, Xiaomi has lost a kidney but gained the title of Mrs. Gu. With a heavy heart, Gu Lancheng departed in dejection. Xiao Xian covered her face, sobbing. It is so unfair, utterly unjust. How am I to live without you? Xiao Fu, pained for Xiao Xian, hurried to console her. Oh, my precious darling, please do not cry. When you weep, it pains your father's heart. Fear not. Your sister is quite reasonable. I shall take the time to speak with her and encourage her to relinquish Gu Lancheng willingly. At last, Xiao Xian ceased her tears. Father, you are right. Lancheng is a businessman who values integrity. He cannot betray Xiaomi. Therefore, we shall focus our efforts on her. We have purchased a house and a car for Jomi. Surely, she will succumb to temptation and depart from Lan City. Indeed, indeed. After all, father always has a way. He will certainly facilitate your reconciliation with Gu Lancheng. The Gu family villa. Upon returning home, Gu Lancheng found the once vibrant and lively atmosphere conspicuously absent. He furrowed his brow in discomfort and inquired of the maid who had opened the door, "Where is madam?" The maid took his coat and replied, "Young master, madam has been exceedingly unusual today. Since her return, she has sequestered herself in her room and has not emerged. We have called for her, but she does not respond." Gu Lancheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced upstairs. "I shall go and check." Chapter 4. Love has vanished. She has forgotten him. Gu Lancheng ascended the stairs and gently knocked on the door. Yet he was met with silence instead of the cheerful response he once cherished from Xiaomi. With a stern expression, he pushed the door open and approached the bedside, gazing down at the motionless figure lying there. "Xiaomi, how can you behave so recklessly today? Do you not realize that your sister is filled with guilt over your decision to leave home? In the future, I implore you to be more considerate and avoid upsetting her." Xiaomi lay in bed, her face desolate as a barren desert, devoid of any trace of vitality. Gu Lancheng, feeling a profound sense of ennui, muttered to himself, "Why do you not speak?" The once effusive and flattering Xiaomi now lay silent, resembling a mute in her indifference. Even the most oblivious Gu Lancheng began to sense her unusual demeanor. He pulled back the covers, revealing a stark contrast between the pristine white sheets and the vivid crimson that stained them, juxtaposed against Xiaomi's pallid complexion. "Xiaomi, why did you not inform us that you were unwell?" Panic surged within him, solidifying his belief in the hypnotist's assertion that Xiaomi was suffering from depression. Embracing her, his hands trembled as he sincerely apologized. "I am sorry for neglecting you." At the hospital, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Xiaomi. Despite being mindful of Gu Lancheng's esteemed status, the ethical responsibilities of his profession compelled him to admonish the family. "Mr. Gu, your wife has just undergone a kidney transplant. Yet her wound has become infected once more. Even the strongest body cannot withstand such neglect." Gu Lancheng maintained a stoic demeanor. "I understand." After receiving an infusion, Xiaomi's fever gradually subsided. Her eyes, once filled with vitality, now appeared dull and unfocused. However, when her gaze fell upon Gu Lancheng, she recoiled as if confronted by a ferocious beast. "What are you doing here?" she questioned with a guarded expression, as though he were a threat. Gu Lancheng, blinking sleepily, stared at the Xiaomi who rejected him, his dark eyes instantly cooling. "I am your husband. You are ill. And where else would you want me to be if not by your side?" With her free hand, Xiaomi discreetly grasped the syringe on the bedside table, her instinct for self-defense apparent. Observing her restless hand, Gu Lancheng's expression darkened. "You truly do not recognize me?" Xiaomi nodded earnestly. Gu Lancheng drew her innocent face closer to him, insisting, "Look at me carefully and remember your husband's visage. For every day to come, we shall share the same roof. I do not wish for you to gaze upon me as if stricken with amnesia, needing to reintroduce yourself to me each time." With a hesitant voice, Xiaomi inquired, "You say we are married? Is there proof?" Gu Lancheng, taken aback, retrieved his phone and presented her with a photograph of their marriage certificate. "Open your eyes and see clearly, we are legally wed." Xiaomi shifted away, her intention to reject him unmistakable. "Certificates can be forged," she retorted. Gu Lancheng found himself at a loss. "Then how would you like me to prove it? If we are indeed married, there are countless ways to demonstrate it. For instance, a child, a diamond ring, or perhaps photos of our intimate moments." Gu Lancheng was rendered speechless. The evidence that could substantiate their marital bond led him to a disheartening realization. He had bestowed nothing upon Jomi. "Jomi, I apologize. I shall provide you with all of this in due course." Jomi retorted angrily, "I knew you were not my husband. How could my husband so blatantly disregard me?" At that moment, Xiao Xian and her father arrived. Xiao Xian sat in a wheelchair, pushed by her father. Upon entering, her father incessantly reprimanded Zhou Mi. How can you be so thoughtless? You claim to be ill, yet you do not remain in the hospital. What compelled you to sneak out? Your disappearance has caused Lancheng a great deal of distress. It serves you right that your wound became infected. It is simply exasperating. Zhou Mi gazed at her father in bewilderment, and perhaps his scolding ignited her resentment. Provoked, she snapped back. Who are you to lecture me? Even my own parents have never chastised me. What right do you have to discipline me? Her father stood speechless. Zhou Mi's words struck him deeply. Although he was her biological father, he had never raised her, thus lacking the authority to instruct her. Lancheng, her father looked curiously at Gu Lancheng. She has lost her memory, Gu Lancheng stated bluntly. Her father was rendered motionless. Lost her memory? Does she no longer recognize me as her father? A sense of melancholy washed over him. Gu Lancheng gazed at Zhou Mi's father, explaining, the hypnotist deliberately erased you from her memory. Her father stood in shock. A shame he had never experienced began to bloom within him, and he cast an uncomfortable glance at Zhou Mi, lamenting, Xiao Mi, why have you forgotten your father? I am indeed your father. He had anticipated that Zhou Mi would respond as she had in the past. A simple act of humility on his part would elicit overwhelming guilt from her. However, the current Zhou Mi was evidently a reborn version of herself. She pointed towards the door and ordered, you all need to leave. I wish to be alone. Her father felt that Zhou Mi was disrespecting him, and fury surged within him. He had no patience for her and erupted, Zhou Mi, how dare you speak to your father like that? I came to see you with good intentions. And you want me to leave? How uncultured you are. Zhou Mi, with sharp retorts, replied, if you claim to be my father, then it is your responsibility to teach me manners. If I lack manners, it is because you failed in your duty. Leave, now, she insisted. Gu Lancheng rose and addressed Zhou Mi's father, please depart. She may not wish to see us at this moment. Her father's face turned an ashen hue with anger. Xiao Xian wheeled her chair closer to the bedside, earnestly advising Zhou Mi, sister, I understand that Gu Lancheng has asked you to donate a kidney to me, and you are reluctant. Upon hearing the word kidney, Zhou Mi became extraordinarily agitated. What? Donate a kidney? Why should I give you my kidney? Wouldn't that jeopardize my own health? Gu Lancheng looked at the frenzied Zhou Mi in astonishment, realizing that the matter of donation was far from the peaceful resolution he had envisioned. It became clear that Zhou Mi harbored deep-seated resistance to this proposition. No wonder her demeanor towards him had soured after the donation. Gu Lancheng cautioned Xiao Xian, refrain from mentioning this matter in front of Xiao Mi. It was as if he believed that by turning a blind eye, he could earn Xiao Mi's forgiveness. Xiao Xian then shifted the conversation, sister, I have a request. My love for Lancheng is genuine. I implore you to return him to me. Without Lancheng, I cannot possibly survive. Sister, could you perhaps grant me this favor and divorce him? Allow me to find solace. Upon uttering these words, Gu Lancheng fell into a moment of profound silence, quietly gazing at Xiao Mi, awaiting her response. Chapter 5. Love is a treasure. Hatred is worthless. Xiao Mi gazed at Xiao Xian and said with remarkable ease, since you desire it, take it. He resembled a mere item displayed for sale, available for anyone who fancied it. Overjoyed, Xiao Xian embraced Gu Lancheng, but her elation dissipated as swiftly as it had come when she noticed his body stiffening. Akin to a statue, confused, she looked at Gu Lancheng, only to find him staring blankly at Xiao Mi, his expression particularly unsettling. Xiao Mi, you must be out of your mind. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Previously, Xiao Mi had loved him to the point of suffocation, sacrificing her cherished career to care for him and enduring bitter herbal concoctions daily in hopes of bearing him a child. Her devotion had led her to the loss of her own dignity, earning her the derisive title of the devoted wife among the elite of the capital. Yet, this same Xiao Mi now spoke of relinquishing him as if he were a discarded item. The fever has passed. I am now quite lucid and fully aware of my actions, Xiao Mi replied calmly. Gu Lancheng scrutinized her with a hint of skepticism. No regrets? Xiao Mi glanced at the matching couple's ring on his finger, identical to the one worn by Xiao Xian, a smirk gracing her lips. Mr. Gu, the couple's ring on your left hand is the same as Xiao Xian's, since the one you cherish is Xiao Xian. What reason do you have to believe I would desire you? My standards for a partner may not be high, but loyalty is my foremost principle. I shall seek a commendable man who will love me steadfastly, living a simple life. A man like you, whose heart is elsewhere, is a notorious cad. I would not lament losing you. Once I have recovered, I will initiate our divorce. Gu Lancheng lowered his gaze to the ring, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. You misunderstand. My sister and I merely happened to purchase the same style of ring. It is not a couple's ring. With that, he removed the ring and tucked it away in his pocket. Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng, trembling, her eyes glistening with tears. Overwhelmed, she fled the room in tears. Gu Lancheng watched her retreating figure, his handsome face darkening, fists clenched tightly. He muttered, Xiaomi, given your current condition, it would be ungracious of me to abandon you now. Once you have recuperated, if you still wish to pursue a divorce, I shall grant it. With that, he hurriedly dashed after Xiao Xian. Xiaomi stared at the foredrip, no longer putting on a brave front. Her health was frail, and any pretense was futile. Once she was discharged, she was resolute in her decision to divorce this man. She had no desire for a fickle-hearted partner. The following day, in a semi-conscious state, Xiaomi overheard the nurses whispering. The patient in the next room caused quite a stir last night, threatening to jump from the building. The prince spent the entire night on the rooftop with her, uttering every comforting word possible to coax her down. It was incomprehensible that the prince would entertain such thoughts. A woman battling illness was hardly a suitable match. Yet, he regarded her as a treasure. To assist her in obtaining a kidney transplant, he had even schemed to reunite her with her sister. Now that she had successfully undergone the procedure, she seemed to disregard the new lease on life he had painstakingly secured for her. In my opinion, the prince was both blind and foolish, suffering the consequences of his own choices. The most pitiable individual is the one lying in bed, having been drained of her worth by those two pure-hearted warriors. Now that her sister has obtained what she desires, she is dismantling the bridge behind her and attempting to seize her sister's man. This fool will soon find herself with nothing, showing no inclination to resist. Xiaomi's toes curled tightly, gripping the bed's wooden surface. The red veins around her eyes resembled bloodstains. The nurse hung in forebag for her and then departed. Xiaomi drowsily slept until noon, awakening from hunger, her stomach pressing against her back due to missing breakfast. She picked up her phone and ordered takeout. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, bird's nest with abalone, congee with steamed buns. She felt as if she could devour an entire cow. After placing her order, Gu Lancheng unexpectedly arrived. His eyes were somewhat red. His gaze mixed with an emotion Xiaomi could not decipher, guilt. Xiaomi, let me send you abroad. Xiaomi was taken aback. Your presence is profoundly affecting your sister's mood. She is unwell and needs to maintain a positive spirit. Therefore, if you could go abroad for a while until her health stabilizes, I will bring you back. How does that sound? Xiaomi looked at the man before her in disbelief, her ears echoing the nurse's words. In a moment of fury, she hurled the nebulizer from the bedside table, narrowly missing Gu Lancheng as he adeptly dodged it. Gu Lancheng, you are truly repugnant. Wanting to have your cake and eat it too. If you love Xiao Xian, then divorce me and be with her. Gu Lancheng gazed at the frenzied Xiaomi without anger. He simply picked up the nebulizer, approached her, and enveloped her in his arms. Xiaomi, I understand your grievances. Just this once, after you return from abroad, I promise to sever ties with her and live well with you. A wave of nausea surged in Xiaomi's stomach, making her feel as if she might vomit. In the end, she expelled everything onto Gu Lancheng, pointing at his face in a fit of rage. You make me sick. Get out. I don't want to see you. Yet Gu Lancheng held her tighter, sighing. Xiaomi, are you jealous? I know you love me, but Xiao Xian is your sister, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? Xiaomi's emotions were so heightened that she could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Please leave. I beg you, I don't want to see you. Ultimately, Gu Lancheng set her down gently. Xiaomi, trust me, I will not abandon you. Just consider this a brief respite abroad, at most 3 months, and I will bring you back home. Leave. Xiaomi shouted hoarsely, a mix of bile and acid spewing onto Gu Lancheng's face, prompting his reluctant departure. Xiaomi collapsed onto the bed, feeling as though she had just endured a fierce battle, utterly exhausted. In the corridor, Gu Lancheng instructed the doctor. Xiaomi is vomiting severely. What is the cause? The doctor replied, Madam has a cold, and coupled with her recent emotional distress, it may have overwhelmed her gastrointestinal system. Vomiting is quite common under such circumstances. Mr. Gu, please ensure that Madam has regular meals. This reminder from the doctor made Gu Lancheng realize he had seemingly forgotten to buy breakfast for Xiaomi. Yet, it was now nearly lunchtime. A twinge of guilt arose within him. As Zhoumi's husband, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities. Nevertheless, he silently vowed that once Xiaoxin overcame this hurdle, he would make amends to Zhoumi. Hastening his steps to prepare a meal for her, he unexpectedly collided with a delivery person. To his dismay, he witnessed the courier entering Zhoumi's room, bearing an abundance of sumptuous food. Chapter 6. Borrowing his hand. Bearing his child, a profound confusion flickered in Lancheng's eyes. The once pampered Xiaomi had been utterly dependent on him, relying on him for every meal. Yet now, she had seemingly learned to care for herself. In the hospital room, though she was ravenous, her appetite vanished upon seeing the array of delicious takeout delivered by the courier. Xiaomi gently caressed her abdomen, aware that her digestive system had always been robust, never faltering even due to a cold. Memories of 3 months prior flooded her mind. The night Lancheng had implored her to donate a kidney to Xiao Xin, when she had foolishly begged for his affection. It was highly plausible that a new life was blossoming within her. A weak smile barely graced her pale lips. This child had arrived at the most inopportune moment. When Lancheng entered, Xiaomi gazed out the window, her complexion ashen, yet her voice was remarkably resolute. Lancheng, could you procure some mifepristone for me? Lancheng stood frozen, astonished that the timid girl who had always hesitated before him now dared to summon him. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "For what purpose?" "My period has arrived, and I am in pain," Xiaomi replied, turning to him. "I beg you." His gaze fell upon her hand resting on her abdomen, and driven by an inexplicable impulse, he nodded. "All right." As she watched him depart, a shadow passed over her clear eyes. Once outside the hospital room, Lancheng retrieved his phone and called his female assistant. "Bring some mifepristone to the hospital." Soon, Xiaomi received a full bottle of mifepristone from his assistant. That night, the hospital corridor was eerily silent. Lancheng tended to Xiao Xin in her room, delicately nurturing her fragile emotions. "Xin, your life was not easily won. You must cherish it and never again consider ending it." Xiao Xin clasped his hand, her complexion pale, but radiating happiness in his comforting presence. "Lancheng, do you know how deeply I love you? Without you, life is unbearable. You cannot leave me." "Very well, I shall remain by your side. You must recover swiftly." Meanwhile, Xiaomi curled up alone in her bed, staring at the stark white ceiling, feeling an emptiness in her abdomen, tears resembling snowflakes falling from her eyes. As the blood stained the entire mattress, she closed her eyes, warm tears streaming down her cheeks, tears of joy. She and Lancheng were finally free of any ties. The following day, Lancheng sent his assistant with her luggage, passport, and a bank card. The assistant stammered, "Madam, the president has purchased your plane ticket for you. The flight is at 7 this morning." Xiaomi, feeling too weak to speak, weakly inquired, "Is he not coming to see me off? Last night your sister was upset, and the president did not feel it was right to leave her," the assistant replied, unable to meet Xiaomi's gaze. Yet, Xiaomi felt no disappointment, as if everything had unfolded as she anticipated. "I understand." The assistant handed her the bank card. "This is your living expenses from the president. 3 months hence, the president will come to escort you back home. Furthermore, the president has entrusted me to arrange for a Chinese couple to look after you while you are there. You may contact them upon your arrival." Xiaomi did not accept the bank card. With great effort, she struggled to rise to her feet, unexpectedly donning an old garment from 4 years prior that she had brought into the Gu household. She then thrust both her suitcase and the new clothes purchased for her by Lancheng into the assistant's hands. With her slender back straightened, she strode out without a backward glance, disregarding the assistant's words. The assistant gazed at the suitcase and the bank card she had pressed into his hands, bewildered. "Madam, what is this?" Xiaomi's voice was calm as she replied, "I do not require anything else. Just discard it all." The assistant was taken aback. While the clothes may not align with the madam's tastes, she could purchase new ones upon her arrival. However, without the bank card, how would she manage to survive there? "Madam, you must keep the bank card." Reluctantly, Xiaomi accepted it due to the assistant's insistence. The assistant sighed in relief, muttering to himself that it was unthinkable for anyone to part ways with money. He accompanied Xiaomi to the health check area at the international airport. "Madam, this is as far as I can take you. I hope you take good care of yourself once you arrive." Yet, Xiaomi paid no heed to the assistant's words and walked towards the check-in area without any sense of attachment. The assistant felt as though her steps were somewhat unsteady. Though it did not hinder her swift pace, it seemed she was eager to leave this place behind. Just as the assistant watched Xiaomi depart with a fixed gaze, she suddenly performed an action that stunned him. She tossed the bank card given to her by Lancheng into a trash bin. The assistant was dumbfounded. It seemed he had just realized that the madam intended to draw a line with the president. She must have accumulated enough disappointment. Finally recognizing her place in the president's heart and resolved to leave his world behind. The assistant felt anxious, uncertain of how the president would react upon discovering the madam's formidable resolve. At the Gu residence, Gu Lancheng returned home, weary after spending the better part of the day at the hospital with Xiao Xian. The assistant had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing the suitcase beside him, Gu Lancheng's expression soured immediately. What was happening with Xiaomi? Hadn't he instructed her to depart for abroad as soon as possible? He reproached the assistant with displeasure. The assistant shook his head and explained, "Young master, rest assured. The madam has already gone abroad." Gu Lancheng looked at the assistant, astonished. "Then what is this suitcase doing here?" The assistant replied, trembling, "President, these are the items the madam refused to take." Gu Lancheng felt as though something had pierced his heart, a fleeting sensation that was difficult to define. Hadn't he given her ample money? Her refusal to take these old clothes must mean she was determined to procure new ones. In a self-deprecating manner, he chuckled. After 4 years of living a life of luxury, she has indeed become accustomed to extravagance. However, the assistant's words doused him with cold water. "President, the madam discarded the bank card you provided as soon as she entered the check-in area." At that moment, Gu Lancheng's expression faltered completely. His handsome visage resembled a sculpted figure, shattered into fragments. After a considerable time, Gu Lancheng let out a scoff. "Has this clay figurine developed a temperament? Is she incensed by my negligence? Umph. I shall only bring her back home once her anger has subsided. Who grants her the audacity to act out against me?" The caretaker emerged, unable to suppress her mockery. "Young master, the madam has just undergone surgery and is in poor health. Do you not fear her resentment for banishing her at such a time?" She was Gu Lancheng's wet nurse, yet she held a fondness for Xiaomi, the child who was well-behaved and never imposed difficulties upon the servants. It was merely the young master's blindness that prevented him from recognizing the madam's virtues. Chapter 7. In the midst of adversity, persevering with resolve, Gu Lancheng, with a touch of arrogance, proclaimed, "She cannot possibly survive without me. Just wait and see. Within a week, when she finds herself at her wit's end, she will surely recall my virtues and reach out to me." The housekeeper sighed, shaking her head in disapproval. "You take advantage of that girl's affection for you, treating her poorly. Young master, not everyone will remain in place waiting for you." Seated on the sofa, Gu Lancheng appeared weary. "This is the last time," he murmured. In a foreign land, Xiaomi disembarked from the plane yet did not exit the airport. Instead, she promptly purchased a ticket to another city. After several transitions, she arrived in Milan, Italy. Gazing upon the unfamiliar streets and the fair-skinned, curly-haired locals bustling by, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her. Penniless, she sought employment at a nearby restaurant, assisting the owner with menial tasks in exchange for meager wages. As for accommodation, she resorted to sleeping on the benches of the airport until her wages were disbursed, having recently undergone surgery and a miscarriage. The physical strain of her labor often left her exhausted, her wounds recurring with infection, and she frequently came perilously close to fainting in the restaurant. Concerned for the well-being of the Chinese girl, the restaurant owner delicately concocted an excuse to let her go. Now unemployed, Xiaomi found herself in dire straits, having squandered her dwindling funds in the pursuit of new work. At her most desperate moment, the place she had been sleeping was overtaken by a group of ruffians. When she returned to retrieve her belongings, the predatory glances of those thugs felt as though they would consume her whole, prompting her to abandon her luggage and flee. Crouching by the roadside, Xiaomi succumbed to a fit of despair, weeping uncontrollably. Once her tears subsided, she wiped her eyes and smiled. For years prior, before Gu Lancheng had found her, she had been a beggar with nothing to her name, had she not? In her struggle for survival, she learned to scavenge for food among the refuse, much like the other beggars. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her that day, as she discovered a valuable wallet within a dumpster. It had been carelessly discarded by a thief after stealing cash from a wealthy lady who had left behind a purse filled with various identification. Recognizing the exquisite leather of the wallet, Xiaomi surmised it must hold significant value to its owner and, with a generous spirit, decided to return it to the address listed on the identification. The wallet's owner, a noblewoman of Chinese descent, regarded Xiaomi with skepticism upon receiving the lost item. Xiaomi shrugged, maintaining her composure as she asserted, "I did not steal this wallet. I swear. I merely found it while scavenging for food in the dumpster." After a brief pause, she added, "I recognize this leather. It is part of the first generation of luxury handbags created by teacher Jasmine. limited to only 9 pieces worldwide. I thought it must mean a great deal to you, which is why I returned it. The noblewoman gasped in astonishment. Now I believe you. You must be a princess fallen from grace. Xiaomi offered a bitter smile. You are mistaken. I am truly a child of the streets. As she turned to leave, the noblewoman suddenly grasped her hand. Miss, regardless of the circumstances, you have helped me recover the wallet my late husband gifted me. I must repay you. What do you need? Please tell me. Xiaomi replied, there is no need. The noblewoman was quite perplexed, but you seem to be in dire need of assistance. Xiaomi replied, I require money, a great deal of it. More than that, I yearn for love, something you cannot provide. However, I can offer you a job. Would you be willing to work as a seamstress? The noblewoman inquired. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaomi's eyes. What did you say? I can recommend you to a large factory as a seamstress. Suddenly, Xiaomi rushed forward and embraced her. Thank you. I would love this job. Once a devoted wife. Her daily task involved ironing clothes for everyone in the household. Naturally, she cherished the exquisite, handcrafted garments, and, if any bore a flaw, she would go to great lengths to mend them, honing her skills in the process. This also ignited her passion for the fashion industry. The new employer was a remarkably kind, elderly woman who did not disdain Xiaomi's tattered attire. Instead, she offered her special privileges. She allocated a private room for Xiaomi to rest and permitted her to arrange her work schedule freely. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xiaomi always put in extra effort, silently expressing her appreciation. The employer grew fonder of this resilient Chinese girl and asked, Xiaomi, why did you come to Milan? Here, you are all alone. The language is foreign, and life is so arduous. Xiaomi gazed upward, her eyes deep as if peering through the river of time, and replied sorrowfully, I am here waiting for someone, for a chance at redemption, for an encounter that signifies rebirth. Thus, no matter how bitter or exhausting, she could not retreat. She must endure with grit. The employer kindly advised her, Xiaomi, I see you possess remarkable talent in clothing design. Have you considered going back to school? If you earn a degree in fashion design, your future will be boundless. Xiaomi pondered the contrast between herself and Xiao Xian. Although Xiao Xian was not as attractive, her higher education afforded her a certain esteem in the eyes of others. In contrast, due to her lack of a prestigious education, Xiaomi was viewed as a mere subordinate, devoid of respect or recognition. She resolved to earn the respect she deserved, as her sincerity had been blatantly trampled upon. Immediately, Xiaomi sought the process of re-enrollment from her employer, secretly vowing that, now liberated from Lancheng and Xiao Xian, she would strive to live for herself once more. This time, she aimed to shine on a grand stage and earn the respect of all, determined not to neglect her studies. Xiaomi picked up her books anew and diligently began learning fashion design, aspiring to gain admission to Milan's finest fashion academy the following year. Time flew by. A month later, in the capital, Lancheng had been quite occupied, tirelessly laying the groundwork for Xiao Xian's career, propelling her fashion design to the pinnacle of success. He believed that by ensuring Xiao Xian found success in her career despite her romantic disappointments, he could alleviate some of her sorrow. Xiao Xian's body and spirit began to recover swiftly, buoyed by Lancheng's unwavering affection. On the day of her company's opening, Lancheng invited numerous friends from various markets to support Xiao Xian. His attentive care for her surpassed that of a husband. This provoked the jealousy of Xiaomi's close friend, Shernan, who then mentioned the person forgotten in the corner. Xiao Xian, on such an important day. Why hasn't Xiaomi come to celebrate with you? The room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 8. The Love-Stricken Mind. Life in full bloom, someone unexpectedly mentioned Xiaomi, and Lancheng felt as if he had awakened from a dream. It appeared that several days had passed without a single initiative from her. She had not reached out to him at all, not even a text or a voice message. He finally recognized that something was amiss, especially since this girl had been quite clingy in the past. Even if they met every day, she would find various excuses to seek him out whenever he was out of sight, whether sharing her culinary delights, reminding him to dress appropriately for the weather, or urging him to return home early with promises of surprises. She had always been a source of delightful chatter. Her current silence was indeed unusual. It seemed that his decision to send her abroad against her will had genuinely upset her. Surely, she must be asking those around him for living expenses in his absence. Lancheng turned to his assistant and inquired, How has Madam been lately? Has she mentioned anything she might need? Be sure to cater to her requests. The assistant's expression was decidedly awkward. Stammering, he replied, President, since Madam went abroad, She has been completely unreachable. Gu Lancheng's face froze. What on earth was going on with her? Had she become so wild overseas that she forgot her responsibilities at home? The assistant's expression conveyed a myriad of unsaid words. On the day she left, she had discarded all the gifts he had given her. Even the bank card he had provided. Had he truly forgotten? Sherinan mockingly reminded Gu Lancheng. Is it possible that your seemingly obedient little wife desires more than just the title of Mrs. Gu? Perhaps she seeks the love that should accompany that title. If you cannot offer her affection, she may very well abandon you. Gu Lancheng appeared oblivious to Sherinan's sarcasm, lost in reverie over the countless romantic moments Xiaomi had created for him. She loves me so dearly. How could she possibly bear to leave? Her silence is merely a game of feigned indifference. If I play along, I shall have lost. Sherinan retorted, President Gu, if your heart truly belongs to Xiao Xian, why not divorce Xiaomi and set her free? Xiao Xian interjected, coming to Gu Lancheng's defense. Sherinan, you are not Xiaomi. You do not understand her at all. You perceive her marriage to a loveless man as poison, but for her, it is sweet nectar. Sherinan shot back. Miss Xiao is generous indeed. President Gu, do you not feel a twinge of jealousy while courting her, with the aura of a married man? Yet Xiao Xian remained gracious. Were it any other woman, I would certainly feel differently. However, Xiaomi is my sister. Besides, she was the one who saved my life by donating a kidney. I hold no objections to how well Lancheng treats her. Furthermore, Xiao Xian raised her hand to display the ring. This is a carefully selected gift from Lancheng for me, unlike the gifts Xiaomi receives, which are merely procured by his assistant. I have received Lancheng's love. I cannot greedily covet the identity of Mrs. Gu as well. I am content. After her declaration, in an effort to prove her magnanimity, she urged Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, you must bring Xiaomi back home soon. I worry she may feel out of place alone abroad. Gu Lancheng replied, understood. Sherinan, in a fit of frustration, drained a glass of brandy. In Milan, Xiaomi returned to her hotel room after a long day at work, utterly exhausted and nearly collapsing onto her bed. Upon unlocking her phone, she was met with a barrage of trending news pushed by Sherinan, inundated with reports about Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. The headlines detailed Gu Lancheng escorting Xiao Xian to and from the hospital, accompanying her to her beloved fashion exhibitions, frequenting various upscale restaurants, and personally supporting her entrepreneurial endeavors. His meticulous care and the adoring gaze he cast upon Xiao Xian suggested an undeniable intimacy. Who could believe that these two were merely platonic? Photographs of their outings made their way to the trending topics, and unsuspecting netizens were quick to express their admiration for this couple, urging Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian to tie the knot soon. In the face of the online marriage proposals, Gu Lancheng remained indifferent, offering no clarifications. Xiaomi, however, remained unperturbed, decisively responding to Sherinan. I detest such articles. Please refrain from promoting them in the future. Xiaomi, can you truly let go of Gu Lancheng? Sherinan felt a mix of love and frustration for her friend. She often proclaimed her desire to distance herself from Gu Lancheng, yet whenever he sweet-talked her, she would eagerly return to him. My romantic infatuation has healed. I never wish to lay eyes on them again. Please, do not mention them in my presence. Sherinan replied. Xiaomi, I hope you can adhere to your words this time. After receiving her monthly salary, Xiaomi reserved a few €100 for urgent expenses, saving the remainder of €1,000. She purchased books and seized every opportunity to study, enduring the long, sleepless nights she despised, fervently absorbing the inspirations of this fashion capital. Her progress was remarkable, and ultimately, perseverance bore fruit. Xiaomi succeeded in gaining admission to Milan's premier fashion academy, embarking on her journey as a student of fashion design. Yet, the exorbitant tuition fees stated in her acceptance letter weighed heavily upon her. €8,000 per academic year? While it might be reasonable for other students, for someone like her, who struggled to make ends meet, it was an insurmountable sum. With merely €4,000 to her name and no one to turn to for loans in this foreign land, Xiaomi sat on the cold floor of her rented room, racking her brain through the night. As dawn broke, she slowly rose and made her way to her safe. Retrieving the platinum ring adorned with a circle of delicate pink diamonds, Gu Lancheng's proposal gift. Initially, she intended to keep it close as a reminder of her humiliating past. However, in her urgent need for funds, she had no choice but to consider parting with it. Clutching the ring, Xiaomi approached a pawn shop. The owner, upon seeing the ring, beamed with delight. Although the diamonds were small and the band thin, It bore the mark of a prestigious brand. Let us make a deal. Small diamonds, thin band. A bittersweet smile graced Xiaomi's lips. For this ring was merely a freebie, a gift Lancheng had received while purchasing an extravagant birthday present for Xiao Xian, which he had whimsically used to propose to her. How much? Xiaomi suppressed her painful memories, focusing instead on the immediate financial necessity. For 1,000 euros, the owner offered. Deal, Xiaomi exclaimed without hesitation. The sum of this money, combined with her balance, would suffice for her tuition fees. After receiving 4,000 euros from her boss, Xiaomi relinquished the ring and departed without a backward glance. By the time she made her way home, dusk had fallen. Xiaomi hurried towards her rented accommodation. But as she approached Milan Bridge, the streetlights became sparse, casting an unsettling gloom. Unbeknownst to her, a faint sound of gasping emanated from somewhere nearby. Xiaomi's heart constricted suddenly, leaving her frozen in place like a quail. After a prolonged effort to compose herself, she mustered the courage to follow the sound. Behind the bridge's pillar, she discovered an injured youth. However, upon recognizing the boy's face, Xiaomi was struck with a shock so profound it felt as though her very soul had been severed from her body. Chapter 9. Encountering a master and recognizing him as a brother. Before her stood a youthful visage, juxtaposed against the formidable and ruthless countenance of a man who reigned at the pinnacle of power, his beauty sculpted to perfection. A bloodied boy lay at the bridge's edge, his striking yet defiant eyes scanning his surroundings, akin to a forgotten wolf seeking a glimmer of hope. Xiaomi's eyes glistened with compassion as she crouched before him, asking, "Will you come with me?" The boy regarded her, his tattered and filthy attire failing to conceal an innate elegance and nobility. With a haughty turn of his head, he inquired, "What is your name?" Xiaomi hesitated momentarily before responding, "Nian Sheng," concealing her true name. The boy's gaze sharpened, shadows flickering in his eyes. What did those two characters mean? Nian Nian Bu Wang, Sheng Gao Bu Wan, Xiaomi repeated. Suddenly, the boy gripped her hand with fervor, his voice imbued with an unexpected maturity. Those two characters are wonderful. I am Yin Hongsheng. He introduced himself with confidence. Xiaomi smiled softly. What a coincidence. Our names both contain the character Sheng. This signifies a bond between us. Yin Hongsheng returned her smile with a mischievous glint. Then, will you acknowledge me as your elder brother? Xiaomi's warm smile caused a momentary pause for Yin Hongsheng. Elder brother? He scrutinized her, noting her slight stature and delicate frame. You appear smaller than I. Xiaomi replied, How old are you? I am 23 this year, he stated. Xiaomi chuckled at the little deceiver. Would you like to come home with me? She asked. Yin Hongsheng nodded. Xiaomi hoisted Yin Hongsheng onto her back. Though malnourished, he was remarkably tall, and his weight was not negligible. For the already frail Xiaomi, carrying him felt akin to bearing a mountain, leaving her breathless after just a few steps. Sister, please put me down, he implored. Yet, Xiaomi remained resolute. No, I will not abandon you midway. Yin Hongsheng fell silent. Sister, you saved me. I shall treat you well for the rest of my life. Xiaomi hesitated, aware that he was destined to become a figure of great admiration. Yet placing her trust in him left her feeling vulnerable. My assistance requires no repayment. Just take care of yourself, and that will suffice for my efforts in saving you, she assured him. With great difficulty, Xiaomi carried Yin Hongsheng to her rented room. Once he was settled on the bed, she hurried out to procure some bandages, gauze, and iodine, along with various daily necessities. The once empty room gradually filled with the essence of a home, eliciting a satisfied smile from Xiaomi. Approaching Yin Hongsheng's side, she meticulously tended to his wounds. As she removed his shirt, revealing the shocking injuries across his body, Xiaomi's eyes welled with tears. You are merely a child. How could they bear to inflict such harm upon you? However, Yin Hongsheng displayed no hint of despair. With a defiant spirit, he declared, They wished for my demise, striking with lethal intent. Alas, I am fortunate to be alive. They shall regret their failure. His striking beauty, coupled with an inherent regal aura, contrasted sharply with the darkened shadows in his eyes, radiating a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiaomi pondered quietly, though he appeared innocent. There lurked an unfathomable darkness within him. She wondered whether her decision to engage him would bring about fortune or misfortune. Surviving a great calamity surely brings subsequent blessings. Xiaomi mused. Yin Hongsheng looked at her and said, Sister, I am currently homeless. May I stay with you for a while? Xiaomi responded with a tender smile. If you reside here, you must heed my commands. If I instruct you to head east, you shall not venture west. If I direct you south, Even if you encounter a wall, you must not turn north. Can you comply? Yin Hongxing nodded affirmatively. Zhou handed her the iodine solution, stating, "The wounds on your upper body are treated. You will need to tend to the injuries below by yourself." In an instant, Yin Hongxing's gaze softened, reminiscent of a 2-month-old puppy. "Sister, I cannot move. Please assist me." Zhou hesitated momentarily before suddenly covering Yin Hongxing's face with a nearby scarf and gently helping him remove his trousers. Upon seeing the wound at the top of his thigh, shock flooded her features. "You almost faced a fate worse than death." She trembled, her voice thick with emotion. "How could he treat you this way?" She began to understand why the lofty Yin Hongxiang had become so devoid of love and so profoundly lonely. A child deprived of affection in their formative years cannot possibly love another. "Sister, please do not cry. I am not in pain," Yin Hongxing reassured her. Zhou sniffled, suppressing her tears. "Before you have fully developed your wings, it would be wise not to provoke him." "All right, I will heed your advice. Once your wounds have healed, I will find a way for you to attend school. You must strive for university, an excellent one at that." After applying the ointment, Zhou refrained from dressing him again, merely drawing the blanket over Yin Hongxing's form and removing the scarf from his face. "Rest well. I will prepare some porridge for you." "Thank you, sister." Zhou departed with the ointment and bandages in hand. Yin Hongxiang gazed at her slender figure, his beautiful eyes clouded with an inscrutable hue. 3 months swiftly elapsed. In the imperial capital, Lancheng accompanied Xiao Xian back to the hospital for a routine checkup. Xiao Xian merely needed to rest in the waiting area, while Lancheng busied himself with all the responsibilities of a devoted boyfriend, paying bills, standing in line, and attending to her needs. When he supported Xiao Xian to the blood draw area, his exemplary demeanor even garnered praise from other girls. Some admired him as a model husband, using him as a benchmark to admonish their own partners. "Look at how other husbands pamper their wives. And you? I am carrying your child, yet you leave me to run about while you sit here glued to your phone." One man, engrossed in his phone, casually remarked, "How do you know that woman is his wife? What if she is his mistress? Men are often this way before their lovers. You must allow me to pick wildflowers, and I will treat others well in return." Lancheng's expression turned a shade of deep embarrassment. The woman, hearing her partner's words, regarded Lancheng and Xiao Xian with suspicion. "You two are married, aren't you?" Lancheng's discomfort deepened. Xiao Xian quickly intervened. "You misunderstand. I suffered a severe illness. My brother-in-law is merely assisting me in getting to the hospital for a checkup." Unexpectedly, a woman remarked, "Your sister is indeed quite generous." Xiao Xian remained silent, her expression somber. After completing the blood draw, she and Lancheng left in a state of disarray. In the empty corridor, Xiao Xian gazed at Lancheng's ashen face, offering reassurance. "Lancheng, do not heed their baseless gossip. Our conduct is impeccable. We need not fear misunderstandings." Chapter 10. The Wife's Miscarriage. Regret for the past. Lancheng's demeanor gradually softened. He assisted Xiao Xian into the doctor's office, but to his dismay, after reviewing Xiao Xian's medical report, the doctor said nothing, only regarding Lancheng with a serious expression and inquiring about Madame Gu's medical report. Lancheng's previously calmed heart sank again. Xiao Xian promptly responded, "Oh, my sister is abroad." The doctor frowned. Although Madame Gu is a donor, her health cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, the doctor revealed a concerning matter. On the day Madame Gu was discharged, I found her bedding soaked in blood during my rounds. It has been many days since the surgery, and as she is in the healing phase, significant bleeding should not occur at this stage. "Mr. Gu, could there be other health risks for Madame Gu? You should have her return for a thorough examination to rule out any potential issues." The doctor sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Her condition is so frail that she should not have been discharged in the first place. Lancheng's face turned pale as he gripped Xiao Xian's hand tightly, causing her to wince in pain. He was unaware that Xiaomi had been in such poor health on the day she left for abroad. Otherwise, he would never have allowed her to depart that day. In the face of the responsible doctor's admonition, Xiao Xian took the blame for Lancheng. "Doctor, it's no wonder Mr. Gu is concerned. My sister insisted on going abroad. She was envious of the Western lifestyle and insisted on leaving. Mr. Gu couldn't refuse her and had no choice but to agree." The doctor's gaze held a disdainful understanding, as if seeing through the charade. "Mr. Gu, after Madame Gu underwent the kidney donation surgery, her health would inevitably decline. You should remind her to seek medical attention regularly. With such reckless behavior, even the strongest constitution could be ruined." It's possible she might be better off than the recipient. Gu Lancheng's handsome face could no longer maintain its composure. He questioned with a furrowed brow, as her attending physician. Shouldn't you be aware of why she is experiencing significant bleeding? The doctor looked at him in astonishment, his mouth moving slightly, but he restrained himself from exploding. Mr. Gu. I reviewed Madame Gu's previous examination reports, and her health seemed stable. The wound was healing well. The sudden onset of heavy bleeding leads me to consider infection or... The doctor locked eyes with Gu Lancheng, stating firmly, I suspect she has had a miscarriage. Impossible, Gu Lancheng refuted vehemently. The doctor, perplexed, replied. But her symptoms closely resemble those of heavy bleeding post-mifepristone administration. Upon hearing mifepristone, Gu Lancheng suddenly recalled that Xiaomi had asked him to procure mifepristone for her the day before she left for abroad. What was it for? His voice began to tremble. For abortion. Gu Lancheng's complexion drained of color in an instant. The night Xiaomi agreed to donate a kidney to Qiao Xian, he had been so elated that he crossed his own boundaries and rewarded himself to Xiaomi. Had she, after that incident, become pregnant without informing him? And had she secretly terminated the pregnancy? Gu Lancheng's tall frame trembled as he pondered. Why did she choose to terminate this child? The physician replied, Mr. Gu, Xiaomi is your wife. Did she not consult you before making such a decision? A surge of resentment welled up in Gu Lancheng's chest, leaving him breathless and unable to articulate his feelings. He never imagined that Xiaomi, who had always been submissive to him and regarded him as a deity, would take such a drastic step and terminate their child with his own hand. Stumbling over his words, he asked, why would she do this? It was our child. Hadn't she always longed for him to provide her with a home? With a child, their family would be complete. At that moment, he vaguely sensed that something precious was slipping away from him. The doctor shook his head with a hint of melancholy. Mrs. Gu is not in a suitable condition to be pregnant at this time. Upon leaving the hospital, Qiao Xian observed Gu Lancheng's gloomy expression and felt a wave of unease. She generously proposed, Lancheng, do not be disheartened. In my opinion, Xiaomi did not terminate the pregnancy out of a lack of affection for you. She had just undergone a donation surgery, making her body unsuitable for pregnancy. Perhaps she feared for your worry and chose to conceal this matter from you. Qiao Xian's comforting words somewhat eased Gu Lancheng's troubled heart. Indeed, how could that girl, who loved him so deeply, terminate their child without reason? She must have chosen to hide her pregnancy and the subsequent miscarriage out of concern for him, as she had always preferred to share good news rather than burdensome troubles. Noticing Gu Lancheng's furrowed brow begin to smooth, Qiao Xian added with embellishment, she could never truly abandon you. It is merely a game of desire and withdrawal to capture your attention. Girls often employ such tactics to vie for affection. Qiao Xian linked her arm through his, resting her head on his shoulder, creating a serene tableau of tranquility. Lancheng, while Xiaomi is away, why don't you spend some quality time with me? Gu Lancheng quietly pushed her away. A flicker of panic crossed Qiao Xian's eyes. Lancheng, why not lower yourself just this once and bring her back? Gu Lancheng smirked. To terminate my flesh and blood, she has indeed gone too far. It seems I have spoiled her. For the time being, she should not expect me to welcome her back. Only when she realizes her mistakes and comes to me with sincere apologies will I consider forgiving her. Qiao Xian let out a weak sigh. She found herself devoid of joy. The more Gu Lancheng despised Xiaomi, the more unsettled she felt. One only harbors such emotional investment in another when they cannot let go. In Milan, Yin Hongxing's condition fluctuated, but Xiaomi's finances were rapidly dwindling. She contemplated how to break free from her current predicament and establish a source of income. Finally, she conceived an excellent idea. She resolved to utilize her greatest strength, fashion design, by purchasing inexpensive fabrics to create ready-to-wear garments, which she would sell at a fair price to earn a profit. Without hesitation, Xiaomi spent the few remaining euros in her pocket to buy some cheap materials and, gritting her teeth, rendered a sewing machine. Upon returning home, she joyfully announced to Yin Hongsheng, Xiaosheng, I am going to become a garment maker. Yet Yin Hongsheng confidently declared, Sister, you should aspire to be a world-class fashion design master. Zhou Mi felt as though struck by a ray of enlightenment, realizing, indeed, I ought to pursue a career as a designer. Accustomed to being belittled, she had long confined herself to the identity of the most downtrodden among the laboring masses. However, Yin Hongsheng did not hold her in disdain. His encouragement and trust ignited a warm current within Zhou Mi's heart. With a teasing tone, Yin Hongsheng remarked, Sister, I could serve as your clothing model. Jomi nearly sputtered the tea she had just sipped. Chapter 11. His poison, my honey the wild wolf, yet to mature, now resembles an enticing pup. As he willingly offers himself, Xiaomi contemplates whether to exploit this opportunity to its fullest. However, thoughts of the enigmatic knight king atop the pyramid loom large. Though he is a paragon of beauty, he remains an untouchable flower, admired from a distance. Ultimately, Xiaomi retreats from the precipice of risk, deciding against it. No need. I shall focus on the women's wear segment that I know best for now. Yin Hongsheng displays a wounded expression. Sister, when you venture into men's fashion, remember to choose me as the model. Xiaomi responds nonchalantly, all right. With that, Xiaomi immerses herself in her work, transitioning into a relentless mode of creativity. She sketches several designs for women's attire on draft paper, meticulously selecting her favorite. Subsequently, she cuts the fabric and stitches it into a finished garment. The grass-green high-waisted skirt paired with a dapper short blazer, complemented by a soft oatmeal-hued lining, seamlessly merges the girl's spirit of elegance and charm. Xiaomi takes her creations to the clothing store for promotion, yet her humble status often renders her invisible. More often than not, she is dismissed by the staff before even encountering the store manager. Countless nights spent toiling have left her already frail body in a state of decline. One day, while preparing porridge for Yin Hongsheng, darkness suddenly envelopes her, and she collapses to the floor. After a considerable period without a response, Yin Hongsheng calls out for her. Sister, when there is no reply, he hobbles from room to room in search of her, finally discovering her on the kitchen floor. Clutching her beloved dumpling wrappers, she lies curled up, unresponsive. Yin Hongsheng's face pales as he rushes to her side, swiftly carrying her downstairs to the hospital. The doctor conducts a thorough examination and, perplexed, asks Yin Hongsheng. The patient is missing a kidney, with surgical scars on her back. Has she recently undergone a nephrectomy? Yin Hongsheng's complexion drains of color, his fists clenching tightly, revealing crimson veins beneath his skin. Doctor, how will she live from now on? He implores, anguish evident in his voice. The doctor observes him, despite his youth. The gloom of his expression combined with his tall stature gives him an air of maturity beyond his years. In contrast, Xiaomi's petite figure and youthful doll-like face evoke a sense of innocence. Misunderstanding their relationship, the doctor advises. You should reduce the frequency of intimate relations with her and ensure proper precautions are taken. Given her physical condition, it is best that she does not become pregnant. Yin Hongsheng's ears flush with embarrassment. I understand, he replies, clumsily acknowledging the suggestion. The doctor continues in faltering Mandarin. She is extremely weak and suffers from severe malnutrition. You should prepare nourishing soups for her, such as chicken or pigeon soup, enriched with ingredients like red dates and goji berries to replenish her vitality. The gravity of Yin Hongsheng's expression deepens as visions of Xiaomi working tirelessly, even in sickness, to earn money for him flash through his mind. She stayed up late drawing, sacrificing nutritious food for him, while she herself endured with a frail body. How could there exist such a pure, kind-hearted girl in this world? Yin Hongsheng felt an ache in his heart. After Xiaomi was transferred to a regular ward, she soon awoke in a daze. Discovering herself in a hospital, she weakly asked, "What happened to me?" Yin Hongsheng grasped her hand, his eyes slightly reddened. "Sister, the doctor said your body cannot endure overexertion. From now on, you must not work late. Let me take care of making a living." Xiaomi understood somewhat. "Xiaosheng, you know, don't you?" Yin Hongsheng nodded, his voice choked with emotion. "Sister, I had no idea you were missing a kidney." Xiaomi's expression turned sorrowful. Those deliberately sealed painful memories surged forth once more. "At that time, I was just as young and naive as you are now. When I was at my wit's end, he took me home. He allowed me to go to school, provided me with food, and clothed me in new garments. I was immensely grateful to him. I thought that giving him my life would be worthwhile. So later, when he wanted one of my kidneys for his beloved, I agreed without hesitation." She paused, a layer of sorrow enveloping her porcelain face. "Later, I inadvertently overheard his conversation with his beloved, realizing that he had adopted me solely for my kidney. His kindness was merely a means to ensure my willing donation 4 years later. I then had a change of heart. I believed I had saved his beloved. Thus I owed him nothing. So I left him once more." Suddenly, she broke into inconsolable tears. "Xiaosheng, never trust anyone again. Not even me." Yin Hongsheng gently embraced Xiaomi, who trembled in his arms like a shattered doll, helpless and lost. He could only softly pat her back to soothe her. "Sister, I will protect you from now on. Those who bully you will pay dearly. Xiaomi shook her head. Shaoxing, I do not wish to become like him. Using kindness to morally bind you. Live solely for yourself. You need not do anything for me. I will handle my grievances with him. Yin Hongsheng gazed at her with puzzled black eyes. Why are you so good to me? The 16-year-old's voice, still unrefined, was low and husky, utterly enchanting. Xiaomi remained silent for a long while before murmuring, perhaps I owe you from my past life. Yin Hongsheng pondered, so debts must be repaid. Then, in this life, I owe you a life, and I fear it cannot be repaid. I shall seek you out in my next life. Suddenly, Yin Hongsheng leaned in and bit down fiercely on Xiaomi's shoulder blade, leaving a row of neat teeth marks as if a seal had been stamped onto her skin. Xiaomi winced in pain. Humph. This is a mark for you, so I can find you in the next life. Though it was a jest, Yin Hongsheng's beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness, as if solemnly swearing an oath. Xiaomi gazed at him, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. The fortune teller proclaimed that my life is frail and my blessings scant, leading to my abandonment by my biological father and disdain from my mother. Even my relatives shun me. Yet, you eagerly approach me. Are you not foolish? Yin Hongsheng remarked, Sister, if your life is frail and your blessings few, then I, as a star of misfortune, am perfectly aligned with you, creating a harmonious balance. In my view, it is not I who am foolish, but rather your relatives. You, dear sister, are wise, kind, and diligent. To be a member of your family is to be the happiest person in this world. Xiaomi smiled as she gently patted Yin Hongsheng's head, her demeanor warm and affectionate. If that is the case, then I shall be your sister for life. Is that agreeable? Then you must protect your frail little brother. Yin Hongsheng beamed radiantly. Xiaomi nodded. Indeed. Chapter 12. The Rise of the Protagonist. Those who seek her as Xiaomi's health improved significantly. The day of the new school term arrived. Perhaps it was the result of profound sorrow giving way to joy. For it seemed that her lifelong misfortunes had finally taken a turn, ushering in a springtime for her career. Her design creations swiftly garnered the admiration of her classmates, many of whom eagerly placed orders for her affordable yet exquisite garments. Word of mouth spread, and Xiaomi's business flourished, expanding its clientele from the lower to the mid-tier market. Gradually, her purse began to swell. Xiaomi was overjoyed. She finally possessed the confidence and means to support herself. Meanwhile, Yin Hongsheng lounged leisurely on his bed, engrossed in a game, while reminding her, Sister, human energy is finite. Even if you are an indomitable iron lady, your daily output remains limited. This implies that your earnings will also be constrained. Xiaomi recognized that her orders had become overwhelming, and she leaned towards Yin Hongsheng, seeking his advice. What do you think I should do to break through this dilemma? Yin Hongsheng paused his game, saying, Sister, you have two paths before you. The first is to pivot towards a high-end market. The second is to establish your own brand. His words were succinct, yet Xiaomi, being a lady of high society, grasped the deeper implications of his counsel. However, her insecurities surfaced as she rubbed her hands together. Most affluent women tend to favor the allure of luxury brands. Creations by someone like me may not capture their attention. Sister, even luxury brands were not always esteemed, Yin Hongsheng countered. His concise remarks reshaped the grand vision of Xiaomi's enterprise. Shall I give it a try? She asked, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. Yin Hongsheng tossed her a client's order and stated, as long as you satisfy her, she will undoubtedly surprise you in return. When the client arrived at her modest rental apartment to collect her gown, she expressed her disdain for the simplicity of the surroundings. How can such a place produce the sophistication I desire? Xiaomi humbly assuaged the client's discontent. Madam, while my apartment may be unpretentious, it is impeccably clean. I assure you, your gown will meet your expectations. With reverence, Xiaomi presented the elegantly packaged gown. Upon opening it and beholding the soft hue and meticulous craftsmanship, the client's eyes lit up. I absolutely adore this color. Could you tell me what it is called? Oatmeal color, Xiaomi replied. Would you like to try it on? The client carefully extracted the garment, along with its inner lining. What is this? She inquired. Xiaomi explained. This lining is specially designed to complement the oatmeal-colored cashmere coat. If you do not mind, I would like to gift it to you. However, please note that this lining is a complimentary item and may not match the quality of the coat. The client was overjoyed. Oh my! You are truly a generous young lady. I am so fond of you. Before long, the client returned with several affluent women in tow to seek out Xiaomi. She excitedly praised Xiaomi, saying, The garments you designed are of exquisite quality and possess a unique style, allowing me to shine brilliantly at the ball. My friends have been inquiring about where I purchased this attire, so I must bring them all to you." Jomi bowed in gratitude to her client, responding, "Madam, thank you for promoting my work. As a token of my appreciation, I have decided to design a necklace for you free of charge." Other socialites eagerly approached Jomi to discuss their fashion desires, and she responded with fluent professionalism. Without hesitation, the ladies paid substantial deposits and left in high spirits. After several transactions, Jomi successfully infiltrated the elite social circle, with affluent women frequently visiting her modest apartment. The clientele she served became increasingly upscale, leading to a burgeoning number of orders and a growing fortune. In just a few months, she amassed a remarkable sum of 100,000 euros. Her gaze then turned towards Yan Hongsheng, who felt an unsettling chill as an ominous premonition washed over him. He nervously faced Jomi's piercing gaze. "Xiaosheng, we are no longer in need of money. You can now attend the finest school," she declared. "Sister, I experience headaches, foot pain, and stomach aches whenever I study." "I ache all over," Yan Hongsheng protested. Jomi, with a tone of seasoned wisdom, replied, "Xiaosheng, all pursuits are inferior. Only education holds true value. Sister, I am not bright. The lessons taught by teachers sound like an alien language to me. Instead of wasting money on my education, it would be better spent on your entrepreneurial endeavors." He found various excuses. Feigning a stern expression, Jomi said, "Xiaosheng, you promised to listen to your sister." Reluctantly, Yan Hongsheng acquiesced. "All right, I promise to go to school." Jomi's face instantly lit up, and she affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "That's more like it." Jomi went to great lengths, seeking favors and encountering numerous hurdles, but eventually secured a place for Yan Hongsheng at a prestigious international private high school. Observing her humble demeanor while making calls to seek assistance, his resistance towards attending school began to wane. As spring returned, the capital city prepared for the upcoming new year. The Gu Group, a prominent company in the capital, naturally organized a grand annual celebration. As the executive president, Gu Lancheng was obliged to attend the ceremony with a companion, delivering opening remarks or performing a finale dance to uphold the event's prestige. His father, who placed great importance on the company's reputation, called early to remind Gu Lancheng. "Lancheng, this annual celebration is co-hosted by several renowned enterprises, and mainstream media will be live-streaming the event. Your personal image is particularly vital. Your companion must be your wife, Jomi." For reasons unknown, Gu Lancheng's heart skipped a beat, and he attempted to reason. "Father, Jomi is abroad. There is still time to bring her back before the event." His father's tone left no room for refusal. "Recently, numerous negative rumors about you and Xiao Xin have circulated online, significantly impacting the company. By showcasing your affection for Jomi at this annual event, those unfounded allegations regarding your marital infidelity will surely dissipate. I trust you are an adult and know what choices to make." Gu Lancheng languidly remarked, "I understand." After ending the call, he sat in silence for a moment before retrieving the social media application on his phone. He accessed the dialog box with Xiaomi, only to realize that the last time she had initiated a conversation with him was over half a year ago. It dawned upon him that Xiaomi had been abroad for such an extended period. A fleeting memory surfaced. He had promised Xiaomi that he would bring her back home 3 months later. He had broken his word. Chapter 13. An unbelievable severance. Gu Lancheng felt an inexplicable surge of irritation as he casually scrolled through the chat history with Xiaomi. In those days, she would almost daily initiate greetings, sharing with him the sights she had seen and the delicacies she had tasted, down to the minutiae, making him feel overwhelmed by her clinginess. However, ever since he had sent her abroad, it was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth, never again reaching out to him. How had he failed to notice Xiaomi's transformation for so long? His negligence towards her was indeed glaring. He left a message for her on social media. "Xiaomi, what are you up to? You haven't contacted me in so long. Are you upset with your husband?" After much hesitation, he sent the message, only to be met with a large red exclamation mark in the chat box. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Had Xiaomi's social media account been hacked? He retrieved her international phone number and dialed it. After a series of busy signals, a gentle voice informed him, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Gu Lancheng was left in shock and disbelief. His assistant, standing nearby, reminded him, "President, it seems that the madam has blocked you." Gu Lancheng's face shifted from pale to flushed. It took him a while to come to terms with the reality. He had been blocked by Xiaomi? The assistant glanced at their president, whose emotional intelligence was truly concerning. The madam had discarded the items he had gifted her, refused his financial assistance, and even went so far as to sever all connections by blocking him. All signs indicated that she was genuinely contemplating leaving him. President, the madam might be plotting a complete departure from you, the assistant suggested. Lancheng laughed heartily, utterly dismissing the assistant's conjecture. Leave me? Does she have the heart to do so? He believed she had sacrificed a kidney to attain the status of Mrs. Gu, and there was no way she would easily relinquish such readily accessible happiness. The assistant defended Xiaomi. President, no woman wishes to share her husband with another. Your indulgence of Miss Xiao Xin has repeatedly hurt the madam's feelings. Perhaps this time, she is truly disappointed and has chosen to leave. Lancheng remained unconvinced. I may have neglected her, but before she met me, she was merely a marginalized beggar. Granting her the title of Mrs. Gu is already a tremendous stroke of fortune for her. She should not dare to covet what she does not deserve. There are no tales of Cinderella transforming into a phoenix overnight in this world. The assistant sighed in resignation. Lancheng used the assistant's phone to send a message to Xiaomi. Xiaomi, the company is hosting a grand celebration, and as my wife, you should accompany me for the engagement. Return to the country promptly. Lancheng. He made no mention of his previous promises, as if Xiaomi were merely a puppet, devoid of spirit and thought, subject to his whims. After sending the message, he switched off the phone screen, awaiting her to contact him. In a good mood, he instructed his assistant, gather my close friends, let us dine out. Meanwhile, Xiaomi's phone chimed with notifications as she busily operated her sewing machine. She could only turn to Yan Hongsheng. Xiao Sheng, please check my text messages. She assumed they contained order information from a client. Yan Hongsheng casually picked up Xiaomi's phone, and upon reading the message, his expression instantly turned frosty. Stealing a glance at Xiaomi, he said, Sister, it's a message sent by a stranger by mistake. Xiaomi replied, then respond to him for me. Yan Hongsheng swiftly typed a message in the dialog box. What dog is barking here? Please kindly consult a Chinese teacher on the polite expressions to use when requesting assistance. When Lancheng received Xiaomi's text, he was dining with several close friends, and the atmosphere was lively. Someone teased him, Lancheng, I heard your father ordered you to bring Xiaomi back. Are you planning to go abroad soon? I'm busy lately. She'll return by herself, Lancheng replied nonchalantly. Lancheng, you've left your wife abroad for over 6 months without a word. What if she is upset with you and doesn't he come back? Lancheng, confident as ever, said, she is easy to soothe. Laughter erupted among the group. Indeed, Xiaomi was utterly smitten with Lancheng. She would even willingly give him her kidney without a second thought. When the notification tone of a text message sounded, the assistant's expression brightened as he raised his phone, saying, Mr. Gu, it's a reply from Madam. The friend who had previously teased him about losing Xiaomi wore a look of mock disappointment, saying, a dog can't change its nature. How can Xiaomi, this devoted admirer, ever change her ways with Lancheng? Lancheng lit a cigarette, his smile warm. Xiao Xin remarked, you all don't understand women. They can be so dramatic. They love you dearly yet intentionally cause a fuss just to capture your attention. My sister's upbringing was far from ideal. So when Lancheng shows her a bit of kindness, she clings to him like a lifebuoy. She can't live without him. Lancheng took the assistant's phone and leisurely opened the message. However, upon seeing the conspicuous large letters sent by Yan Hongsheng, his expression soured. When he read Yan Hongsheng's final message, he nearly exploded. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, his friends became tense. Lancheng, who provoked you? One friend leaned in. Upon seeing the message on the screen, the friend nearly reacted with disbelief. Oh my, is this a reply from Xiaomi? I've never seen anyone dare to be so audacious in front of you. Is she courting death? Everyone exchanged glances, shocked. Xiaomi actually dared to threaten our young Master Gu? How bold she has become. A spectacle was about to unfold. Lancheng threw the phone onto the dining table, his face darkening. With 10 times her courage, she wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Someone must have tampered with Xiaomi's phone number and sent me this message. The assistant picked up his phone and, upon seeing the profile picture, remarked with suspicion, this profile clearly belongs to Madam. However, the tone of this message sounds rather masculine. Xiao Xin widened her eyes in shock. Could it be that Xiaomi has found a boyfriend abroad? Lancheng could not possibly believe that Xiaomi would betray him. He clenched his jaw and said vehemently, she wouldn't dare. Suddenly, his assistant made an intriguing observation. Strange, why has the madam changed her name to Yixing, his loyal companion? With a uniquely whimsical thought process, remarked, Xiaomi has even altered her name. Is this her way of bidding farewell to the past? However, Lancheng remained insufferably confident, asserting, she will not leave me. She loves me too deeply to do anything to hurt me. His gaze fell upon the social media platform, and he declared with certainty, her account must have been hacked. In Chapter 14, with his wife missing, Lancheng found himself in a state of remorse. His friend patted him on the shoulder, teasingly suggesting, Lancheng, you ought to find Xiaomi post-haste. If one day she returns, heavily pregnant, to announce a divorce, you will have nothing but tears. Furthermore, it would be quite the embarrassment for the esteemed Gu to be spurned by Xiaomi. Lancheng clenched his teeth, muttering defiantly, she wouldn't dare. Eventually, perhaps due to the impending annual celebration, Lancheng chose to relent. Li Wan, procure a ticket for me to America and also purchase some gifts for my wife. The assistant, with a knowing expression, replied, understood. The following day, Lancheng boarded the flight to America, accompanied by a plush cat toy, a gift procured by his assistant. He had resolved to personally retrieve Xiaomi and bring her home, considering it a form of compensation for his months of neglect. He internally mused, once I reach America and charm her, she will surely return to me willingly. Upon arriving at the Smith's residence, he recalled how, 6 months prior, he had entrusted his assistant with finding a reliable Chinese-speaking family to care for his unfamiliar little wife. However, when Lancheng eagerly knocked on the Smith's door and explained his purpose with anticipation, he was met with bewildered expressions from the couple. Xiaomi, Lancheng called out into the house, expecting her to joyfully rush to greet him. But the anticipated response did not occur. Instead, he was met with the Smith's firm denial. Mr. Gu, please refrain from raising your voice. It disturbs the neighbors. Mr. Smith, I am Xiaomi's husband. I have come to take her home. Please, let her come out. To his dismay, the Smith's next words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. I'm sorry. Miss Chow has not come to see us. Lancheng was utterly taken aback. What? Xiaomi has not come to seek you? It dawned upon him then that Xiaomi had severed her dependency on him 6 months ago, not out of a fleeting whim, but with a genuine desire to leave him. She was like a kite severed from its string, slipping away from his grasp. With a heavy heart, he bid farewell to the Smiths. Mr. Gu, Mr. Smith called after him, offering a friendly suggestion. I recall something. 6 months ago, a foreign student was caught in a street riot in California and tragically lost her life. Her body remained unclaimed and was ultimately processed by federal authorities. Perhaps you might inquire there? Lancheng's handsome face paled, and his voice softened. I understand. Thank you. He arrived at the Federation office, disheartened, to articulate his intentions. The staff admonished him, you were too late. Where were you 6 months ago? Her remains have already been cremated, and the perpetrator has been executed. Her identity is now beyond ascertainment. However, based on the autopsy records from that time, we can provide you with some information. She was 22 years old, donned a red dress, had long hair, and weighed approximately 90 pounds. Beyond that, we are unable to assist you. Please leave. Lancheng was entirely unaware if Xiaomi ever possessed a red dress, and he was not even sure of her hairstyle. Filled with rage, he pounded his fist on the table and exclaimed, Is this how you conduct your duties? The deceased may very well be my wife. Can you not empathize with my grief? The staff regarded him as if he were a fool. Sir, if you truly cared for your wife, you would not have taken 6 months to realize she was missing. A husband like you, she probably would not wish to be found even in death. Lancheng felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, he was not a worthy husband. If Xiaomi did not reach out to him, he would not take the initiative to contact her. In her presence, he had always felt inherently superior. Trembling, he exited the Federation office. Hearing the mocking laughter of the staff behind him, what a scoundrel! How could his wife possibly care for such an irresponsible man? His heart jolted. And for the first time, he harbored a profound sense of guilt towards Xiaomi. Ultimately, he had betrayed her. Xiaomi, I am sorry. Where on earth are you? The sorrows and joys of humanity seldom resonate with one another. At that very moment, Xiaomi, residing in Milan, was met with a cascade of joyous news. She was summoned to her teacher's office, where an exhilarating announcement awaited her. Yisheng, I have registered you for the newcomer competition of the 24th Global Fashion Festival. Prepare yourself. I believe you will achieve remarkable results. Xiaomi's spirits soared instantly. Although this competition would not solidify her status in the fashion design industry, it was a gateway to mentorship from titans of the fashion world. If she secured victory, she would have the opportunity to study under the esteemed Jasmine, a paragon of luxury fashion design. Jasmine not only founded a global luxury brand and achieved tremendous success, but was also recognized as one of the top 10 influential figures impacting women worldwide. Moreover, she was a philanthropist. Coincidentally, she and Xiaomi had crossed paths once before. Yet, Xiaomi had no desire to reminisce about that encounter. At that time, she had accompanied Gu Lancheng to a grand banquet as his legitimate girlfriend. Due to Gu Lancheng's indifference and neglect, she had not prepared an appropriate gown, rendering her a laughingstock among the elite. Whispers circulated behind her back, branding her as merely a pet kept by Gu Lancheng. Though born into modesty, she possessed her own dignity. She approached Gu Lancheng, pleading for a little more living allowance so she could procure a somewhat presentable outfit. But what was his response? He shot her a disdainful glance and coldly retorted, "Xiaomi, must you be so vain?" Xiaomi stood frozen, bewildered. She merely sought a slightly decent dress. Yet he accused her of vanity? He bestowed upon Xiao Xin countless jewels, an array of limited edition handbags, and high-end garments. Yet he never accused her of vanity. She offered no retort, merely staggering out of Gu Lancheng's room. That night, she concealed herself in the lounge, weeping bitterly until dawn. In her sorrow, she lamented that one's birth seemed to predetermine the conclusion of their life. Just when she felt most desolate, Teacher Mo Li appeared by her side. She lifted her tear-streaked face as Teacher Mo Li praised her as a natural model, extolling her with the beauty of a supermodel's visage. Teacher Mo Li gifted Xiaomi an exquisite piece of jewelry, a solitary moon that could rival the queen's crown. It was the most precious gift Xiaomi had ever received. As she departed, Teacher Mo Li gently imparted, "Remember, Xiaomi, every girl is her own queen. You must learn to love yourself well." Mo Li was a guiding light for Xiaomi. Alas, the foolish girl realized her truth far too late. "Xiaomi." Teacher Mo Li approached her, noticing her daze. "Did you hear my words?" Xiaomi snapped back to reality. "Teacher, I will give it my all." The teacher smiled with satisfaction. "If you encounter difficulties, remember to seek my assistance." "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 15. The Brothers' Reluctance for Study. The sisters' outburst. Gu Lancheng returned alone to the imperial capital. Upon learning that Gu Lancheng had failed to bring Xiaomi back, Father Gu erupted in a furious rage. He berated Gu Lancheng mercilessly, exclaiming, "I forbade you from marrying Xiaomi, yet you insisted on marrying her to save your infatuation. Now that you are wed, you ought to cherish your life with Xiaomi. A married couple should support each other. Although Xiaomi hails from a troubled family, she is a dutiful and kind-hearted child whom we have accepted. Yet you have entangled yourself with her sister, causing Xiaomi profound heartache. Which is why she refuses to return, is it not?" Father Gu's ire only intensified as he continued, "If Xiaomi does not return, you need not attend the Gu family's annual gathering. Better to avoid public scrutiny." Mother Gu, visibly shaken, interjected, "Dear, Lancheng will surely coax Xiaomi back. Please give him some time." Gu Lancheng was the sole heir of the Gu family, but this was contingent upon his ability to uphold the family business. Should he falter, numerous illegitimate heirs would emerge to take his place. This was the source of Mother Gu's fear concerning Father Gu's threat to revoke Lancheng's participation in the gathering. With heartfelt persuasion, Mother Gu implored Gu Lancheng, "Lancheng, this year's annual meeting is unprecedented in scale. As the Gu family collaborates with the Yin and Si families for a grand alliance gathering, you must attend as the heir of the Gu family. Only then can you meet the elders of the Yin and Si families. Gaining their approval will undoubtedly bolster your career. Lancheng, listen to me. Do whatever it takes to bring Xiaomi back." Suddenly, Gu Lancheng flung open the door, his countenance despondent. "Mom, Xiaomi is missing." Mother Gu stood stunned, her intention to reprimand him evaporating upon seeing his desolate expression. Father Gu delivered a fierce kick to Gu Lancheng's abdomen, to which he offered no resistance. In a voice laden with sorrow, Father Gu lamented, "How could you be so negligent? You only realize your wife has been missing for so long now. You fool. Do you comprehend the catastrophic consequences this will bring upon you and the Gu family? We must ensure the media remains oblivious to your wrongdoing towards Xiaomi. Remember, the cause of Xiaomi's disappearance must not be traced back to you." Gu Lancheng's lips moved as if to defend Xiaomi, but ultimately, he recalled his own future and fell silent. Mother Gu interjected, "You are too compassionate. This matter is best left to me to handle." Days later, the internet buzzed with reports of the young mistress of the Gu family having an affair during marriage, eloping overseas with a man, while the young master pursued his beloved wife. debasing himself to follow her abroad. However, the resolute Mrs. Gu had made her decision, callously abandoning her infatuated husband. The reports painted Xiao Mi as an utterly irresponsible and fickle woman in matters of the heart, while Gu Lancheng was depicted as a devoted, doting husband. The media showcased Gu Lancheng's willingness to defy immense family pressure in marrying the Cinderella figure, Xiao Mi, showering her with affection and even caring for her gravely ill sister out of love. The articles featured images of Gu Lancheng's travels abroad and his tender attention to Qiao Xian. Under the trending topics, Qiao Xian promptly liked the tweet, tacitly acknowledging the veracity of the report. Consequently, public sentiment towards Gu Lancheng was filled with sympathy and compassion, while Xiao Mi faced a tempest of scathing criticism. Ignorant netizens unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Xiao Mi. Oh heavens, how fortunate she must be to marry Gu Lancheng. Yet, she fails to cherish such a splendid husband, bringing infidelity upon him instead. What of her dignity? Does she possess any? Perhaps she is a faceless specter. Even her own sister is compelled to publicly denounce her, revealing the depths of her character's depravity. Such a woman deserves to meet a tragic end on the streets. Yin Hongsheng, while indulging in a mobile game, inadvertently caught sight of the trending topics in the country. Witnessing Xiao Mi on the verge of being engulfed by the tide of public opinion, he could no longer restrain himself. He registered an account named Guardian of Flowers and voiced his dissent from the heights of a towering building. Is it possible that the young master and the sister-in-law are entangled in an affair, thus hurting Madame Gu's heart, prompting her reluctance to return as his mere tool? This post serves as evidence. Await Madame Gu's return to confront Gu Dog. Yin Hongsheng even spent money to promote his trending topic. His comments swiftly attracted numerous onlookers. And soon, some rational netizens began to echo the sentiments of the Guardian of Flowers, awaiting further developments. I believe this drama will not conclude anytime soon. Madame Gu remains vigilant, closely monitoring the dynamics of public opinion. Regarding the orchestrated movements of the Guardian of Flowers, she merely instructed her confidant with a casual tone. This guardian seems to possess some insider knowledge. We must dig deep to uncover their identity. Provide them with some funds to persuade them to alter their testimony for our benefit. Understood, madam. Recently, Xiao Mi has been preoccupied with preparations for an upcoming competition, neglecting her oversight of Yin Hongsheng. In an apparent bid to capture her attention, he has been particularly troublesome. That morning, Yin Hongsheng curled up on the living room sofa, casting a sorrowful gaze at Xiao Mi, resembling a stray dog wronged by its owner. His backpack lay carelessly at his feet. Xiao Mi, unable to bear it, asked, Xiaosheng, do you not wish to go to school again? Yin Hongsheng clutched his stomach, his pallor evident, and with a tearful expression, he lamented, Sister, my stomach hurts. Xiao Mi was taken aback. Initially, she presumed his claims of school-induced ailments were mere fabrications, yet half a semester into the school year. He indeed manifested bizarre symptoms of headaches, stomachaches, and leg pains every time he attended class. The doctor had diagnosed him with a severe psychological condition typical of students suffering from school aversion. At that moment, he looked at her with an innocent gaze. Pitiable and vulnerable, even the hardest of hearts would surely be softened by such tender eyes. Xiao Mi, inexplicably nodding, replied, Very well then. After all, Yin Hongsheng was still a minor. Should he face psychological issues or succumb to depression, would she not be deemed an inadequate guardian? Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Yin Hongsheng's face. Yet, Xiao Mi felt a pang of anxiety. Yin Hongsheng was a prodigious talent. By indulging his abandonment of studies, would she inadvertently lead this genius to ruin? With reluctance, she patted his head, murmuring, As long as you are happy. Following this, Yin Hongsheng retreated to his room to play games. Xiao Mi took leave to care for him at home, tirelessly attending to his needs. While tidying up the room, she lifted Yin Hongsheng's backpack, only to find it remarkably light. Upon opening it, she discovered that it contained no academic texts, but rather an inappropriate item, a pornographic DVD. Enraged, Xiao Mi's fury erupted. Yin Hongsheng, come out here at once. Chapter 16. The arrival of farewell and the restoration of identity. Yin Hongsheng stumbled out, breathless. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Mi's eyes were reddened, tears brimming as her shoulders trembled with anger. You actually feigned illness to skip school. Do you not understand that all pursuits are inferior, save for the pursuit of knowledge? If you wish to avoid being bullied in the future, you must study diligently. Yin Hongsheng immediately wilted, her once defiant eyes now drooping. Sister, I was wrong. Xiao Mi, distressed and heartbroken, replied, Xiaosheng, I am willing to shield you from the storm. Yet, dear Xiao Sheng, the world is vast, and during a tempest, not all gales can be sheltered from. Reflect upon this. With a huff, she seized her backpack and stormed out. Yin Hongxing pouted. Why the temper? The creaking door echoed once more, and Yin Hongxing smirked. I knew sister was tough on the outside but soft at heart. Suddenly, a pair of polished black shoes entered his room, causing Yin Hongxing's heart to sink. He leapt from his bed and dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, peering through the thin curtain to catch a glimpse of Xiao Mi's frail silhouette retreating into the distance. At that moment, Xiao Mi seemed to sense something and turned back. Yin Hongxing lifted the curtain, raising his hand in a slow farewell. Xiao Mi's displeasure melted away, replaced by a smile as she called back, Xiao Sheng, I will prepare your favorite sweet and sour pork for dinner. As Yin Hongxing was still in his growth spurt, she tirelessly concocted various delicacies for him, and this year, he had shot up by 15 centimeters. With a gaze imbued with affection and innocence, Yin Hongxing replied, Sister, I will wait for your return. The door was violently flung open, revealing a stern middle-aged man who stepped inside. He stood behind Yin Hongxing, arrogantly inquiring, Are you the protector of flowers? Yin Hongxing abruptly pulled back the curtain, nodding coldly. The man tossed a thick envelope at him, and without needing further explanation, Yin Hongxing surmised his purpose. Did Madame Gu send you? To bribe me? The man looked slightly taken aback. You are quite astute. Young man, you have provoked someone you should not have. Yin Hongxing hurled the envelope back at him. Despite the distance, the envelope seemed to carry an invisible force, landing in the man's hand with its sharp edges pressing against him. To preserve Gu Lancheng's reputation, Madame Gu certainly spared no expense. Sending you all this way to bribe me. What if I were to say that I have no interest in her money? Madame Gu said that as long as you are willing to cooperate and alter your statements, you can demand any amount you desire. The man appeared confident that Yin Hongxing would acquiesce to their terms. After all, no one could resist the allure of Madame Gu's generous wealth. However, Yin Hongxing merely scoffed. Your master should first investigate who I am before discussing this business with me. After all, I am not someone who can be easily bought. The man scrutinized Yin Hongxing, noting that though he wore modest clothing, there was an air of elegance about him that suggested he was not of humble origins. Who are you? You are not worthy of knowing my name. Is that so? The man clapped his hands, and in an instant, the room was filled with a sea of dark heads. Young man, my lady wishes to see you. Apologies, but you must accompany me. Yin Hongxing surveyed the modest rental unit, a sense of reluctance washing over him. However, he understood that if he insisted on staying, his identity would inevitably be exposed, bringing considerable trouble to Sister Nianqing. Very well, I shall go with you. But first, you must step outside. I need to leave a note for my roommate. Otherwise, if my roommate calls the police, it could lead to complications. The man and his entourage waited at the door. Yin Hongxing quickly gathered his belongings, taking only a change of clothes, which had been lovingly sewn by Xiao Mi. He left a message for her. Sister, after a year away from home, it is time for me to return. We shall meet again in the martial world. With that, he departed from the rental unit without looking back. In the afternoon, Xiao Mi hurried home after school, only to find the empty room. Feeling despondent, she sank onto the sofa. Although she knew that she and Yin Hongxing were not meant to be, their 6 months of daily companionship had forged a bond akin to that of a pet dog. How could it be different for humans? She felt a profound sadness at his departure, coupled with deep concern for his future. Little Sheng, I sincerely wish for your future to be bright and that all your aspirations come to fruition. She believed that her connection with Yin Hongxing had reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Yin Hongxing boarded an international flight, surrounded by the subordinates of Gu, who feared he might escape. A dozen burly men encircled him, sealing off any possibility of flight. Prior to takeoff, Yin Hongxing sent a text message and then comfortably closed his eyes to rest. They could still hear the steady rhythm of his breathing. As he slept soundly, humph, this kid is quite bold. Having offended Madame Gu, he can still sleep peacefully. Is he not afraid that fate might claim his life on this journey? Yin Hongxing, with his eyes shut, responded, Who is Madame Gu? I do not regard her, nor her son, with any respect. How audacious. Indeed, quite audacious. If you have the ability, let Gu Lancheng come and strike me. Upon landing, the airport was unusually quiet. The normally bustling waiting area was nearly deserted. The bodyguards of the Gu family exchanged glances. Despite Madame Gu's wealth and status, it was beyond her authority as a mere tycoon's wife to commandeer an entire airport. Yin Hongxing walked straight toward the exit. Hurry, follow him, commanded one of the men. However, as they approached within a meter of Yin Hongxing, A group of well-trained guards surged forth, blocking their path. The resistance they attempted was swiftly subdued. Their strength was simply not on the same level. They could only watch helplessly as Yin Hongsheng departed in a luxury car. At the Yin residence in the capital, Yin Hongsheng stood in the living room, awaiting his grandfather. The young man, still in his formative years, exuded the elegant demeanor of a blossoming tree, yet radiated the composure characteristic of a mature man. The opulence surrounding him paled in comparison to his presence. His dark features bore an adage of profound wisdom. The conflicts between individuals are not determined by truth, but by power and status. Thus, he deigned to grace this place with his presence today. As the young master of the Yin family descended from the upper floor, he beheld the figure of Yin Hongsheng, an embodiment of elegance and poise, exuding an air of unassailable authority that rendered his own pretentiousness laughable. The young master's eyes instantly filled with ire. Although Yin Hongsheng had done nothing to provoke him, his solitary pride cast the heir of the wealthy family in a ridiculous light. Yin Hongsheng, what brings you here? You are not welcome in my home. Chapter 17. Youthful Recklessness, a Duel for Succession. Yin Hongsheng's voice was frigid. This is my home. I come and go as I please. You have no say in the matter. Young Master Yin, his face contorted with rage, retorted. This is my home. I have lived here since childhood. And you? This is your first visit in 16 years, is it not? Yin Hongsheng replied. A crow occupying a magpie's nest, and you still have the audacity to speak. Young Master Yin, infuriated, exclaimed, I am a full 12 years your senior. My mother knew my father long before your mother knew him. Yin Hongsheng shot back. Shall I enlighten you on the law? The civil code stipulates that only children born to legally married couples are recognized as legitimate. Since your mother and my father were never legally wed, it implies that you were born from an affair. Young Master Yan's cheeks flushed with indignation. Just wait. I will have my father expel you. At that moment, the butler emerged from the study, observing the flustered young Master Yin and the composed Yin Hongsheng. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips as he approached Yin Hongsheng, respectfully stating, Young Master, the elder has summoned you. Yin Hongsheng nodded silently and proceeded toward the study. Young Master Yin, bewildered, turned to seek out his father. In the study, Old Master Yin sat in a black leather swivel chair, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Hongsheng. The latter met his stare unwaveringly. Old Master Yin anticipated that the boy would inevitably come to him to lament his grievances. However, upon witnessing Yin Hongsheng's profound and enigmatic gaze, along with his unusually mature countenance, he realized he could not easily dominate this child. I am genuinely pleased that you have returned, he remarked with depth. Yin Hongsheng responded. Fortune favors the fortunate. Through adversity, one finds auspiciousness, with benevolent patrons aiding one to a long life. Old Master Yin sighed. I have heard of your tribulations in Milan. Rest assured, I will uncover the perpetrator behind your misfortunes and provide you with answers. Yet Yin Hongsheng replied, Grandfather, you need not trouble yourself. I shall manage my own affairs. Old Master Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yin Hongsheng's composure and tranquility far surpassed what one would expect from someone of his age. I lament the circumstances surrounding your mother. It was my stubbornness, along with your maternal grandfather's, that forced her into a union with your father. Your father never loved your mother. His heart always belonged to Qin Yun. Over the years, your mother failed to warm his heart, and she chose a most tragic end to her life. I hope you can comprehend her choice and empathize with your father's predicament. Yin Hongsheng's hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched into fists, yet his expression remained serene. It is all in the past. Old Master Yin felt a sense of relief. Hongsheng, those who live must look forward. You are the legitimate grandson of the Yin family and the grandson of the Si family. None in the capital can boast a lineage as esteemed as yours. The extent of your capabilities will dictate the breadth of your stage. You shall reside with the Yin family for a time, during which I hope you will learn more about the business from the family tutor. I wish for you to take over my company at the earliest opportunity. Yin Hongsheng replied, I shall faithfully follow your wishes, grandfather. Master Yin said, You may leave for now. He then inquired of the steward, Have you prepared a room for young Master Hongsheng? The steward replied, Sir, I have allocated a room for young Master Hongsheng on the 3rd floor where the young masters and ladies reside. Hongsheng's status is incomparable to those illegitimate children outside. Assign his room adjacent to mine and ensure his monthly allowance reaches 8 figures. I shall personally guide this child, commanded the old gentleman. In the Gu family, Madame Gu sat in the garden pavilion, savoring her tea, her face radiating the joyful contentment typical of a wealthy matron. "Madam, Cheng Cheng has returned. Let him in," Madame Gu exclaimed with delight. Cheng Cheng was known for his reliability in tasks, and she believed he would not disappoint her this time. However, to her surprise, upon seeing Madame Gu, Cheng Cheng appeared guilt-ridden and self-reproachfully struck his own face twice. "Madam, I failed to bring back the flower protector as you wished. Please punish me. What could possibly have transpired?" Madame Gu was astonished, for she perceived the task as straightforward. "Madam, the flower protector's identity is likely quite significant. We managed to bring him back to the capital, but unexpectedly, he was intercepted at the airport." The man whispered a few more words in Madame Gu's ear, causing her countenance to shift to one of alarm. To have the power to intervene at the airport. He must possess immense influence. Realizing that she might have provoked a formidable figure, Madame Gu was intent on minimizing the matter. She could not allow the old gentleman to learn of this. Otherwise, he would blame her for failing to achieve her goals and causing more trouble. She resolutely refused to become a burden in the contest for the air in Lan City. "Rest assured, madam, I shall remain tight-lipped. I will discreetly investigate the true identity of the flower protector. If he is of such noble standing and has any connection with that lowly girl Xiaomi, it could spell trouble," Madame Gu mused anxiously. "Very well, I shall proceed at once." The annual year-end celebration hosted by the financial consortium finally arrived as scheduled. The scions of the financial conglomerates spared no effort in crafting a flawless image, often at great personal cost. Meanwhile, Gu Lancheng was stripped of his honor by his father. "Lancheng, since your wife has not returned, you shall not participate in the grand finale of this celebration. It would be unwise for those with ulterior motives to probe into Xiaomi's absence, for you would find it difficult to explain your wife's disappearance." Madame Gu's expression darkened, rivaling that of a liver. "Husband, if you do not allow Lancheng to take center stage, which illegitimate child do you propose to replace him?" Gu father shot her a glance. "It is your own son who lacks ambition. My other son is currently cleaning up after Lancheng. How dare you criticize him?" Madame Gu was infuriated but rendered speechless. At the celebration, Gu Lancheng's half-brother, Gu Weijun, made a grand appearance, particularly after he took over the hosting duties from Gu Lancheng. The heads of several financial conglomerates began to sense a shift in the air. And before Gu Lancheng, they flattered Gu father. "Brother Gu is truly fortunate. We have all witnessed Lancheng's talents. I did not expect you to have such an outstanding son hidden away. When does Brother Gu plan to let him take charge of the Gu family's enterprises?" "Mr. Gu smiled warmly. "This time, we are allowing him to make his debut to pave the way for his appointment as the executive president of the artificial intelligence sector at Gu Group. At that time, I hope you will support him generously." Chapter 18. Touching the forbidden spot. Speechless naturally, the esteemed elders concurred. Families with illustrious lineages, such as the Yin, Si, Gu, and Lu clans, are led by patriarchs who have cultivated their prowess over millennia. Their discerning ability to evaluate individuals is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Those they deem worthy among the younger generation are undoubtedly candidates for inheriting the future of their grand conglomerates. The Gu family, having previously nurtured Gu Lancheng, is now placing its hopes on Gu Weijun, indicating a clouded future regarding the heir to the Gu Group. Observing Gu Weijun's radiant demeanor as he engaged in animated discussions with several patriarchs, Gu Lancheng felt an impending crisis looming. His countenance darkened considerably. To exacerbate matters, a mocking voice suddenly interjected, "Has Brother Gu fallen from grace?" Turning around, Gu Lancheng saw his good friend Yin Shirui approaching with 2 glasses of white liquor. Offering one to him, "Lancheng, do not blame your brother for not warning you. Your actions to cast aside your original partner for a mere infatuation are, frankly, foolish. Now, you have unwittingly elevated your rival right in your own territory. Just look at how well he is received by the esteemed patriarchs." Gu Lancheng retorted, "Do not be so quick to judge me. Your situation is hardly enviable either. I hear your brother has returned home?" Yin Shirui scoffed. "He is but a naive youth, not worthy of concern." "Naive, perhaps, but he has the dual protection of Elder Yin and Elder Si. If he matures successfully, Shirui, your position may become precarious," Gu Lancheng warned. Yin Shirui's gaze darkened, and he tightened his grip on the glass. "Both my grandfather and Elder Si are aging. You are well aware that once they step down, their power dissipates with them." Gu Lancheng shook his head. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. "You are mistaken. I have only heard that the waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves aside. Currently, it is my father who governs the situation. My father and mother are the true lovers, he asserted. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the banquet hall. Wow, how handsome. Whose son is he? I have never seen him before. With looks like that, he must be a celebrity invited to enliven the atmosphere, right? Where is there a celebrity with such an aura? At the entrance of the hall stood Lancheng, clad in a tailored black suit, his tall stature akin to a majestic mountain, exuding an air of maturity that belied his youth. Both Elder Yin and Elder Si displayed expressions of pride and delight, striding purposefully towards Lancheng. Hongsheng, why have you only just arrived? Elder Yin chided him playfully, revealing his evident fondness. Elder Si, with utmost warmth, grasped Lancheng's hand and exclaimed, "You rascal! I thought you were suffering out there, causing me sleepless nights and loss of appetite. Yet here you are, not only taller, but also healthier. It seems your year has treated you well." He could not resist the urge to boast. "Truly, you are the grandson of Siju." Elder Yin interjected, "Grandson-in-law." "A grandson is still a grandson," Elder Si retorted. Thus, the two old friends began to bicker in front of the assembled guests. S. gaze fell deeply upon Gu Lancheng, who stood not far ahead. Gu Lancheng felt a sense of bewilderment. Shouldn't Nemesis be? Yet, why was he fixating on him? Addressed, and with utmost humility, "Grandfather, Grandpa, I beg your pardon." He then stepped forward to stand before Gu Lancheng, extending his hand in a friendly manner, his smile particularly profound. "Mr. Gu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Just as Gu Lancheng reached out to shake his hand, he heard the most unwelcome news whispering in his ear. "I have heard that your esteemed wife has gone missing. If Mr. Gu requires assistance, I would be willing to offer my modest support." The surrounding sounds abruptly vanished, and astonished expressions adorned the faces of all. Whispers began to circulate. "Madame Gu is missing." Someone suddenly realized. No wonder she was absent from such an important occasion. Thus, Gu Dong had unexpectedly decided to nurture the second young Master Gu. It was clear his intentions were not solely focused on the matter at hand. Gu Lancheng's heart sank into an abyss as he gazed at the instigator, who wore an expression of innocent delight. It seemed he was entirely oblivious to the calamity his seemingly casual remarks could bring to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng found his smile unnervingly warm, yet it sent shivers through him. He had no choice but to respond courteously. "I am unsure where you gathered such unfounded rumors." Young Master Yen replied earnestly, "Is it not all the rage online? It is said that Mr. Gu's closeness with his sister-in-law has caused his wife to become jealous and leave home. A few days ago, Mr. Gu traveled abroad to pursue his wife, only to return disappointed. The moment Gu Lancheng regretted most in his life was this instant, wondering why he had dared to engage in conversation with this socially inept individual. Young Master Yen is still young and perhaps unaware that the online environment can be rife with deception. I advise you to refrain from believing those baseless rumors. My wife is in America, living quite well. As for my relationship with Xiao Xin, it is not as ludicrous as the rumors suggest. I merely appreciate Xiao Xin's talent and intend to support her in becoming the chief designer for my luxury brand." Feigned surprise. What a coincidence. I too am considering founding a luxury brand. Thus our paths shall intersect. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. Were it not for his innocent smile and their lack of enmity, he would have almost believed him to be a fool sent by fate to antagonize him. Why else would he consistently touch upon his sore spots? "May I inquire who your chief designer is, young Master Yin?" Gu Lancheng, a savvy businessman, understood that knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is crucial for victory. Devoid of ulterior motives, replied, "Her name is Niansheng." A look of disdain flickered in Gu Lancheng's eyes. "I have not heard of this designer in the industry." Spoke of Niansheng with pride. "She has been busy participating in an international fashion competition. Once her schedule permits, I shall certainly introduce her to you." Gu Lancheng scoffed inwardly, wondering how an unknown could be worthy of an introduction to him. He maintained his aloof demeanor. How fortuitous. "My chief designer, Xiao Xin, will also be participating in this fashion competition." Thus, two emerging companies had commenced their rivalry even before the contest had begun. Gu Lancheng declared earnestly, "Young Master Yen, you should caution Miss Nianxing to be vigilant. Our chief designer will undoubtedly exert every effort." Yin Hongxing responded with a knowing smile. "I eagerly await the outcome." After their conversation concluded, Gu Lancheng departed with a grim expression. As he passed Yin Shirui, he patted his brother's shoulder and whispered softly, "Indeed, you are quite the peculiar brother. Every word he utters stirs my ire." Yin Shirui wholeheartedly agreed. "I have long warned you that this headstrong youth is hardly a threat. He is utterly oblivious to the subtleties of conversation, merely a carefree scion. Unbeknownst to them, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yan Hongxing's lips. Chapter 19. The reunion of spouses and the transformation of the ladies soon. Rumors of Gu Lancheng's transgressions, favoring his concubine over his wife, began to circulate within the affluent circles, inciting a collective outcry from the elite ladies. Gu's father expended considerable effort to dispel various unfavorable tales, though Gu Lancheng's reputation suffered some damage. Disappointed in his son, Gu's father further rewarded Gu Weijun with several companies. In his quest to reclaim past glory, Gu Lancheng found himself compelled to stake everything on his newly established luxury brand. This battle was one he could not afford to lose. He needed to demonstrate to everyone that his personal shortcomings could not overshadow his business acumen. More importantly, he must prove that his close association with Xiao Xian was purely for professional purposes. In Milan, Xiaomi was nearing the completion of preparations for the grand competition. Despite creating numerous outfits, none were suitable for the high society clientele. This was not due to a lack of creativity, but rather her financial constraints, as she could not afford the finest fabrics and accessories. This predicament left her feeling anxious, fearing that her shortcomings would lead to Jasmine, her mentor, to abandon her. At that moment, an unexpected sum appeared in her bank account. As Xiaomi counted the zeros, an astonishing 8-digit figure, her eyes widened in disbelief. Had she ever encountered such wealth in her lifetime? Should she report this to the police? Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. With trembling hands, she answered. "Sister." The voice she missed flowed like a gentle stream. Xiaomi exhaled. "Xiaosheng, where have you been?" Yan Hongxing's voice was tinged with sadness. "I have returned home. Sister, I do not wish to leave you, but I cannot resist my family's arrangements at this time. Will you forgive my sudden departure?" A pang of sorrow gripped Xiaomi's heart. "Xiaosheng, I do not blame you. I am merely worried about you." She was acutely aware of the Yan family, the wealthiest clan in the capital, whose power dynamics shifted rapidly, often leading to dire consequences for those who fell from grace. The thought of Yan Hongsheng remaining in such a tumultuous environment troubled her deeply. After a prolonged silence, Yan Hongsheng reassured her. "Sister, grandfather treats me well. You need not worry. How have you been?" Xiaomi, ever the bearer of good news, replied, "Xiaosheng, I have been busy, immersed in preparations for the emerging fashion designer competition, and have neglected you." Yan Hongsheng expressed genuine happiness for her. "Sister, focus on the competition. Use that money. If it is insufficient, just ask me for more." Curiously, Xiaomi inquired, "Why are you giving me such a substantial amount?" Yan Hongsheng candidly explained, "Sister, this money is to support your participation in the fashion competition. I have heard that Gu Lancheng has invested heavily in sponsoring Xiao Xian for this event." After a pause, she added, "Teacher Jasmine specializes in serving the queens and princesses of European royalty, and the works presented will undoubtedly revolve around luxury. If you lack funds, you will likely just be running alongside this competition." Xiaomi recognized that Yan Hongxing's generosity was a timely blessing. Yet, she felt apprehensive, fearing that if she squandered such a significant sum without achieving success, it would render Yan Hongxing's investment futile. "Sister, in truth, I do not concern myself with the outcome. My only worry is for you. I fear that losing the competition may bring you unhappiness. Therefore, I offer you this money. Give it your all." "Xiaosheng, I cannot possibly spend such a large sum. I will keep the remaining amount for you, and when you grow up, it shall be used to secure a bride." Yan Hongsheng, "With my handsome appearance, must I pay to marry a wife?" Xiaomi laughed until her stomach hurt. Once her laughter subsided, she rationally analyzed. "Given Xiaosheng's qualities, countless young ladies will undoubtedly pursue you. However, Xiaosheng, should you encounter someone whose heart is entirely devoted to you, what harm is there in indulging her? Rest assured, sister, if the person I marry is one I have chosen myself, I shall cherish her for a lifetime." Xiaomi laughed, remarking, "I truly wonder which fortunate girl will wed our Xiaosheng." Despite their 6-year age difference, Yan Hongsheng and Xiaomi shared endless conversations. As their discussion drew to a close, Yan Hongsheng reminded Xiaomi, "Sister, please refrain from visiting the internal network recently." Xiaomi paused, suspecting the reason. She now lived as if she were a simple organism, like a paramecium, instinctively avoiding harm and seeking comfort. Thus, she obediently responded to Yan Hongsheng, "Very well. I shall not seek out discomfort." Yan Hongsheng replied, "That is good." With 3 days remaining until the fashion design competition, emerging designers from around the globe flocked to Milan. causing accommodations in the city to fill rapidly. Gu Lancheng, unwilling to see his beloved suffer, chose to stay at the most luxurious hotel in Milan. In pursuit of inspiration to refine her design, Xiao Xin urged Gu Lancheng to accompany her to Milan's wholesale fabric market, hoping that a few minor enhancements would elevate her work to perfection. Initially, Gu Lancheng resisted. Xin, your health is fragile. You must not overexert yourself. Xiao Xin, employing her charms, pleaded, Lancheng, this competition is of utmost importance to me. You know my lifelong dream is to secure the championship in the global fashion competition. Overwhelmed by her expectant gaze, Gu Lancheng relented. Very well. He became her devoted protector, accompanying her through Milan's largest raw materials market. They arrived at Milan's most opulent fabric store. Xiao Xin was instantly captivated by the vibrant array of fabrics hanging from the ceiling, eagerly exploring the textures with delight. Coincidentally, Xiaomi was also present in the fabric store. Utilizing the substantial funds provided by Yin Hongsheng, she made the difficult decision to purchase several exquisite fabrics. Crafted from the finest cashmere and seahorse hair, interwoven with alpaca wool, and enhanced with gold and diamond powder. Her ability to acquire such luxurious materials was owed to her mentor's intervention, who had spoken favorably to the proprietor, allowing her to procure these invaluable fabrics. Otherwise, given her status, she would have never even laid eyes on such limited edition materials. Just as the proprietor was preparing to pack the fabrics for Xiaomi, Xiao Xin suddenly grasped a piece. Excuse me, I shall take this fabric. The proprietor, looking troubled, replied, I'm sorry, but this fabric has already been purchased by that young lady. Gu Lancheng approached, stating, I can purchase your fabric at a high price. The proprietor gestured towards Xiaomi, saying, Sir, this fabric is our shop's most expensive item, with an annual global sales volume of merely 1,000 meters. There are no more available. If you are insistent, perhaps that young lady could allocate some to you. Naturally, the gazes of Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin fell upon Xiaomi. At that moment, Xiaomi donned a grass-green blazer paired with an A-line skirt of the same hue, adorned with a flowing sash of modest width that danced in the air, embellished with traditional Chinese motifs. Her hair was styled in a princess-like fashion, with gentle curls, which imbued her with a vibrant energy. Gu Lancheng found himself entranced by Xiaomi. He did not recognize her, yet he was inexplicably drawn to this slender young woman of average height, who radiated the warmth and charm of a neighborly girl. He could not fathom why he suddenly felt an unexplainable affection for her. It was not until Xiao Xin called out, Xiaomi, that Gu Lancheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and upon closer inspection, he discerned the undeniable resemblance between this girl and Xiaomi. Chapter 20. Sisterly Rivalry. The younger sister's triumph. Gu Lancheng suddenly lost control and reached for Xiaomi. But to his astonishment, she retaliated with a slap, crying out in terror, Ah, you lecher! How dare you harass me? As her words echoed, several men in the shop intervened, blocking Gu Lancheng's path. Seizing the moment, Xiaomi swiftly fled the store. Gu Lancheng's face turned ashen. Although he hadn't clearly seen her face, he recognized her voice. It was undoubtedly his wife, Xiaomi. He desperately tried to explain to the foreign men. I am not a lecher. That girl is my wife. Please let me go. I need to bring her home. The men, however, looked skeptically at Xiao Xin and questioned. She is your wife? Then who is this beside you? Gu Lancheng was rendered speechless, their contempt evident in their gazes. Xiao Xin, who usually clung to Gu Lancheng, quickly intervened to alleviate the misunderstanding. You are mistaken. I am her sister. We are here together looking for my sister. The men reluctantly released him, and Gu Lancheng staggered out, calling, Xiaomi. His voice strained, he searched frantically. Xiaomi, well acquainted with the street, concealed herself in the shadows. Observing Gu Lancheng as he searched for her, her gaze growing colder. Torn between searching for his wife and lingering ambiguities with his first love, she wondered why she hadn't severed ties with him sooner, feeling as though she had sacrificed a part of herself. Gu Lancheng's voice grew hoarse, but Xiaomi offered no reply. Confusion clouded his eyes. He could not fathom why she refused to see him. Hadn't she always been fond of him, relying on him? Surely, upon seeing him, she would rush to embrace him. Xiao Xin stepped forward, halting his frantic search. Lancheng, stop looking. We were mistaken. I just asked the shop owner. And he said that girl isn't named Xiaomi at all. Gu Lancheng was taken aback, a deep skepticism flickering in his keen eyes. If it wasn't her, then why did she run upon seeing him? Xiao Xion's voice softened. Lancheng, if it were Xiaomi, she would have rushed to you upon seeing you. Gu Lancheng's expression began to waver. Could he have truly mistaken her? That girl must also be participating in the fashion competition. You will certainly see her on the day of the event. Let us go? Xiao Xian urged, pulling Gu Lancheng away. He glanced back repeatedly as they walked. Meanwhile, Xiaomi emerged from a corner, dashing away in the opposite direction of Gu Lancheng. Upon returning to her rented room, she collapsed onto the sofa, her mind a whirlpool of chaos. Though she had anticipated encountering old acquaintances at the competition, she had hoped against hope that Gu Lancheng, consumed by his work, might not accompany Xiao Xian. Yet, it became clear that he remained steadfastly by her side, a testament to the lingering affection he held for his first love. Gu Lancheng's attentive care for Xiao Xian only served to highlight his disregard and indifference towards Xiaomi, igniting an impulsive desire within her to seek a divorce. Perhaps, when she saw Gu Lancheng the following day, she should broach the subject of divorce. If he were to refuse, she would consider filing for it instead. She wished for no association with Gu Lancheng whatsoever. The day of the competition arrived as scheduled. Contestants gathered early to draw lots, determining their order of appearance. Xiaomi drew the last number, while Xiao Xian drew the first. A total of 30 contestants participated, each showcasing their designs with models on the catwalk. Each judge assigned scores to the works, and the contestant with the highest total score emerged victorious. As the competition commenced, the atmosphere within the venue turned tense. The stage lights illuminated, and the models gracefully stepped forward in succession. Xiao Xian's creation, crafted from luxurious fabrics and adorned with exquisite jewelry, epitomized the essence of Western fashion, perfectly embodying a regal aura. Her performance earned thunderous applause, a resounding success. The judges unanimously awarded scores above 9.5. Whispers filled the air. Miss Xiao Xian was undoubtedly the dark horse of the evening, destined for the championship. Once Xiao Xian's presentation concluded, Gu Lancheng's anxious heart eased, shifting his focus to locating Xiaomi. However, the subsequent contestants disappointed him greatly, as none of them possessed the Eastern features he sought. Thus, Gu Lancheng abandoned his search for Xiaomi. The scores of the following contestants were undoubtedly lower than Xiao Xian's, which secretly delighted her. She was almost certain of her victory that night. Yet, when the final contestant showcased her designs, the previously dull stage suddenly burst with vitality. Cheers erupted from the audience. Wow, these outfits are incredibly creative. Each set is distinctive. Xiao Xian immediately felt the pressure and quietly inquired of her companion, "Who is contestant number 30? The craftsmanship of her design seems far beyond that of a novice." The nearby contestant, a student from the Milan Fashion Institute, excitedly replied, "Like you, she has Eastern features. Her name is Yisheng." Xiao Xian muttered, "Yisheng? That name is unfamiliar. She is hardly a well-known designer in the fashion industry." Suddenly, a sound of something dropping to the ground drew her attention to the flustered Gu Lancheng. He lowered his voice. "Isn't Yisheng the chief designer hired by Yin Hongsheng?" Xiao Xian's face drained of color. What a remarkable coincidence. Their gazes instinctively turned toward the podium. After the models completed their walk, contestants were to present their design concepts. As Xiaomi stepped onto the stage with a confident and graceful stride, she cast a fleeting glance at Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, acutely aware that her most dreaded reunion was, inevitably, upon her. Gu Lancheng's gaze fixated on Xiaomi. Though her silhouette appeared slender, her proud and dignified posture, along with her long, graceful swan neck and Hepburnesque hairstyle, exuded an air of noble elegance. At first glance, she hardly resembled Xiaomi. Yet, having spent so many years together, they were still husband and wife. How could she withstand his scrutinizing gaze? Ultimately, he recognized her as Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He recalled his arduous journey to America in search of her, only to be misled by federal agents into believing that she had met with misfortune. During that time, he was consumed by guilt for her. Little did he expect that she would ultimately be sitting here, vibrant and full of life. The works of Xiaomi garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience present. Chapter 21. As always, supporting one's lover, a relentless tide of emotions surged within Xiao Xian, who felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Lancheng, Xiaomi's work is immensely popular. She poses the greatest threat to my quest for victory. With a composed demeanor, Gu Lancheng reassured her, "As long as I am here, no one can hinder your path to triumph." His dark gaze fell upon Xiaomi, noting her modest attire. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, Teacher Mo Li is the founder of a luxury brand, catering exclusively to the aristocracy of Europe. While Xiaomi's work is commendable, her inherent humility and impoverished background will undoubtedly be transparent to teacher Mo Li. Her designs exude opulence and grandeur. She would never accept a designer of such humble origins. Mark my words, teacher Mo Li will not award her high scores, nor will she take her as an apprentice. A spark of realization illuminated Xiao Xian's expression. Lancheng, your insights are truly remarkable. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness Xiaomi lacks the means to purchase an extravagant outfit for herself. Lancheng's smile deepened. In the past, she arrogantly rejected my assistance. Now that she has faced setbacks, she may yet return to seek my help. Unexpectedly, teacher Mo Li rose from her seat, her demeanor reminiscent of a traveler who, after a prolonged journey through a desert, suddenly encounters an oasis. Her face radiated excitement and surprise. Miss Niansheng, the garment worn by your model is crafted from the exquisite fabric favored by the Queen of England. Fashioned into a European-style woolen trench coat, adorned with crown jewels that are truly dazzling in their brilliance. This ensemble, priced near 8 figures, carries none of the ostentation typically associated with nobility. Rather, it beautifully encapsulates the allure of the Eastern woman. Your design resonates deeply with me. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. How could Xiaomi afford such expensive materials? Lancheng's handsome visage darkened. He had not anticipated that Xiaomi, who had always been under his influence, could thrive so remarkably outside his grasp. This realization tore at his possessive instincts, leaving him with a stinging sensation on his face. Many judges in the audience rose to their feet, applauding and exclaiming, "Well done! Well done!" Overwhelmed, Xiao Xian broke down in tears, collapsing into Lancheng's embrace. Lancheng, teacher Mo Li adores Xiaomi's work. After all my efforts, I fear it has all been in vain. I can no longer become teacher Mo Li's student. My career is effectively over. Lancheng, pulled from his thoughts, noticed Xiao Xian's reddened eyes and, without hesitation, made a promise. Xianer, do not fret. I will find a way to ensure that Xiaomi willingly relinquishes the opportunity to apprentice under her. As long as she declines teacher Mo Li's invitation, the esteemed teacher will have no choice but to consider you. But what if Xiaomi refuses? Xiao Xian protested. Xiaomi has invested considerable effort into this newcomer competition. Being well-versed in the intricacies of the field, she recognized that Xiaomi's dedication was on par with her own. Lancheng offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I will provide her with financial compensation. She is the young mistress of the Gu family and does not need to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. After the competition concluded, Xiaomi narrowly triumphed over Xiao Xian, securing the championship title. Teacher Mo Li personally presented her with the award. However, due to the prolonged duration of the event, the organizers omitted the segment for selecting apprentices on the spot. The host ascended the stage and announced, "The competition has concluded successfully. If any judges have students they favor, they may privately take them under their wing." Xiaomi gazed at teacher Jasmine leaving the podium, her eyes reflecting a hint of despondency. Just as she was lost in thought, Lancheng had already risen and strode purposefully towards her, his large hand gripping her wrist with an iron-like hold. Xiaomi regarded him with a cold detachment, as though he were a stranger. His piercing gaze stung her. "Xiaomi, what are you doing in Milan? Wasn't I clear that you should stay in America?" he demanded, his voice laced with anger. A mocking smile curved Xiaomi's lips. Just because he had sent her to America, did that mean she was obliged to obey him? To him, she must be nothing more than an unthinking appendage. Lancheng paused, taken aback. "Even if you chose to come to Milan, you should have notified me in advance." At that moment, Xiao Xian approached, adopting a condescending tone as she addressed Xiaomi. "Xiaomi, do you have any idea how worried Lancheng was when you went missing? You ought not to be so willful." She presumed that Xiaomi would still be the same obedient girl from before. Little did she know. Xiaomi scrutinized the two of them with amusement, a smirk gracing her lips. "He has been too preoccupied with you, his radiant moonlight, to spare a thought for me." Both Lancheng and Xiao Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. In an attempt to prove he was not a wholly inadequate husband, Lancheng explained, "Xiaomi, I went to America to look for you. Had this been the old Xiaomi, she would have been overwhelmed with gratitude for such an effort. Yet now, she found it to be nothing but ironic. When?" She paused. "I recall you promising me that you would come for me 3 months after I left. Yet you only went to America last week." Zhou ruthlessly exposed Gu Lancheng's hypocrisy. If it weren't for the Gu family's need for me, their daughter-in-law, at the annual celebration to bolster your image as a husband, would you even have bothered to make that trip to America? Gu Lancheng's expression turned bleak. He had not anticipated that the current Zhou would be so sharp-tongued and unyielding. Each of her words struck him like a slap to the face. Xiao Xian, stung by Zhou's sarcastic barbs, felt her face flush with discomfort. Xiaomi, how have you become so cruel? Zhou directed her ire towards her. Do you find my words harsh? Then refrain from engaging in despicable acts. For instance, keeping secrets. To her surprise, Xiao Xian began to cry, her demeanor faltering. Xiaomi, how could you misunderstand me so? Lancheng and I were indeed childhood sweethearts, innocent first loves. But ever since he married you, he has adhered to the principles of a gentleman. We have never crossed any lines. Zhou's gaze fell upon their intertwined fingers, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Gu Lancheng awkwardly released Xiao Xian's hand, yet his words came out forcefully. Zhou, do not perceive me as base. I have said it before, I will always be responsible for you. You need not test our bond. Zhou laughed derisively. Gu Lancheng, how do you intend to take responsibility for me? By abandoning me abroad and leaving me to fend for myself? Is this your notion of being a devoted husband? A flicker of remorse passed through Gu Lancheng's eyes. I offered you money. It was your choice to refuse. Xiaomi replied. It is because I wish to sever all ties with you. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Chapter 22. Escape from the Scoundrel. With the noble's assistance, as Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned to leave. However, Gu Lancheng suddenly stepped forward with swift determination, his large hand gripping her wrist tightly, causing her to gasp in surprise. Xiaomi, where do you think you are going? You must come home with me. Xiaomi's gaze fell coldly upon his hand. Gu Lancheng had never shown her any tenderness, even though he was well aware of her delicate skin, which would bleed with the slightest pressure. Realizing his grip was too forceful under her resentful stare, he released her wrist. I apologize. I lost my composure, he said, regaining his usual poised elegance. Xiaomi shook her aching wrist, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, let me go. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. The way Xiaomi once gazed at him with fervor now felt utterly foreign. What had gone awry? With an unyielding authority, Gu Lancheng asserted, Xiaomi, you are my wife. How could I possibly neglect you? Xiaomi's anger turned to incredulity. Gu, the young master, has suddenly taken a morbid interest in me. Could it be that he has grown weary of her? Her gaze brazenly shifted to Xiao Xian. At her words, Xiao Xian felt her blood run cold. Lancheng, she uttered weakly, her voice laden with sorrow and despair. Turning around, Gu Lancheng was met with the sight of Xiao Xian, resembling a withered flower in the wind, gazing at him with an expression of profound desolation. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, and he released Xiaomi's hand as if stung by a wasp, hastening to Xiao Xian's side. Xian heir, he murmured, as Xiao Xian, with tears in her eyes, looked at Xiaomi and implored, Xiaomi, I have endured the painful sacrifice of relinquishing Lancheng to you. Why must you still be so relentless? Do you truly wish to cruelly strip me of the meager wish to remain ordinary friends with him? Xiaomi, you are my sister. How can you be so heartless as to condemn me to a life of solitude? Your hatred towards me is so profound that it would be kinder to end my life than to let me suffer in this existence. Xiaomi regarded Xiao Xian in silence, recognizing the truth in the adage that a crying child is often given sweets. Each time Xiao Xian wept, she found herself scolded by her husband, her father, and her mother. Ironically, it was Xiao Xian who felt the weight of loneliness and injustice. Yet she perpetually played the victim, leading those around her to misconstrue her as a villainess. Now, this theatrical performance was set to replay. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Xian struggled to breathe. Gu Lancheng, distressed, gently patted her back, offering comfort and concern. Casting a fierce glare at Xiaomi, he silently chastised her. Xiaomi, how can you speak to your sister in such a manner? Apologize to her. Xiaomi, exasperated, retorted, if you too wish to flaunt your affection, might you not have chosen a more suitable audience? In front of me, the legitimate wife, you both performed this sordid drama of twisted romance. How utterly repugnant. Xiao Xian remained silent. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened, as if he had tasted something foul. Xiaomi, I recognize that my closeness to your sister has caused you distress. Rest assured, once her condition stabilizes, I will maintain my distance and devote myself to a harmonious life with you. Zhou's anger was palpable, causing her discomfort. Gu Lancheng, There is no way I can live a harmonious life with you unless you remove the women around you. It was clear that their past was irretrievable. However, since Lancheng persistently clung to her, she decided to present him with a challenging dilemma, at least to ensure his discomfort for a few days. She was determined to distance herself from scoundrels and protect her well-being. Xiao Xian's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Her lips trembled as she asked, "Xiaomi, do you truly despise me so?" Zhoumi ignored her completely, turning on her heel to leave. Realizing she needed Zhoumi to transfer her mentorship qualification, Xiao Xian instructed Lancheng. "Lancheng, hurry and coax Xiaomi back." With Xiao Xian's support, Lancheng felt emboldened to pursue Zhoumi. Zhoumi took off running. However, with her short legs and frail body, she was no match for Lancheng's long strides. In just a few moments, he was closing in on her. Just as he was about to catch up, Zhoumi suddenly dashed across the street. A luxurious sports car sped towards her, and Lancheng's eyes widened in alarm. "Zhoumi," the car's speed abruptly slowed, and the window slid down to reveal a strikingly beautiful face. "Sister, get in." Zhoumi hesitated, not recognizing the girl, yet the term of endearment sparked memories of Yin Hongsheng. Without a moment to ponder, she opened the passenger door and climbed in. Lancheng rushed forward, but the sports car darted away like an arrow, and Zhoumi vanished. Lancheng gazed suspiciously at the car, his fists tightening in frustration. When had Zhoumi made such affluent friends? It made sense now. She had the audacity to discard his bank card when she went abroad. It also explained her financial capability to enter the fashion design competition. The car drove a considerable distance before finally stopping by the roadside. Zhoumi looked at the young girl, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18, yet wore her hair in a high ponytail. With an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, she donned a sleek black suit, presenting a polished appearance. "Thank you for rescuing me," Zhoumi said. "It was the young master who sent me to assist you," the girl replied, her voice bright and clear. Zhoumi was taken aback. The girl continued, "The young master of the Yin family." Zhoumi stood stunned, a warmth spreading through her heart like a fire kindled in the depths of winter. This was indeed a timely act of kindness. The girl retrieved a brocade box from the car and handed it to Zhoumi, saying, "The young master instructed that if you achieve a remarkable result, I am to present you with a congratulatory gift." Zhoumi accepted it, opened the box, and found a pink diamond necklace nestled within, surrounded by verdant greenery, vibrant and full of life. In that moment, it felt as though she were witnessing her own rebirth. Her eyes moistening. "He truly put thought into this," she choked out. The girl added, "The young master believes you deserve the finest things in this world." Wiping her tears, Zhoumi smiled radiantly, her gratitude towards Yin Hongsheng deeply embedded in her heart. "Thank you for bringing me such a precious blessing. Sister, my name is Gongli. The young master has entrusted me to accompany you, and I shall oversee your daily affairs from now on." Zhoumi paused, taken aback. She was born into humble beginnings, and from her earliest memories, she toiled in menial and arduous tasks. In her childhood, she had to cater to her irascible mother, and later, she served her benefactor, Lancheng, with utmost caution. Now, being cherished by Yin Hongsheng in such a tender manner, she found herself somewhat at a loss. "You need not accompany me. I can take care of myself," she resolutely declined. Yet, the young girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "Sister, if you choose not to take me in, the young master will surely dismiss me. In that case, my father will undoubtedly force me to marry the old man from our village." A pang of compassion struck Xiao Mi's heart, yet another child devoid of parental love. She felt a profound sense of shared sorrow. Instantly moved by her plight, she decided to take in Gongli. "If you do not wish to return, then stay by my side." Gongli let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thus, Xiao Mi brought Gongli home. Chapter 23. The Betrayal of a Scoundrel and Xiao Mi's Illness. Meanwhile, Lancheng was not idle. In a bid to pave the way for Xiao Xin's career, he nearly exhausted his fortune, solely to arrange a meeting between Xiao Xin and teacher Mo Li. Bound by a web of intricate relationships, teacher Mo Li reluctantly agreed to meet Xiao Xin. On that day, Lancheng assisted Xiao Xin into teacher Mo Li's lounge, where the latter sat upon a sofa, with the works of both Xiao Mi and Xiao Xin displayed on a nearby rack. Upon seeing Xiao Mi's creations, Xiao Xin's smile faltered, a hint of embarrassment surfacing on her face. Teacher Mo Li candidly stated, "Miss Xiao Xin, both you and Miss Nianxing are exceptionally talented individuals. However, after a thorough comparison of your works, I regret to inform you that I have decided to take Miss Nianxing as my apprentice." Xiao Xen, unwilling to accept defeat, inquired, Teacher Emoli, could you enlighten me as to where I fell short? Gently tracing the stitching of her garments, Teacher Emoli replied, your temperament is too impulsive, unlike Miss Nian Sheng, who possesses the calmness and meticulous perseverance essential for achieving greatness. Tears streamed down Xiao Xen's face. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng stood up, declaring, Teacher Emoli, I must regrettably inform you that the Miss Nian Sheng you speak of is my wife. Our family, the Gu family, is a prestigious lineage in the capital, and I shall not permit my wife to establish her own career. She will soon return with me. Teacher Emoli's expression turned to one of astonishment, followed by a sigh of resignation. What a pity. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xen pleaded, Teacher Emoli, if you would accept me as your apprentice, I am willing to amend my impulsive nature. Due to Xiao Xen's earnest appeal, Teacher Emoli agreed to take her on as a student. Xiao Xen promptly announced on her official blog, he truly did not deceive me. I am grateful to him for securing me the qualification to be a student of an idol. Accompanying this message was a timely photograph of two hands clasped tightly together. Through the ring on the slender fingers, Xiaomi recognized them as the hands of Gu Lancheng and Teacher Emoli. Upon receiving this news, Xiaomi felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her mind blank as if she were a statue standing still in the center of the room for an eternity. It was only when Gongmi called out to her, Sister, sister, that Xiaomi gradually returned to reality. She stumbled to the sofa, lifting a teacup to drink hastily. Gongmi crouched before her, tenderly coaxing like a small kitten, Sister, what troubles you? It is merely a missed opportunity to learn from a master. You are a gem, shining brightly wherever you go. There is no need for such sorrow. Xiaomi gazed at her innocent sister. She could not comprehend that this new talent competition was a pivotal chance for her to alter her fate. Despite having won the championship, destiny had not swayed in her favor. Teacher Emoli still favored Xiao Xen. Did this imply that no matter how hard she strived, she could not change what was preordained? Perhaps it was due to overwhelming anxiety, or perhaps the result of countless nights of sleepless toil, but Xiaomi fell ill. She developed a high fever and lay exhausted on her bed. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear the sounds of an argument between Gu Lancheng and Gongmi. I want to see her. Mr. Gu, my sister is unwell and cannot meet you. Her physique has always been robust. How could she possibly fall ill? Clearly, she is feigning sickness to evade me. There was not a shred of concern, merely malicious speculation about her condition. My sister is genuinely unwell, suffering from a high fever. Gongmi stood firmly at the doorway. A fever? Gu Lancheng's demeanor softened. How could she suddenly fall ill when she appeared well just moments ago? Unaware of the enmity between Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi, Gongmi remained completely unguarded. My sister was unable to apprentice under Teacher Emoli, leaving her disheartened and despondent. Gu Lancheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt as he remarked, She is Mrs. Gu, lacking for nothing. She need not venture into entrepreneurship. Why should she lament not having a mentor? Gongmi replied, You have no idea how much effort my sister has invested in this competition. For an entire month, she has scarcely slept, tirelessly managing her fashion show all on her own. Gu Lancheng stood there, his emotions suddenly a tangle. Xiao Xian prepared for her fashion show with merely the need for design sketches, and even she was utterly exhausted. Xiaomi, with no one to assist, had to oversee everything from design to handmade execution. The extent of her toil was evident. Xiaomi struggled to rise, stumbling out into the open. Gu Lancheng. Upon seeing Xiaomi, he was genuinely taken aback. Just yesterday, she had appeared vibrant. Today, she was a shadow of herself, her steps unsteady and her complexion pallid. How did you become so ill? Have you seen a doctor? He inquired. Xiaomi glared at him. Gu Lancheng, we are husband and wife. I have but one question for you, and I expect an honest answer. Gu Lancheng was momentarily stunned. Ask away. He found it encouraging that Xiaomi was willing to engage him. However, when she spoke, his heart plummeted. Did you secretly sabotage my apprenticeship with Teacher Emoli? Xiaomi's gaze bore into his eyes. Gu Lancheng's pupils widened in a guilty panic, his hands fidgeting aimlessly, betraying his inner turmoil. In that instant, Xiaomi comprehended everything, unleashing her anguish as she cried out, Gu Lancheng, how dare you? Why do you treat me this way? Gu Lancheng felt a pang of guilt, attempting to placate her with a gentle tone. Do not be distressed. I can compensate you for the losses incurred in this competition. Xiaomi regarded him coldly. 20 million in costs, countless sleepless nights, barely catching a wink of sleep. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate me? Lancheng was incredulous. 20 million? Where did you acquire such a sum? He could hardly fathom that Xiaomi had invested that amount into the competition. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he questioned her furiously. Such a large sum. Where did it come from? Xiaomi wished to keep Yan Hongxing out of her familial strife and evaded the topic. That is my affair. It does not concern you. Lancheng was infuriated. Have you taken out a high-interest loan? He speculated that with Xiaomi's unappealing character, it was implausible that anyone would lend her such a vast amount. The look in Xiaomi's eyes conveyed a myriad of unspoken words. In his heart, he believed she was destined to live perpetually at the bottom of society, a mere puppet enslaved and manipulated by him. Lancheng, seeing her silence, assumed his conjectures were correct. His expression grew increasingly grim. Xiaomi, I will never assist you in repaying your usurious debts. The money you borrowed is your responsibility to resolve. I have no expectations of you aiding me in this regard. Xiaomi responded with a cold laugh. She had never anticipated his generosity. After all, the monthly allowance he provided had never exceeded 5 figures. In contrast, the gifts he bestowed upon Chao Xin were invariably in the 6 figures. Even the wages he paid the housekeeper surpassed her own. In this lifetime, she could hardly expect him to be magnanimous. Lancheng, exasperated, retorted, do you think that having acquired a skill will enable you to earn a fortune? Xiaomi, face reality. Without my assistance in paving the way, upon your return to the country, you will have to start from scratch in your job search. At that point, with a monthly salary of merely a few thousand, you will toil your entire life and still be unable to repay your current loans. Xiaomi replied, if you fear that I will be a burden to you, then we should divorce. Chapter 24, Weakness in Body, Strength in Will. Reclaiming glory, Lancheng was left in a state of shock. For a fleeting moment, he nearly believed that Xiaomi was indeed eager to rid herself of him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Xiaomi, your ploy of feigned indifference has backfired and may not end well. He gritted his teeth. Xiaomi felt that speaking further was a waste of breath. Lancheng, just leave. I no longer wish to see you. Her expression was one of deep sorrow and hurt. Lancheng softened his tone. Xiaomi, your sister has never harbored grand ambitions. This is her sole desire, and I can only fulfill it. And what about me? My only wish in this life is the same. Xiaomi's heart felt as though it had been violently torn from her chest, leaving her in unbearable pain. Lancheng awkwardly averted his gaze from Xiaomi's defiant countenance. Having me is sufficient for you. Xiaomi laughed in exasperation. I will relinquish you to Xiao Xing. And in return, you can persuade her to give me teacher Emoli. How does that sound? Lancheng's smile gradually faded. Xiaomi, do not utter such angry words. He found it hard to believe that his standing in her heart could be eclipsed by an outsider. Xiaomi, with a tone lacking strength, replied, Lancheng, being your wife is quite unfortunate. She was already unwell, her complexion flushed, and her anger only exacerbated her condition. Lancheng had not anticipated that his favoritism towards Xiao Xing would incite such fury in Xiaomi. He could only endure and try to placate her. Xiaomi, what is so appealing about being a fashion designer? It is arduous and exhausting, requiring one to constantly appease employers. Would it not be better to focus on being my Mrs. Gu? Xiaomi suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with unmasked sarcasm. Lancheng, do you truly believe what you are saying? If being a fashion designer is so undesirable, why then do you painstakingly pave the way for your idealized muse? Lancheng felt a pang of discomfort. He sensed that Xiaomi had become considerably harder to appease. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiaomi commanded Gongmi, shut the door and chase him away. Lancheng was rendered utterly speechless. Xiaomi's disdain for him was strikingly apparent. Xiaomi, stop this nonsense and come home with me. Yet, Xiaomi did not spare him a glance, turning instead towards the inner room. Gongmi smiled playfully. All right, sister. She promptly pushed Lancheng outside and swiftly closed the door. Lancheng pounded on the door in desperation, but Xiaomi ignored him. Concerned that Lancheng's commotion might disturb the neighbors, Xiaomi called the police. The officers, citing noise complaints, took Lancheng away. Lancheng was left dazed for a considerable time. He could hardly fathom that Xiaomi would resort to such measures to extricate herself from his entanglement. The following day, Xiaomi, despite her illness, accompanied by Gongli, made her way to the hotel where teacher Emoli was staying. The meeting did not go smoothly. She braved the cold wind for several hours before finally seeing teacher Emoli and her assistant emerge. Xiaomi hurriedly approached. Teacher Emily, please hold on. I am Nian Shang, a participant in the fashion design competition. Before she could finish her introduction, the assistant interrupted with a smile. Miss Nian Shang, Teacher Mo Li is particularly fond of your work. She praises you as a designer imbued with both spirit and craftsmanship. She is very interested in purchasing your creations at a premium. Would you be willing to sell them to her? Xiaomi was taken aback. She gazed at Jasmine with gratitude. Jasmine, having designed numerous best-selling creations, had shown such high regard and praise for her as a newcomer. Nian Sheng expressed her heartfelt appreciation to her mentor, bowing respectfully. Jasmine, with a warm smile, replied, Nian Sheng, you are not my student. There's no need for such formalities. Xiaomi, with eyes sparkling like stars, responded resolutely. Although Nian Sheng may not have the fortune to be a student in your presence, in my heart, Jasmine will forever be my esteemed teacher. I shall never forget the encouragement you offered me back then. Xiaomi then retrieved the gift Jasmine had bestowed upon her years ago. Jasmine was taken aback. Is it you? She gazed at Xiaomi in disbelief. After several years, you have blossomed so remarkably. Xiaomi, feeling bashful, replied, thanks to the cautionary adage you gifted me, I was able to find my way back. Jasmine, momentarily stunned, then choked up with red-rimmed eyes, said, Nian Sheng, I truly cherish you. Had you not abandoned this path, I believe we would have been the most harmonious teacher-student duo in existence. Xiaomi's face turned pale. Teacher, what do you mean? I have never relinquished my aspirations in fashion design. Jasmine, astonished, stood up. Really? But your husband said. Xiaomi understood. It must have been Gu Lancheng's attempt to elevate Xiao Xin by discrediting her in front of Jasmine. Teacher, he cannot speak for me. I will not forsake my career. Jasmine exclaimed joyfully. That is wonderful. She embraced Xiaomi tightly. That day, Jasmine and Xiaomi engaged in delightful conversation, discussing everything from fashion design to personal preferences. As a mentor, Jasmine was deeply concerned about Xiaomi's private life, for the future of her student's career was intricately linked to her family and marriage. Xiaomi casually shared her struggles with a failing marriage and her entrepreneurial aspirations. After listening, Jasmine was profoundly moved. I once regarded Xiao Xin as tenacious despite her limitations. Although I do not favor her flamboyant style, I was ultimately touched by her indomitable spirit. Little did I know, your arduous sacrifices were behind her success. Xiaomi felt anxious, uncertain whether Jasmine would harbor any reservations regarding her troubled private life. The next day, however, Jasmine's assistant delivered a letter, in which Jasmine announced her decision to accept Xiaomi as her sole in-person disciple, advising her to withdraw from school and join her in America after the new year. Xiaomi was overjoyed. The assistant shared in her happiness. After returning yesterday, Jasmine conducted some inquiries into your background. Upon confirming the truth of your words, she promptly decided to accept you as her student. Miss Nian Sheng, your hardships have finally borne fruit. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiaomi bowed to the assistant. Thank you for your efforts in bringing me this wonderful news. The assistant smiled and reminded her, Miss Nian Sheng, I must inform you that Jasmine is very strict. You should take advantage of this break to accomplish everything you wish to do, for once you are in America, your time will be occupied. Thank you, I understand. Xiaomi responded. After the assistant left, she sat on her bed in a daze, overwhelmed with joy. Gongli was genuinely happy for her sister. Sister, while we still have some leisure time, why don't you take a moment to think about any wishes you have? Let us fulfill them during this period, leaving no regrets. Xiaomi gazed into Gong Li's innocent and pure eyes, a stark contrast to the loneliness she felt when sitting alone by the window at night. Xiaoli, could you please help me purchase a piece of fabric? Remember, regardless of the price, just choose one that you like. Gongli was somewhat puzzled but obediently replied, All right, I shall go right away. Not long after Gongli departed, Xiaomi received a text message from Gu Lancheng. She furrowed her brow, pondering whether Gu Lancheng was so idle as to seek out her contact information. After a moment's contemplation, she swiped her phone screen open. Xiaomi, tonight Gu Lancheng is hosting a celebration banquet for me, and I hope you can attend. My sister is very eager to meet you. Chapter 25. The Schemes of Green Tea. A dead and Xiaomi was left speechless. Xiao Xian had sent her a message using Gu Lancheng's phone. What was the meaning behind it? Was she flaunting Gu Lancheng's affection for her? How amusing, presenting herself as delicate and helpless while being scheming and cunning. Gu Lancheng fell for her act, as did her parents, but Xiaomi refused to indulge her. Was sending me a message from my husband's phone intended to prove the authenticity of your green tea persona, Xiao Xian? Apart from Gu Lancheng, No one appreciates the foul stench of your pretentiousness. After sending the message, Xiaomi felt utterly disinterested and tossed her phone aside, burying herself under the covers for a deep slumber. Upon witnessing Xiaomi's unrestrained mockery, Xiao Xian's face turned pale with shock. She had never anticipated that the typically meek Xiaomi would retaliate so fiercely, employing such venomous language against her. Xiao Xian merely wished for Xiaomi to realize that Gu Lancheng's true affections lay with her, hoping to dissuade Xiaomi from pursuing him. She assumed Xiaomi would respond as she always had, swallowing her pride. But this time, the reaction was far more intense than she expected. In her distress, she turned to Gu Lancheng, tearfully lamenting, "Lancheng, how could my sister humiliate me like this? I only extended a kind invitation for her to attend my celebration." Upon reading the message, Gu Lancheng's handsome features darkened. She is misplacing her anger because she could not successfully learn from her mentor. Xiaomi is a disappointment. If anyone should bear the blame, it should be me. Xiao Xian, feeling despondent, asked, "What should I do? Is my sister angry with me?" "Lancheng, she is my only sister, and she has saved my life. I do not wish for any discord between us. Perhaps you could accompany me to apologize to her?" Gu Lancheng replied, "Your health is fragile. There is no need to exert yourself. If she wishes to sulk, let her be." Displaying a gracious demeanor, Xiao Xian responded. Lancheng, with just a hint of charm, Gu Lancheng yielded. Very well. He escorted Xiao Xian to the entrance of Xiaomi's apartment. Initially, he intended to keep his distance, allowing Xiao Xian to confront Xiaomi alone. However, upon seeing Xiao Xian exit the car with unsteady steps, he could not help but worry for her, ultimately supporting her as they approached the door. After ringing the doorbell once, Gong Li answered. Upon seeing Gu Lancheng, she scowled and asked, "What are you doing here again?" Gu Lancheng's emotions were conflicted. Gong Li's attitude reflected Xiaomi's sentiments towards him, leaving him bewildered as to how Xiaomi had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Steeling himself, Gu Lancheng introduced, "This is Xiao Xian, Xiaomi's sister. She wishes to see Xiaomi. Please call her out." Gong Li scrutinized Xiao Xian with suspicion, remarking, "She looks old and unattractive, hardly resembling someone related by blood." Xiao Xian's nails nearly dug into her flesh. She had always been the epitome of grace, admired for her beauty and academic prowess. However, since falling ill, she had neglected her self-care, and her skin had lost its former luster and brilliance. Those around her, blinded by affection, had falsely praised her beauty, leaving her unaware of her decline. Now, with Gong Li's blunt words, Xiao Xian felt profoundly wounded, her spirit sinking. And Gu Lancheng had no choice but to catch her in his arms. He angrily reprimanded Gong Li, "Silence." Gong Li trembled in fear. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind, belonging to Xiaomi. "Xiao Li, let them in." Gong Li stepped aside, revealing Gu Lancheng supporting Xiao Xian as they approached the living room, Xiao Xian leaning heavily against him. Xiaomi sat before her sewing machine, skillfully threading needle and fabric. She glanced up, catching sight of Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng entwined together, and a mocking smile crept into her eyes. They truly never missed an opportunity to flaunt their affection. Thankfully, she had long ceased to love this scoundrel. Otherwise, the pain in her heart would have been unbearable. As Gu Lancheng noticed Xiaomi's teasing gaze, he released Xiao Xian. "Xiaomi, who are you making clothes for?" Gu Lancheng inquired. Observing the gray fabric spread across the sewing machine, unmistakably meant for a gentleman, his icy demeanor began to thaw, as he surmised that Xiaomi was crafting something for him. Yet, Xiaomi remained silent. Xiao Xian interjected, "Lancheng, it's obvious this is for you. My sister adores you. She's making you a new outfit for the new year." Gu Lancheng reached out to caress the fabric, his disdain for Xiaomi's novice work evident. "Xiaomi, I can purchase my own clothes. I do not require your assistance." Xiao Xian teased, "Lancheng, that's rather ungrateful of you. This fabric is rumored to be exquisite, reserved for the nobility. What Xiaomi gives you is always the finest, reflecting your esteemed place in her heart." Xiaomi nonchalantly snatched the fabric from his grasp, retorting, "Who said this garment was made for you? Don't flatter yourself." Gu Lancheng's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and anger as he grasped the fabric. "If it's not for me, then for whom is it intended?" Gong Li, fearing for the integrity of the fabric, quickly explained, "This is for my sister to make for our master." Xiaomi smiled slightly. "Xiao Li, both you and your master will benefit." Upon learning that Xiaomi was sewing for someone else, Gu Lancheng felt an unexplainable discontent. Xiaomi continued, As the new year approaches, other children have new clothes to wear. You must have them too. Gong Li's eyes brimmed with excitement. Thank you, sister. This will be my first time wearing new clothes for the new year. Xiaomi gazed tenderly at Gong Li, her expression radiating compassion, her voice imbued with a healing power. From now on, I shall make you new clothes every year. Though Xiaomi and Gong Li were not biological sisters, they shared a profound bond of understanding and empathy. One knew how to give, while the other knew how to be touched, epitomizing the highest realm of mutual fulfillment. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng felt rather awkward in the presence of their sisterly affection, with Xiao Xian teasing, Xiaomi, who is this girl? You treat her better than your own sister. Xiaomi paused her work, casting a deep gaze at Xiao Xian. I merely gifted her a piece of clothing. Yet, I have given you a kidney. Xiao Xian chuckled dryly. We are sisters, after all. Nature is inherently diverse. Xiaomi concealed her sharpness beneath a veneer of kindness. I gifted her a garment as a token of gratitude for her unwavering care during my illness. I offered my sister a kidney, yet what did she bestow upon me in return? This serves as a metaphor for Xiao Xian's ingratitude, akin to a treacherous wolf. Before Gu Lancheng, Xiao Xian is excessively concerned with her reputation. When Xiaomi belittled her, her complexion turned a ghastly shade. Even worse than that of a pig's liver. Sister, it is not that I do not wish to repay you. It is merely that my frail body renders me incapable of taking action. I implore you to understand my plight. In this pitiful state, you can accomplish nothing. Yet you still manage to participate in the newcomer competition, usurping the honor of my championship. Xiao Xian wept in frustration. Gu Lancheng cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Xian, but when his gaze shifted to Xiaomi, it was tinged with resentment. Xiaomi, must you be so relentless? Chapter 26. Favoring the sister. I want a divorce. Xiaomi's tone was as frigid as ice. Is it better to be in the right yet unyielding than to be unreasonable and disruptive? Xiao Xian choked back tears, saying, Sister, we are here to invite you to my celebration banquet. I sincerely hope you will attend. Of course, if you choose not to, I shall not compel you. It is merely that I wish to share my joy with you. With that, Xiao Xian tossed her an invitation before staggering away. Gu Lancheng stood frozen in place, glancing between Xiao Xian and Xiaomi, and ultimately sighed before pursuing Xiao Xian. His choice had always been Xiao Xian. Without hesitation, Xiaomi tossed the invitation into the fireplace, filling the room with the acrid stench of burning plastic. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng, who had not yet exited, turned in shock to witness the invitation consumed by the flames, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. After all, the former Xiaomi had been keenly enthusiastic about attending various gatherings, solely to catch a glimpse of Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng's gaze darkened as he spoke, his voice strained with considerable restraint. Xiaomi, your sister's celebration banquet. Wouldn't it sadden her if you chose not to attend? Xiaomi rolled her eyes dismissively. Gu Lancheng, your eagerness to play the sycophant is your affair. Do not involve me. Gu Lancheng's complexion paled. He awkwardly explained, your sister is unwell. I am merely concerned for her well-being. Why must you speak so harshly? Xiaomi retorted with sarcasm. I have yet to see you exhibit such concern for me. Your legitimate wife. Gu Lancheng felt the awkwardness envelop him. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Xian implored, Xiaomi, Lancheng and I are truly in love. His marriage to you is not by choice. If you possess any sense of compassion, return him to me. Gu Lancheng rebuked Xiao Xian angrily. Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiaomi suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Gong Li, worried, asked, Sister, what is wrong? Both Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng looked at Xiaomi in confusion. Xiao Xian cast a furtive glance at Gu Lancheng's head, as if he were wearing a conspicuous green hat. Gu Lancheng's questioning gaze bore down on Xiaomi. She glanced at Gong Li and, with an air of indifference, replied, Nothing, just feeling nauseated by something filthy. Gu Lancheng was rendered speechless. Xiao Xian was equally dumbfounded. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened. Xiaomi, it seems you have been wandering outside for too long and have become quite oblivious to the world. In a few days, you will return home with me and temper your rebelliousness. Xiaomi rolled her eyes at him. You expect me to pack up and leave for abroad at your whim? Why should I? Gu Lancheng, I am not your puppet. You have no right to control me. Gu Lancheng stood stunned, the rebelliousness of Xiaomi shattering his previous understanding. He firmly declared, Xiaomi, you have no say in this matter. In his gaze, she perceived a merchant's resolute decisiveness, which inexplicably sent her heart into a state of disarray. As evening fell, Xiaomi received a text from Yin Hongsheng. Sister, I heard from Gong Li that you have successfully become Jasmine's apprentice. I am genuinely thrilled for you. To celebrate your achievement, I have prepared a surprise for you at the Milan Club. Be sure to collect it personally. Jomi could not help but smile. The Milan Club? Xiao Xian's celebration banquet was also held at the city's largest Milan Club. Some esteemed local entrepreneurs, mindful of Gu Lancheng's status, attended to support Xiao Xian. Additionally, Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's closest friends traveled from afar, ensuring that Xiao Xian received the recognition she deserved. Gu Lancheng reserved a luxurious VIP room at the hotel club and arranged for well-known singers and dancers to perform festive songs and vibrant dances in the main hall. As Xiao Xian gazed upon the jubilant scene, her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Clasping Gu Lancheng's hand, she said, "Lancheng, thank you for hosting this celebration for me. I am truly overjoyed." Gu Lancheng looked tenderly at Xiao Xian, who, despite her makeup, could not conceal her frailty. He recalled the doctor's words. Although the kidney transplant had been successful, Miss Qiao's health had been compromised for too long, and he feared that her lone kidney would not endure for long. Above all, he wanted to do everything possible to bring her joy. "Xianer," he said softly, "as long as you are happy, all of this is worth it." Xiao Xian gently rested her head on his shoulder. "Lancheng, encountering you is the greatest fortune of my life. Alas, it is also my greatest misfortune." Just then, Jomi entered the hall and overheard the nauseating exchange between Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng. Unable to contain herself, she interjected. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng recoiled from each other as if stung by a bee. "Xiaomi," Xiao Xian exclaimed, "I am so thrilled that you could attend my celebration." Jomi replied, "You misunderstand. I did not come to participate in your celebration." Xiao Xian, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you here?" Suddenly, Gu Lancheng shielded Xiao Xian behind him, his tall figure looming protectively in front of Jomi, his expression wary. "Jomi, it is rare for your sister to be this happy. Do not disrupt it." Jomi stared at him. It was undeniable that Gu Lancheng was handsome, wealthy, and well-educated. No wonder she had once devoted herself to him. Yet, Gu Lancheng's affections were forever reserved for Xiao Xian. All his tenderness and favoritism were bestowed upon her, leaving only coldness and indifference for his own wife. Thus, Jomi resolved to cease her love for him. "Gu Lancheng, the champion is me, and I am your wife. You do not host a celebration for me, but for someone else. Do you not think your actions are inappropriate?" Jomi's voice bore no emotion, yet it stirred ripples of unease in Gu Lancheng's heart. He rarely displayed guilt, but now it surfaced on his face. "Xiaomi, your life is long. I will compensate you for whatever you desire in the future, but for now, do not compete with your sister." Jomi smiled. "In your heart, I will always be second. But Gu Lancheng, what should I do? I also wish for my husband to place me first." Gu Lancheng's expression faltered. "Jomi, in a situation like this, it would be best for you not to cause a scene." Jomi scoffed. "If you cannot do that, then just let me go." "What do you mean?" Gu Lancheng asked. Perplexed, Jomi fixed her gaze into his eyes, her voice resolute. "Gu Lancheng, let us divorce." Gu Lancheng stared at her in shock. "Divorce? Don't even think about it." He had never contemplated the possibility of being abandoned by a woman. Jomi declared, "I am resolute in my decision to divorce." Having said that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Gu Lancheng inquired, "Where are you headed?" Jomi glanced back at him and stated emphatically, "My celebratory banquet is in the presidential suite upstairs." Gu Lancheng's expression turned ashen. "Who is hosting this for you?" Chapter 27. He does not cherish her. "For there are others who will." Xiao Xian began to lecture in her sisterly tone once more. "Xiaomi, you have spent so much money participating in the talent competition. It must all be on credit, right? You haven't cleared your debts yet, and here you are, extravagantly spending at Milan's most expensive club. You are risking incurring a substantial amount of debt. You must understand that our father's company has not been performing well these past 2 years and is not generating much profit. He has no money to assist you in repaying your debts." Xiaomi gazed at Xiao Xian with indifference. "He has no money to help me with my debts. Only enough to assist you in getting a kidney transplant, doesn't he?" Tears rolled down Xiao Xian's cheeks. "Xiaomi, I do not wish to use Father's money." "Then why don't you just die? If you die, won't you stop dragging the Qiao family down with you?" Xiaomi could hardly tolerate Xiao Xian's hypocritical demeanor. A sharp slap echoed as Gu Lancheng struck Xiaomi's face, his eyes blazing with fury, resembling a maddened leopard. "Xiaomi, you dare to curse your sister? Are you seeking your own demise?" Xiaomi pressed her burning face and glared fiercely at Gu Lancheng. "Mr. Gu, I recall that we have yet to obtain our divorce certificate, haven't we?" You curse your wife to death to protect other women. Don't you think it is rather unfortunate for the woman who is your wife? In Xiaomi's furious gaze, Lancheng saw a reflection of his own ruthless image. He regained his composure and reached out to caress Xiaomi's face, but she instinctively recoiled from his touch. Meanwhile, Gongli, taken aback by Lancheng's sudden violence, stood defiantly in front of him. Mr. Gu, if you dare to lay a hand on my sister again, do not blame me for being impolite. She spoke through clenched teeth, her voice fierce. Lancheng's hand hung in the air, and upon witnessing Xiaomi's hatred-filled eyes, he awkwardly lowered his hand. Xiaomi, I find myself caught between you and your sister, and it is truly exhausting. Can you please stop this commotion? He was surprisingly despondent. Xiaomi retorted sarcastically, Lancheng, if that is the case, then why not divorce me and openly revel in a blissful life with your white moonlight? Why must you continue to live such a twisted existence? A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes. Yet, Lancheng unhesitatingly rejected her proposition. Xiaomi, I acknowledge that I have not been attentive enough to you in the past, but I will change. Once you return to my side, we shall live harmoniously. Xiaomi regarded him as if he were deranged. Lancheng, you may wait as long as you wish. With that, Xiaomi turned and walked away. Gongli shot a menacing glare at Lancheng. My sister is a Virgo. She would never accept a man with wandering thoughts. So I advise you to be wise and divorce her promptly, granting her freedom. With that, Gongli stuck out her tongue at him and departed. Lancheng's expression darkened to a shade resembling coal. Xiao Xian muttered to herself, how has Xiaomi changed so drastically? Her speech is coarse, and she has become so materialistic. I truly fear she may cause some trouble. Lancheng watched as Xiaomi entered the presidential suite, a sense of reluctance flooding his eyes. He soon followed her inside. Lancheng, wait for me, Xiao Xian called out as she too pursued them into the suite. As Xiaomi pushed open the door, she beheld a tall and upright figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathed in the warm winter sunlight that enveloped him like a golden aura. Xiaosheng. A wave of joy washed over Xiaomi as she hurried over, completely oblivious to the fact that Gongli had not followed her. Instead, he kindly closed the door behind them and stood like a statue at the entrance. Yin Hongsheng turned around, extending his arms in a plea for an embrace. Sister, it's been so long, give me a hug. Xiaomi took a step back, a naive expression gracing her face. Why do you want a hug? Xiaosheng, you're a big boy now. She intended to say that such embraces were perhaps no longer appropriate for them. Yet, recalling that this child had seldom received affection throughout his life, she thought it a rare opportunity to treat him as family. Why not indulge him? With a generous heart, she reached out, expecting a fleeting hug, only to find that Yin Hongsheng was remarkably tall, and her petite frame inadvertently wrapped around his slender waist. The little fellow was indeed well built, though lean. He was firm, as if sculpted from years of fitness. Without further contemplation, she blurted out, are you settling in well at home? Have your stepmother and brother been cold to you? Does Grandpa dote on you? Yin Hongxing held her tightly, as if fearing she might flutter away like a butterfly. He recalled the day he returned home, when a brief quarrel with his stepmother led her to complain to his father during dinner. Without seeking clarification, his father had smashed his bowl on the floor and ordered him to kneel in punishment. He understood that they were asserting their dominance, warning him that he was merely an outsider in the Yin family. That night, he bore it all in silence. Sister, I'm doing well, he finally released her, a bright smile illuminating his face. Xiaomi scrutinized him from head to toe, circling him several times before sighing in relief, reassured of his well-being. It was then she remembered the purpose of her visit and, without hesitation, extended her hand, demanding, weren't you supposed to have a surprise for me? Yin Hongsheng took a couple of steps closer, pointing at his own face. Sister, the surprise is right here. It dawned on Xiaomi that his notion of a surprise was, in fact, himself. She couldn't help but chuckle, feigning annoyance. What kind of surprise is this? It's neither edible nor enjoyable. Yin Hongsheng protested. Sister, do I not look handsome? You should admire me just as you do flowers and the moon. I am the campus heartthrob. Xiaomi tenderly adjusted his tie. Indeed, my little Xiaosheng is the most handsome. It's a pity that it's wasted on that ungrateful mother and son. Seeing such a handsome Xiaosheng every day, they must be eating 2 extra bowls of rice. Yin Hongsheng smiled modestly, fully aware that the mother and son would rather drain his very essence than appreciate his looks. Sister, now that you've apprenticed under teacher Mo Li, what are your plans? Once seated, Yin Hongsheng voiced his curiosity. Xiao Mi's eyes sparkled with serene aspirations. As for me, I plan to learn under teacher Emoli first, and once I have honed my skills, I aim to establish my own clothing brand and start a fashion and jewelry company. Yin Hongsheng furrowed his brow. Is that all? Xiaomi nodded, believing that if she could realize these two dreams, it would be an immense blessing. Sister, what about you and Gu Lancheng? Xiaomi's face turned pale, filled with profound resistance. My tumultuous relationship with Gu Lancheng has left me battered and bruised. I am determined to divorce him, but the cost of such a divorce is far too great. He will not easily acquiesce to my request. Yin Hongsheng remained silent for a moment before smiling gently. Sister, you have only just begun your apprenticeship under teacher Emoli. This is the prime time for you to devote yourself to your career. As for the divorce, let us deliberate it over time. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiaomi's eyes. Indeed, I shall pour all my passion into my career. Yin Hongsheng poured a glass of milk into Xiaomi's hands and raised a glass of white wine. Let us toast to your bright future, sister. When you return, it shall be with resplendent glory. Xiaomi's eyes twinkled with delight, but her smile vanished abruptly upon seeing the glass of white wine in Yin Hongsheng's hand. In a huff, she snatched the wine from him and offered a cup of herbal tea instead. Sister wishes you fair winds and following seas. May you return as youthful as ever. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken feelings swirling amidst the tea and milk. Just then, Gu Lancheng emerged from the elevator, storming towards them. Is Xiaomi inside? He demanded. Chapter 28. Past Lives and Present Fate. Gong Li looked at him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Mister, you has finally remembered he has a wife? Gu Lancheng's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he bellowed. Who is she with inside? Gong Li cast a glance at the irate Xiao Xian beside her. Mr. Gu, you should take care of Miss Xiao Xian. My sister does not need your concern. She has someone who cares for her. I am her husband. He roared. I alone have the right to care for her. Gong Li retorted passionately. You have harmed her body. You are utterly unworthy of being her husband. Xiao Xian stepped forward. Little girl, the matters between my sister and her husband cannot be summarized in just a few words. My brother-in-law has saved my sister's life. Their entanglement runs deep, and we outsiders cannot fathom their relationship. My sister's claims of indifference are merely a manifestation of love unfulfilled. Gong Li, still young and naive, displayed a flicker of confusion, then called out into the house, Sister, brother-in-law is here. Before her words could settle, the door swung open, revealing a tall, slender man. He wore a cap, sunglasses, and the scarf knitted by Xiaomi, radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression. His voice, rich and deep, carried an air of chilling authority. Who did you call brother-in-law? If you dare to call him that again, believe me, I will toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Gong Li shrank back, murmuring, Master. But he truly is my sister's husband? Husband? A husband is one who stands within a foot of his wife. But who does he serve closely? That vicious woman who has harmed your sister's body. He is unworthy of being called your brother-in-law. Gong Li, your intelligence must match your prowess. Gong Li, feeling ashamed, replied, I was wrong, Master. Xiao Xian's face drained of color. Raised as the center of admiration, she was often praised for her beauty and kindness. Never did she imagine that one day she would be labeled a wicked woman. Her image had shattered. Gu Lancheng scrutinized the man before him with piercing hawk-like eyes. This man exuded an invisible pressure that he had never encountered in the imperial capital. Who are you? Gu Lancheng asked, suppressing his anger. You are unworthy to know. Came the cold reply, as if from the depths of the underworld. Gu Lancheng glared at Xiaomi in anger. As a young lady, you should be cautious in choosing your friends. Beware of being sold out one day and then counting the money for others. Xiaomi found it amusing. Isn't that the truth? Wasn't I sold out by you once? Gu Lancheng realized her remark referred to the incident involving her kidney. He ultimately felt that he had not acted with sufficient integrity in that matter and indeed owed her an apology. Xiaomi, what must I do to appease you? Xiaomi's fists clenched tightly. Appease? How could she possibly be appeased? Once, he had taken advantage of her youth and ignorance, promising her a bright future. She foolishly followed him. He provided her with a cramped room and a steaming bowl of congee, and she was elated. She clung to his arm, vowing, Mr. Gu, thank you for giving me such a warm home. I will repay you in the future. I am willing to do anything for you. She was a woman of her word. During those years, she devoted herself to serving him at the Gu residence. He had a weak stomach, so she learned to prepare various nourishing congee, repeatedly reheating meals just to ensure they were at the perfect temperature when he returned home. Had Gu Lancheng been forthright from the beginning, Acknowledging that Xiao Xin was his beloved, that he could not bear to see her perish, and that he needed her kidney, she would have willingly complied. After all, she was prepared to sacrifice her life for Gu Lancheng. Yet, who could have anticipated such a cruel truth? So devastatingly cruel. He feigned love for her, pretended to marry her, to obtain her kidney. He even suppressed his disgust to consummate their marriage, soothing her into a false sense of security, leading her to sign the surgical consent form without hesitation. Alas, fate took an unexpected turn. She became pregnant that very night. And then, Xiaomi's thoughts traversed the long river of time. A mother's strength, for the sake of her child, she pleaded with him to cancel or postpone the surgery. But his expression was colder than ever. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a ring of smoke, and with no trace of emotion declared, Xiaomi, Xiao Xin has waited too long for this moment. I do not wish for her to suffer any longer. Each additional day of waiting brings her more pain. But I carry your child, she protested. If you harm me now, the child will be in danger. Children can be conceived again after one is lost, he replied. Dear husband, please, this is our child. I do not wish to terminate this life. If you wish to keep it, then keep it, he said. She believed he would ultimately show mercy and spare their child. But what transpired next? She was forcibly taken to the operating table. He did indeed fulfill his promise, allowing her to give birth. Yet due to the excessive medication she had taken, the child was born with congenital deficiencies and ailments. He never once regarded the child with his eyes, but she could not bring herself to abandon her offspring. She tenderly nurtured the child as she grew, and eventually, the girl blossomed into a delicate, exquisite beauty at the age of 3, radiating charm. Yet Gu Lancheng insisted that her daughter donate blood to the ailing Xiao Xin. As their blood types matched, she desperately tried to prevent it, but Gu Lancheng repeatedly reassured her that it was merely a blood donation, that nothing would go amiss. Weighed down by her trust in him, she believed her daughter would be safe. However, the day her daughter returned home after the transfusion, she fell ill with a fever. That night, she frantically dialed Gu Lancheng, pleading for him to use his connections to expedite treatment for her convulsing child. With his influence, it should have been a simple matter. Yet Gu Lancheng remained by Xiao Xin's side throughout the night, repeatedly hanging up on her calls, until, in a fit of rage, he shouted, Xiaomi, if you're sick, seek treatment. Do not disturb your sister's rest, before ending the call. Xiaomi did not waste time. While seeking Gu Lancheng's help, she also took measures to save her child, calling for an ambulance, rushing her to the hospital. Yet without the green channel, she arrived too late. On that day, as snowflakes danced in the air, she walked out of the hospital, cradling her child's lifeless body. The death of her child extinguished the last flicker of her affection for this world. She did not return home, but instead embarked on a path of no return. It was a bitterly cold day, cold enough to seep into her very bones. Even in her rebirth, she vividly recalled the bone-chilling cold. Thus, in this life, she chose to relinquish the life of her child early on. Arriving at this household, she knew happiness would elude her. Xiaomi suddenly wrapped her clothes around herself, as if that would provide warmth. Yan Hongsheng, noticing her peculiar gesture, swiftly removed his trench coat and draped it over his sister. Gu Lancheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. The air conditioning in this room is set so high, and you are not cold. Why do you need to wear his clothes? Take it off. In an abrupt surge of emotion, Yan Hongsheng clenched his fist and delivered a fierce blow to Gu Lancheng's face. Gu Lancheng, caught off guard, stumbled to his feet, unwilling to suffer humiliation, and swung his fist, ready to lunge at Yan Hongsheng. Chapter 29. Love has faded, yet he remains uneasy. Jomi, her face pale with fear, hastily shielded Yan Hongsheng behind her. Gu Lancheng's fist, once poised to strike, lingered in the air as he stared in astonishment at Jomi. The sight of her protecting another man, her gaze resolute, caused a slow collapse within him. The once timid Jomi had only ever shown courage for him. Yet now that bravery was no longer solely his. At last, he comprehended that he had lost the girl who loved him wholeheartedly. Seizing the moment while Gu Lancheng was lost in thought, Jomi took Yan Hongsheng's hand and fled. They dashed into a deserted street where Jomi exhaled a breath of frustration, then playfully punched Yan Hongsheng in the chest, though her anger was more bluster than substance. She admonished him, he is the prince of the capital. Even your elder brother must tread carefully around him. Have you lost your mind to provoke him? Do you wish to be ostracized in the capital? Yan Hongsheng, with a look of feigned innocence, replied, he deserves a beating. Jomi recalled Gu Lancheng's bruised panda eyes and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet her concern for Yan Hongxing's safety prompted her to reiterate, upon returning to the capital, remember to keep a low profile until you are fully prepared. Yan Hongxing smiled radiantly. Sister, I shall heed your words. A weight lifted from Zhoumi's heart. Little Sheng, during my studies, I cannot attend to you. Be discreet and do not fall prey to other schemes. With eyes sparkling like stars, Yan Hongxing remarked, Sister, why do you sound like a nagging mother? You are only 22. Zhoumi was taken aback. Yes, she was merely 22, yet she had already weathered many storms. Despite her youthful age, the myriad of partings had bestowed upon her a heart laden with experience. This was not the visage of someone reborn. She endeavored to muster a brilliant smile for him. Yan Hongxing praised, Sister, you look beautiful when you smile. You must smile more often. I will, she replied. Suddenly, like a treasure, Yan Hongxing produced a brocade box from behind him, presenting it to Zhoumi. Sister, a congratulatory gift. Zhoumi gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. For her, Yan Hongxing crossing oceans to visit her was already the most sincere gift imaginable, and now he had prepared something more. His thoughtfulness far exceeded that of her nominal husband and her insincere family. Thank you, little Sheng. Let me see what it is. Upon opening the box, she discovered a green diamond lady's watch nestled within. Yan Hongxing said, Sister, since you have become a student of teacher Jasmine, you will likely be studying in America for quite some time. I will miss you dearly. Will you promise me that you will return for my coming-of-age ceremony on my 18th birthday? Of course, I must return. The tension in Yan Hongxing's eyes dissipated, and he joyfully bid her farewell. Sister, I have recorded the countdown to my ceremony in the watch. It will remind you of your return. Then it is settled. I will await you in the capital. Zhoumi smiled as she bid him goodbye. Little Sheng, take care. As she turned back towards her rented apartment, Gu Lancheng stood below like a statue, his gaze fixed upon the direction from which Zhoumi approached. The scattered cigarette butts on the ground signified his melancholic mood. Zhoumi intended to bypass him, yet Gu Lancheng firmly grasped her arm. Zhoumi, let us converse. Zhoumi languidly regarded him. What is there to discuss? Gu Lancheng, observing her indifferent demeanor, felt an inexplicable pang of hurt. It dawned on him that love could indeed fade away. Xiaomi, do you despise me for taking your kidney? Zhoumi weakly curved her lips into a slight smile. She harbored countless reasons to resent him, unsure where to begin. However, regarding the kidney donation, had there been no deceit involved, she would not bear any ill will. You saved my life and enabled my education. Consider this kidney as a means of repaying your kindness. We are square now. After her declaration, she propped herself up, preparing to leave. Yet, Gu Lancheng was unwilling to let her go. Xiaomi, since you do not hate me, come back home with me. Zhoumi stared at him, dazed. She did not harbor hatred for the loss of her kidney, yet there were myriad reasons to resent him. I shall not accompany you. Gu Lancheng, perceiving the coldness in her gaze, found no trace of warmth. Feeling somewhat powerless, he remarked, but we are still married. Zhoumi interjected. What need is there for a loveless marriage to bind us in torment? Her expression remained placid. Yet the word torment betrayed her despair regarding their union and her disappointment in Gu Lancheng. A wave of irritation surged within him. He had always prided himself on being exceptional, believing he was the one to dismiss others, not the other way around. Moreover, how could he endure contempt from someone as unremarkable as Zhoumi? Zhoumi, I shall grant you some time to contemplate. I hope you will reflect deeply before redefining our relationship. Gu Lancheng furrowed his brow. I do not wish for you to regret it later and cling to me desperately. Upon finishing his words, he hastily departed. Sensing an unusual anxiety that he could not identify, Zhoumi called after him, Gu Lancheng. He halted. Zhoumi warned him in a detached tone. I expect you to address the rumors about me on the internet promptly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to clarify the situation in my own way. Gu Lancheng gazed at her, feeling an unexpected sense of guilt. Did you see everything? Zhoumi replied, I am not a soft target to be manipulated. Gu Lancheng, provoke me. And do not expect me to show any compassion. What you and Xiao Xian have done may seem honorable in your eyes, but in the eyes of the public, it is likely deemed unethical. With that, she turned and walked away. Gu Lancheng returned to the hotel in a daze, collapsing onto the bed. Xiao Xian approached, offering him a massage. Lancheng, what troubles you? You look burdened. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened as he replied, Xianer, it seems that Zhoumi truly no longer loves me. Xiao Xian was taken aback. I find it strange as well. She used to adore you so deeply. What could have caused such a dramatic shift in her attitude? As if someone had taken her over? Could it be that after being hypnotized by Shermion, Zhoumi has genuinely forgotten the kindness between you? A flicker of hope momentarily illuminated Gu Lancheng's weary eyes. He had initially thought that the hypnotist was nothing more than a charlatan. It seems that there might be some capability after all. I suppose I must return and confront him, urging him to lift the hypnosis over Xiaomi. A flicker of unease passed through Xiaoxin's eyes. Lancheng, have you not always despised Xiaomi's persistent entanglement with you? Is her current amnesia not a blessing in disguise? Gu Lancheng's gaze betrayed a moment of hesitation. Though I harbor no fondness for her, she is, after all, my Mrs. Gu. Her defiance towards me is not favorable for our family's reputation. Xiaoxin exhaled in relief. Xiaomi was like a fleeting breeze. That very night, she quietly packed her belongings, hastily checked out of her accommodation, and purchased a ticket to depart from Milan. When Gu Lancheng attempted to pursue her the following day, Xiaomi had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 30. Seeking Sherman. Restoring the marriage. Gu Lancheng stood at the entrance for an extended period, his expression consistently sour. Ultimately, he reluctantly took Xiao Xian back to their homeland. In the capital city, after shedding the fatigue of travel, Gu Lancheng returned home. Yet, instead of retreating to the grand villa, he opted for the inconspicuous small residence among his many properties, his marital home with Xiaomi. The apartment spanned a mere 89 square meters. For the average citizen, possessing a home in such a location is considered a commendable asset. However, as the heir of the Gu family, which boasts assets worth hundreds of billions, the choice of such a dwelling as their marital abode reflects his disdain for Xiaomi. At that time, Gu Lancheng subconsciously believed that providing a girl who had experienced neglect from her parents and lived off scavenging with such a life was a benevolent act. She was once immensely content. But when did she begin to yearn for liberation from the false dreams he had woven for her? Seated by the window, he smoked a cigarette, memories flooding back. Darling, today marks our wedding anniversary. Can you come home early? Xiaomi always tread lightly around his moods. I don't have time today. Is it something at the company? Her voice trembled, desperately concealing her sorrow. No, I have to accompany your sister. Please, just today. Can you spend some time with me? Her hand playfully grasped his wrist. He pushed her away. You can manage on your own. Returning home in the early hours, he noticed the leftover food in the trash bin, lightly furrowing his brow. It seemed that since that day, she had not cooked for him again. Occasionally, when he returned home hungry, she would have the nanny prepare his meals. On another occasion, shortly after she obtained her driver's license, he asked her to deliver documents to a client. However, she ended up in a fender bender on the highway. The car broke down midway. She called him in tears. Darling, I've been in an accident. His first thought was the documents would not reach the client on time, and he scolded her harshly. Xiaomi, can you not be reliable for once? Darling, you didn't even ask if I was hurt, she replied, her voice choked with tears. Better dead, he retorted angrily. Can you help me? She began, but was interrupted by Xiao Xian's voice. Lancheng, I'm thirsty. Xianer, coming right away. Gu Lancheng's voice turned tender. He then abruptly ended the call, saying, You made your mess. Clean it up yourself. Reflecting on that incident now, a feather seemed to graze his heart. A gentle wave of guilt washing over him. At that time, Xiaomi was merely in her early 20s, inexperienced with the world. She must have felt utterly helpless in the face of such unforeseen circumstances. Yet, as her husband, he had failed to be her pillar of support. Is that why she has become so independent now? Why she possesses the courage to leave him? Gu Lancheng shook his head. That could not be the case. Xiaomi had always regarded him as her savior, treating him with utmost respect. She felt profoundly grateful for all the benevolence he had bestowed upon her. Her transformation occurred after her hypnosis. It was Shermian who had reformed Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng picked up his phone and made a call. When the line connected, his assistant's voice came through. President, what are your instructions? Find someone for me. His name is Shermian. Bring him before me at any cost. His voice was chilling and ominous. Understood, President. Days later, the assistant arrived with Shermian. I hear the prince wishes to see me? Shermian smiled with a hint of irreverence. Gu Lancheng's pupils darkened. Shermian, I underestimated you. Do you still remember my wife, Xiaomi? The memory is fresh, Shermian replied. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. That's good. Shermian, I need to know what you have done to my wife. Why does she seem like a different person after visiting you? His questioning tone conveyed the anger of someone in power, instantly intensifying the atmosphere in the room. Shermian grinned playfully. Prince, you have seen the contract between me and the esteemed lady. I was merely acting in accordance with it, helping the princess forget her past with you. Therefore, if my assumptions are correct, The esteemed lady should no longer love you. Gu Lancheng retorted fiercely. I want you to restore her memory. Shi Mian shrugged. Prince, if I were to restore the esteemed lady's memory, it would amount to breaching my contract with her. I would face exorbitant compensation. I will cover it, Gu Lancheng stated. With a 1 in 10,000 odds, the penalty would be 100 million. Are you certain you want to pay? Gu Lancheng swallowed hard. He altered his strategy. I guarantee that Xiaomi will not hold you accountable for the breach of contract. How about that? Shi Mian shook his head. You are not the party involved. You cannot decide for my client. Unless my client expressly tells me she is willing to breach the contract. Shi Mian. Gu Lancheng raised his voice in fury. Do you know the consequences of opposing me? Shi Mian ultimately revealed a hint of trepidation. Prince, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. I am in the business of integrity, which is invaluable. Gu Lancheng's voice turned icy. Shi Mian, it seems you do not intend to leave this door today. The threat was palpable. The assistant, upon hearing this, had already moved to the door, blocking Shi Mian's escape. Shi Mian, feigning fear. Are you planning to imprison me, Prince? Gu Lancheng's face revealed determination. Shi Mian sighed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Prince, during the hypnosis of the esteemed lady, I actually uncovered a monumental secret. I believe you would be very interested. What secret? Shi Mian pondered for a moment, deliberately organizing his words. One could say, the esteemed lady is both herself and not herself. Gu Lancheng's face was filled with confusion. What does that mean? Shi Mian continued. Prince, do you believe in reincarnation? Gu Lancheng narrowed his eyes. Past lives and present? Shi Mian continued. If the crown prince is willing to accept my hypnosis, I believe he will come to understand why your esteemed wife appears to be a completely different person. However, I must caution His Highness that those who undergo hypnosis may experience profound transformations. It is essential for His Highness to be psychologically prepared. Gu Lancheng found this utterly absurd and scoffed. What nonsense! Shi Mian, shaking his head in resignation, replied, if His Highness does not believe in my abilities, then I am powerless to assist. Ultimately, Gu Lancheng, unwilling to submit to Shi Mian's hypnosis, was compelled to conclude the interrogation. 2 years later, Xiao Xian's career flourished. As a student under the esteemed teacher Jasmine, she met with her mentor a few times each year, while mostly receiving guidance from afar, which sufficed as a source of pride for Xiao Xian. She gained a modest reputation in the fashion industry of the capital, having established her own company, supported by the Gu and Xiao families, thereby securing her footing in the competitive realm. Chapter 31. The wife's return and the decisive divorce. Her physical condition was remarkably stable, a testament to the healthy kidney gifted to her by Xiaomi. Perhaps due to the flourishing of her career, Xiao Xian radiated vitality, her beauty becoming the talk of the socialite circles. Undoubtedly, her enduring romance with Gu Lancheng was an accepted truth within the upper echelons of society. People often remarked on Gu Lancheng's admirable character, claiming he adored Xiao Xian to the extent of procuring a kidney from Xiaomi, thereby offering his marriage to her. Such a man, imbued with affection, responsibility, and integrity, was indeed a rare gem in this world. Wealthy, handsome, and loyal, Gu Lancheng had become the idol of countless young women. His career continued to ascend, yet beneath this glamorous facade, an insidious malignancy in the marriage quietly festered, merely awaiting its moment to unleash devastation upon this seemingly flawless world, leaving only ruin in its wake. A plane soared across the ocean, heading towards the capital. On board, a woman of aloof elegance reclined against her seat, eyes closed in repose. Her hair cascaded like seaweed, framing a face as delicately sculpted as a work of art. Small and radiant, seemingly a masterpiece of the divine, she exuded a beauty that was both enchanting and distant, cloaked in an air of haughty detachment. Beside her, a youthful girl, delicately crafted like jade, unfolded a pillow into a small blanket, gently draping it over the woman. Sister, how long until we arrive? The woman did not open her eyes, yet her voice was low and resonant, revealing her light slumber, her mind preoccupied. Sister, we will reach the capital in half an hour, Gong Li chirped. Sister, once we are in the capital, where will we stay? Gong Li inquired. Xiaomi pondered for a moment before responding. Let us find a hotel for now. Confused, Gong Li asked, Sister, aren't we returning specifically to celebrate young Master Yan's coming-of-age ceremony? Why not visit the Yan family? Xiaomi's eyes slightly lifted, to give him a surprise. Gong Li smiled. That makes sense. But why not return to the Gu household? Aren't you planning to divorce him? I will entrust the lawyer to handle that matter. She replied. She preferred to avoid any encounter with Gu Lancheng to preserve her good spirits. Upon landing at the capital's airport, Xiaomi and Gong Li each dragged a large suitcase as they stepped outside. A fine drizzle began to fall from the winter sky, the chill cutting through the air. Xiaomi quickly retrieved her down jacket from the suitcase and draped it over herself. Sister, you mustn't catch a chill, Gong Li urged. With the long down jacket enveloping her, Xiaomi felt warmth not only in her body, but also in her heart. Over the past 2 years, she and Gong Li had become inseparable, relying on each other for warmth and solidarity, their sisterly bond deepening to the point of family. In these 2 years, Xiaomi's career had flourished exceptionally, akin to a slow accumulation of wealth yielding a bountiful harvest. With the personal guidance of teacher Mo Li, who provided her with human resources, supply channels, and even technical team support, Xiaomi had effectively stood on the shoulders of giants. Within a mere 2 years, she had established her own fashion empire. The Dongyun brand, founded by her, has already established over a dozen chain stores domestically, offering a diverse range of prices that cater to both high-end and budget-conscious consumers. Its competitive edge in the market is particularly strong, and the business is flourishing. In the current fashion realm, even the industry magnates must respectfully address her as President Xiao. However, upon her return, Xiaomi harbors another intention, to divorce Gu Lancheng. The elder members of the Gu family are rather opportunistic. Should they become aware of her changed circumstances, they would undoubtedly reassess the value this marriage brings to the Gu family. After weighing the pros and cons, they may not readily agree to her divorce from Gu Lancheng. Thus, Xiaomi resolves to conceal her identity, prioritizing the divorce above all else. At her request, the hotel should be affordable, tranquil, and conveniently located near the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gong Li managed to find a century-old hotel. To her surprise, upon her arrival, she discovered that the establishment was owned by the Yin family. As she checked in, the staff were immediately taken aback by her beauty and elegance, surmising that she must be a renowned star, as she clearly did not hail from humble origins. Xiaomi found their assumptions amusing. They failed to comprehend that one's appearance is merely a facade, and under her skilled touch, any decay could be transformed into a marvel. As they entered the VIP hotel with their room key, they unexpectedly encountered Yin Shirue, the owner of the establishment, in the corridor. Perhaps it was her stunning beauty that captivated Yin Shirue, as his gaze remained fixated upon her. Those around him, oblivious to his unusual behavior, continued to report, "Young Master." This weekend marks young Master Hongsheng's 18th birthday celebration. The old master has made it clear that it should be a grand affair, inviting all business allies to attend. Yin Shirue scoffed dismissively. He thinks that just because grandfather dotes on him, he will steal the limelight this time? I shall ensure he receives a cheap suit and a counterfeit Rolex. The prominent figures present will see his shabby attire and recognize his lowly status in the Yin family, rendering this celebration a banquet of doom for his future. His sycophants laughed heartily. "Young master, as expected of you." That young master is still so naive. He likely has no idea that wearing the wrong attire could ruin his prospects. Humph, Yin Shirue continued. Even though he is a yin, my father has never favored him. Thus he has never been properly educated about the world of luxury goods. He is already of age, yet remains ignorant of the fashion and jewelry industry. Just look at the off-brand clothes he typically wears. It's evident he is a fool in such matters. One of the men cautioned, "Young master, we must proceed with caution. Although young, he possesses a deep cunning. Let us not forget how we have fallen into his traps before." Yin Shirue reassured him, "Rest assured. I am well prepared this time. I have already reached out to several high-end brands. They will not lend him any clothing. Even if he discovers our scheme, he will be powerless to counter it." As Xiaomi brushed past Yin Shirue, she overheard their scheming against Xiao Sheng, and her grip on the room key tightened, draining her hand of color. Xiao Sheng had only just returned to the Yin family at the tender age of 16. Yet, Yin Shirue showed no regard for familial bonds. Plotting against Xiao Sheng with such callousness, she felt a deep pang of sympathy for the young Sheng, who had been deprived of the warmth of familial love due to her mother's untimely demise. How profoundly lonely he must be. Her haughty gaze turned toward Yin Shirue, resembling two lethal arrows shot from the night, striking with precision. Yet, Yin Shirue, beguiled by her beauty, approached the direction of Xiaomi. Closer and closer he came. Suddenly, Xiaomi recalled that Yin Shirue and her scoundrel of an ex-husband, Gu Lancheng, had grown up as inseparable brothers, sharing the same trousers. Fearing he might recognize her, she hurriedly departed. Yin Shui stood there, watching her slip into a guest room, his heart filled with reluctance as he commanded a lackey nearby. Go and inquire about this enchanting lady. Yes, sir. Chapter 32. A predicament for Hongsheng. An urgent rescue by Xiaomi upon entering the hotel room. Xiaomi eagerly instructed Gongli. Xiaoli, retrieve the finest fabric from the suitcase. I must craft a splendid garment for Shaoxing. He must not become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Without a moment's hesitation, Gongli swiftly prepared the fabric, needles, scissors, drafting paper, and brushes. Xiaomi quickly sketched several designs. Which one do you find most appealing, Xiaoli? Gongli cherished each design, exclaiming, Sister, anything you create is beautiful. Xiaomi's thoughts drifted back to a past gathering where she had observed Yin Hongsheng. He had worn a black suit, exuding an air of restrained elegance that commanded admiration from afar. Among the young elites, he stood out, rendering the wealthy scions around him dull in comparison. Although still youthful, the contours of his manhood had largely emerged. Recently, he had reported his height to her, astonishingly reaching 185 meters. Inspired, Xiaomi envisioned a design that would accentuate his exceptional stature and dignified composure. Ultimately, she chose a simple yet sophisticated style. After 2 sleepless nights of dedicated craftsmanship, she fashioned a luxurious yet understated suit. Complemented by her cherished tie and brooch, the ensemble's value soared. Gongli lovingly caressed the fabric, remarking, Sister, this material is worn by royalty from the British court and was personally designed and crafted by Master Jasmine's most esteemed disciple. What do you suppose its worth is? Xiaomi replied, While the price may be determined, limited edition items are truly priceless. Gongli exclaimed, When young Master Yin dons this for his coming-of-age ceremony, he will truly shine like a star. Xiaomi instructed, Xiaoli, find an opportunity to deliver the suit to Shaosheng. Tell him it is my gift for his coming of age. Understood. The night was quiet and prolonged. Xiaomi found herself unable to sleep, standing before the tall windows, gazing down at the opulence of the capital, her heart sealed tight. The painful memories of the past clung to her like a demon, choking her breath. Gu Shao, this little beggar is the person you seek. A beggar? Gu Lancheng furrowed his brow, his gaze betraying his disdain. Yet, at that time, she was too young and inexperienced to perceive his aversion. She longed to explain that she was not a beggar, her mother was ill, and she was merely scavenging for money to buy medicine for her. But upon seeing her tattered, filthy clothes, the words lodged painfully in her throat. Gu Lancheng seemed to sense her repulsion and, lowering himself to her level, asked, Are you Xiaomi? With timid nods, she affirmed, Would you like to come with me? From now on, I will support your education and provide for your mother's medical care. Oblivious to the complex motives hidden within his gaze, Xiaomi felt fortunate and, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply, saying, You are truly my benefactor. Thank you for your willingness to help. I have always dreamed of attending school. Then, without looking back, she walked away with him. He indeed fulfilled his promise by escorting her to a nondescript school, where she completed her high school education and eventually enrolled in a mediocre university specializing in fashion. Moreover, he facilitated her reunion with her biological father and sister, allowing her to return to the Qiao family. Should she be grateful to him? She often pondered how her fate would have unfolded had it not been for Gu Lancheng. Would she have continued to languish at the bottom of society? Or would her indomitable spirit have led her to forge a prosperous path? For a considerable period, she regarded Gu Lancheng as her savior, holding him in reverence akin to that of a deity. However, after traversing the vicissitudes of life and unconditionally supporting numerous helpless orphans and widows, her conviction began to waver. She even found herself harboring a profound aversion to Gu Lancheng's past act of salvation. His ulterior motives rendered him unworthy of the esteem she had once afforded him. He was not a philanthropist. He was a deceiver. This was an unspoken anguish that resided deep within Xiaomi's heart. Divorce loomed imminent. The following day, at the entrance of the Gu family villa, Xiaomi donned a simple outfit, her bare face betraying a hint of fatigue from a sleepless night, as she unexpectedly appeared at the Gu family doorstep. Yet, someone had arrived before her. A luxury car worth millions was parked outside, and Xiao Xian emerged from it, carrying various gift bags. She rang the doorbell of the Gu residence. The butler opened the door and, upon seeing Xiao Xian, expressed his surprise. Miss Xiao, Madame Gu has been mentioning how long it has been since you last visited. It seems that speaking of the devil brings him forth. Xiao Xian handed one of the gift bags to the butler. "Chun Ma, this is a gift for you." The butler accepted the gift with a smile, saying, "Miss Xiao, you always bring so many gifts on your visits. Even we servants receive a share. You are truly thoughtful." The butler warmly welcomed Xiao Xian inside. In the taxi, Xiao Mi and Gong Li witnessed this scene, and Gong Li could not help but comment. It's all too clear how close she is to her brother-in-law's family. Xiao Mi chuckled. "Oh, my dear girl, at your young age, you need not concern yourself with matters of love." Gong Li picked up a folder from the car. "Sister, I'll deliver this. You need not meet those insufferable people." Inside the living room, Gu's mother and Gu Lancheng were seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, Gu Lancheng quickly rose and approached her to take the heavy gift bag from her. He couldn't help but scold her. "Xian, if you come, just come. There's no need to bring gifts. You are in poor health. How can you carry such heavy things?" Xiao Xian gazed at Gu Lancheng with tender affection. "Lancheng, I acquired some fine fabrics, so I made a few outfits for you and your parents. The new year is approaching, and various banquets will be abundant. I want you to attend them with dignity." Gu's mother set down her teacup with a sigh. "Alas, Xian, you are truly considerate of Lancheng. It is a pity that my son lacks the fortune to marry you. It is indeed a regret." She then cast a reproachful glance at Gu Lancheng. "I do not understand what you are thinking, my son. As the president of a publicly listed company, you would marry such an inconsequential woman merely to repay a debt of gratitude. Look at the reckless deeds she has committed since her marriage, abandoning her home and vanishing without a trace. It truly stirs one's ire." Upon mentioning Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng's expression darkened. Gu's mother remarked, "It would be better to sever ties with her completely." Gu Lancheng replied, "Mother, Xiaomi has shown kindness to both me and Xian. If I were to divorce her, I would inevitably earn the reputation of being ungrateful, tarnishing my personal image and burdening the company. Please refrain from suggesting such things in the future." Chapter 33. The Divorce Agreement. Gu family's fury as Gu's mother fell silent. Gu Lancheng's frustration grew. Xiao Xian consoled her, saying, "Auntie, please do not be upset. In truth, this situation is quite favorable. Though I am not the legitimate wife in Lan City in my heart, he is already the husband I wish to accompany for a lifetime. I will love and care for him eternally. That certificate is merely a piece of paper to us." Gu Lancheng cast a glance at Xiao Xian, his expression a tapestry of confusion and complexity. Gu's mother felt a sense of relief. Indeed, their mutual care mirrored that of a genuine couple. As for Xiaomi, let her act as she wishes. We would never beg for her return. It would be better if she perished outside. Alas, fate does not always align with our desires. Just as Xiao Xian and the Gu family were enjoying a harmonious moment, the wide-open doorway was suddenly obstructed by a lively figure, casting a shadow across the floor. A crisp voice rang out. "Oh, what do we have here? The expected guest is absent, yet an unexpected one has arrived." Gu Lancheng, startled by the familiar voice, looked up to see Gong Li gliding toward them with a light step. Xiao Xian, nearly grinding her teeth, remarked, "Gong Li, how have you become just as ill-mannered as your sister Xiaomi?" Gong Li, unfazed, replied with a smirk, "Do you possess any manners? Engaging in secretive communication with your brother-in-law. This is your sense of propriety?" For 2 years, Gong Li had been inseparable from Xiaomi, experiencing her loneliness and witnessing the pain inflicted by betrayal from those closest. It could be said that the hardships behind Xiaomi's success were immeasurable. Thus, as Gong Li matured, she developed a firm sense of values and a keen perception of right and wrong, leading her to harbor deeper animosity toward Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Gu Lancheng, provoked by Gong Li's rudeness, felt an eruption of anger and stood abruptly, raising his hand to strike Gong Li. However, his resolve faltered under the weight of her mocking gaze, and his hand fell limply to his side. "By the way, has Xiaomi returned with you?" Gu Lancheng glanced behind Gong Li, only to find the space empty and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Gu's mother expressed her displeasure. "Humph, she still remembers to come back? I thought she had perished outside." Gong Li's delicate face turned pale, and her grip on the documents tightened. She could hardly fathom that even the occasional cold remarks from Gu's mother were unbearable, a humiliation that denied her dignity. It was no wonder Xiaomi often reacted violently upon hearing tales from the capital, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I am here to deliver documents," Gong Li stated, handing over the divorce agreement to Gu Lancheng before turning to leave. He attempted to chase after her, but Gu's mother intervened, saying, "Lancheng, where do you think you are going? Do you truly intend to retrieve that disgraceful item?" "Humph, She is throwing a tantrum. Do not indulge her. If you do, she will only become more demanding. I am eager to see what further schemes she might devise now that our family does not seek her return home. Listening to Mother Gu's words, Gong Li shook her head in despair. Unable to restrain herself, she turned around to defend her sister, Gu Lancheng. When has he ever indulged Sister Xiaomi? Moreover, do not flatter yourself into believing that Gu Lancheng is an unattainable man. My sister would never stoop to play games of manipulation with him. Little does he know, she genuinely wishes to free herself from Gu Lancheng. She added emphatically. She dreams of it. With that, she strode out. Enraged, Mother Gu shattered a teacup. Gu Lancheng stood there in a daze, watching Gong Li depart until Qiao Xian reminded him, Lancheng, what did Xiaomi bring you? Only then did Gu Lancheng snap back to reality, eagerly tearing open the envelope to reveal its contents. Upon seeing the bold letters spelling out divorce agreement, his handsome face darkened instantaneously, as if he had been dealt a resounding slap, and a surge of blood rushed to his feet. Observing his unusual demeanor, Mother Gu and Qiao Xian exchanged glances. Lancheng, what is that? Both inquired with curiosity. A divorce agreement. Gu Lancheng nearly ground his teeth in disbelief. A divorce agreement? Mother Gu wore a look of astonishment, never imagining that her seemingly delicate daughter-in-law would one day contemplate abandoning Gu Lancheng. Stunned for a long moment, she finally grasped the reality that her favored son was indeed being rejected by his wife, and in a fit of rage, she slapped the coffee table. Who does she think she is, initiating a divorce? If anyone is to file for divorce, it should be our Gu family. Qiao Xian attempted to soothe Mother Gu, saying, Auntie, please do not be upset. Xiaomi does not disdain Lancheng. She likely just wishes to facilitate my relationship with him. After all, she has always been self-aware, recognizing that she is unworthy of Lancheng. Mother Gu's anger dissipated somewhat. Xian, you are correct. That girl has no reason to look down on my Lancheng. He is the most suitable husband she could find. Her desire to support Lancheng and you is indeed in line with her character, as she has always been a selfless person. Although Mother Gu praised Qiao Xian endlessly, the thought of her son marrying such a frail woman filled her with reluctance. Auntie, do you agree to their divorce? Qiao Xian could no longer contain her excitement and asked. Mother Gu responded evasively. Lancheng's divorce at this time would affect the upcoming IPO of the new company. Lancheng, go tell Xiaomi that we can discuss the divorce matter later. Gu Lancheng nodded sullenly. By noon, Xiaomi returned to the hotel, utterly exhausted from a night of hurriedly crafting garments. She collapsed into bed. Meanwhile, Gong Li, clutching the outfit made for Yin Hongsheng, hurried to the Yin residence. As the foremost financial family in the capital, the Yin household maintained strict security protocols. Gong Li explained to the guard, I have been entrusted to deliver a package to young master Yin Hongsheng. Please inform him. The guard, however, summoned the housekeeper, who interrogated Gong Li. Miss, what is your friend's full name? What precisely is in this package? Gong Li clutched the package tightly to her chest and said, Tell Master Hongsheng that Miss Nian Sheng has a gift for him. He will understand what it means. The butler, with a grim expression, retorted, Nian Sheng? Who is Nian Sheng? His gaze was dark and menacing. Gong Li sensed the butler's evident wariness towards Yin Hongsheng, which soured her own demeanor. You are merely the butler of the Yin family, probing into the master's privacy. Isn't that crossing a line? Chapter 34. The stepmother's schemes and the sister's intervention. The butler's expression betrayed a hint of tension. Perhaps surprised that the young girl could detect his wariness towards Master Yin Hongsheng. Immediately, he donned a fox-like grin, saying, My dear lady, you have misunderstood me. Master Hongsheng is still quite young, and thus the master has instructed us servants to take special care of him. I merely inquired about his visitors out of concern. I apologize if I have offended you. Gong Li clearly did not buy into his feigned innocence. Your young master has already reached adulthood. Do you still treat him like a mere child? Aren't you afraid he might take offense and cause you trouble? This remark carried an underlying implication. After his coming-of-age ceremony, Yin Hongsheng would assume control of the Yin family's enterprises. Although his shareholding would not surpass that of the eldest son, he would nonetheless hold genuine power. If they, as subordinates, continued to openly guard against him, it would surely incite his discontent. While Yin Hongsheng might find it challenging to manage those above him, he could easily assert his authority over those beneath him. The butler's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he finally recognized that this seemingly innocent lamb was not to be trifled with. My lady, please wait a moment. I shall inform the young master at once. Upon reaching Yin Hongsheng's study, the butler found him seated before his computer, navigating the inner networks of prominent families as a hacker. The instant the butler entered, Yin Hongxing swiftly switched the screen to a gaming interface. The sound of the game reached the butler's ears, and he couldn't help but smirk in disdain. Why was he afraid of him? He was merely an incompetent fool. What brings you here? Yin Hongxing glared at him, clearly displeased. Young master, a lady is outside with a package for you. She mentioned that it is a gift from Miss Lancheng. Yin Hongxing maintained an icy demeanor, unyielding as a mountain in the face of an avalanche. I understand. You may leave now. The butler bowed and exited. Lancheng. Yin Hongxing's frosty visage transformed, akin to the weather in June, one moment shrouded in snow, the next melting into warmth. Joyfully, he rose from his chair and gracefully made his way to the door. At the entrance of the Yin estate, Yin Hongxing strode towards Gong Li, young master. Gong Li eagerly approached him, extending a rectangular box. This is a coming-of-age gift from my sister. The starlight in Yin Hongxing's eyes dimmed momentarily, and with a hint of disappointment in his voice, he asked, "Is my sister not coming for my coming-of-age ceremony?" Gong Li, with a conspiratorial whisper, patted the box. "Young master, this gift is meant for you in advance. You will need it on your coming-of-age day. As for your sister, rest assured. She is already in the capital and has not forgotten your celebration." Yin Hongxing's spirits lifted. He retrieved 2 gold cards from his pocket and handed them to Gong Li. "I have prepared passes for my sister. You both can enter the venue with these." Gong Li accepted the cards, her eyes gleaming with avarice. "Wow, is this a gold card?" She eagerly bit into the card and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is. This can be exchanged for quite a sum, can't it?" Yin Hongxing. After the matters were settled, Gong Li bid farewell to Yin Hongxing, saying, "Young master, farewell." However, Yin Hongxing lingered, his expression betraying a hesitation to speak. Gong Li, sensing his reluctance, remained still. "Young master, is there anything else?" Yin Hongxing, with a tone of melancholy, replied, "It has been 2 years since I last saw my sister. How has she been?" Gong Li smiled and said, "She has been busy establishing her business empire over the past 2 years. Though it has been arduous, she has achieved great success. She is now a prominent figure in the fashion industry, with numerous luxury brands vying to hire her as their chief designer." Yin Hongxing murmured, "She must have endured considerable hardships, then." The thought of her struggling to survive tugged at his heart. Gong Li continued, "You know she has a psychological burden. The engagement with Gu Lancheng remains unresolved, and it is a hurdle she cannot overcome." Yin Hongxing, with a shadowed expression, declared, "Tell her that the marriage is definitely annulled." With that, Yin Hongxing departed with a graceful air, leaving Gong Li in a daze. At his young age, what could he possibly do against the crown prince? On his way back to his room, Yin Hongxing unexpectedly encountered Yin Shirui. Yin Shirui tossed him a gift box, saying, "Yin Hongxing, this is a coming-of-age gift from Mom and Dad." Upon receiving the box, Yin Hongxing's keen eyes did not miss the wicked smile on Yin Shirui's face. He opened the gift on the spot, revealing a suit inside, the fabric slightly wrinkled, and the seams poorly stitched, clearly a shoddy imitation. Yin Shirui mockingly added, "Dad asked me to tell you that this suit was specially prepared for you. You should wear it to please Dad on your coming-of-age day." Yin Shirui's lewd grin made Yin Hongxing feel nauseous. Without hesitation, he discarded the suit into the trash bin, stating, "This outfit may suit your tastes, but it does not align with mine." Yin Shirui retorted angrily, "Yin Hongxing, don't be ungrateful. If you throw away this suit, you will have no better attire for the coming-of-age ceremony." Yin Hongxing managed to suppress his rising fury and coldly replied, "Yin Shirui, what I wear to my coming-of-age ceremony is none of your concern." Yin Shirui's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, as if his scheme had been uncovered by Yin Hongxing. Carrying Xiaomi's package, Yin Hongxing strode away. Upon returning to his bedroom, he carefully unwrapped the gift box. Upon seeing the clothing and accessories inside, he was momentarily stunned. A note was left inside the box, detailing the fabric source, the story behind the accessories, and their selling price. Yin Hongxing chuckled softly. The suit gifted by his father appeared incredibly cheap when contrasted with Xiaomi's meticulously tailored outfit. The notion of paternal love seemed absurdly laughable. Gently caressing the soft fabric, the smile in his eyes gradually faded. "Silly sister, staying up all night to make me a suit. What about your own health?" Yin Hongxing's birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. The venue was reserved at the Yin family's clubhouse. Due to a sudden illness, Old Master Yin entrusted the entire event to Yin Hongxing's biological father. A man who had forgotten his humble beginnings in favor of a new romance, who nonchalantly passed the responsibility to Yin Hongxing's stepmother. The malevolent stepmother, harboring disdain for the thorn in her side, was unwilling to expend her efforts on the one she deemed a nuisance. She squandered vast sums of money, only to allocate a meager portion for the affairs of her subordinates, permitting them to accomplish whatever tasks their scant resources would allow. Her intent was to reduce the grand adult birthday celebration of Yin Hongxing to a mere modest gathering, stripped of its former splendor. Her relentless torment of Yin Hongxing aimed solely to transform his coming-of-age ceremony into a jest within their social circle, thereby ensuring that partners in their community perceived Yin Hongxing as insignificant among the Yin family. In doing so, she hoped to thwart any potential benefactors from aiding him in the future, thus preventing him from impeding the rise of her own son, Yin Shirui. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. Chapter 35. A scheme foiled, dignity lost on that day. The Yin family's clubhouse was unexpectedly bustling with activity. When Madame Yin and Yin Shirui ambled into the venue, they were taken aback by the rows of luxury vehicles parked outside. Madame Yin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "It's merely a birthday celebration for a minor member of the Yin family. How could it attract such a multitude of distinguished guests?" Yin Shirui, managing to maintain his composure, reassured his mother, "Mother, do not be upset just yet. These eminent figures are not here for Yin Hongxing. They have come to honor the Yin family's reputation. Once they see Hongxing in his shabby attire, they will realize that his status in our household is akin to that of a mere dog." A venomous smile flickered in Madame Yan's eyes. Standing tall, she strode confidently into the clubhouse, with Yin Shirui closely following. Upon entering, they anticipated an atmosphere of opulence befitting the foremost financial magnate of the Yin family. However, the expected lavish decor was absent. Instead, they were met with a plethora of scholarly artworks and calligraphy, each piece adorned with blessings for Yin Hongxing and the Yin family. Having come from humble beginnings, Madame Yin lacked an appreciation for poetry and art, and she was unaware of the rarity and value of such collectibles. To her, the omnipresent artworks appeared anything but extravagant, and many seemed rather antiquated. With a smile, she quietly praised her son, "My dear, did you acquire these pieces from a street vendor? Surely, you must have received a substantial kickback in the process?" Yin Shirui had indeed pocketed a considerable sum after negotiating a discount on the funds allocated for the banquet from the elder. Yet, he found no joy in this. While his mother was oblivious to the nuances of art appraisal, he, despite his Western education, understood that art could possess both tangible and intangible value. Surrounded by the fragrant ambience of literature and art, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "Mother, these artworks should be of little monetary worth. Yet their presence lends an air of elegance that makes that insufferable brat seem remarkably learned," Yin Shirui thought, feeling dissatisfied with the arrangements made for the event. Yet Madame Yin remarked, "This is for the best. It neither tarnishes our Yin family's scholarly reputation nor allows the discerning eye to overlook our disdain for Yin Hongxing." At that moment, Yin Hongxing made his entrance, draped casually in a down jacket worth merely 1,000 yuan. He appeared decidedly outclassed by the lavish attire of the guests present. Yin Shirui's anxiety evaporated as he smirked, approaching Yin Hongxing and delivering a veiled jab. "Brother, behold this adult ceremony I have painstakingly arranged for you. Are you satisfied?" Yin Hongxing's gaze swept across the wall adorned with priceless calligraphy, and he felt a wave of relief. He had refrained from allowing his grandfather to embellish these depreciated treasures, thus rendering the two artless fools before him incapable of discerning his true worth at first glance. "I am thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, elder brother," he replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth, though his smile did not reach them. His voice was soft and delicate, yet to Yin Shirui's ears, it carried an unsettling undertone. "That is all that matters." Yin Shirui's gaze fell upon his down jacket, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Brother, this outfit is quite commendable. It suits you well," he remarked, reaching out to touch the fabric of Yin Hongxing's jacket. However, Yin Hongxing suddenly stripped off the garment and tossed it into the trash bin. Yin Shirui's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "Yin Hongxing, what is the meaning of this? My mother painstakingly selected this clothing for you, and you dare to discard it?" His shout drew the attention of everyone in the establishment. Yin Hongxing's handsome visage resembled a chilling breeze, enveloped in the dark gray suit that concealed his maturing physique, radiating an aura of authority. Standing beside the calm, composed Yin Hongxing, The tempestuous Yin Chirui appeared exceedingly juvenile. Yin Hongxing's voice remained tranquil. It's dirty. I have a penchant for cleanliness. Yin Chirui stood frozen, gradually realizing that Yin Hongxiang was repulsed by his touch on the jacket, which ignited a surge of anger within him. He scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Yin Hongxing's suit. Yin Hongxiang, the clothes my mother purchased for you are worth several thousand at the very least. You would rather discard that expensive attire for this cheap knockoff? Your taste is truly remarkable. Yin Hongxiang glanced down at his own attire. The suit bore no brand, and its price was unknown to him. However, it was a creation crafted with care by Sister Qiao Mi during sleepless nights, embodying her affection and concern, rendering it priceless. A gentle sigh erupted from the crowd. Young Master Yin, the luxury clothing store of the Yin family, is renowned far and wide. As the heir of the Yin family, how could you fail to recognize the fabric worn by young Master Hongxing? The tone was soft, devoid of hostility, yet it pierced Yin Chirui's heart like a blade. Inciting panic, Yin Chirui anxiously defended himself. How could I not recognize the fabric worn by Hongxing? I was the one who purchased this outfit for him. As light cast upon Yin Hongxing, one could only discern his silhouette, graceful and resplendent, yet the tenderness of his gaze directed at the woman remained obscured. Whispers among the crowd revealed. So, this young master's coming-of-age ceremony was arranged by the eldest young master. It appears the Yin family truly values their eldest. Upon hearing the accolades, Yin Chirui's expression swelled with pride. At that moment, a fashionably dressed woman, adorned with a multi-million-dollar handbag and jewelry worth millions, her pristine face framed by trendy glasses, emerged from the throng. Approaching Yin Hongxiang, her eyes revealed a scrutiny of him. Young Master Hongxiang, may I touch the fabric you're wearing? Yin Hongxing fixed his gaze upon her. After 2 years, he nearly failed to recognize her. She no longer exuded the timidity of the past, now embodying a cold aloofness, confidence radiating from her. Her transformation sparked joy within him. Please, go ahead, he replied, shedding his usual aloof demeanor to reveal a softer, gentler side. The girl symbolically reached out to feel the fabric, saying, Young Master Hongxiang, I apologize for my forwardness. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of witnessing this legendary fabric from the esteemed brand. I consider myself fortunate. It is said that this fabric is exclusively provided to teacher Mo Li's team. Young Master Yin, despite his tender age, has garnered the recognition of the Jasmine team, which speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. After all, Teacher Jasmine is known for her meritocratic approach. Upon hearing these words, a wave of commotion erupted below. How could this young Master Yin be so naive? How could he fail to recognize such exquisite fabric? Were it not for the fact that a leading fashion blogger debunked his claims, we might have fallen for his fabrications. Can we truly entrust the Yin family's legacy to him? Chapter 36. The True and False Disciples. Sisters in conflict. A few words from Qiao Mi sparked an uproar. Yin Chirui, visibly embarrassed, pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Mi and exclaimed, Who are you? I do not recognize you, and I assume you are not a significant figure in the fashion world. What evidence do you possess to prove that the fabric on Hongxing's attire originates from the Jasmine team? Madame Yin promptly echoed. Indeed, who knows where this wild girl emerged from? I distinctly recall that we did not extend an invitation to such an obscure individual. Yin Hongxing stepped forward, his tall stature shielding the delicate Qiao Mi behind him. She is my esteemed guest. Do you have an objection, stepmother? Madame Yin's expression fell, for it was undeniably Yin Hongxing's coming-of-age ceremony, and it was perfectly normal for him to invite a few friends for support. Hongxiang, you may be young, but do not choose your friends carelessly. I doubt this girl, being so young, could possibly appreciate the exquisite beauty of international limited edition luxury fabrics. Do not mistake those of dubious origins for prominent figures in the fashion industry. At these words, murmurs rippled through the audience. Could it be that this girl was invited by young Master Hongxing to bolster his standing? Were those previous remarks prearranged? Observing the desperate attempts of the Yin mother-son duo, Qiao Mi resolved to secure a decisive victory. She retrieved her business card from her bag and handed it to Yin Chirui. I am the foremost disciple of Master Jasmine. My name is Feng Xian. Yin Chirui visibly faltered, yet his obstinacy prevented him from acknowledging his inability to recognize the premium fabric adorning Yin Hongxing. He scrutinized Qiao Mi with suspicion. You claim to be a disciple of Master Jasmine. Are you indeed? We have another disciple of Master Jasmine here. I shall summon her to confirm your authenticity. His gaze swept across the venue until it settled on Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xinqin in the corner. He approached Xiao Xinqin, extending an invitation. Miss Xiao Xinqin. It is well known that you are a student of Master Jasmine. Do you recognize the young lady, Miss Feng Xian, on stage? Is she truly your senior? Gu Lancheng and Yin Shirui were childhood friends, their business collaborations tight-knit, akin to crickets on the same string. Naturally, Xiao Xinqin was eager to assist Yin Shirui. She confidently strode forward, circling Xiaomi. May I remove your sunglasses? Xiaomi hesitated, for she wished to keep her identity as a prominent figure concealed until after her divorce from Gu Lancheng, fearing that the Gu family might not allow her to depart easily once they recognized her as a valuable asset. At that moment, Yin Hongxing interjected, Miss Qiao. In terms of seniority, Feng Xian is indeed your senior. On what grounds do you command her to remove her sunglasses? Though youthful, Yin Hongxing exuded a gravitas reminiscent of a mature man. Xiao Xinqin's face flushed crimson. Gu Lancheng rushed over to extricate Xiao Xinqin from the predicament, completely dismissing Yin Hongxing. With a cold demeanor, he retorted, Yin Hongxing, is this how you treat your guests? Yin Hongxing smirked, showing no regard for Gu Lancheng. If my memory serves me right, I recall not having issued an invitation to Mr. Gu. We are not well acquainted, and Mr. Gu's uninvited presence raises questions about his intentions. Gu Lancheng fell silent. Yin Shirui exclaimed indignantly, it was I who invited Gu Lancheng here. Yin Hongxing, how can you be so disrespectful to our guests? Yin Hongxing coldly glared at Yin Shirui and retorted, Elder brother, this is my coming-of-age ceremony, not yours. All the esteemed guests present today have been personally invited by me, and they each possess the golden cards I distributed. Please refrain from overshadowing my celebration with your presence and that of your entourage. Yin Shirui laughed heartily. Yin Hongxing, without my backing, do you truly believe so many guests would grace your event? How many influential figures would actually deign to attend this humble banquet? Yin Hongxing frowned. What makes it humble? Yin Shirui gestured around at the surrounding calligraphy and paintings. Look at these antiquated artworks. Observe the decor. They are worthless. If not for the distinguished guests I invited to elevate your coming-of-age ceremony, today's banquet would be no different from a rustic village feast. Yin Hongxing could not help but chuckle. Ignorance is truly alarming. He looked down upon Yin Shirui. Do you have any idea how much the piece before you is worth? Yin Shirui appeared perplexed. Yin Hongxing continued. This is the stele of the pagoda of many treasures by Yin Jinqing, auctioned for billions a few years ago. This is the least valuable piece in the venue. Brother, why not guess who possesses this authentic work? Upon hearing this, Yin Shirui was left speechless. This is impossible. How could you possibly acquire such an expensive artwork? Yin Hongxing cast a glance at Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, his tone icy as he declared, therefore, please escort those troublesome friends of yours out. I do not welcome instigators here. The faces of Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian instantly turned a shade more pallid than liver. Yin Shirui hurriedly reassured Gu Lancheng. They are important guests I invited. Yin Hongxing disregarded him entirely and approached Xiaomi, the frost in his demeanor melting away as he smiled. Sister, thank you for crossing the seas to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Xiaomi cleared her throat, her voice husky. I am finally at ease. Yin Hongxing was no longer the defenseless chick hunted 2 years prior. His wings had grown strong, and it seemed the young master of the Yin family would soon eclipse his former self. Yet, Xiaomi felt a twinge of regret. The future held a path for Yin Hongxing, one where he would wield immense power. Rumor had it he was ruthless and unfeeling, a tyrant of wealth. It appeared she and he would soon diverge onto separate roads, and perhaps their fate was destined to conclude. Gu Lancheng gazed inquisitively at the lady before him. Her voice inexplicably familiar, reminiscent of his wife. Xiaomi, Miss Fengxin, may I have a word with you? Gu Lancheng intended to probe Xiaomi, but Miss Fengxin was too proud. She did not even spare him a glance. She turned away, engaging solely with Yin Hongxing. Xiaosheng, I heard you established a luxury goods company and opened a boutique. How is business? Yin Hongxing lamented. Sister, the prince's store is directly competing with mine. He is fortunate to have the unwavering support of his beloved, while I am fighting this battle alone. Moreover, being an outsider in this industry, if I do not secure strong allies soon, my store may face bankruptcy. Beside them, Gu Lancheng stood in stunned silence. Although Yin Hongxing's company was a rival to his own, he had never managed to gain the upper hand against Yin. Instead, he found himself feeling unjustly wronged. Xiaomi, indeed, felt a pang of sympathy for Yin Hongxing. She leaned closer and whispered, Little Sheng, how about I become your chief designer? Yin Hongxing's excitement nearly sent his proverbial tail soaring to the heavens. Sister, what style do you prefer for the office decor? I shall send someone to renovate it by tomorrow. Chapter 37. The Divorce Negotiation. A resounding victory over the scoundrel Xiao Mi couldn't help but chuckle. Once I finish my business, I shall join you. Yin Hongsheng beamed with delight. Sister, I shall await your arrival. The ensuing banquet unfolded seamlessly. In the past, the Yin family primarily interacted with individuals from the business sector. However, this time, luminaries from the elite and cultural spheres graced the event. These influential figures, typically elusive to the business realm, wielded considerable power over its economic lifeblood. It was a harmonious blend of highbrow and lowbrow, as if cleansing the air of the commercial world's sordidness. The merchants at the venue fervently sought to curry favor with them. Friends invited by Yin Qirui seemed to have switched their allegiance, each vying for Yin Hongsheng's attention. Yin Qirui and Madame Yin found themselves sidelined, their tempers flaring in frustration. In a corner, the Yin father and son stood amidst the crowd, the elder's countenance dark and silent. Yin Laoyi, wearing a broad smile, remarked, Qirui has gone to great lengths to thwart Hongsheng, yet he did not anticipate the assistance Hongsheng would receive. It seems Qirui's machinations have come to naught. I wonder if he will learn from this. Yin father scoffed. Hongsheng is not merely a child of the Yin family. He is also the grandson of the Si family. His resources undoubtedly surpass those of Qirui. However, if we speak solely of individual talent, Qirui need not be overshadowed by Hongsheng. When the talent show commences, I am certain Qirui will turn the tides. Let us wait and see, Yin Laoyi replied. During the talent showcase, Yin Qirui poured his heart into a piano performance, achieving great success. Yet, throughout the event, Yin Hongsheng remained offstage. Disheartened and enraged, Yin Qirui confronted Yin Hongsheng in a corner. Why do you not perform? Yin Hongsheng, with an air of arrogance, retorted, why should I take the stage? To prance about like a circus monkey for your amusement? Brother, if you enjoy being a monkey. I do not. Yin Qirui's face flushed with humiliation, as if Yin Hongsheng had trampled upon his dignity. In this birthday celebration, whether through strategy or demeanor, in both overt and covert contests, Yin Hongsheng decisively outmaneuvered Yin Qirui. As the birthday banquet drew to a close, the three generations of the Yin family stood at the entrance to bid farewell to their guests. All the esteemed visitors extolled the virtues of the young master of the Yin family. Yin Lao, your grandson exhibits a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient. He indeed holds great promise for the future. Young Master Hongsheng, despite his tender years, has successfully attracted the elite. He is truly formidable. Yin Lao, with young Master Hongsheng in the family, you may finally rest easy, one of Yin Laoyi's friends remarked enviously. Yin Laoyi responded with a smile. I shall gradually transfer my responsibilities to Hongsheng, who will officially embark on the path of commerce. I hope you, my esteemed uncles, will support him. His intentions were clear as he paved the way for Yin Hongsheng, leaving Yin father feeling unsettled and Yin Qirui's expression darkening further. Xiaomi had submitted the divorce agreement to Gu Lancheng many days prior, yet he had given no response. This left her feeling anxious. She had a nagging suspicion that Gu Lancheng would not readily acquiesce to her request for divorce. Gongli, puzzled, inquired, Sister, could it be that he does not wish to divorce you because he harbors some lingering feelings? Xiaomi replied, it is not affection he feels. It is merely a lack of respect for me. In his eyes, I am nothing more than a destitute beggar. The shelter he provides from the elements and the opportunity to pursue my education is an immense favor bestowed upon me. I ought to be eternally grateful, and all my contributions should be deemed obligatory. I lack the right to sever ties with him. Gongli scoffed, declaring that this man was indeed a merchant, meticulously calculating the value of his benevolence. Had she known of his miserly nature earlier, her sister would have hardly coveted his meager kindness. After deep contemplation, Xiaomi resolved that if he would not consent to divorce, she would be compelled to resort to legal measures. Gongli cautioned her, however, a divorce by litigation is a protracted struggle. Sister, you detest him so. Must you endure daily encounters with him, subjecting yourself to such torment? Xiaomi pondered for a moment, suppressing the overwhelming physical and emotional discomfort, and said, then I shall have a candid conversation with him. She opted to call Gu Lancheng after 9 o'clock, believing that he would likely be free at that hour. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Came a soft, sultry voice, none other than Xiao Xian. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. Please let Gu Lancheng take the call. Hearing her sister's voice, Xiao Xian appeared startled, struggling for words. After a lengthy pause, She finally regained her composure. Xiaomi, what do you want with Lancheng? Xiaomi retorted with sarcasm. I am seeking my husband. Must I report to you as well? Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Xiao Xian gasped. Xiaomi, I merely asked out of curiosity. Why the jealousy? Apologies, but Lancheng is currently in the shower. I will have him return your call shortly. Xiaomi stated firmly. Xiao Xian. If I do not receive a return call from Gu Lancheng, I will upload the recording of you and him together online tomorrow. With that, she terminated the call. Perhaps her threat bore fruit, for in just 15 minutes, Gu Lancheng called her back. As soon as she answered, she was met with his furious voice. Xiaomi, have you lost your mind? How dare you make your sister cry? She held the phone away from her ear until his tirade subsided before placing it back. Gu Lancheng, I have received the divorce agreement. When are you free to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau and finalize our divorce? Her tone was as calm as still water, unaffected by his rage or the sorrow of impending separation. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Until that moment, he had firmly believed that Xiaomi's desire for divorce was a mere ruse to capture his attention. Are you serious? Xiaomi furrowed her brow. Gu Lancheng, I am busy and have no time for your games of emotional manipulation. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before Gu Lancheng's voice, tinged with irritation, broke through. Xiaomi, I left you alone for 2 years, thinking you would return to me after experiencing hardship. Yet, you have escalated matters and now wish to divorce. You must understand, who would dare to take you after parting ways with me? Gu Lancheng, a man who truly loves me would not concern himself with my past. Moreover, I have no regrets regarding this marriage. The one who has erred is you, and the burden of guilt lies squarely with you. If heaven truly has eyes, it should direct its wrath towards you. On what grounds do you presume that I am unworthy of happiness? Gu Lancheng fell silent. Xiaomi, in the event of a divorce, you will possess nothing. I shall never part with a single penny for you. Gu Lancheng clenched his teeth as he spoke. Xiaomi laughed aloud. Gu Lancheng, at one time I genuinely believed that leaving you would render me incapable of surviving. Yet, the truth has proven otherwise. Without the trifling offerings you provided, I have managed to amass considerable wealth. These past 2 years have been the most liberating of my life, free from the burden of your scrutiny and the obligation to serve your family. Chapter 38. Returning to the Gu family. Infuriating the green tea, Gu Lancheng's handsome visage was as cold as ice. Humiliation, a disgrace of monumental proportions, a beggar, utterly destitute, had chosen to leave him rather than remain in their union. Gu Lancheng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Xiaomi, I refuse to accept this divorce. In a fit of rage, he slammed down the phone. Xiaomi, defeated in her negotiations, felt a profound sense of despondency. She curled up in the corner of the sofa and reached for her phone. Seeking assistance on various forums. I wish to divorce my scoundrel husband who is keeping a mistress, yet he refuses. Seeking advice. It wasn't long before the comments began to accumulate. Although the opinions varied widely, there were indeed some pearls of wisdom among them. One comment stood out prominently. Since the scoundrel loves his mistress, the situation can be managed more easily. If the original poster can endure the disgust and feign affection with him, I assure you the mistress will become restless, and she will certainly stir up trouble. Let her assist you in persuading him to divorce you. What could be more satisfying? Alternatively, if he remains unwilling to part ways, then you should channel your inner Sherlock Holmes. You must get close to him to gather evidence of his infidelity, then threaten him with divorce. With his considerable wealth, why would he hesitate to comply? Xiaomi felt as though she had received a revelation. That very evening, she packed her belongings and made her way to the Gu residence. Upon seeing Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng was first taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of anger. Xiaomi, what are you doing back here? With an indifferent tone, Xiaomi replied. Since you refuse to divorce, we are still legally married. Shouldn't a married couple reside together? Gu Lancheng was left speechless. After scrutinizing her for some time, he could not help but mock. Xiaomi, have you learned a few tricks? I admired your audacity when you first demanded a divorce. But it turns out your desire for divorce was merely a ruse. Xiaomi remained silent. The proposal for divorce is always valid. With that, she circumvented Gu Lancheng and entered the house. Her disdain for him was deeply ingrained, yet Gu Lancheng, in his arrogance, misconstrued her aloofness as a strategic game of seduction. Dragging her luggage to a small, poorly lit room tucked away in the corner of the 3rd floor, Xiaomi noted that this space was originally designated for a maid or as a guest room. Unfortunately for her, Gu Lancheng cherished tranquility, leaving most rooms on this floor vacant. Gu Lancheng ascended the stairs, and followed Xiao Mi into the guest room. What do you mean? Are you planning to live apart? He asked, bewildered. Xiao Mi skillfully began unpacking her suitcase, placing clothes into the wardrobe while casually responding, do you truly desire for us to cohabitate? A complex expression flickered in Gu Lancheng's eyes. He was bewildered by his own feelings. When Xiao Mi drew near, he felt repulsed, yet when she distanced herself, a sense of discomfort enveloped him. You may stay in the room next door. It is more spacious and brighter, he suggested. Xiao Mi paused in her movements. Recalling the adjacent room, which had been transformed into a pink castle, adorned with flowing drapes and a romantic ambience, a clear testament to Gu Lancheng's meticulous arrangements for Xiao Exine. Xiao Mi smirked. That room's decor is rather extravagant. I do not favor it. May I redecorate? Gu Lancheng declared resolutely. No. Xiao Mi replied. Then I shall stay here. Suit yourself. Gu Lancheng ignored her and turned to leave. Xiao Mi had no intention of residing at the Gu household for long. Thus her luggage was exceedingly minimal. Soon, she had arranged her belongings and sat idly on the edge of the bed. She needed to devise a method to swiftly obtain evidence of Gu Lancheng's infidelity, which would provide her with leverage for negotiating a divorce. However, Gu Lancheng was a quintessential idealist. He loved Xiao Exine passionately. And although the intensity of his affection was palpable to all, she had never witnessed any tangible misconduct between them. It seemed she must engage in some actions to substantiate his betrayal. Xiao Mi retrieved her phone and hurried to the spare bedroom. Lying on the bed and snapping a flurry of photographs, which she then posted in a 9-grid format on her social media, visible only to Xiao Exine. She appended a note. Thank you, husband, for adorning the room for me. It is so romantic. I adore it. After completing her task, she returned to her own room, awaiting Xiao Exine's response. Based on her understanding of Xiao Exine, who outwardly presented herself as a paragon of virtue while harboring a more sinister nature, Xiao Exine believed Gu Lancheng loved her, hence she feigned indifference to competing with Xiao Mi. Yet, when it came to her own interests, she became exceedingly calculating. Now that Xiao Mi had returned, Xiao Exine would undoubtedly vie with her, compelling her true nature to emerge. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xiao Exine fervently questioned her. Xiao Mi, you've returned to the Gu family? Xiao Mi gazed at the message, envisioning Xiao Exine's flustered expression even through the screen. She provocatively replied, Yes, sister, Lancheng has asked me to live well here. There was a long silence on the other end. Xiao Mi smirked. Was she unable to endure this? She was merely returning the favor in kind. Xiao Exine's messages soon flooded in. Xiao Mi, Lancheng does not love you. A loveless marriage cannot endure. I advise you to exit gracefully and seek another match. Xiao Mi adopted a nonchalant demeanor, responding lazily, Love is the most worthless commodity in this world. As long as I remain Mrs. Gu, I will receive the Gu family's care, along with wealth, reputation, and status. I have no intention of opposing such splendid advantages. Xiao Exine, exasperated, retorted, Why are you so stubborn? Xiao Mi, you must realize that as a woman without a background, the elders of the Gu family will never accept you. Clenching her phone tightly, Xiao Mi replied, We share the same blood. We both have a mentally unstable mother and a father who abandoned us. If I cannot gain the Gu family's approval, do you believe you can? Xiao Exine asserted, I will prove to you that the elders of the Gu family will accept me. Xiao Mi responded, I shall await that with bated breath. Successfully provoking Xiao Exine's jealousy and ire, Xiao Mi contentedly tossed her phone aside, allowing the tempest on Xiao Exine's end to unfold. That night, Xiao Mi enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, she languidly awoke late, and after a leisurely morning routine, she descended the stairs. In the living room, Gu Lancheng sat on the sofa, his gaze tenderly fixed upon his phone, but upon catching sight of Xiao Mi, his smile vanished in an instant. However, Xiao Mi remained oblivious to his words and proceeded straight to the dining room, only to discover that no breakfast had been prepared for her. She turned her gaze towards Gu Lancheng. Where is my breakfast? Xiao Mi, he replied with a stiff voice, as a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. You should not indulge in sloth. Your breakfast was discarded by my mother, he continued. Consider this a lesson learned from a missed meal. With a soft grunt, Xiao Mi retorted, I am fully responsible for my own stomach. She then retrieved some eggs from the refrigerator, set up a juicer, and selected the finest fruits, bread, and ingredients for homemade pizza. Soon, the dining table was adorned with a sumptuous breakfast, which she savored with delight. Gu Lancheng observed her distant silhouette, his gaze deepening. After 2 years abroad, you have learned nothing except for the art of indulgence, he remarked, his disdain evident in his tone. Chapter 39. Enemies cross paths. Tension mounts as Xiao Mi savored the pizza in her hands. Her gaze flitted lightly towards Lancheng. You, the young master born with a silver spoon, indulging daily in abalone and bear paws, surely revel in pleasures more than I do. Lancheng muttered softly. Can you even compare with me? His voice, though barely above a whisper, could not conceal the haughty arrogance that characterized him, causing Xiao Mi to frown in displeasure. She shot him a glance. Am I less human than you? Do I possess fewer heartbeats or fewer eyes? Lancheng, as a fellow human being, I implore you to show kindness. We are equals. You are not inherently superior to me. Lancheng was momentarily taken aback, then his handsome face darkened, sharp-tongued as ever, if you're so capable. Then cease being a parasite. Xiao Mi retorted, I am your wife, and your income is half mine. I use your money, and it is both reasonable and lawful. If you cannot tolerate my presence as a so-called parasite, then why not divorce me? Lancheng was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that the once malleable Xiao Mi would now invoke the law to protect her interests. A lingering sense of foreboding crept over him. She was no longer as easily manipulated as before. After finishing her breakfast, Xiao Mi gracefully stood up and turned to leave the dining room. Lancheng glanced at the disarray on the table and shouted in frustration, Xiao Mi, clean up the dining table. Without looking back, Xiao Mi replied, I am Mrs. Gu, not a maid of the Gu family. Such tasks can be left to the maid. Xiao Mi, do not mistake my tolerance due to your kindness towards Xinair for a lack of boundaries. I warn you, if you fail to recognize your own standing, do not blame me for severing ties. I will indeed divorce you, and when that time comes, do not come crying to me for reconciliation. Lancheng, infuriated, kicked the leg of the sofa. Xiao Mi's voice floated back lightly. Lancheng, who would covet your tolerance? If you cannot endure my presence, then divorce me. Nothing would please me more. Lancheng was at a loss for words. During the leisurely weekend, the Yin family hotel welcomed two distinguished young masters. Yin Qirui and Yin Hongsheng encountered each other at the entrance, with Yin Qirui eyeing Yin Hongsheng warily. Yin Hongsheng, this hotel has been transferred to me by father. What are you doing here? Yin Hongsheng curled his lips into a slight smirk, a faint mockery dancing in his pale complexion. Yin Qirui, why are you so anxious? Indeed, one would worry about losing what does not belong to them. Fuming, Yin Qirui snapped, nonsense. This hotel belongs to me. Father bestowed it upon me. I am the rightful heir. Yin Hongsheng retaliated with an unexpected punch. Yin Qirui, mind your language. He despised those who fed off his mother, yet showed her no respect. Without my mother, your father would be nothing but a man without car or home. Your father thrives on my mother's substantial dowry and has turned his back on her. With an unexpected surge of strength, Yin Hongsheng landed blow after blow, bringing Yin Qirui crashing to the ground. The bodyguards rushed in to separate them. Young Master Hongsheng, please remain calm. Yin Qirui howled. You brat, how dare you strike me? Is not my father also your father? I wish to reveal to my father how this unfilial son has been scheming against him in private. Yin Hongsheng, infuriated, kicked again. Tattletale. The bodyguards of the Yin family quickly pulled Yin Hongsheng away as Yin Qirui clumsily rose to his feet. He glared at Yin Hongsheng with seething anger. You wait, boy. If I don't drive you out of the Yin family, then I am not the eldest son of the Yin family. Yin Hongsheng, there will come a day when you will seek my favor. Yin Hongsheng scoffed. Dream on. Yin Qirui, who knows who will be seeking whom? With a nonchalant adjustment of his clothing, Yin Hongsheng strode away. Yin Qirui's gaze, like a venomous serpent, ensnared Yin Hongsheng until he reached Xiao Mi's guest room. At which point Yin Qirui exploded. Who resides in that room? He inquired suspiciously. Young master, the assistant whispered into Yin Qirui's ear. The person inside is the young lady you asked us to investigate. A fashionable silhouette emerged in Yin Qirui's mind, filled with jealousy. How does he know her? The assistant replied, who knows? Yin Hongsheng knocked on the guest room door, and Gong Li opened it for him. Gong Li, where is sister? Gong Li's face was filled with dismay. She has returned home. Yin Hongsheng's expression tightened slightly, and when he spoke again, there was a trace of repressed, exasperated anger. Is she still unable to forget him? Just a dog. Yet she has been thinking of him for so long? Gong Li shook her head. That's not it. Sister is going back to gather evidence. Evidence? Yes. Without proof of the scoundrel's infidelity during marriage, sister's divorce would be quite disadvantageous. Yin Hongsheng's expression softened somewhat. Though it remained clouded, that old fox is very cunning. Sister's pure nature cannot possibly contend with him. He scoffed lightly. If she seeks evidence of the crown prince's infidelity, I shall deliver it to her. Why should she exert herself? Gong Li stood in stunned silence, inwardly reflecting. The crown prince is notoriously shrewd. How could he so easily hand over evidence of his infidelity to the young master? Before departing, Yin Hongsheng specifically instructed Gong Li, tell sister to take care of herself. At the Gu family's villa, Gu Lancheng, unusually free from official duties, sat before the television, watching a legal program. Suddenly, Xiao Xian paid a visit, adding a layer of rosy sweetness to Gu Lancheng's monotonous holiday. Lancheng, where is my sister? I heard she has returned, and I came to see her. Upon entering, Xiao Xian's gaze frequently darted upstairs. Gu Lancheng, still vexed by Xiao Mi's antics, responded with irritation, don't mention her. After 2 years abroad, while others have returned gilded, she has acquired a distinctly foul odor. Xiao Xian had not come to express concern for her sister. Rather, she used the guise of caring to ingratiate herself with the Gu family. She confidently sat beside Gu Lancheng, her delicate tenderness on full display. Lancheng, what troubles you? Did my sister upset you? Gu Lancheng's expression darkened. Xiao Mi's ability to infuriate was truly remarkable. Yet, as a man, he was unwilling to dwell on it. It's nothing. Merely trifles. Xiao Xian's eyes dimmed slightly. You are always so tolerant of her. This will only embolden her. Gu Lancheng murmured in the shadows. Who says I owe her anything? Xiao Xian, filled with fervor, retorted, Lancheng, it is I who owes her, not you. You are not indebted to her in any way. If she dares to provoke you again, you need not consider my feelings. However you choose to discipline her, I shall not hold it against you. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Gu Lancheng's eyes. Did he truly owe Xiao Mi nothing? At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from upstairs, startling both Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. It turned out that Xiao Mi, having indulged herself, returned to her room and cranked the music speaker to its maximum volume, causing the entire building to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Xiao Mi, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 40. The Child's Pain, Eternal Hatred. Gu Lancheng, consumed by fury, stormed upstairs with unbridled rage. Xiao Xian followed closely behind. Upon reaching the upper floor, they discovered Xiao Mi had carelessly placed the video speaker at the junction of the corridor, playing a street dance tutorial accompanied by pulsating rock music. Clad in her dance attire, Xiao Mi moved awkwardly to the rhythm, her motions lacking any semblance of coordination. With a face ashen with anger, Gu Lancheng approached and abruptly switched off the speaker. Just as Xiao Mi was about to express her indignation, she caught sight of Xiao Xian behind Gu Lancheng and instantly transformed her ire into delight. Darling, I'm preparing to get fit. Once I'm in shape, let us have a child, she exclaimed, smiling as she naturally entwined her arm with Gu Lancheng's. Xiao Xian's expression darkened considerably. Her mouth opened and closed several times. But ultimately, she fell silent, unable to articulate her thoughts due to the unjustness of the situation. Gu Lancheng scrutinized Xiao Mi. The very person who had been so insolent moments before now appeared to him as she had years ago, filled with admiration and affection. How could she possess such a disjointed persona? Suddenly, Xiao Xian let out a light laugh. Sister, do you genuinely wish to bear a child for Lancheng? Suppressing the nausea in her abdomen, Xiao Mi replied, Sister, what are you talking about? Lancheng and I are husband and wife. Naturally, we intend to have children. After all, I do not wish to end my life as you have, childless. Xiao Xian's face drained of color. Gu Lancheng rebuked Xiao Mi. Xiao Mi, how have you become so vicious? You know full well that your sister is unable to bear children. Why must you wound her so? Remember this, what your sister lacks. You shall not possess either. I will bestow upon you the title of Mrs. Gu, but nothing more, Gu Lancheng stated emphatically. Xiao Mi's complexion paled at his words. Gu Lancheng's favoritism toward Xiao Xian stirred within her a plethora of unpleasant memories, as if she had always been the discarded choice of her family and husband. Gu Lancheng, if she cannot have children, do you not desire offspring as well? Xiao Mi shouted in frustration. The coldness in Xiao Xian's eyes shifted to derision. Sister, if you truly wish to add to the Gu family legacy, why did you so recklessly terminate Lancheng's child 2 years ago? At the mention of the miscarried child, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Xiao Mi bit her lip, her pallor deepening. Her hands, concealed within the sleeves of her clothing, trembled uncontrollably. Mama, Mama. It hurts. Images of a hazy memory flooded her mind. A little girl nestled in her embrace, tears streaming down her face as she softly lamented, Mama, I want to see Daddy. I haven't seen him in so long. Mama, am I dying? If I die, will Daddy come to see us? Mama, I can't hold on much longer. Where is Daddy? Mama, Daddy doesn't love me. I don't want Daddy anymore. Mama, you shouldn't want him either. He always makes you cry. Xiaomi painfully shut her eyes, and upon reopening them, she concealed her tumultuous emotions. Gu Lancheng's voice, laced with anger, suddenly shattered the stillness. Xiaomi, why did you terminate my child? Zhoumi gazed at him with a chilling stare, her heart yearning to convey that he was utterly unworthy of the title of father, let alone the joys of familial bliss. Yet, the repercussions of offending him were beyond her capacity to bear. Thus, she was compelled to don a faade of falsehood, engaging him in a hollow exchange. At that time, I had just donated a kidney, and my health was poor. How could I conceive and bear a child? Gu Lancheng chose not to press further, as he held no expectations for a child with Zhoumi. Termination would suffice. A mother as irresponsible as she was unfit to bear my offspring, he declared. Zhoumi's hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched into fists, her nails nearly piercing her flesh. However, upon catching sight of Qiao Xian's smug expression, her resolve began to wane. She forced herself to adopt a disingenuous demeanor. Darling, if I do not bear children, you shall remain childless. Gu Lancheng was left speechless. Qiao Xian, unfazed, interjected, Xiaomi, in this day and age, which successful man does not have a few charming mistresses? Who among them does not have a couple of sons from outside? Zhoumi, with a gentle yet pointed smile, reminded her, but the children you bear with other women can only be deemed illegitimate. Qiao Xian retorted, Xiaomi, as Lancheng's legitimate wife, you ought to be more magnanimous. Zhoumi fixed her gaze upon Qiao Xian, her tone resolute. I am not one to share a man with others. Thus, I shall not accept a tainted man. Gu Lancheng furrowed his brow, his expression stern. Zhoumi, are you issuing me a warning? Zhoumi met his gaze head-on. Indeed. I wish to inform you that if you do not desire a divorce, it would be prudent for you to maintain your integrity and avoid any ambiguous entanglements with other women. Qiao Xian, inexplicably anxious, stammered, Xiaomi, do you dislike my closeness with Lancheng? Without reservation, Zhoumi retorted, is that even a question? Would you wish for your husband to be so close to me? Qiao Xian swallowed hard, her face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Lancheng stared at Zhoumi, taken aback by her sharpness and decisiveness. Zhoumi, how could he submit to her imposing presence? Gritting his teeth, he replied, you would do well to refrain from meddling in my private affairs, for I cannot predict what I might do. Zhoumi adopted a defiant posture, as if prepared to confront any challenge. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we should each live our own lives? Gu Lancheng fell silent, as if discovering an exit from their marriage. I shall not interfere with you, and you shall not interfere with me. That would be preferable. Zhoumi's eyes held a profound inscrutability, yet she deliberately displayed a vulnerable demeanor, tearfully lamenting. When you needed my kidney, you promised to care for me for a lifetime. Now that you have taken my kidney, you wish to dismantle our bridge and live separate lives. Gu Lancheng, I must have been blind to have chosen such a vain and selfish man. Gu Lancheng found himself at a loss for words, chastened by Zhoumi's accusations, which were rooted in undeniable truth. Well, I was merely jesting. If you cannot accept this arrangement, I shall still look after you, he said, his tone despondent. Zhoumi, however, had no desire to engage further. In a huff, she grabbed the speaker and retreated indoors, shutting Gu Lancheng and Qiao Xian out of her world. Gu Lancheng and Qiao Xian exchanged glances, their eyes mingling with a blend of sympathy and reassurance for one another. Qiao Xian's gaze darkened. How could Xiaomi have become so unapproachable? It seems I must have my mother come and discipline her properly. Gu Lancheng pressed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Your mother has never treated Xiaomi kindly. Xiaomi harbors a profound psychological shadow whenever she encounters your mother. Lancheng, regardless of my mother's shortcomings, she did raise my sister, and perhaps my sister will heed her words. Gu Lancheng felt a sense of unease. Yet accustomed to acquiescing to Qiao Xian, he chose not to voice his objections. Xiaomi certainly did not anticipate that one day, her mother would pay an unexpected visit. She appeared quite aged, dressed in cheap attire from street vendors, her face marred by a multitude of wrinkles. If her true age were not revealed, one might mistake her for a frail old woman in her 70s or 80s. Chapter 41. A Mother's Double Standard. Pained to the core, she regarded Xiaomi with a scrutinizing gaze. I hear from your sister that you have achieved great success, and now reside as the wife of a wealthy man. Xiaomi's heart instinctively clenched tightly. Every nerve in her body seemed to be pulled painfully, and for a fleeting moment, She felt as though her blood had congealed, her vitality frozen. What brings you here? Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. You mentioned how long it had been since you last visited me? Xiao's mother launched into a tirade. Xiaomi, I have been diagnosed with a terminal illness and do not have long to live. Before I pass, I wish to see you. I have called you numerous times, but you never answered. I sent you messages, but you did not reply. Have you, now that you have found success, chosen to disown me, your incapable mother? As she spoke, she began to sob. Xiaomi cast a cold glance at the woman who had brought her so much misfortune. How could she have the audacity to come before her? In her childhood, she had been so small, yet this woman had redirected all her own misfortunes onto her. She had abused her, belittled her, and even used her as a punching bag, striking her with fists and feet. She had forbidden her from attending school and forced her to beg on the streets, confiscating all the meager earnings. Just the thought of her mother would haunt her in nightmares. It was not that she was unwilling to acknowledge this incompetent mother. Rather, she could not accept a mother whose cruelty rivaled that of a human trafficker. I am not a doctor. You come to me, and I cannot help you. Xiaomi's voice held no warmth. Xiaomi, I truly am nearing death. Her mother, in a moment of emotional fervor, suddenly grasped Xiaomi's hand. I wish to speak with you privately about some personal matters. Xiaomi's icy gaze softened slightly. After all, they were bound by blood. And as her mother approached her final days, perhaps her words would carry a gentler tone. She should be magnanimous enough to forgive her, shouldn't she? Follow me. Xiaomi led her mother to a nearby bar. Let us converse here. As soon as Xiao's mother sat down, tears streamed down her face. Xiaomi, you were very young back then, and there were many things you did not understand. Your father cheated during our marriage and forced me into divorce. As a mere housewife, I had no means to retaliate. I left with you, my assets stripped away, burdened by a life of poverty that left me unable to stand tall. My inner turmoil inevitably led to my poor temperament towards you. Xiaomi brushed her hair back, and as her fingers grazed a scar on her forehead, warmth was instantly replaced by cold indifference in her eyes. Her mother's temperament was not merely poor, she had beaten her to the point of breaking ribs. It was a relentless torment that threatened her very existence. Countless times, she had felt she could not endure, yet her life was stubbornly resilient. Her mother, visibly embarrassed, stammered. Xiaomi, now you are well off. Your life is better, and that brings me peace. Xiao's mother had laid on too much pretense, manipulating emotions to evade accountability, which irked Xiaomi greatly. Growing impatient, she said, if you have nothing significant to discuss, then please take your leave. She stood up, feigning to depart. Xiao's mother, in a fit of agitation, stopped her. Xiaomi, your sister has come looking for me. You know, when I divorced your father, I could not keep her with me. It remains my greatest regret in life. Xiaomi, over the years, I have failed in my responsibilities as a mother, and I deeply regret how I treated her. Xiaomi was engulfed in a chilling sense of despair. When her parents divorced, everyone clamored for her sister's custody, casting her aside like a discarded object. The profound sense of rejection from her own flesh and blood etched itself into her very being. Consequently, when she encountered Lancheng, even the slightest kindness from him made her regard him as her savior, fulfilling his every request. The disdain from her original family had sown the seeds of self-sacrifice deep within her soul. If you have wronged her, you should seek her out. How you choose to make amends is of no concern to me. Why have you come to me? Xiaomi, your sister is frail, and she has feelings for Lancheng. You should relinquish him to her. Finally, Xiaomi's mother revealed her intentions. Xiaomi smiled, her expression tinged with sorrow. Have I not already given enough? As a child, I too wished to be with our wealthy father, but she chose him first, so I remained silent. Later, when her kidneys failed, I even donated one of mine to her. Now, she wishes to take my husband. Her gaze turned icy as she faced her mother. Do tell me, why must I cede everything to her? You owe her, not me. A flicker of guilt crossed her mother's eyes. She has been pampered since childhood. Without Lancheng, she would struggle to survive. Xiaomi, you have already endured so much hardship. Without him, you could adapt to a life of adversity. Please, be kind and let your sister have Lancheng. Xiaomi stared at her mother, her voice trembling, her face pale as paper. I am also your daughter. Why do you believe only Chao Xian deserves happiness, while I must forever languish in misery? You are not merely Chao Xian's mother. You are my mother as well. How can you bear to treat me this way? She forced herself to stifle the tears welling in her eyes. You are unworthy of being my mother. Her mother faltered. Why must you be so petty? Your sister's health is fragile. It is only natural for me to be concerned for her. Zhou felt as though her throat was being cruelly constricted, desperate to express her feelings, yet unable to articulate them. Her eyes burned, filled with a haunting intensity. She closed her eyes in despair, fully aware that her old wounds had reopened. The familial trauma had inflicted not only psychological torment, but had also manifested in severe somatic symptoms. In that moment, she loathed her mother, and even more so, Lancheng. He knew full well what she would face upon meeting her mother, yet he stood by, indifferent to Qiao Xian's machinations against her. How could this man be her husband? She had truly been blind. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested upon her shoulder, kneading it softly. A warm, soothing voice whispered in her ear, "Sister, relax." Like a parched desert receiving a spring rain, Zhou's suffocation and oppression began to dissipate. She inhaled deeply, gradually reviving her spirit. Her mother remained oblivious to her daughter's suffering, instead scrutinizing Yan Hongsheng, who exuded an air of nobility, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Zhou, who is this?" Seeing the avarice bloom in her mother's gaze, Zhou hurried to clarify, "He is merely my friend." Mother Qiao's gaze had shifted from Yan Hongsheng's exquisite attire to the opulent watch adorning his wrist, her eyes brimming with calculation. "Zhou, when did you begin associating with such a wealthy young man? Your friend appears to be quite successful. Could you possibly borrow some money from him? Mother is in dire need of a substantial sum for medical expenses." Xiaomi's complexion turned ashen. Mother Qiao had never shouldered the responsibilities of a parent, yet now she relentlessly exploited her daughter without any sense of shame. This behavior, reminiscent of idle chatter from summer's frivolities, struck her as utterly ludicrous. Chapter 42. The Infidelity of the Wife. Mr. Gu's disbelief. Who will repay the borrowed medical expenses? Xiaomi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Qiao's mother asserted with an air of entitlement, "You are my daughter. Naturally, it is your responsibility to repay the money I borrowed." Xiaomi retorted angrily, "But I am not your only daughter." Qiao's mother snapped back, "Why are you being so petty? I have never supported your sister. I cannot bear to ask her for money. Furthermore, given your sister's frail health and her myriad financial needs, what is wrong with you helping alleviate her economic burden?" Xiaomi trembled with indignation. Yan Hongsheng, with his long, elegant fingers, gently patted Xiaomi's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Xiaomi turned to him, managing a grateful yet bitter smile. "Sister, you seem a bit agitated. Shall I speak with her?" Yan Hongsheng suggested. Xiaomi recognized that, in the face of her mother, she was in a state of utter collapse and could not engage in a rational conversation. Thus, she stepped back. Yan Hongsheng stepped forward, shielding Xiaomi behind him. His handsome face, chiseled like ice, coldly regarded Qiao's mother. "I can lend you money, but you must sign an agreement severing all ties with Xiaomi." His imposing presence momentarily stunned Qiao's mother. After a long pause, she finally responded with a mocking laugh. "I raised her all these years. While there may not be credit, there is certainly labor. You expect her to cut ties with me? Who will care for me in my old age? I intend to rely on her when I am bedridden." Xiaomi, ever attentive since childhood, was far more diligent than her sister. As Qiao's mother reminisced about the tender care Xiaomi once provided, a satisfied expression crept onto her face. A glint of coldness flashed in Yan Hongsheng's eyes as he remarked, "You would be wise to consult a lawyer. Given that Xiaomi has no income, what amount do you think she could possibly provide in support? At most, a few hundred yuan a month, and only if she feels inclined to do so. Otherwise, she could easily withhold assistance. As for relying on her care, do you not remember how you treated Xiaomi? She harbors resentment. Do you not fear her seeking revenge? I will offer you 1 million yuan, your sole opportunity for wealth." Qiao's mother fell into deep contemplation. In truth, after Xiaomi left home, she had contemplated demanding support from her newly adult daughter, even considering legal action. However, a lawyer had informed her that, given Xiaomi's lack of income and her own failure to reach retirement age, her chances of receiving any support were non-existent. But now, seeing Xiaomi dressed so splendidly, exuding the same noble aura as a wealthy heiress, her greedy desires were fully awakened. "My Xiaomi is Mrs. Gu, and her worth is considerable." Xiao's mother attempted to negotiate. 1 million? Is that how you treat a beggar?" With a cold expression, Xiaomi replied, "When I married Gu Lancheng, I signed a prenuptial agreement. The Gu family's wealth has nothing to do with me." Xiao's mother scratched her head in frustration, scolding her harshly. "How could you be so foolish? How could you sign such an agreement?" Yan Hongsheng grasped Xiao's mother's hand and forcefully shoved her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. His voice, cold and sinister, echoed above her like that of a demon. Xiaomi has been begging since she was 6, and every penny she earned was handed over to you. When you calculate it, you have only raised her for 6 years, while she has spent over a decade supporting you through her begging. You have profited immensely. I advise you to learn to be content. Otherwise, I will accuse you of child abuse. Xiao's mother widened her eyes, eager to retort. But Yin Hongsheng pressed on relentlessly. From now on, I do not wish for you to appear before Xiaomi. If you cause her any distress again, I assure you that you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Clearly frightened, Xiao's mother asked, "Who are you? Do you have the power to do that?" Although it was a question, her voice lacked conviction. Yin Hongsheng replied coldly, "You are not worthy of knowing my name. In a few days, my people will come to deliver a check to you." With that, he took Xiaomi and left. Xiao's mother stared at Yin Hongsheng's retreating figure, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment. She immediately went to the Gu group. When the assistant brought her to Gu Lancheng's office, he was quite taken aback, a hint of disgust flickering in his handsome eyes. "What brings you here?" Xiao's mother nervously rubbed her hands together. "Son-in-law, I truly have something important to discuss with you." Gu Lancheng gestured for the assistant to leave, and as the door slowly closed, the assistant lingered outside instead of departing immediately. Inside, Gu Lancheng, no longer pretending, wore a look of impatience. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Xiao's mother hesitated. "Xiao Xian came to find me." She knew that mentioning Xiao Xian would capture Gu Lancheng's attention. He indeed lifted his gaze to her, silently inquiring. "She mentioned that Xiaomi's relationship with you has not been harmonious lately?" Gu Lancheng frowned, having never regarded Xiaomi seriously. He could not fathom how her trivial grievances could stir such a tempest with Xiao Xian and her mother. "She is merely throwing a tantrum," he replied dismissively. Xiao's mother smiled, yet for some reason, Gu Lancheng felt that her smile was tinged with a mocking pity. "I know my daughter best. She has always been gentle and soft-natured. She would never rebel unless pushed to her limits. Her discontent with you must indicate significant dissatisfaction." Gu Lancheng fell silent for a moment, straightening his posture. "That you are her mother, you do not love her. You do not understand her. What girl is without her moods?" In his view, Xiaomi was no different from other pretentious girls. She too employed the art of allure to capture his heart. But he would not fall for such tricks. "Then she has been unfaithful. Did you know that?" The revelation struck Gu Lancheng like a thunderclap, rendering him speechless. "What did you say? Xiaomi has been unfaithful?" He believed Xiao's mother must be mistaken. She had always been one to stir up trouble. "You must have misunderstood. Any woman can betray her husband, but Xiaomi would not." He knew well how high her moral standards were. Mother Xiao was distressed. "Son-in-law, you must believe me. Xiaomi has truly been unfaithful. I went to find her today and witnessed her in the company of another man. He treats her with such affection, even assisting her in dealing with me." Chapter 43. The Wife's Infidelity. Mr. Gu's fury. The pen in Gu Lancheng's hand slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. His chest heaved unevenly, and his emotions became somewhat agitated. Who was that man? Regardless of whether Xiaomi had indeed been unfaithful, the mere thought of her being too close to another man was enough to shatter his composure. Xiao's mother spoke. "I do not know his name, but I can tell you that he is tall and slender, wearing sunglasses and a Givenchy suit, adorned with an expensive diamond watch. He is quite protective of Xiaomi. When I merely ruffled her hair, he pushed me away as if he had lost his mind. It is evident that he cares for my daughter." Gu Lancheng's expression suddenly darkened. Although he did not cherish Xiaomi, the idea of another man taking on the responsibility of caring for her ignited a fierce jealousy within him, a twisted sense of possessiveness that he could not contain. Xiao's mother scrutinized him. "Son-in-law, that man appears to be either wealthy or noble, and he possesses an extraordinary charm that rivals your own." Her final remark ignited his fury. "Moreover, he is willing to support Xiaomi. I believe she also holds him in high regard." In a fit of rage, Gu Lancheng hurled a cup from his desk across the room. Even though he did not love Xiaomi, a man's dignity could not tolerate her emotional betrayal. "Xiaomi, should you dare to be unfaithful to me, I shall never forgive you," he declared with bitterness. Yet, he forgot that he was the one who had been unfaithful first. The night sky was clear and tranquil. Xiaomi and Yin Hongsheng sat quietly on a bench by the moat, the silence stretching between them. After a long pause, Xiaomi turned to Yin Hongsheng and said, "Xiaosheng, you need not concern yourself with my mother. No matter how much you give her, she will never be satisfied." She gazed at the distant hills, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if peering through time into a decaying past. "Even if I were to give my life for her, she would not appreciate a single good deed." Suddenly, Yin Hongsheng reached out, taking her trembling hand in his. He could deeply empathize with her despair. Having once been abandoned by his own father, despite having done nothing wrong, merely born of a woman uncherished by him. Sister, you are remarkable. Those few words bestowed upon Xiaomi an immeasurable strength. Indeed, she had long believed herself to be inherently inferior under the indifference of her father and the brutality of her mother. It was only after traversing many places and witnessing various landscapes that she recognized her own worth. The lack of parental love was not her fault. You are the most important person to me, he murmured, resting his head on her shoulder, playfully imploring, Sister, please pay more attention to me in the future. A figure both radiant and sinister, a person of complex morality, suddenly displayed vulnerability, rendering Xiaomi utterly unable to resist. Yes, you are indeed the most important person to me, she replied, affectionately ruffling his shiny black hair, as if he were her beloved pet. Yin Hongsheng then cupped her face, compelling her to look into his eyes. Sister, this is not just for now. In the future, I will always be your most important person. You are my most important person too. Zhoumi was startled by his actions, her expression frozen. The gaze of Yin Hongsheng was one she often observed in Lancheng when he was with Xiao Xian. It was the tender care that an adult man expresses towards the woman he cherishes. She awkwardly withdrew her hand from his grasp, reminding him gently yet firmly, Little Sheng. One must maintain a distance between the sexes. Yin Hongsheng was momentarily taken aback, his grip loosening slightly. However, in the next instant, his hand transformed into a powerful vice, firmly enclosing her delicate face within his palm. What distance between the sexes? When my sister saved me, she saw all of me. We have long been open with each other. I have already regarded her as my closest family. Yin Hongsheng's candid demeanor filled Zhoumi with an inexplicable sense of shame. She had begun to see him as the extraordinary man from a past life, forgetting that, in this very moment, he was still a child. His dependence on her was that of a family member. Suddenly, Zhoumi broke into a radiant smile, pinching Yin Hongsheng's cheek. Yes, we will always be the closest of kin. Let her live forever in the present. Yin Hongsheng's past decisiveness in battle was completely dismantled by her. He would forever be the younger brother she wished to protect. I heard that sister has returned to the Gu family. Yin Hongsheng abruptly changed the subject, a shadow of coldness passing over his handsomely sculpted features. Zhoumi responded to herself. Yes, I am Mrs. Gu. It is only natural for me to return. Yin Hongsheng hesitated. During your 2 years abroad, Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian have been inseparable. Yet the Gu family has never acknowledged your existence as Mrs. Gu. I fear that in their hearts, they have never accepted you. If you return voluntarily, they may subject you to all sorts of humiliation. Zhoumi's gaze was as tranquil as the deep sea. How could the Gu family merely be unaccepting of her as a daughter-in-law? Did not Mother Gu forbid her from joining them at the table, dining together? From time to time, they would slyly mock her as a mountain chicken transformed into a phoenix, subtly belittling her as someone unworthy, disgracing the Gu family. They even strictly ordered her not to reveal her identity as Mrs. Gu in public. And what of Gu Lancheng? As her husband, he merely furrowed his brow slightly when he saw her being ridiculed and tormented by Mother Gu. If she complained to him, he would impatiently urge her to learn to endure. He insisted on sleeping in separate rooms, of course, to mask the remnants of his dwindling compassion for her. He would find a grandiose excuse to preserve her dignity. He would say, Zhoumi, I sleep late, so I want to share a bed with you, lest I disturb your rest. In the Gu household, they all treated her as a soulless object, devoid of feelings or pain. All her suffering had to be borne alone. Zhoumi's prolonged silence caused Yin Hongsheng to furrow his brow in discontent. Sister, if returning to the Gu family is so unhappy, then don't go back, he said, gripping her frail shoulders tightly, his voice filled with urgency. Zhoumi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Little Sheng, I must return. Yin Hongsheng's handsome eyes were filled with profound helplessness. Sister, tell me, do you still harbor even the slightest affection for Gu Lancheng? A wave of intense resistance and hatred surged in Zhoumi's gaze. She shook her head vehemently. How could I possibly still love him? In a previous life, he had caused the tragic demise of both her and her mother. She yearned to exact vengeance upon this scoundrel. How could there be any lingering affection for him? A glimmer of relief appeared in Yin Hongsheng's eyes as he smiled. Sister, I am now at ease. As long as severely injuring Gu Lancheng does not bring you sorrow, I shall proceed to deal with this wretch. Yin Hongsheng continued. Sister, I will assist you in swiftly liberating yourself from this scoundrel. Xiaomi stared blankly at Yin Hongsheng. A faint premonition stirred within her. In this lifetime, with Yin Hongsheng as her support, her fate might indeed diverge from that of her past existence. Xiaomi said, Xiaosheng, I know him too well. He presents an outward facade of extreme benevolence. Yet behind the scenes, he is calculating and utterly hypocritical. You must exercise caution when confronting him. Yin Hongsheng replied, Sister, await my good news. In the dead of night, Xiaomi returned to the Gu residence. Gu Lancheng sat on the sofa, enveloped in the profound darkness. When Xiaomi turned on the light, the sight of Gu Lancheng's ice-like visage startled her immensely. Chapter 44. The double standard, however. She soon composed herself, nonchalantly changing her shoes before ascending the stairs, treating Gu Lancheng as if he were merely air. Gu Lancheng, seething with anger, called out, Xiaomi, stop right there. Xiaomi paused on the staircase, looking down at him. Is there something you need? Where have you been at this hour? Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Gu Lancheng demanded. Xiaomi frowned, if I recall correctly. You mentioned earlier today that we should each live our own lives without disturbing one another. So, it seems unnecessary for me to inform you of my whereabouts. Gu Lancheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had underestimated her. He had previously been confident that a woman like Xiaomi, lacking any prestigious background, would struggle to find a man superior to him. He had also believed that a traditional woman like her would never engage in such bold actions, which is why he had audaciously proposed an open marriage. Now, however, he felt a twinge of regret. He approached her with a tense expression. Even if we are in an open marriage, do not forget that you are still the young mistress of the Gu family. Your behavior must not bring shame to the family. Gu Lancheng, you certainly excel at double standards, Xiaomi retorted, crossing her arms in mockery. Infuriated by her dismissive demeanor, Gu Lancheng suddenly seized her throat, lifting her chin. Xiaomi winced in pain, and in that moment, memories of Yin Hongsheng lifting her chin earlier in the day flooded her mind. The same action, yet Gu Lancheng's was filled with brutality, while Yin Hongsheng's had been tender and caring. She chuckled bitterly to herself. Gu Lancheng, at his core, harbored no love for her. How had she failed to see his true nature all this time? In contrast, little Sheng, whom she had nurtured with great care, genuinely cherished and respected her. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gu Lancheng noticed an unexpected warmth in Xiaomi's gaze, prompting him to release her. Xiaomi touched her reddened neck. Recalling how Yin Hongsheng's touch left no trace, his respect evident in the details of his care, her tumultuous life felt somewhat less bleak. As the kindness from little Sheng illuminated her world, a smile broke across her face. Gu Lancheng squinted in confusion. How could she still smile in response to his rudeness? Could it be that his touch had stirred feelings within her that should not exist? With a tone tinged with disgust, he pressed on. Who was the man you were with today? When Xiaomi's gaze met his, it turned icy. None of your business. Sharp-witted, Gu Lancheng finally grasped that her earlier warmth was not meant for him, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Who do you think you are? Xiaomi, you are a married woman. How can you be so close to another man? Xiaomi shot back with quick wit. And what about you and my sister? Fuming, Gu Lancheng retorted, my relationship with your sister is innocent. Xiaomi countered, Gu Lancheng, under the guise of familial affection, you engage in ambiguous affairs with her. It's disgusting, don't you realize? Xiaomi swallowed hard. It is not merely physical intimacy that constitutes infidelity. Gu Lancheng, emotional betrayal, is also a form of treachery. Gu Lancheng stood frozen, as if nailed to a cross of shame by Xiaomi's words. For the first time, he realized that his closeness to Qiao Xin was looked down upon by Xiaomi. After speaking, Xiaomi turned and left with an air of indifference. To prevent Gu Lancheng from causing trouble for Yin Hongsheng, she casually remarked, I am merely friends with him. Gu Lancheng felt a wave of relief. Since they were just normal cooperative friends, he resolved to be more mindful of boundaries and context to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Suddenly, Xiaomi seemed to recall something. Halting abruptly and turning slowly, her gaze was as calm and void as a still pond. Gu Lancheng, who has tarnished my name? A flicker of guilt crossed Gu Lancheng's eyes. He was acutely aware of the deteriorating relationship between Xiaomi and her mother. Yet today he had not intervened to prevent her mother from meeting Xiaomi, allowing her to slander and hurt Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng, I am grateful for your past rescue from peril. Yet now, you have pushed me back into the flames. Your kindness towards me diminishes with each passing moment. Xiaomi's voice bore no trace of emotion. A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped Gu Lancheng. He had already depleted his goodwill towards Xiaomi more than once. and he pondered what their relationship would become once that goodwill was entirely exhausted. This time was an accident. He felt an urge to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words. Jomi looked at him wistfully. The value I place on you is dwindling. Cherish it while you can. Gu Lancheng's handsome face turned pale. The following day, while Jomi was still ensconced in slumber, a maid from the Gu household arrived at her bedside to awaken her. Madam. Jomi opened her eyes with displeasure. Is there something you need? The maid replied, Sir has asked me to inform you that there is a very important banquet tonight. He wishes for you to accompany him. Therefore, you must rise early to select an appropriate gown. Jomi was somewhat taken aback, and then realized that this was Gu Lancheng's way of apologizing. He had always been like this, striking her hard before offering a sweet reward. In the past, she had welcomed this treatment, but with love now extinguished, she felt no desire to cater to Gu Lancheng's whims. Is it possible for me to decline? She asked disinterestedly. The maid hesitated, taken aback by Jomi's lack of appreciation for such a rare opportunity. The maid's expression grew troubled. Madam, Sir mentioned that this banquet is a gathering of affluent families from high society, crucial for the Gu family's reputation among the elders of prominent clans. It would be prudent for you to take this seriously. Should anything go awry, it may prove burdensome for you to bear. Jomi, roused by the maid's incessant chatter, reluctantly got out of bed, sluggishly went through her morning routine, had breakfast, and was then ushered out the door by the maid. At the mall, the maid led Jomi to the largest formalwear boutique in the capital. As fate would have it, Jomi encountered Xiao Xian. Miss Chun, I am here to collect the gown I ordered. Xiao Xian, clearly a frequent patron of the luxury store, engaged in lively conversation with the staff. Miss Xiao, we are aware that you have an exceptionally significant banquet this evening, and thus the gown has been meticulously prepared. The attendant reverently presented the box containing the gown to Xiao Xian. Mr. Gu has specifically instructed us to have the gown cleaned before you try it on, Miss Xiao. May I assist you in donning the gown? Xiao Xian graciously nodded in agreement. The attendant opened the box, revealing a gown adorned with diamonds, exquisite and luxurious, captivating Xiao Mi's gaze. Xiao Mi stood entranced by the opulent gown, pondering the implications of Gu Lancheng's intentions in arranging for Xiao Xian to accompany him to the banquet tonight. As Xiao Xian emerged from the fitting room clad in the gown, she radiated an ethereal beauty. The diamonds emitted a cool brilliance, illuminating her porcelain complexion and rendering her seemingly untouched by the world's imperfections. Xiao Mi's confusion deepened. Chapter 45, Fooling Jomi and Facing Retribution. The gown, in terms of both size and style, alongside the potential hazards posed by the chemicals in new clothing, had been meticulously considered by Gu Lancheng. The price was undoubtedly exorbitant. What could have prompted Gu Lancheng to suddenly change his mind and allow her to replace Xiao Xian at tonight's gathering? The Gu family's maid felt the awkwardness and sympathetically consoled Jomi. Madam Gu, should we look elsewhere? However, Jomi waved her hand and ultimately entered the high-end boutique where Xiao Xian was located. Upon seeing her, Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure to casually flaunt her gown. Xiaomi, do you think this gown is beautiful? Jomi replied nonchalantly, Sister, diamonds symbolize everlasting love. Wearing it, one might fear that those elite gentlemen could misunderstand and think you are already married. Wouldn't you, dear sister, then miss out on many wonderful suitors? Xiao Xian's face paled slightly, and she skillfully shifted the subject. Xiaomi, you're here to buy a gown, right? Choose whatever you like. I'll pay for it. The surrounding onlookers cast envious glances toward Jomi. Miss Chun, the attendant, remarked, Miss, you are truly fortunate. Your sister treats you exceptionally well. Jomi gazed at the smiling Xiao Xian, lost in thought. Xiao Xian always relished the persona of a loving elder sister, but who would know that this very sister, obsessed with doting on her, had taken away her sister's kidney, her husband, and perhaps even her life? Jomi smirked, determined to make Xiao Xian aware that the persona of a doting sister was not easily maintained. She scanned the gowns in the store, rejecting the exorbitantly priced items on display to avoid being accused of living off her sister's fortune. Ultimately, she randomly selected a gown from the rack. I'll take this one. Though it was clustered among other garments, its price was still quite steep, second only to the illuminated limited editions in the showcase. Confident in Jomi's ignorance of value and aware of her frugal nature, Xiao Xian aimed to play the role of a deeply affectionate sister. However, when she glimpsed the price tag on the gown, her expression instantly soured. Xiaomi, this gown isn't suited for you. Your fair skin doesn't complement this color. The maid silently scoffed. If you don't want to buy it, then don't make grand claims. Jomi held her head high, instructing the maid, I want this one. And these few as well, wrap them all up. She casually pointed to several more until the maid discreetly informed her, Madam, the money provided by the gentleman may not be sufficient. Only then did Jomi cease her shopping spree. In the end, she purchased 5 gowns and casually tossed one to Xiao Exine. Sister, my brother-in-law gives me too much pocket money. I can't spend it all. Help me with this. Seeing her sister spend money with such abandon, Xiao Exine frowned, feeling as if Jomi were carving away at her own flesh. The pain was palpable. Xiaomi, buying so many gowns and spending so much money, don't you feel at all for how hard Lancheng works to earn it? The maid retorted on Jomi's behalf, Miss Xiao, your gown costs significantly more than my lady's. If you indulge so extravagantly, why should my lady be expected to save? Xiao Xin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, struggling for a moment before uttering a vacuous remark. I need to dress up for social engagements, unlike you, my sister. After all, it seems your brother-in-law never permits you to attend his gatherings. Xiaomi retorted, I regret to disappoint you, but your brother-in-law has invited me to tonight's soiree. It is said to be of utmost importance, an event that no other woman could replace. Hence I must accompany him personally. A flicker of pity appeared in Xiao Xian's eyes. Sister, Lancheng is merely deceiving you. He has long been paving the way for my attendance at the banquet. Xiaomi clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. Xiao Xian's mockery grew more piercing. Lancheng indulges our mother in seeking you out, allowing her to hurt you. He is simply assuaging his guilt by granting you this opportunity to attend the soiree. But, leaning closer to Xiaomi, she whispered, he is certain you despise such occasions, which is why the gown he purchased for you is rather inexpensive. Xiaomi smiled slyly. Then I shall oblige him and don this cheap dress to the banquet. After all, I won't be the only one embarrassed. Xiao Xian, taken aback by the failure of her scheme, was unwilling to allow the humble Xiaomi to rise above her. With a forced smile, she spoke in a tone only Xiaomi could hear. Sister, between us, Lancheng's choice has always been me. Just wait and see. No matter how much you wish to attend this banquet, as long as I disapprove, Lancheng will heed my wishes. Xiaomi's expression brightened. Then I shall eagerly await the outcome. Without even trying on her gown, Xiaomi purchased it and left the boutique with poise. Xiao Xian overheard the admiration of the sales staff. The wives of wealthy families truly have enviable lives, buying such expensive gowns without a flicker of an eye. Xiao Xian's face darkened, jealousy swirling within her like a tempest. Finally, she retrieved her phone and dialed Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, I wish to be your companion at tonight's banquet. A tender voice responded from the other end. Xian air, don't be foolish. If you accompany me, you will inevitably be inundated with drinks. Your constitution is not suited for alcohol. Better let Xiaomi be my companion. Xiao Xian erupted in fury. It is precisely because of my frail condition that I have been denied the chance to walk alongside you. What use is it to me? If you prevent me from attending the banquet, I shall go to a bar and drink to my heart's content. Xian air, do not jest about your health. Oh, Lancheng, you have no idea. Today Xiaomi boasted to me about accompanying you to the banquet, and I am utterly envious. Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng's voice carried a hint of anger. Then she should refrain from attending. Gu Lancheng's tone turned somber. Xiaomi tried on numerous gowns, yet the maid could not provide any constructive feedback. Madam, you look splendid in any of them. The red gown accentuates your allure, while the white one highlights your gentleness. You are naturally beautiful, and the gown merely enhances that. Suddenly, the living room door swung open, and Gu Lancheng's footsteps rang assertively as he ascended the stairs. Standing before the full-length mirror, Xiaomi felt her heart tighten. Xiaomi, you need not attend tonight's banquet. The melodious voice of Gu Lancheng resonated in the air. Xiaomi was fully aware of the outcome, yet she could not help but shudder. She glanced back and said, Gu Lancheng, I have even purchased a gown. Perhaps next time. Gu Lancheng's gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment, and after a brief flicker of astonishment, he coldly averted his eyes. Xiaomi's expression was difficult to articulate. It was a blend of disappointment and a numbed acceptance of reality. After enduring 2 lifetimes, having never triumphed in her encounters with Gu Lancheng, she held no expectations of him any longer. However, the humiliation of being treated as a mere plaything gnawed at her nerves with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Why? She finally gritted out, forcing herself to voice the question that haunted her. Chapter 46. The contest of two beauties, each with their patron. There is no reason. Gu Lancheng disdainfully refrained from offering her an explanation. Xiao Mi's nails nearly dug into her flesh. Is it because Qiao Xin is accompanying you to the banquet? Struck at her vulnerable point, Gu Lancheng's expression faltered for a brief moment. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Mi, in such a setting. Your sister is far more suitable than you. Xiao Mi's fingers curled into a fist. In Gu Lancheng's mind, she was indelibly marked as shallow and ignorant, lacking both background and education. Even though she was now the globally renowned fashion designer Miss Yixing, Gu Lancheng's prejudice continued to stir her insecurities from the depths of her soul. A stubborn defiance seized her. She reassured herself. It's all right, Xiao Mi. It's not that you're inadequate, it's his poor judgment. She relaxed her fist and approached Gu Lancheng with grace. She regarded him with a piercing gaze. Is it truly because Qiao Xin is more fitting than I? Under her intense scrutiny, Gu Lancheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What other reason could there be? Xiao Mi scoffed. Gu Lancheng, since you had already decided to bring Qiao Xin to the banquet, what was the purpose of putting me through this ordeal today? Gu Lancheng stood frozen, like a statue. It was only upon witnessing the fierce flames of anger burning in Xiao Mi's eyes that he realized he had overstepped. Xiao Mi, I am truly sorry about your mother's situation yesterday. My intention was to make amends by allowing you to attend tonight's banquet. But your sister also wishes to go, and you know she is a fashion designer. The influential figures attending this event could very well become her clients. I reasoned that this occasion held greater significance for her, which is why I ultimately acquiesced to her request. To his surprise, Xiao Mi laughed instead of becoming angry. Gu Lancheng found her laughter unsettling. Xiao Mi, I recognize my wrongs. How about I give you some money for shopping? That might cheer you up? Xiao Mi waved her hand dismissively. In her memories, she recalled that in her previous life, it was she who attended this very banquet, where only the most powerful figures from prestigious families gathered. As a junior, Gu Lancheng was inevitably obliged to drink when toasted by his elders, and his poor tolerance led him to become tipsy quite early on. To maintain relations with the titans of various industries, he had to rely on Xiao Mi to shield him from one drink after another. Upon returning, she suffered from gastric bleeding and nearly perished, taking a long time to recover. Yet Gu Lancheng had never expressed gratitude for her sacrifice. Gu Lancheng appeared slightly distracted. He felt that Xiao Mi's gaze was too profound, eluding comprehension. In front of him, Xiao Mi nonchalantly removed her gown and tossed it into the trash bin. Gu Lancheng, you are truly despicable. Seeking two female companions for a single banquet. What you perceive as compensation is, to me, an affront. Gu Lancheng bit his lip, suddenly furrowing his brow. I heard you maxed out my card today? Xiao Mi shot him a disdainful glance. Your card barely has a few tens of thousands. What's wrong? As your wife, spending a few thousand makes you feel pained? Gu Lancheng, known for his generosity, regarded a few thousand as merely the cost of a meal. He was simply astonished. You never spent so extravagantly before. He recalled how she used to agonize over spending over 1,000 yuan on a down jacket. Xiao Mi, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, I used to be a beggar from the slums. No one mocked me for my shabby attire. Back then, I was truly at ease. But now, as the young mistress of the Gu family, any misstep invites your mother and sister's scathing remarks about my ancestors. Gu Lancheng's expression stiffened slightly. You needn't concern yourself with their words. Huh? Xiao Mi retorted with a sarcastic laugh, while Gu Lancheng shot her an annoyed glance. Where have I gone wrong? Is it that amusing? Xiao Mi continued, when such gossip falls upon me, you merely urge me to endure. But if it were directed at Qiao Xin, would you allow her to bear it? After speaking, Xiao Mi flung her bank card onto the ground and strode away. Her voice rang out clear and melodious. You're quite generous in buying a gown for my sister. Gu Lancheng stood frozen, her words filling him with shame. It seemed he had indeed only ever defended Qiao Xin, never paying heed to Xiao Mi's grievances. Yet, he watched her retreating figure, her indifference to his neglect inexplicably vexing him. Back in her bedroom, Xiao Mi collapsed onto the bed, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Suddenly, her phone rang. The familiar ringtone prompted her to answer almost reflexively. Sister, for tonight's Fashion Week banquet, the organizers have sent you an invitation card. Are you going? Gong Li's cheerful voice came through. Without hesitation, Xiao Mi responded, Of course. I'll go. Why wouldn't I? I want Gu Lancheng to see that what he gives me is merely within my grasp. His charity is nothing but a jest. Little Li, prepare a gown for me. It must be of the highest standard. Gong Li exclaimed, Sister, Are you planning to dazzle everyone? I'll bring the gown right away. At 6 o'clock, Xiaomi heard the sound of Gu Lancheng's car departing the villa, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. A sly smile flickered in her eyes. The banquet was still some time away. Was Gu Lancheng hurrying to greet Xiao Xian? At the International Club, Gu Lancheng entered the Fashion Week pre-party hand in hand with Xiao Xian. They were a striking couple, drawing admiration immediately upon their arrival. Mr. Gu and Miss Xiao are truly a match made in heaven. Those in the know sighed in sympathy for Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, lamenting, "It's a pity that Mr. Gu, in saving Miss Xiao, promised the identity of Mrs. Gu to an ordinary woman. Simply because that woman donated a kidney to Miss Xiao. I reckon that Mrs. Gu must have accumulated a lifetime's worth of fortune to deserve such a wonderful union." Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian swiftly became the respected couple of the evening. Amidst the accolades, a dissenting voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, how refreshing that people now speak of infidelity so eloquently. If Gu Xiao cannot forget his past, he ought not to pursue new relationships before clearing his heart. In the present day, Gu Xiao possesses a devoted wife, yet clandestinely maintains a lingering connection with his former lover. What distinguishes such behavior from infidelity? Astonishingly, there are those who laud the disloyal men and women for their perceived emotional depth." Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Gu Lancheng, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, shook off Xiao Xian's delicate grasp. The crowd turned towards the sound, only to behold a stunning figure gracefully approaching. Chapter 47, A Stunning Entrance. Troublemaking ex-spouse, it was none other than Xiaomi speaking. She had deliberately adorned herself for the day, sporting a cascade of glamorous waves in her hair, fiery red lips, and a form-fitting turquoise cheongsam that exuded both sensuality and allure, capturing the essence of an Eastern woman impeccably. However, her oversized sunglasses clashed with her ensemble, revealing her intent to conceal her true identity. "Young master, she is the woman you seek," proclaimed Yin Shui's sycophantic assistant, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yin Shui gazed at the resplendent woman before him, captivated by her ostentatious beauty. He whispered urgently to his assistant, "You must obtain her contact information for me." The assistant nodded in compliance. Xiaomi glided with graceful steps, her lithe figure swaying like the wind, her alluring curves exuding a lethal temptation. Her beauty was vibrant and seductive yet devoid of any vulgarity, and for reasons unknown, her striking aura was tinged with an air of innocence. As she passed by Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, she paused momentarily. Gu Lancheng glared at her with a fierce intensity, warning, "Mind your words." He would not permit anyone to sow discord between him and Xiao Xian, while others might afford him some deference as a prince. He never expected to encounter such a formidable adversary today. Xiaomi retorted with sarcasm, "The prince has the audacity to betray his own sister-in-law, yet lacks the courage to endure a few words." Gu Lancheng, infuriated, raised his fist, exclaiming, "Silence! Do not compel me to strike a woman." With a smirk, Xiaomi tilted her head back, mocking his lack of decorum before women. Gu Lancheng's eyes reflected confusion as he asserted, "I pride myself on being tolerant towards women. Surely, you have been misled by unfounded rumors about me." Xiaomi struck a chord. The prince is indeed tolerant of all women. But what of his wife? A flicker of turmoil crossed Gu Lancheng's expression. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Xian suddenly slapped Xiaomi across the face, declaring, "Who permitted you to spread rumors about my relationship with the prince?" Xiaomi shielded her face, a disdainful smile creeping onto her elegant features. If they wished for her silence, she would defiantly speak. The prince deceived Madame Gu into marriage, and after acquiring her kidney, he subjected her to various forms of emotional neglect, refusing to fulfill his duties as a husband. Is this the prince's so-called tolerance towards women? In just a few words, she vividly painted Gu Lancheng's moral depravity. He trembled with rage. "You speak recklessly without knowing the full story. You have come here to provoke me. Guards, remove her at once." Yet, the security personnel remained motionless. Gu Lancheng seethed, "What are you waiting for? Throw her out." The head of security hesitated, saying, "Mr. Gu, she is an important guest of this fashion week." Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Yin Shirue quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Lancheng, why engage with a petty woman? Let us move on." With this, Gu Lancheng found an exit and lowered his voice to Yin Shirue. "That woman must have been planted here by someone to tarnish my reputation. Could you assist me in thoroughly investigating her identity?" Yin Shirue hesitated for a moment and said, "Lancheng, do you not find her voice remarkably reminiscent of Your wife, Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng seemed struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Every word from Xiaomi was a devastating blow to him. If it truly was Xiaomi, how much hatred must she harbor against him to exert such relentless attacks? Impossible. Gu Lancheng shook his head. He had always believed that Xiaomi loved him, and it was inconceivable for her to harbor such animosity. As Xiaomi completed her mission for the day and prepared to exit quietly, she inadvertently bumped into a sturdy chest. A gentle hand supported her. She looked up to see Yan Hongsheng playfully winking at her. Sister, your disguise skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Xiaomi replied. I have made it quite difficult for him today. He will surely seek me out for trouble soon. Keep your distance, lest you be caught in my turmoil. Yan Hongsheng responded. Sister, there is no need for such haste. Stay and enjoy the unfolding drama. I assure you he will be too preoccupied to seek you out. Xiaomi became intrigued. Perhaps she could observe the unfolding conflict. This little diversion soon passed. At the venue, drinks flowed freely. Unlike before, many surrounded Gu Lancheng, respectfully flattering him. Guests clustered into groups, indicating that the era of Gu Lancheng's absolute dominance had faded like fireworks extinguishing in the sky. Gu Lancheng furrowed his brow, pondering the quiet decline of his status. He was utterly perplexed until he noticed a large group gathering around Yan Hongsheng in a corner of the venue, laughing and conversing with him. Yan Hongsheng wore a smile that was both elegant and courteous. Every expression he wore exuded nobility, akin to a monarch accustomed to high station, with subjects bowing in deference. Gu Lancheng grew increasingly bewildered. Yan Hongsheng had just turned 18. How had he garnered such widespread allegiance? Chirue, you ought to be cautious of your younger brother. In due time, he may usurp everything that belongs to you. Gu Lancheng kindly warned his friend. Yin Chirue, however, scoffed. You overestimate him. His maternal family is powerful, and naturally, some will show him a measure of respect and openly flatter him. Yet, he is merely the grandson of the Xi family, and they would never delegate real power to an outsider. He is merely a sandwich between the Xi and Yin families, enjoying a bit of sweetness and nothing more. At that moment, Gu Lancheng noticed Yan Hongsheng's delicate lips move, and then the group surrounding him suddenly approached. They carried drinks, each enthusiastically raising their glasses to invite Gu Lancheng. Young Master Gu, I am the general manager of Mingqi Group. I have long admired your esteemed name. This toast is to your youthful accomplishments. I am the founder of Fenghua Group. Here's to you, young Master Gu, with a beautiful companion by your side. May the spring winds be gentle. Their excessive enthusiasm and flattery overwhelmed Gu Lancheng, who found himself unable to decline their kind offers, raising glass after glass in response. Soon, the effects of the drink began to take their toll, leaving him in a state of delightful inebriation. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Xian felt a surge of anxiety. She quietly cautioned him, Lancheng, the banquet has yet to officially commence. Take it easy. There are many more distinguished guests to whom you must pay your respects with toasts. Gu Lancheng forced himself to muster some energy. He indeed became more alert and politely declined the group, saying, I apologize, but I am not adept at handling alcohol. However, they were relentless, pointing at Xiao Xian, exclaiming, It matters not that young Master Gu cannot drink. Let your companion imbibe in your stead. Chapter 48. The Alliance of Siblings, unstoppable in a state of panic. Xiao Xian retreated a few steps, exclaiming, I cannot drink. A sharp laugh pierced through the crowd. What pretense of virtue? Everyone knows that women attending such events fall into two categories, the wives of corporate giants or the assistants serving them. You are neither Mrs. Gu nor willing to alleviate the burdens of young Master Gu. So what purpose do you serve here? Xiao Xian's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Gu Lancheng stepped forward, coming to her rescue. My wife is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, so she asked her sister to fill in for her. Unfortunately, my sister is unwell and cannot partake in alcohol. Understanding dawned on Xiao Xian, granting her a sense of relief. Yet, the previous voice persisted relentlessly. Mr. Gu, is it true that Mrs. Gu cannot come? Gu Lancheng's expression hardened as he glared at the questioner. What do you mean by that? Am I not aware of my wife's condition? Mrs. Gu was in high spirits earlier today, selecting a gown at my boutique, clearly looking forward to tonight's banquet. Are you not concerned that substituting her might lead to discontent? The individual continued to press Gu Lancheng. A flicker of unease crossed Gu Lancheng's face. Inwardly, he felt a surge of irritation towards Xiaomi. It was merely a matter of buying a dress, yet she had made it public knowledge. The onlookers regarded Gu Lancheng with a knowing glint in their eyes. In this circle, those who indulge in affairs and maintain university mistresses are plentiful. Yet they are astute enough to navigate the nuances of social gatherings. In significant events like this, showcasing affection with one's legitimate partner to foster a harmonious family image is the most prudent approach to appease the media. Gu Lancheng's conduct appeared somewhat juvenile. Observing Gu Lancheng's predicament, Xiao Xian suddenly seized the glass and drank it in one go. With a smile, she clarified, "Everyone has misunderstood. Mrs. Gu has recently discovered her pregnancy and is thus unable to attend such occasions. I am indeed here to shield young Master Gu from drinking." Her intervention instantly diffused the tense atmosphere. The doubts surrounding Gu Lancheng evaporated, replaced by a chorus of congratulations. "Young Master Gu, congratulations. You are about to become a father." Yet, from a corner, the sound of a glass shattering on the floor echoed sharply. The crowd turned in unison, startled to see Yin Hongsheng, lost in thought. His naturally aloof countenance, however, betrayed an enigmatic indifference. Realizing he had become the center of attention, he elegantly remarked, "I apologize, my hand slipped." The crowd chuckled softly. "Young Master Yin has matured, and he grows ever more handsome," remarked an elder. "Now that young Master Hongsheng has reached adulthood, it is surely time for him to consider alliances. One can only wonder which fortunate young lady will capture his favor." Gu Lancheng, eager to redirect the conversation towards Yin Hongsheng, suggested, "Young Master Yin, I have a sister, just 18, exceptionally talented and strikingly beautiful. If you do not mind, I could facilitate an introduction." Yin Hongsheng cast a vague, inscrutable glance at Gu Lancheng. The sultry, slender lips curled into a gentle smile as she gracefully retrieved 2 glasses of wine from the bar, approaching Gu Lancheng with a poised demeanor. "I appreciate your kind gesture. Young Master Gu, allow me to toast to you," she offered. Gu Lancheng regarded the full glass of white liquor with evident reluctance. Before he could hesitate, Yin Hongsheng casually passed the glass to Xiao Xian, stating, "It seems that young Master Gu is not well versed in his drink. Perhaps you should take this on his behalf." Xiao Xian's expression was more sorrowful than if she were weeping, but given her earlier admission of serving as a shield for young Master Gu's drinking, she had no choice but to tilt her head back and down the contents in one go. To her astonishment, Yin Hongsheng filled her glass once more, declaring, "Miss Xiao, you handle your liquor admirably. This toast is for you." Xiao Xian found herself compelled to consume yet another glass. Yin Hongsheng continued to refill her glass, stating, "This toast is again for you and young Master Gu." Whether it was the alcohol or sheer fright that affected her, her complexion suddenly turned a shade of green. Sensing something amiss, Gu Lancheng swiftly pressed down on Xiao Xian's glass. He apologized to Yin Hongsheng, "Young Master Hongsheng, while a little indulgence is delightful, let us not overindulge." Yin Hongsheng nodded in acknowledgement, releasing Xiao Xian from further obligation. Yet, none noticed the calculating glint in Yin Hongsheng's eyes. The liquor he had offered her was of the highest concentration present. Having consumed 2 glasses, he was certain her body could not withstand much more. As the evening progressed, Xiao Xian found herself unable to refuse further toasts from several powerful figures, forcing her to endure additional drinks. The event had not yet concluded when her body began to betray her. She found herself rushing to the restroom, overwhelmed and in disarray. "Lancheng, I feel unwell. May I leave early?" she whispered to Gu Lancheng. Observing her pallor, he, concerned for her well-being, decided to escort her out prematurely. That evening, Yin Hongsheng supplanted Gu Lancheng, forging robust connections with the elite of prominent families and successfully seizing several influential projects in the fashion industry from Gu Lancheng's hands. Following the event, Gu's father stormed into Gu Lancheng's villa, shattering the fruit platter on the coffee table, vociferously berating his son, "Gu Lancheng, your ambition knows no bounds. To bring a sickly woman to such a business gathering, one who cannot project the image of a loving couple nor shield you from drink, has only hindered you. Have you lost your senses? What possessed you to concoct such a foolish plan?" Now, the projects that were once inclined to sign with the Gu family have slipped into the hands of the Yin family. It seems the Gu group's performance this year will face a disastrous downfall. With his head bowed, Gu Lancheng silently bore the brunt of his father's fury. As an adult, he recognized the impropriety of his actions. Yet, his father persisted, leaving Gu Lancheng with no choice but to vow, "Father, the misfortune was mine to create. Rest assured, I will reclaim those projects." A cold snort escaped his father's nose. "You are a married man. Maintain your distance from Xiao Xian. Do not allow any further indiscretions to be weaponized against you." Gu Lancheng's countenance darkened. Gu's father, expressing his frustration, remarked, "Everything that transpired at today's banquet suggests to me that someone has been deliberately targeting you, leading to your significant losses. Be vigilant regarding your recent words and actions. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared again." Acknowledging his father's concern, Gu Lancheng remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought for an extended period. He meticulously reviewed the events surrounding the banquet, ultimately honing in on two individuals. The first was Yin Hongsheng, the instigator behind Qiao Xian's excessive drinking and the most prominent victor of the evening, prompting Gu Lancheng to suspect him as the potential mastermind behind the attack directed at him. However, Yin Hongsheng had only recently turned 18 and returned to the Yin family. Holding no prior grievances against Qiao Xian, his toast seemed merely a gesture of respect. The second individual was a stylish woman in disguise, whom Yin Chirue speculated might be Xiaomi. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng rose from the sofa, his expression darkening as he ascended the stairs. With a forceful kick, he flung open Xiaomi's bedroom door, startling her considerably. Chapter 49. Forced blood transfusion. She despises him. Xiaomi gazed at him with an innocent expression. Yet Gu Lancheng stormed towards her, seizing her arm with a grip that made her wrist throb painfully. "Xiaomi, did you deliberately set up Qiao Xian? Did you want her to be humiliated at the banquet, forced to drink on my behalf? Do you know how much pain she is in after drinking today?" Gu Lancheng's crimson eyes roared at Xiaomi like a ferocious beast. "Gu Lancheng, what are you doing? I can't understand." Xiaomi attempted to free herself from his grasp. Though she feigned confusion, her mind was as clear as glass. She was aware that Xiao Sheng had poured 2 glasses of liquor for Qiao Xian, given her unique condition with a single kidney. It was astonishing that she could endure such a trial. A sense of satisfaction welled up within her, for Qiao Xian was merely experiencing the torment she had once endured. Observing her bewildered expression, coupled with her innocent, unadorned face, Gu Lancheng found her to be a stark contrast to the glamorous woman who had shone brightly at the banquet. He helplessly released her. Frustration filled his thoughts. What status did Xiaomi hold? How could she possibly orchestrate a scheme that would lead to Qiao Xian being targeted by those at the banquet? Moreover, with her intellect, she could not have concocted such a grand plot that ensnared him so thoroughly. He was infuriated and confused, collapsing onto the sofa. "Your sister has consumed alcohol, her kidney disease has relapsed, and she is now hospitalized." Xiaomi blinked her innocent eyes, relishing the misfortune. "This is retribution." Gu Lancheng, seething with anger, retorted. "You." Xiaomi languidly replied, "Who told you to go back on your word and let her attend the banquet in my stead? Otherwise, I would have been the one suffering from the drinking." Gu Lancheng's handsome face hardened, a flicker of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a call from the hospital came through. He eagerly answered, and without comprehending the words on the other end, he occasionally cast calculating glances at Xiaomi, sensing impending danger. Xiaomi prepared to flee, yet Gu Lancheng suddenly lunged forward, grasping her hand firmly. "Xiaomi, your sister's life is at risk. You need to donate blood. Come with me to the hospital now." Overwhelmed, Xiaomi nearly crumpled to her knees as despair flooded her eyes. "Gu Lancheng, do you think I would willingly donate blood?" Gu Lancheng was taken aback. He presumed that the kind-hearted Xiaomi would certainly agree. "She is your sister. Shouldn't you save her?" Xiaomi's face twisted with indignation as she clenched her fists and shouted at him, "I refuse." Initially, Gu Lancheng's expression was rigid, quickly morphing into fury. He tightened his grip on Xiaomi's wrist, asserting dominion. "She is your sister. If you don't save her, who will?" Xiaomi retorted. "She has already taken my kidney. Why should she also take my blood?" "Xiaomi, your sister is important to me. I cannot let her die." Gu Lancheng's eyes clouded with pain. "Then why don't you give her your blood?" Xiaomi erupted, her voice filled with rage. "Whether she lives or dies has no bearing on me. Why should my blood be the key to her salvation?" Gu Lancheng's expression froze as disbelief washed over him. "Xiaomi, how have you become so cold-hearted? You were never like this before. What was I like before?" Xiaomi gazed into his eyes, curious whether he remembered her kindness. Gu Lancheng replied, "You used to be anything but selfish. You were always obedient, doing whatever I asked of you. You donated a kidney to Qiao Xian, cooked porridge for me, waiting for me to return home no matter how late it was, and treated both me and your sister with utmost courtesy. And what did I gain from that?" She retorted with a mocking tone. "The title of Mrs. Gu," he said, as if bestowing a favor upon her. Xiaomi laughed. "The title of Mrs. Gu? Can it be eaten? Can it be drunk?" Gu Lancheng fell silent, seemingly realizing that this title had not granted Xiaomi any benefits. He also recognized that the naive Jomi had finally adopted a businesslike demeanor, beginning to calculate this unfair transaction. Once you save your sister this time, whatever you desire, I will grant you, Gu Lancheng said without hesitation. I want a divorce. Is that acceptable? Gu Lancheng froze. He scrutinized Jomi's eyes, convinced she was not joking, and inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Don't speak in anger. Aside from that, I will fulfill all your other wishes. But Jomi stubbornly insisted, I only want a divorce. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion. You can find someone else to save your beloved. Gu Lancheng stared at Jomi, her raised eyebrows emanating an unprecedented pride, a quality he had never discerned in her before. He anxiously gripped her wrist tightly, grinding his teeth as he said, Jomi, what do you think you are? Our marriage is not something you can dictate. Without heeding her resistance, he dragged her forcefully to the basement and unceremoniously shoved her into a luxury car. Whether you like it or not, you must go to the hospital to donate blood for your sister. Jomi, this is the meaning of your existence. You should recognize your own identity. Thus, Jomi was domineeringly taken to the hospital by Gu Lancheng. A wave of despair surged within her. Did he truly perceive her as so lowly? His words left her utterly drained, like a puppet being pulled into the blood donation room. Doctor, please test her blood immediately. She is Qiao Xian's biological sister. Their blood types match, so draw her blood for Qiao Xian. Gu Lancheng, in the face of the doctor's astonished gaze, rolled up Jomi's sleeve, exposing her fair arm, and extended it to the blood donation table. The doctor glanced at Jomi, seemingly at a loss. The expression of profound despair on Jomi's face made him feel that forcibly extracting blood was a crime. Gu Lancheng shouted unkindly, What are you waiting for? Qiao Xian is waiting for her blood to save her life. Compelled by some unseen force, the doctor inserted the needle into Jomi's vein. Jomi closed her eyes. The sharp pain of the needle coursed through her body, causing her heart to ache intensely. Gu Lancheng, I hate you, she whispered softly. Gu Lancheng looked at her expressionless. But when he saw the shadow of hatred in her eyes, he involuntarily trembled. Xiaomi, I will treat you well from now on, he declared. If it had been before, every time Jomi heard him speak to her in such a condescending manner, even knowing he was deceiving her, she would have felt a sense of joy. Yet now, despite his eloquent words and grandiose promises, she remains utterly unmoved. She is filled with disdain and revulsion. Once the blood draw concluded, the doctor handed her a cotton swab to press against the puncture site. Gu Lancheng, eager to assist, offered to help her apply pressure. However, Xiaomi suddenly forcefully pushed his hand away, allowing the blood to flow freely, and without casting a glance in his direction, she rose and departed. Gu Lancheng stood frozen in place, his expression darkening as he followed her, saying, Xiaomi, I understand you are upset, but saving a life is paramount. You will comprehend my intentions, won't you? Chapter 50. A desperate act of defiance in a moment of sheer frustration, Xiaomi yearned to unleash a furious scream. Yet her ingrained decorum restrained her from resorting to a tantrum. She cast a disdainful glance at Gu Lancheng, her eyes brimming with contempt, before turning her gaze towards the window. An inexplicable unease gripped Gu Lancheng as he reached out, intending to tend to the bleeding puncture on Xiaomi's skin. However, she pivoted away defiantly, presenting her frail back to him. Her voice, cold enough to freeze a bull, cut through the tension. Gu Lancheng, keep your distance. You repulse me. His hand hovered in the air, caught in a moment of hesitation as the atmosphere grew thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, the results of Xiaomi's blood test emerged. As Gu Lancheng retrieved the report, Xiaomi closed her eyes in despair. Her blood type matched that of Qiao Xian, and there was no escaping her role as a living blood bank. It mirrored a past life where, upon Qiao Xian's inexplicable drop in platelet count, she found herself confined by Gu Lancheng, enduring repulsive meals of pig liver while regularly donating blood to her sister. Though she had attempted to resist, her frail body succumbed to fatigue and dizziness, preventing her from escaping the villa before being recaptured by Gu Lancheng's men. Eventually, she lacked the strength to continue her rebellion, sacrificing her own vitality for Qiao Xian until she appeared as pale as a specter. It was only when Gu Lancheng recognized her condition, seemingly more fragile than Qiao Xian's, that he graciously ceased her blood donations. That day marked the cessation of her love for Gu Lancheng. The cycle of history played out in various realms of time. In her desperation, Xiaomi pondered how she might extricate herself from this cursed fate. She pushed open the window, gazing down from the 6th floor, and slowly climbed onto the ledge. Gu Lancheng emerged, brimming with enthusiasm as he clutched the report. Wonderful news, Xiaomi. Your health is excellent. You can donate blood to your sister. Upon seeing her precariously positioned with her legs dangling outside, he was rendered speechless. Xiaomi, if you force me to let you donate blood to your mistress, I will jump, she declared defiantly. I will leap right now to demonstrate. Gu Lancheng, mouth agape, implored. Xiaomi, it's merely a blood donation. I refuse, she shouted in anger. That is your sister, he countered. Onlookers paused, drawn to the spectacle, and chimed in. How selfish. It's just a blood donation. It's not a life or death matter. If you won't do this for your sister, you lack compassion. A smirk crept onto Gu Lancheng's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he reveled in Xiaomi's misunderstanding. Little did he know, she had long since shed her image as a submissive doormat. I would gladly donate blood to anyone in the world, save for her, Xiaomi asserted fiercely. Gu Lancheng, I loathe her. How can you hate your own sister? He questioned, bewildered. She is my sister, yet how can she seduce her own brother-in-law? Willingly become your mistress? Xiaomi delivered her decisive blow. The crowd's sentiment shifted dramatically, collectively denouncing Gu Lancheng. This is outrageous. Forcing his wife to donate blood to his mistress is inhumane. Not only has he betrayed her, but he expects her to sustain the affair. This is a cruel betrayal of trust. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhou. With arms outstretched, Zhou confronted Gu Lancheng. For the sake of your mistress, you have forced your wife to leap from a height. I shall ensure you live eternally in remorse and guilt. Very well, I rescind my command. As long as you cease your uproar, I permit you to withhold blood from your sister, Gu Lancheng blurted out in desperation. Zhou, who had been bent down, straightened up, gazing intently at Gu Lancheng, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief within. Kind-hearted onlookers assisted her down. Trembling with fear, Zhou pressed against the wall, sliding to the ground. Regardless of the outcome, she had won this gamble. Gu Lancheng glared at her menacingly before abandoning her. In the hospital room, Xiao Xian lay on the bed, her face ashen. The after-effects of excessive drinking had caused her kidneys to malfunction, rendering her unable to urinate and resulting in a state of edema. Gu Lancheng knelt by the bed, remorsefully holding her hand as he apologized. Xian, I am sorry. Xiaomi is unwilling to donate blood. I must seek another suitable blood bank for you. Xiao Xian's face betrayed her indignation. It is merely a blood transfusion. How could she refuse? Lancheng, does she despise me? Gu Lancheng shared her outrage. Zhou seems to have transformed entirely. She is no longer the gentle and kind person she once was. I truly misjudged her. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Xian replied. It is my frail health that has led to this. If she refuses to save me, perhaps my life is simply fragile. Gu Lancheng's eyes brimmed with profound compassion. Xian, the doctor mentioned this is merely an acute mild renal failure. With proper treatment and care, you shall recover. Xiao Xian felt a slight alleviation. Lancheng, I feel so useless. I tried to shield you from a few drinks, yet it backfired. Do you resent me for dragging you down? Gu Lancheng, filled with tenderness, reassured her. Xian, with your understanding nature, how could I ever blame you? Moved to tears, Xiao Xian grasped his hand tightly. Outside the door, Zhou observed this scene with an expressionless face. Her heart, once stagnant, inexplicably stirred with ripples of emotion. She felt an immense sense of relief, recognizing that she was no longer the naive Zhou whose heart was consumed by Gu Lancheng. Thus, she could face her husband and his affection for another woman with composure. Yet, she also felt profound pity for her former self. To sever her dependency on Gu Lancheng had required her to endure excruciating pain. Unintentionally, Xiao Xian caught sight of Zhou, her body stiffening. Yet she did not withdraw her hand from Gu Lancheng's grasp. Xiaomi, have you come to see me? She called out softly. Gu Lancheng turned. Noticing Zhou's gaze fixed upon their intertwined fingers, a wave of unease surged within him, compelling him to instinctively withdraw his hand from Xiao Xian's. Xiao Xian trembled, her eyes instantly reddening, her lips moving but no words escaping. This display of vulnerability evoked sympathy from those around her. Gu Lancheng silently questioned himself. What is happening? How could I allow a woman as inconsequential as Zhou to jeopardize my true love? Resolutely, he grasped Xiao Xian's hand once more, gently patting the back of her hand in reassurance. Xiao Xian cast another glance at Zhou, her eyes filled with disdain. What brings you here? Gu Lancheng retorted with annoyance. Since you are unwilling to donate blood for your sister, there is no reason for you to remain in the hospital. You may leave. Xiao Xian watched Xiaomi with a sense of schadenfreude. However, Xiaomi stepped into the ward, scrutinizing Xiao Xian closely. I merely wish to inquire about my sister's condition. Is it truly as dire as you claim, with no hope for recovery? Xiao Xian's complexion grew pale once more, and she stammered, Xiaomi, how could you curse me like this? Xiaomi replied, you are overthinking it. I am not the least bit concerned about your life or death. I simply came to ask my husband if he would like to accompany me home. Chapter 51. The Double Standards of Fatherly Love. Xiaomi's heart closed off. Gu Lancheng, his expression as dark as thunder, whispered angrily to Xiaomi, Xiaomi, your sister is gravely ill. And not only do you show her no concern, but you also dare to attempt to take me away. Who will care for her once I am gone? Are you truly wishing for her demise? Xiaomi furrowed her brows, responding, you are neither a doctor nor her immediate family. I fail to see how your presence here is of any assistance to my sister's condition. Xiao Xian wept uncontrollably. I understand now, Xiaomi. You are here to take Lancheng from me. Woe is me. As a patient, I cannot contend with you. Take him away, I shall not leave you. Xianer, do not cry. Gu Lancheng turned and harshly admonished Xiaomi. Xiaomi, how can your heart be so cruel? Xiaomi found herself laughing at Gu Lancheng's hypocrisy. Once upon a time, when she was bedridden with a relentless fever, he had abandoned her to ascend a mountain with Xiao Xian to witness the sunrise. When she had pouted and complained about his indifference, he had impatiently retorted, Xiaomi, I am not a doctor. Seeking me when you are ill serves no purpose. With every word, Xiaomi declared, Gu Lancheng, when I was ill with a fever, when I underwent kidney donation surgery, when I struggled with fertility, where were you? Faced with Xiaomi's accusations, Gu Lancheng felt a pang of guilt. He murmured, I acknowledge my previous negligence towards you. It shall not happen again. Gu Lancheng, there is no future for us, Xiaomi stated firmly. Casting those words aside as she turned to leave, Gu Lancheng stood in a daze, the weight of her statement echoing in his mind. What did it mean that there was no future for them? Upon exiting the hospital, Xiaomi retrieved a voice recorder. Kissing it lightly, Gu Lancheng, all your favoritism towards Xiao Xian will ultimately backfire. Xiao Xian's condition fluctuated perilously, with doctors issuing critical condition notices on several occasions. Gu Lancheng set aside nearly all his work to remain by her side, leaving him devoid of the time or energy to reflect on the events of the banquet. Ultimately, the finest hospital in the capital and the best doctors gradually stabilized Xiao Xian's condition after a month. Yet, upon returning to the workplace, Gu Lancheng discovered that the landscape had shifted dramatically in his absence. Yin Hongsheng had seized the opportunity to absorb several of his peripheral projects during his neglect. Consequently, Gu Lancheng's performance exhibited a steep decline. In a fit of anger, Gu Lancheng began to introspect. How had he allowed himself to be bested by Yin Hongsheng, a mere inexperienced youth? The adage holds true. To know oneself and one's adversary is to win 100 battles. In pursuit of understanding the reasons behind his dismal defeat, Gu Lancheng humbly instructed his assistant, I require all information pertaining to Yin Hongsheng's takeover of the enterprise. Before long, his assistant entered, burdened with a hefty stack of documents. Gu Lancheng pored over them day and night, focusing intently on the projects that Yin Hongsheng had wrested from his grasp. When he beheld the design works submitted by Yin Hongsheng during the bidding process, he conceded defeat wholeheartedly. For the past 2 years, he had invested considerable attention in Xiao Xian. To support her career, he had entrusted her with several significant design projects. Undoubtedly, Xiao Xian possessed talent. Initially, she had indeed secured numerous profitable projects for him. However, her skills, before Yin Hongsheng's design team, Xiao Xian seemed somewhat lacking. Whether it was the artisan spirit reflected in the design blueprints or the innate talent of the designers, Xiao Xian appeared to fall short in comparison. Gu Lancheng lamented. That young fellow Yin Hongsheng, though still in his youth, possesses an astute vision that is remarkably sharp. He has managed to recruit such a treasure of a designer. A sense of envy and jealousy began to take root within him, alongside a rather unscrupulous thought of poaching Yin Hongsheng's chief designer. He earnestly instructed his assistant. I require the designer's information from the rival company. Deliver it to me at once. Understood. As the assistant departed the office, he recalled another matter. By the way, President, the chairman has ceased the company's support for Miss Chiao. Miss Chiao's medical expenses are now overdue. Gu Lancheng's face darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he indignantly replied, deduct it from my personal account. The assistant hesitated. This month, you have missed 3 company meetings. The chairman was furious and announced before all the shareholders that your bank cards would be suspended. Gu Lancheng was taken aback, feeling utterly helpless as he murmured, "I understand." As evening descended, Gu Lancheng returned home, weary and despondent. At his doorstep, he encountered his in-laws, who, for once, were harmoniously united, hand in hand. Confronting their common adversary, Xiaomi, Mr. Qiao, in a state of agitation, implored, "Xiaomi, your sister is ill and requires substantial funds for her treatment. We can no longer afford her medical expenses. You must support us." Standing high upon the steps, Xiaomi looked down upon them. The silver strands of Mr. Qiao's hair and his anxious expression were genuine. He truly cared for his eldest daughter. However, the more he prioritized Qiao Xian, the more impenetrable Xiaomi's heart became. Her father's favoritism incited in her an unsettling discomfort with paternal affection for the first time. "What reason do you need?" she retorted softly. Infuriated, Mr. Qiao rolled up his sleeves and raised his fist. "Your sister is sick. As her younger sister, it is your duty to provide for her. What further justification is required?" Xiaomi regarded him with disdain, thinking he still perceived her as the docile little girl he could manipulate. "The law does not stipulate that a sister has an obligation to support her elder sister," Xiaomi countered. Mr. Qiao gritted his teeth. "How could I have given birth to such a heartless creature? Had I known you would turn out this vile, I should have ended your life at birth." Xiaomi suddenly laughed, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Qiao's worry for Qiao Xian was evident, yet his disdain for her was equally palpable. With a cold glare, Xiaomi challenged, "Regretting having me, are you? I too lament not having opened my eyes at birth to avoid a father like you." Dismissing any further entanglement, Xiaomi declared, "If you seek money, consult a lawyer and let her scrutinize the civil code. How much support should a caged bird from a wealthy family like mine be obligated to provide?" With that, Xiaomi turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Qiao was on the verge of collapse. "Xiaomi, if you do not save your sister, she will not survive long. I implore you. If you are willing to fund her treatment, I will allow you to return to the Qiao family." As Xiaomi turned around, a delicate smile graced her lips. "No, I've spent enough time in the Qiao family. It was truly my personal hell on earth. I never wish to return to that place. Therefore, in order to avoid that wretched locale, I shall certainly not spend a dime on Qiao Xian's treatment." Gu Lancheng watched as Xiaomi skipped into the villa, her steps imbued with an unprecedented lightness. Yet, he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. This version of Xiaomi was utterly unfamiliar to him. She had once been the most filial of daughters. How had she become so emotionally closed off? Chapter 52. A wife before her husband. Inciting suspicion, Gu Lancheng, with a few curt words, dismissed Qiao's parents, then trudged heavily into the house. As he passed by Xiaomi's room, he did not, as was his custom, ignore it entirely. Instead, he chose to linger at the door, lost in thought. His mind was a tumult of confusion. He sought to grasp the reasons behind Xiaomi's transformation into someone so cold and callous, yet every rationale seemed inadequate. How had she become this way? Unable to restrain himself, Gu Lancheng raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. His expression darkened. "Xiaomi, I know you are inside. Open the door. I have something to say to you." A hard voice emerged from within. "I want to rest. Let's talk tomorrow." Her tone was frigid, even tinged with impatience. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. In the past, any approach he made towards Xiaomi would have elicited her joyful exuberance. Yet now, as he brazenly attempted to engage her, she responded with such disdain, reminiscent of how he had once treated her. With a grim countenance, Gu Lancheng softened his tone. "Xiaomi, your sister's condition is quite dire. You should join your parents in supporting her through this difficult time. This is what a family should do." Before he could finish, Xiaomi's vehement voice interrupted. "Get lost." Gu Lancheng's expression darkened, but he pressed on, resolutely continuing his admonishment. "Though your parents made many mistakes during your childhood, so much time has passed. At least in recent years, your father and sister have treated you well. You should be more magnanimous." Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Xiaomi with a gaze filled with indignation. "Gu Lancheng, I am no saint. On the contrary, I hold grudges, particularly against them. I could never forgive them in this lifetime, and if there were another, I still would not forgive them." Gu Lancheng's handsome face paled, a tremor coursing through him. The vengeful Xiaomi filled him with dread, and inexplicably, he recalled the incident where he had taken one of her kidneys. In comparison to the torment inflicted by Qiao's parents, he realized he had not fared much better. Thus, Would Xiaomi also harbor resentment towards him? Xiaomi. To err is human, he began, but she doused him with a chilling retort. Gu Lancheng, you are no different from them. Merely a treacherous ingrate who burns bridges behind him. Gu Lancheng's expression twisted in an agonizing manner, akin to someone suffering from constipation. Abruptly, Xiaomi slammed the door shut with a force that startled him. With a heavy heart, Gu Lancheng turned away, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. He returned to his master bedroom, listlessly collapsing onto the sofa. Just then his phone chimed. He retrieved it and swiped the screen. Xiao Xian had sent him a photograph. It depicted a very old-fashioned pocket watch, inscribed with Sanskrit. Below the image, she had included a brief description. Pocket watch name, City of Cycles origin, a burial artifact from an ancient royal tomb, exact year of excavation unknown. Value. It is rumored that the City of Cycles is a cherished token of the enigmatic king and queen, and unlocking its secrets would unveil the past and present of one's beloved. The method of unlocking remains unknown. Gu Lancheng gazed at his pocket watch, his eyes reflecting a lack of interest. Yet, a message from Xiao Xian chimed in. Lancheng, I desire it. At that moment, Gu Lancheng found himself financially constrained. Yet he still readily agreed to Xiao Xian's request. I shall purchase it for you. Xiao Xian responded with a satisfied smile. Lancheng, I heard that next week's fashion auction will be held at your family's Gaodong Hotel, and the City of Cycles is among the auction items. You must strive to help me secure it. No problem. Remarkably, when the fashion auction took place, Xiao Xian's ailment seemed to have vanished. As Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian entered the auction venue, he caught sight of Xiaomi seated in the front row. A look of astonishment crossed his face. How could the seemingly incompetent Xiaomi possibly qualify for such a prominent seat? Moreover, flanking her were the renowned young masters Yin and Si. Yin Hongsheng and Si Kuangya, though youthful, possessed extraordinary looks and near-genius intellect. Under the meticulous guidance of their affluent families, both had emerged as exceptional talents in the business world. Xiaomi, sandwiched between them, appeared particularly inconspicuous. Lancheng, my sister must be riding on your coattails to be seated in such a conspicuous position. She truly lacks understanding. Xiao Xian voiced Gu Lancheng's unspoken thoughts. His expression darkened. He had warned Xiaomi numerous times against flaunting his influence. It was shocking that she had disregarded his admonitions. He resolved to educate her properly. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaomi's position in the fashion realm justified her front row seat. At that moment, a hostess approached with a beaming smile, addressing Xiao Xian. Miss Xiao, young Master Gu, you are among the key invitees of this fashion auction. We have reserved a spot for you. Please follow me. Xiao Xian had begun to carve her niche in the fashion industry, and her placement in the third row on the left was satisfactory to her. After all, she had earned it through genuine talent, unlike Xiaomi, who relied on male connections. However, Gu Lancheng was perplexed. As an individual of influence who should elevate others, he found himself relegated to a seat in the second row on the left, a stark contrast to his princely status. While he felt no grievance, Xiao Xian was quick to voice her indignation on his behalf. She confronted the organizers, demanding, why can Xiaomi and Yin Hongsheng sit in the front row while the young master and I must sit behind them? Gu Lancheng listened intently to the ensuing conversation. When the hostess explained, Miss, those seated in the front are either titans of the fashion industry or sponsors of this auction. Each seating arrangement is determined by higher authorities. If you have concerns about your seat, please address them with the organizers. Xiao Xian fell silent. After all, given her status, being seated in the third row is already a considerable elevation for her. She cast a resentful glance at Xiaomi, thinking to herself that Xiaomi must have squandered a fortune to secure her extravagant presence at this event. However, Gu Lancheng was filled with questions. Where could she have possibly acquired the funds to sponsor this auction? As soon as Gu Lancheng took her seat, she swiftly pulled out her mobile phone, eagerly sending a text to Xiaomi. Xiaomi, what are you doing here? This is hardly a place for someone like you. Chapter 53. At the auction, Xiaomi felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and lowered her head to read the text message. Her slight movement caught the attention of Yin Hongsheng beside her, who glanced over and furrowed his brow upon seeing the message's content. Frustration welled up within Xiaomi, who felt the urge to curse. In Gu Lancheng's eyes, she would forever be the unsophisticated bumpkin, ridiculed for her unworthiness to be present in such a setting. She swiftly typed a response on her phone, but a long, jade-like hand suddenly descended, prompting her to look up and see Yin Hongsheng gently shaking his head. Jiaomi deleted her message and turned off the screen. Ignoring Gu Lancheng seemed to strike him like a blow against cotton. His cold gaze remained fixed on her. After repeatedly checking his phone for a response from Jiaomi, his expression darkened further with each passing moment. He was convinced she had seen his message. In a fit of anger, he sent another accusatory text. Jiaomi, are you using your status as Mrs. Gu to manipulate your way into the front row? Ultimately, he issued a more blatant warning. I advise you not to exploit your title for personal gain. You are tarnishing my reputation. Upon reading this message, Jiaomi's previously numbed heart ached with renewed bitterness. Gu Lancheng was utterly cold and heartless towards her. He could grant Jiao Xian numerous privileges and pave the way for her career. Whether through financial means or his influence, he opened doors for her. Yet, as his wife, he neither spent money on her nor facilitated her progress. He guarded his interests as if fearing she might take advantage of him in any way. Determined to no longer endure Gu Lancheng's relentless humiliation, she decided to respond. If you fear that I, as Mrs. Gu, am riding on your coattails, then have the courage to revoke my title. However, just as she was about to send it, Yan Hongsheng snatched her phone away, decisively blocking Gu Lancheng. Sister, trash belongs in the trash can. Why let him disturb you? When Gu Lancheng sent another questioning message, the dialog box displayed a bright red question mark. Had she blocked him? How dare she? He looked up at Jiaomi, who sat elegantly in the front row, her gaze warm and smiling. As if his disturbance had not affected her peace of mind in the slightest. He felt utterly insignificant. She was becoming increasingly adept at playing her part. If she was truly so carefree, why would she delete him? As Gu Lancheng pondered Jiaomi's thoughts, the auction commenced. The first item for bidding was a sapphire necklace, surrounded by cherry blossoms as embellishment. The necklace's price failed to stir any excitement within the circles of affluent women, especially as it was a second-hand piece. Despite the host's vigorous promotion of the necklace's merits, no one called out a bid. The host, with his head hung low, turned to the audience for assistance. Is there any fashion mogul who can help me highlight the appeal of this necklace? Silence enveloped the room. Soon, Jiao Xian stood up. Exuding confidence, sapphires symbolize power. This necklace is a cherished accessory passed down from Queen Ai to her daughter. Whoever possesses it is surely favored by the heavens and destined for success. Her remarks, though met with enthusiastic applause from the audience, ultimately garnered no buyers. For none wished to expose their ambitions. The host, increasingly uncomfortable, turned to Miss Xiaomi, who was renowned in the capital as a distinguished designer. The astute host, seeking assistance, directed her gaze towards Xiaomi. Miss, seated in the central position, you must surely be an elite in the fashion industry. I trust you have a way to help me auction off this necklace, do you not? As the host's pleading eyes met hers, Xiaomi rose to her feet. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind. Isn't she that empty-headed Mrs. Gu? What does she know about fashion? Perhaps she has never even heard of this sapphire necklace. Hush. Let Mr. Gu have a little dignity. Stop talking. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened considerably. Xiaomi smiled lightly, pondering the ignorance of those who failed to grasp the principle of what goes around comes around. To conceal her own shortcomings, she carefully chose her words. I must admit, I am not well versed in fashion. However, I happen to know quite a bit about this necklace. Miss Jiao Xian's assertion was partially correct. Indeed, it was a gift from Her Majesty to her daughter, yet it did not symbolize power. Rather, it represented a lifetime of love. A beautiful blessing from the queen to her daughter. How do you know the necklace holds such meaning? Questioned one of Jiao Xian's friends, challenging her. The queen is ambitious. How could she be confined by trivial affections? It seems you have concocted this meaning to steal the spotlight. Calm and composed, Xiaomi responded. The sapphire is flanked by two cherry blossoms, one large and one small. The language of cherry blossoms signifies a love that lasts a lifetime. The host gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is two cherry blossoms, one large and one small. The audience erupted in applause. Jiao Xian's friend turned pale with anger. Xiaomi turned back, smirking at her. You are mistaken. The language of these flowers does not represent romantic love, but rather maternal love, the profound affection of Her Majesty for her daughter. Instantly, the audience applauded fervently. Numerous young scions from wealthy families raised their paddles. For what better way to please their mothers than with this necklace? Jiao Xian's expression faltered. Yet, Gu Lancheng gazed at Xiaomi's silhouette, lost in thought, realizing he had never seen her shine so brightly. The second item up for bid was a bracelet. The host announced a starting price of 3,000, which prompted a chorus of laughter. Suddenly, Xiaomi raised her hand. I want it. Whispers circulated. The least favored daughter-in-law of the Gu family, hailing from a slum, could hardly afford anything of value. This trinket is most suited to her. The host called out, 3,000 once, 3,000 twice. Yet, Yin Hongxing abruptly raised his paddle. I bid 5,200. Xiaomi looked at him in confusion, silently questioning, why are you competing with me? Yin Hongxing winked at her, mouthing, sister likes it. I'll buy it for her. The crowd was bewildered. What is the secret of this bracelet? Why are they vying for it so fiercely? Resigned, Xiaomi chose to concede. Yin Hongxing secured the bracelet. The host inquired of Yin Hongxing, why does young master Yin have such an affinity for this bracelet? It appears to be merely an ordinary object. Yin Hongxing replied, that is simply a reflection of your lack of discernment. This bracelet is crafted from the delicate petals of the Wuyo flower, and I wish to present it to my beloved sister, hoping that her future days will be forever free of worries. The crowd then comprehended the profound significance, collectively lamenting, had we known such a beautiful sentiment, we too would have bid for it. Xiaomi, with an air of tranquility, gazed tenderly at Yin Hongxing, her eyes inexplicably glistening with unshed tears. As the auction reached its zenith, Xiaomi began to feel increasingly fatigued, until the host announced in a resonant voice, the next item for auction is the City of Cycles. Xiaomi was instantly awakened from her drowsiness, her once radiant visage now pale as parchment. Chapter 54. The Duel for Treasure. Each for their beloved, the name Cycle City is etched into the very marrow of Xiaomi's being. Even with the passage of a lifetime, the memories associated with it remain as vivid as though they occurred yesterday. This heart-shaped lock, in a previous life, had been acquired by her daughter after much wandering. It accompanied her for a brief span of years and was her daughter's most cherished possession. In this lifetime, she is unable to bring her daughter into this world. However, she can capture images of the treasures her daughter once adored as mementos. More importantly, this heart-shaped lock, to her knowledge, possesses some extraordinary magic, a power to enable the cycle of life. Of course, this is merely her conjecture. She must obtain it to validate her hypothesis. If Cycle City truly allows for the rebirth of life, perhaps she can bring her daughter into this world without sharing a bed with Gu Lancheng. To Xiaomi's astonishment, the climax of the auction was the bidding for Cycle City. She had assumed that no one was aware of the secret of Cycle City. Yet when the host announced the commencement of the auction, paddles were raised in unison. A sense of inexplicable panic surged within Xiaomi regardless of the circumstances. She was determined to secure Cycle City. The host could only raise the price, starting from 130,000 and soaring to 10 million, as the number of bidders dwindled. However, Xiao Xian and Xiaomi found themselves locked in a fierce contest. For every price Xiaomi called out, Xiao Xian raised it by 10,000. Ultimately, when Xiaomi reached 20 million, Xiao Xian showed no intention of relenting. Xiao Xian gave Xiaomi a meaningful glance and questioned, Xiaomi, it's already 20 million. Do you truly possess the means to acquire it? I suspect you are deliberately inflating the price. Xiaomi shot a glance at Gu Lancheng, her eyes brimming with defiance towards Xiao Xian. She replied, my husband is the heir of the Gu group. A mere 20 million is well within his capacity. But what about you, sister? Do you genuinely have the funds to purchase this heart-shaped lock? After your illness, the Qiao family has been on the brink of financial ruin, surviving solely on my husband's donations. Xiao Xian was taken aback by Xiaomi's audacity in exposing their family's misfortunes in public, implying that she, as an elder sister, was squandering her brother-in-law's money. While it might not have mattered under normal circumstances, for Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng, who had been misinterpreted by the media, Xiaomi's words merely reinforced the rumors that had circulated earlier, lending them a semblance of truth. Xiao Xian's expression darkened, her face a portrait of indignation, resembling one on the verge of tears. Gu Lancheng's handsome visage turned ashen. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched into a tight fist, and his gaze bore the weight of fury towards Xiaomi, as though he wished to pierce her with his stare. However, being a person of considerable experience, Gu Lancheng quickly regained his composure. With a facade of nonchalance, he raised his paddle, choosing to strike at Xiaomi in a different manner. 50 million. I shall take this heart-shaped lock. The leap from 20 million to 50 million was astronomical for someone of Xiaomi and Xiao Xian's standing. Xiao Xian gazed triumphantly at Xiaomi, her eyes filled with determination to possess the heart-shaped lock. Xiaomi stood stunned, looking at Gu Lancheng, who had planted his foot firmly, making his intentions clear. He intended to secure this heart-shaped lock for Qiao Xin. Only the onlookers, who were utterly unaware of the situation, cast envious and jealous glances in her direction. Little did they know that President Gu was indeed a devoted husband, personally stepping in to capture the heart-shaped lock for his wife. This clearly demonstrated his profound love for her. Only Xiao Mi was aware that this heart-shaped lock had been auctioned by Gu Lancheng in a previous life, only for him to later bestow it upon Qiao Xin. It was puzzling why Qiao Xin had never uncovered the secrets of the Cycle City. After growing weary of it, she had casually gifted it to her beloved daughter. In her past life, faced with Gu Lancheng's favoritism, Xiao Mi had bitterly confided her grievances to him. I am your wife, and I too cherish this heart-shaped lock. Yet you unhesitatingly gift such a precious item to my sister, my dear husband. Do you truly love me? What had Gu Lancheng replied? He could not fathom her anguish and dismissively remarked, if your sister desires it, then grant her wish. You adore jewelry. I will buy you another. The very next day, he returned with a cheap heart-shaped lock worth merely 4 figures. Xiao Mi closed her eyes, the memories of her past life slicing through her heart like a knife. The pain of being scorned by one she cherished was something she could never acclimate to. For other matters, she would concede. However, this heart-shaped lock represented her only clue to reclaiming her daughter, and she would spare no effort to obtain it. She raised her bidding paddle. I bid 51 million. Her determination to contest Gu Lancheng was unmistakable. The crowd around them was bewildered. They are a married couple. Why is Xiao Mi bidding against President Gu? Wouldn't he be acquiring it for her? Some astute observers began to suspect. Could it be that President Gu intends to acquire this heart-shaped lock not for his wife? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the spectators. How could President Gu treat his wife in such a manner? Gu Lancheng could hardly ignore the murmurs surrounding him. His expression grew increasingly strained, yet his resolve to bid on the heart-shaped lock remained unwavering. 60 million. 61 million. Xiao Mi resolutely followed suit. Gu Lancheng gazed at her with cold eyes, finally voicing his thoughts. Xiao Mi, do you possess the funds to win this? Xiao Mi flashed him a radiant smile. Darling, I am Mrs. Gu. I have never utilized your money for luxury items. Let this once be an exception. And you won't mind, will you? Ah, how frugal President Gu was with his wife, having never gifted her luxury items before. Some young women were taken aback by this revelation. Gu Lancheng fixed his gaze on Xiao Mi, amused by her moral persuasion. I can offer you everything. Except for this heart-shaped lock. It is not meant for you. He finally echoed sentiments from their previous life. Xiao Mi understood that he was indeed contesting her to the end. As a rising star in the fashion world, her earnings could hardly rival the century-old Gu Corporation. Competing with Gu Lancheng left her feeling at a disadvantage. Just as despair began to envelop her, Yin Hongsheng unexpectedly raised his paddle. I bid 100 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the venue. What treasure was this? Both titans were vying for it. It is puzzling why Master Yin has chosen to capture the essence of the City of Cycles. Despite his youth and the absence of a romantic partner, his decision to film this particular women's fashion piece, the Heart Lock, seems futile. Yin Hongsheng remains unfazed by the surrounding speculation, with an air of refined elegance. He straightens his back and slowly turns his gaze towards Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, shall we continue? Chapter 55. High-stakes bidding. The cunning and audacious Yin Hongsheng stirred the blood of Gu Lancheng, igniting a fierce determination within him. Gu Lancheng boldly declared, why not compete? A mere 100 million is well within my means. He placed his bid, 100 million and won. Yin Hongsheng, with a knowing smile, addressed the host directly. I bid 500 million. Gu Lancheng was taken aback, his confidence shattered. Defeated, he slumped into his seat. Xiao Mi, surprised, recalled how in his previous life, Gu Lancheng had been lured by Yin Hongsheng's provocations, chasing the bids all the way to a staggering 10 billion, only for Yin to suddenly withdraw. Although Gu Lancheng secured the City of Cycles, the immense cash flow of 10 billion had drained nearly all his liquid assets. Consequently, when Yin Hongsheng later contested his project, Gu Lancheng found himself at the mercy of Yin's ambitions. Gu Lancheng's empire crumbled, his brilliance a fleeting illusion. Yet in this lifetime, why had the outcome reversed? Yin Hongsheng abruptly escalated the bidding by 5-fold, while Gu Lancheng, with newfound prudence, ceased his pursuit. Xiao Mi looked on with a pained expression at Yin Hongsheng, reflecting on the significance of the City of Cycles. While undeniably important, spending 500 million for it seemed unwise. What could have motivated Yin Hongsheng's stubbornness regarding the City of Cycles? As Yin Hongxing claimed the City of Cycles on stage, a satisfied smile graced his face. However, the young master of the Yin family expressed his discontent with Yan's extravagant spending, mockingly remarking, "Hongsheng, do you truly think it wise to squander so much on such a trivial item? Your grandfather might just be driven to the brink of apoplexy upon hearing of this." Yin Hongxing cast a cold glance at him, retorting, "I am using my mother's inheritance. Do you have a problem with that?" Yin Chirui fell silent. It was common knowledge that Yin Hongxing's mother was the esteemed daughter of the Si family, a remarkable woman who, despite her untimely death, amassed considerable wealth. Following her passing, her vast fortune was bequeathed entirely to her son. This inheritance placed Yin Hongsheng in the spotlight, for upon her death, many sought a share of her legacy. His biological father, along with his stepbrother from his father's second marriage, stood as the primary beneficiaries, while uncles, aunts, and cousins from the Si family also had a portion of the wealth. Thus, the allocation of Yin Hongxing's assets drew considerable scrutiny. Yin Chirui's expression revealed his displeasure. "For a mere lakh, you squandered 500 million? If your mother were aware of your extravagant use of her inheritance, she would surely be restless in her grave." Yin Hongxing shot back with a chilling gaze. "Yin Chirui, my affairs are not yours to critique." Realizing he had overstepped, Yin Chirui begrudgingly fell silent. After the competitive auction concluded, Xiao Xian emerged with a downcast demeanor, her eyes red-rimmed. In contrast, Xiao Mi appeared equally burdened by his thoughts. Observing the despondency on their faces, Gu Lancheng approached Xiao Xian to offer solace, saying, "If you truly desire that lock, I will find a way to procure it from young Master Yin in the future. There is no need for disappointment." With Gu Lancheng's assurance, Xiao Xian's spirits lifted, and she smiled through her tears. "Lancheng, you must help me secure it." Zhou gazed at the two individuals before her with an inscrutable expression. While Xiao Xian found solace in Gu Lancheng's comforting presence, Zhou's dejection went unnoticed. At some point, Yin Hongsheng emerged, standing resolutely before her. Although youthful, his tall stature loomed over Zhou, making it difficult for her to dismiss him. Ultimately, she managed to force a pale smile, saying, "Young Master Yin, congratulations on achieving your desire." Yin Hongsheng raised the heart lock, his tone imbued with deeper meaning as he remarked, "You refer to this item? It is not my desire, but rather my sister's. She adores it, so I secured it for her." Following closely, Yin Daxia scoffed, "When did you acquire a sister, Yin Hongsheng?" With a smile directed at Zhou, Yin Hongsheng's intent in capturing the heart lock became clear to her. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Such an extravagant gift. And he had procured it for her? However, she was not one to accept gifts without merit. "Young Master Yin, this necklace holds profound significance for me. I wish to purchase it from you. Of course, I cannot present the full amount at this moment, but I am willing to draft an IOU, promising to repay you over a lifetime." Zhou was reluctant to owe Yin Hongxing a favor. Unexpectedly, he winked at her mischievously and said, "Zhou, since you desire this necklace, come to my company another day, and we shall strike a deal." Zhou nodded vigorously. However, Gu Lancheng abruptly interjected, positioning himself in front of Zhou and unilaterally rejecting Yin Hongsheng's offer on her behalf. "Young Master Yin, my wife is not well versed in business. If you are genuinely inclined to part with this lock, I would be willing to negotiate a deal with you. I have heard that you are quite interested in the property in the Eastern District." That land in the Eastern District was a highly coveted project, having attracted bids from renowned companies in the capital, ultimately acquired by the Gu family. Yet, the Gu family had left it undeveloped for 2 years. Now, as the Eastern District flourished, the value of that land had soared, increasing several-fold from its original worth of billions. Using this property as bait, Gu Lancheng presented a tempting proposition indeed. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou. After all, business people pursue profit relentlessly, and she feared Yin Hongxing might succumb to temptation and transfer the heart lock to Gu Lancheng. Desperately, she shook her head at Yin Hongxing, attempting to dissuade him from agreeing to the deal with Gu Lancheng. Xiao Xian, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. "Young Master Yin, President Gu wants you to join the project in the Eastern District. You'll profit immensely. You must seize this opportunity. It's a chance that won't come again." Yin Hongxing furrowed his brow, finding Xiao Xian's condescending tone distasteful. He regarded her with a condescending gaze. President Gu is eager to obtain this lock. Presumably from Miss Xiao Xian, Gu Lancheng did not confirm nor deny this. After all, both sisters desired the necklace. Yet Gu Lancheng's predicament was one of balancing the two. fulfilling the elder sister's wishes while potentially hurting his wife's feelings, a predicament that cast him in an unflattering light. His silence, however, tacitly affirmed the suspicion. Yin Hongsheng shifted the topic. Apologies, but I have no interest in the property in the Eastern District. Therefore, Mr. Gu, I have chosen to engage in a transaction with Miss Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Why? He racked his brain, unable to fathom what benefits Yin Hongsheng could possibly gain from conducting business with Xiaomi. Leaning closer, Yin Hongsheng remarked, Mr. Gu, women are easily deceived. Gu Lancheng, oblivious to the sarcasm in Yin Hongsheng's tone, maintained a stern demeanor as he advised, Young Master Yin, although Xiaomi is my family's wife, the Gu family will not invest a single penny in her ventures. If you aim to acquire the Gu family's wealth through her, I suggest you abandon that notion. Chapter 56. His affection, tenderly bestowed, Yin Hongsheng was resolute in his pursuit. Doesn't Mr. Gu realize? Miss Xiaomi is determined to conquer the city of cycles. I believe any condition I propose, she will gladly accept. Yin Hongsheng paused, a calculating glint shimmering in his enchanting peach blossom eyes. Her lack of funds is inconsequential. Once the transaction is finalized, her debts will naturally shift to you. After all, you are legally wedded. Gu Lancheng's face drained of color, his fury directed at Yin Hongsheng. However, upon catching a glimpse of his devilish smile, he understood that stopping Yin Hongsheng was futile. He opted instead to redirect his ire towards Xiaomi. For controlling her would be far simpler. He barked at her with ferocity. I will not permit you to engage in any transaction with him. Xiaomi offered him a disdainful glare. I am determined to acquire that heartlock at any cost. A wave of panic surged in Gu Lancheng's eyes. You are insane. What do you intend to trade with? You have no money, no assets. Aside from a face that is barely presentable, he nearly shouted. Xiaomi, employing psychological tactics, replied, Gu Lancheng, as my husband, can you assist me in purchasing the heartlock? Gu Lancheng cast a glance at Xiao Xin, his expression troubled. Xiaomi retorted with sarcasm, since you, as my husband, are unwilling to fulfill your wife's wish, I shall have to pursue it myself. As for the methods I employ, that is none of your concern. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Gu Lancheng was left in a state of exasperation. 3 days later, Xiaomi arrived at the Yin family villa as promised. Yin Hongsheng sat in his study, gazing intently at the heartlock in his hand, a tender smile gracing his features. A servant approached to report, Young Master, Madame Gu requests an audience. Yin Hongsheng's smile froze, his voice icy enough to freeze a bull in its tracks. Do not refer to her as Madame Gu. She is to be addressed as Miss Qiao. The servant was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the young master would make such a peculiar request. After all, Miss Qiao was indeed Gu Lancheng's wife. Understood, the servant reluctantly acquiesced. Yin Hongsheng's tone softened. Please, let her in. The servant complied, departing briefly before returning with Xiaomi. Young master, Miss Qiao has arrived. Yin Hongsheng waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I am conducting a business discussion with Miss Qiao, and no one is to interrupt without my permission. Understood. The servant exited, closing the door behind him. Yin Hongsheng sprang to his feet almost immediately, striding purposefully towards Xiaomi. The stern, rigid expression he had worn moments ago now transformed into a warm smile. Sister. Xiaomi studied him closely. Dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, Yin Hongsheng had removed his suit jacket, revealing his dark hair and eyes that contrasted beautifully with his porcelain skin, resembling a delicate ink wash painting. Xiaosheng, you seem to have grown taller, she remarked. You are increasingly resembling an adult. It won't be long before you can stand on your own. The doubts and criticisms directed towards you will gradually diminish, and your life will undoubtedly improve. Xiaomi expressed her heartfelt satisfaction. Yin Hongsheng had already grown a head taller than Xiaomi standing before her. He took her hand and pressed it against his face, displaying a youthful petulance. Sister, in your presence, I refuse to grow up. I wish to receive your New Year's red envelopes every year and to be gifted with the beautiful clothes you make for my birthday. Xiaomi, with fondness, replied, All right, dear Sheng, may you remain a child at heart until death. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Hongsheng presented her with the prepared lock of love. Sister, why are you so fixated on this lock? After all, the Xiaomi I know is truly indifferent to fame and fortune. Xiaomi received the lock, her hands trembling with excitement. Xiaosheng, I have a secret that I cannot share. Please do not ask. In due time, you shall naturally come to know. Yin Hongsheng, perceptive, shifted the topic. Since you adore this lock, I shall gift it to you. Xiaomi was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. Xiaosheng, it is far too precious. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. He insisted, forcefully placing it in her hands. Sister, do not worry. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. I will ensure Lancheng repays me, principal and interest, for this 500 million. Xiaomi replied with a hint of bitterness. How could he possibly spend money on me? Yan Hongsheng smiled enigmatically. Sister, if he refuses to repay you, he will have but one path left, divorce. Xiaomi awoke from her reverie, her dark eyes sparkling with a long-lost, carefree innocence. Xiaosheng, you have truly been a great help. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to him. Yan Hongsheng reassured her. Sister, I promise you, I will assist you in breaking free from Lancheng's shackles. Xiaomi retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to him. Even if Lancheng does not help me shoulder this 500 million, I can repay it myself. Xiaosheng, this is my salary card. It contains 90 million. All my earnings will be deposited here. I will certainly earn enough to return it to you. Yan Hongsheng accepted the card, his smile radiant. By giving me your money, does that mean you are keeping me? Xiaomi's exquisite face bore a trace of stern kindness. You, young Master Yan, have learned the ways of the debauched in such a short time. She then reflected, our worth has become worlds apart. Even if I wish to support you, you likely no longer need it. Yan Hongsheng returned the card to her. Slightly angered. Sister, why must we be so calculative? You are my savior. I will not allow you to be so formal with me, regardless of our future circumstances. The bond we share, born from humble beginnings, is beyond monetary value. Do not speak of 500 million in the future, should I earn wealth. I would gladly spend hundreds of billions on you without a second thought. Xiaomi gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood that he would become a ruthless, decisive mogul in the merciless world of business. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that he had once been such a pure and grateful child. What had compelled him to transform into that fearsome figure? Xiaosheng, I truly hope you remain this simple and pure forever. Do not become that heartless magnate, Yan Hongsheng teased. Sister, the temptations of the business world are overwhelming. I cannot help but risk losing my original intentions. However, as long as you whisper words of wisdom in my ear every day, I believe I can preserve my ideals. Xiaomi nodded vigorously. Very well, but you must not find my admonitions tiresome. Yet, Yan Hongsheng's dark eyes suddenly grew profound. Sister, you must live a long life so that you can accompany me for eternity. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. In her past life, she was indeed destined for an early demise. However, in this life, having closed her heart to love, she was certain she would live to a ripe old age. Rest assured, I shall accompany you until our hair turns white, Xiaomi replied. Yan Hongsheng's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with laughter. Indeed. Chapter 57. The Secret of the Lock. A couple's rift after Xiaomi departed. Yan Hongsheng instructed the servant, please pour me a cup of green tea. The servant stood frozen, bewildered. Green tea? The esteemed young master never indulged in such inexpensive fare. Doubt crept in, for he thought he must have misheard. A playful glint sparkled in Yan Hongsheng's eyes as he added, today, I shall savor the taste of green tea. The servant, scratching his head in confusion, departed. Shortly thereafter, he presented a steaming cup of green tea to Yan Hongsheng, who relished it, his expression one of pure delight. The servant, incredulous, pondered whether he should inform the young master that green tea was, in fact, a metaphor. But before he could act, he witnessed Yan Hongsheng take out his phone and, for the first time, post on social media, his message dripping with irony. Women's money is so easy to earn. And then came the peculiar twist. He restricted the visibility of this post solely to Lancheng. The servant felt as though he had ingested something foul. His expression a tapestry of disbelief. What he once perceived as youthful innocence in his master now appeared to be a cunning facade, steeped in darkness. At the Gu residence, Xiaomi returned home to find Lancheng seated on the sofa in the living room, his eyes radiating a murderous intensity. Clutching his phone, he gripped it so tightly that it threatened to crumble. Did you meet with Yan Hongsheng? It was evident that he had seen Yan Hongsheng's post. Ignoring him, Xiaomi ascended the stairs with purpose. Lancheng sprang to his feet, forcefully shoving her onto the sofa, his imposing figure looming over her. Gripping her chin, he compelled her to meet his gaze. Xiaomi, even if you were to sell yourself, Yan Hongsheng would never give you the 500 million yuan lock. You are truly a fool. In the next instant, he was taken aback as Xiaomi retrieved the lock from around her neck, the lock of cycles. His handsome face registered shock. He truly gave you the lock. How is that possible? He recalled Yin Hongxing's boastful post and regarded Xiaomi with disbelief. How much did you give him? Furiously, Xiaomi shoved him away and sat upright. Do you truly think I have much money? You ought to know better. She chuckled mockingly, but I promised him that I would serve him diligently. Gu Lancheng's composure shattered. He shouted in fury, Xiaomi, you are my wife. Yet you serve another man. Are you attempting to humiliate me? As she toyed with the lock, she smiled playfully. Serving him, at least I gained something substantial. Gu Lancheng, when I served you, aside from losing a kidney, what benefits did I reap? Gu Lancheng was left speechless. Xiaomi pushed past him, confidently ascending the stairs. Suddenly, he called after her, raising his voice, Xiaomi, I demand you terminate your dealings with Yin Hongsheng. Return the lock to him. Xiaomi slowly turned, fabricating an excuse. My agreement with Yin Hongsheng has already taken effect. If I breach the contract, I must pay double the penalty. Are you willing to part with $1 billion? Gu Lancheng felt a mix of shame and rage. Ashamed of his current financial constraints, how could he possibly muster $10 billion? Furious, he realized how thoroughly Yin Hongsheng had ensnared Xiaomi. What a fool. Gu Lancheng clenched his teeth and berated Xiaomi. Yet, Xiaomi, with an air of nonchalance, responded, if you fear being implicated by me, then divorce me. Xiaomi, between us, there exists only widowhood, not divorce. Upon returning to the bedroom, Xiaomi retrieved her cherished heart-shaped lock, allowing its brilliance to dance upon her palm. However, a profound sorrow gradually seeped into her eyes. Mother, I know my time is short. I overheard your conversation with the doctor. I understand your heartache. You cannot bear to lose me. Yet, I must soon depart from your side. This heart-shaped lock, which I have worn all along, I now bequeath to you, so it may accompany you in my stead. She wept uncontrollably. No, mother will not allow you to die. Never. Mother, do not be sad. I shall share a secret with you. Wearing this heart-shaped lock will grant you many beautiful dreams. I dreamed of you with a handsome uncle who loves you dearly. Mother, Daddy favors Annie far more than he loves us. Thus, we shall relinquish our affection for him. You should seek out that charming uncle. Tiny, pudgy hands weakly wiped away her tear-streaked face. At that moment, her sorrow surged like an overflowing river, leaving little room for contemplation of her child's peculiar words, resulting in the secrets of the cyclical city remaining undiscovered. Mother, you must wear the heart-shaped lock around your neck. Do not let it be deceived by uncle. The child grasped the lock around her neck and pressed it into her mother's hand. The waning vitality within her radiated a compassion uncharacteristic of her tender years. She held her daughter tightly, yet the child's breath slipped away like grains of sand through her fingers, uncontrollably. A painful wail escaped her lips. Was it a dream or reality? Xiaomi could no longer discern. The heart-wrenching farewell etched itself indelibly into her being, awakening every cell within her to a profound agony. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng heard a shriek from upstairs, his brows knitting tightly. Reluctantly, he rose and strode upstairs. Upon opening Xiaomi's door, he immediately spotted her curled up in a corner. Approaching her, he questioned with irritation, "What madness is this?" Xiaomi lifted her gaze to meet his. The crimson hue in her eyes gradually ignited with fierce indignation. Gu Lancheng, believing her to be merely a victim of external circumstances, retorted with a hint of malice. Humph. Xiaomi, I warned you. A woman lacking both intelligence and wealth, daring to engage in business with Yin Hongsheng. Have you been bullied by him? He provocatively pulled out a chair and sat before her, tauntingly asking, "Do tell, how did he mistreat you? Shall I avenge you?" He failed to notice the tempest brewing in her eyes. Her usual gentleness had vanished, replaced by a wild ferocity as she kicked and struck at him. Gu Lancheng, I despise you. I loathe you. Get out. I never wish to see you again. Gu Lancheng frowned. What are you losing your mind over? I have done nothing to provoke you. If you have the capability, go confront the one who has wronged you. Zhou, do not presume that because I am your husband, I should bear the burden of your foolish actions. In a fit of madness, Zhou clung to him, exclaiming, "Divorce, Gu Lancheng, I want a divorce." Gu Lancheng pushed her away, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. With a look of disdain, Gu Lancheng brushed off the spot where Zhou had touched him. Chapter 58, An Unrestrained Display, Teaching Sister San Xiaomi, Behold your own wretched appearance, where lies the dignity and grace of Madame Gu. You possess neither the exquisite beauty to uphold my reputation, nor the intellect to manage my affairs, and yet you persist in your endless antics. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have married you. Gu Lancheng roared, his eyes ablaze like a cornered beast. Gradually, Xiaomi regained her composure. Rising from the cold ground, her face bore the desolation of a barren landscape, yet beneath her calm facade, tumultuous waves surged within her. She had once believed Gu Lancheng's indifference stemmed merely from a lack of affection. Little did she know, it was not just love he withheld. He harbored disdain for her as well. Gu Lancheng, have you finally revealed your hypocritical true self? Your claims of indebtedness and lifelong responsibility towards me were mere facades, an illusion crafted to uphold your image of loyalty and righteousness. Xiaomi suddenly let out a weak laugh. How foolish of me. After living 2 lifetimes, I have finally glimpsed your true nature, Gu Lancheng. Do you not feel a sense of discomfort tethering me in this marriage? Gu Lancheng's most sordid thoughts were violated by Xiaomi's words, igniting a tempest of humiliation and rage within him. Xiaomi, you have become quite astute. Yet, no matter your antics, I will not divorce you. My reputation and integrity as Gu Lancheng cannot be tarnished by you. With that, Gu Lancheng stumbled away. Xiaomi watched his disheveled figure retreat, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. How laughable. Though born into humble beginnings, she had thrived with fierce independence, possessing not only fair skin, beauty, and long legs, but also a fierce tenacity in the business world that rivaled even the prince standing on the shoulders of giants. It was he who failed to recognize her worth and dared to express disdain. That night, Xiaomi found herself unable to sleep. Gu Lancheng's relentless insistence on remaining married plagued her thoughts. It was not until the early hours that exhaustion finally claimed her, leading her into a shallow slumber. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, she vaguely heard Xiao Xian's voice. Lancheng, the Cycle City is a priceless treasure. Yin Hongsheng acquired it for 500 million. He would never easily relinquish it to Xiaomi surely. She must have promised Yin Hongsheng some monumental benefit to obtain the Cycle City. What could a woman with nothing offer him? Gu Lancheng's disdainful voice echoed in response. Her? Even if I laid my company's secrets before her, she might not comprehend them. A fool like her lacks the qualifications to be a spy. Xiaomi opened her eyes, the mirth in her gaze failing to reach their depths. Gu Lancheng, my husband in both lives, yet you know nothing of me. The business I established, Yisheng, generated tens of millions in just 1 year. And others deem me a prodigy in commerce. Xiao Xian maliciously speculated. Xiaomi has never known parental love and has lived in poverty. Such a destitute girl is most susceptible to material temptation. Should Yin Hongsheng offer her even a modicum of warmth, she would surely become wholly subservient to him. Moreover, Yin Hongsheng has bestowed upon her a staggering 5 billion in the cyclical city, which likely ensures her unwavering submission to him for the entirety of her life. The mere thought of his wife serving another man ignited an inexplicable restlessness within Gu Lancheng. The fury that spilled from his clenched teeth threatened to shatter the very roof above him. I shall not permit her any opportunity to engage with other men. Xiaomi found his possessiveness laughable. Did Gu Lancheng truly believe she was a caged bird, to be controlled in her social interactions? It was a delusion of the highest order. Gu Lancheng continued. Yin Hongsheng is merely an inexperienced youth, not worthy of fear. The door creaked open, and Xiaomi stood ghost-like at the threshold, clutching her phone. A flash of panic crossed Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's faces. Xiao Xian hurriedly clarified, Sister, please don't misunderstand. Nothing untoward has transpired between Lancheng and me. We were merely conversing. In the dead of night, a man and woman alone in a room. Merely conversing? Xiaomi pressed the shutter of her camera. Instead of the jealousy and resentment they anticipated, Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng only saw disdain reflected in Xiaomi's expression, leaving them momentarily stunned. After all, the former Xiaomi would have caused an uproar upon seeing Gu Lancheng too close to another woman. Gu Lancheng fell into a trance, while Xiao Xian snapped back to reality, reaching for the phone. Xiaomi, who permitted you to take photos? Delete them at once. Her vigorous movements made Xiaomi fear for her safety, leading her to obediently relinquish her phone. Regardless, she had swiftly sent the photos to Gongli. Xiao Xian seized the phone and deleted the images, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Xiaomi crossed her arms, a smirk dancing on her lips as she regarded Xiao Xian. Sister, this is my home. I kindly ask you to leave immediately, for your presence is unwelcome. Xiao Xian's complexion paled. Xiaomi, how can you treat me this way? She cast a pleading glance at Gu Lancheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lancheng, if my sister dislikes my presence in the Gu household so much, I shall refrain from coming in the future. Gu Lancheng scolded Xiaomi fiercely. Xiaomi, this household is not yours to command. It is under my dominion. The The door will always remain open for Xiao Xian. Should you continue to harass your sister, you will find yourself cast out. Xiaomi merely laughed in response. Is that what you claim, Gu Lancheng? Do not plead for my return. With that, she turned and retreated into her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang that startled Xiao Xian into a huddle. Gu Lancheng's expression darkened, his mood soured. Lancheng, my sister is upset. What should we do? Xiao Xian forced out a few tears. Gu Lancheng shrugged indifferently. How long can she make a fuss? No matter how many times she stirs trouble, she will obediently return to my side. Xiao Xian broke into a smile. That is true. She and Gu Lancheng embraced as they descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Xiaomi packed her belongings and began her descent with a suitcase in tow. In the living room, Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng stared in shock at Xiaomi. Xiao Xian was the first to speak. Xiaomi, stop this nonsense. When have you truly been willing to leave Gu Lancheng? Yet, Gu Lancheng's eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. Xiaomi's previous act of running away had left Gu's father displeased with him. Should she revert to such behavior again, the repercussions on him would be even greater. Zhoumi approached Gu Lancheng, dragging her suitcase behind her, and tossed a divorce agreement at him. Gu Lancheng, you are not currency. Not everyone is dependent on you. If you truly possess courage, then sign this divorce agreement and let me go. From this moment on, you shall walk your path of sunshine while I tread my solitary bridge. Chapter 59. A trap for you. The duel of the two heroes with a stern expression. Xiao Xian reprimanded Xiaomi. Xiaomi, how dare you insult Lancheng? Apologize to him at once. Xiaomi's gentle eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce resentment. Then, without warning, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by Xiao Xian's anguished scream. Ah! With all her might, Xiaomi delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Xian. Her eyes filled with loathing as she glared at her. Xiao Xian, who do you think you are to control me? Xiao Xian immediately rushed into Gu Lancheng's embrace. Sobbing, Lancheng, I only wish to educate my sister. How could she misunderstand me so deeply? Xiaomi was left speechless. As she turned to leave, Gu Lancheng suddenly seized her wrist tightly. Xiaomi, apologize to your sister. Xiaomi stared at Gu Lancheng as if he were a fool. If your eyes are of no use, perhaps you should remove them and donate them. Can't you see she deserves a beating? Gu Lancheng retorted fiercely. She is your sister. She has the duty to educate you. In a fit of anger, Xiaomi laughed mockingly, forcefully breaking free from Gu Lancheng's grip. What sort of sister is she to me? She is merely the enemy who stole my kidney. Gu Lancheng, without the fate of Emperor Shan, do not aspire to emulate his role with a Huang and Inang. I fear your fortune may not withstand it. In Xiaomi's eyes, Gu Lancheng caught a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent. At that moment, he was utterly stunned. How could Xiaomi harbor such hatred towards him? Surely, it must be an illusion. Let go of me, she demanded. Apologize first. The two stood locked in a tense standoff. Just then, the butler suddenly entered. Mr. Gu, the young master of the Yin family has arrived. Reluctantly, Gu Lancheng released Xiaomi's hand, but not without issuing a commanding tone. Return to your room, and do not allow young Master Yin to see you embarrassed. Xiaomi inquired of the butler, which young Master Yin? The young master of the Yin family, the butler replied. Gu Lancheng's handsome face darkened instantly. What brings him here at this hour? As he spoke, a delicate scent of wood wafted through the air, refreshing like a gentle breeze, enchanting and uplifting. The next moment, a youthful figure, radiating brilliance, gracefully entered the hall. With a facade of insincere politeness, Gu Lancheng greeted, I was unaware of young Master Yan's visit. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. However, Yin Hongsheng did not spare him a glance. Instead, he strode directly to Xiaomi, his warm gaze settling on her face. Upon noticing the 5 distinct finger marks, his expression turned icy as he directed a piercing glare at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian trembled at the chill emanating from him, instinctively shrinking closer to Gu Lancheng. Did you strike her? His voice was as frigid as ancient ice. Xiao Xian stammered, my sister was disrespectful to Lancheng, so I thought to discipline her. After all, I am her sister. Yin Hongsheng chillingly replied, Sister? That's interesting. Your sister owes me a considerable debt. Will you assist her in repaying it? Xiao Xian's face turned pale with fear. I am merely her sister by blood. Legally, we have no ties. Then, on what grounds did you strike her? With that, Yin Hongsheng began to roll up his sleeves, his intentions unmistakable. This is only worth it if I help Xiaomi retaliate. Xiao Xian's face turned ashen with fear. Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xian behind him and, gritting his teeth, said, Young Master Yin, this is a matter of my family. and you have no right to interfere. Yin Hongsheng replied ominously, Mr. Gu, those who know consider Jiao Mi to be Mrs. Gu. Those who do not may mistakenly believe that Jiao Xin is your wife. If you were in ancient times, Mr. Gu, you would be guilty of favoring a concubine over a wife, deserving to be punished severely. Gu Lancheng restrained his anger. Young Master Yin, your reach is rather excessive, meddling in my family affairs, is it not? Yin Hongsheng produced a document, extracted the agreement within, and shook it, causing the contract to unfold. It contained the indenture signed between Jiaomi and Yin Hongsheng, stipulating that from this moment on, Jiaomi must work for me 24 hours a day to repay a debt of 1 billion. Her face is the facade of my company. If you mar her beauty, it would adversely affect my flourishing enterprise. Do you still believe that I should not concern myself with Miss Jiao's affairs, Mr. Gu? Yin Hongsheng remarked quietly. Gu Lancheng, bemused, responded, absurd. Young Master, Yin cannot possibly be ignorant of labor laws. Even if Jiaomi signed a long-term contract with you, committing to work for you for her lifetime, the law permits a maximum of 8 working hours per day. Before Gu Lancheng could finish, Yin Hongsheng revealed an additional agreement. It indicated that Jiaomi had voluntarily agreed to overtime, with compensation for extra hours paid at double the rate prescribed by labor law, complete with her signature and fingerprint. Yin Hongsheng carefully tucked the contract away, then smiled slyly at Gu Lancheng. If Mr. Gu wishes to redeem Mrs. Gu's indenture, you shall pay me 10 times the penalty as stipulated. Gu Lancheng's face turned pale with anger, glaring at Jiaomi with disappointment. Fool! I warned you long ago that dealing with him would lead to your ruin. Jiaomi, astonished by Yin Hongsheng's meticulous preparations and his flawless calculations, felt a surge of admiration. Truly, he was the heir apparent. Instead of panicking, she mockingly fixed her gaze on Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, either pay to redeem me or we shall divorce, and you need not concern yourself with my debts. Gu Lancheng's countenance darkened. Jiaomi noticed a flicker of indecision in his eyes, betraying the tumult within him. Her intuition suggested that Gu Lancheng was contemplating severing ties with her. Yin Hongsheng quietly stated, Jiaomi, today marks the commencement of your employment. Come with me. Jiaomi followed Yin Hongsheng, departing from the Gu residence. After her departure, Gu Lancheng slumped onto the sofa. Jiao Xin consoled him. Lancheng, my sister is with Yin Hongsheng, and if she falls deeper into his schemes, it may bring trouble to our family. Gu Lancheng snorted coldly. How could I simply sit and wait for my fate? Jiao Xin, aligning with his thoughts, suggested, why not consider divorcing Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng sank into a dreadful silence, a look of regret flashing in his eagle-like eyes. When he had previously competed to bid for the heart lock in the cycle of cities, he had only thought of either winning it to please Jiao Xin or driving up the price to deplete Yin Hongsheng's liquid assets. Little did he expect, Yin Hongsheng would turn the tables, now using Jiaomi's foolishness to roast him over the flames. He is now left with 2 choices, either compensate Xiaomi with a staggering penalty of billions, or divorce her to safeguard his own interests. Yin Hongsheng has indeed made a brilliant move. Gu Lancheng holds deep admiration for Yin Hongsheng. However, Jiao Xin flatters, Lancheng. How could someone so young as Yin Hongsheng possibly rival you? It is merely Xiaomi who has hindered your progress. At the mention of Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng's expression darkens once more. Xiaomi, it is you who has forced my hand. A glimmer of delight sparkles in Jiao Xin's eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaomi sits in the shadow of Yin Hongsheng, her countenance clouded with melancholy, gazing desolately out of the car window. Suddenly, Yin Hongsheng gently caresses her swollen face, his warm voice laced with concern. Sister, I am sorry for being late. You have suffered. Chapter 60. He is the boss. She is the secretary. Xiaomi turned her head and smiled radiantly. Xiaosheng, your timing is impeccable. Thanks to your commotion, Gu Lancheng has finally made up his mind to divorce me. Yin Hongsheng replied, I fear the situation is not so optimistic. The prince clearly harbors deep affection for your sister, yet he adamantly refuses to part ways with you. He is caught in a dilemma. Xiaomi, belatedly realizing that Yin Hongsheng lacked understanding of romantic matters, felt as though she had reached a dead end by confiding in him. Yet, to her surprise, Yin Hongsheng exhibited a maturity beyond his years, continuing his analysis. Sister, Gu Lancheng is a businessman. For him, the maintenance or dissolution of marriage is unrelated to emotions. What he values is profit. The choice to remain married to you is purely a matter of weighing benefits against drawbacks. That's all there is to it. Confused, Xiaomi remarked, in his eyes, I am nothing more than a worthless fool. What purpose does he serve in keeping me? Yin Hongsheng responded. A person in a position of power will never allow a blemish on their reputation. You are the savior of his beloved. He married you out of gratitude. To divorce you now would only earn him the ill repute of burning bridges. Moreover, he fears exposure for his deceitful marriage and his calculation against a vulnerable woman. Once the butterfly effect is set in motion, he risks losing everything. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. If she could bring Gu Lancheng to ruin, her life would be complete. He is a cunning fox, and he would not easily fall into a trap. Yin Hongsheng's gaze deepened. Sister, rest assured. Even if he is an ancient fox, I am an age-old demon. If he wishes to engage in a game of wits, I shall ensure his utter defeat. Though Xiaomi remained unaware of Yin Hongsheng's ingenious strategies, she inexplicably trusted in his ability to outmaneuver Gu Lancheng. Xiaosheng, I am truly grateful for your support. Her gratitude was palpable. Yin Hongsheng, however, expressed concern. Sister, I must ask you to play your part in this performance fully. He must be compelled to choose between repaying his debts and divorcing you. Xiaomi immediately embraced her role. Master Yin, my life is in your hands. I am at your beck and call. Yin Hongsheng chuckled. Then it seems my secretary Xiao will have to endure some hardships. The two shared a knowing smile. Xiaomi was acutely aware that her divorce proceedings with Gu Lancheng would not conclude swiftly, yet she could not afford to neglect her career. Xiaosheng, I wish to transfer my brand, a lifetime with you, which I established in Milan, to the capital. She gazed into Yin Hongsheng's eyes, her expression clear and earnest. I would like to collaborate with you. Understanding the promising future that awaited Yin Hongsheng, she unhesitatingly proposed a supplementary condition. The majority of the profits will go to you. Yin Hongsheng was momentarily taken aback, stammering, a lifetime with you? Memories of you? Suddenly, he broke into a smile. How does my sister envision this collaboration? Xiaomi recognized Yin Hongsheng's remarkable business acumen. Aligning herself with him was akin to securing a lifelong source of sustenance. She lowered her own stakes without hesitation. Xiaosheng, I am the first disciple of teacher Jasmine and can serve as the design director of the company. You shall handle market expansion, and as for profits, I will be content with a mere 10%. Yin Hongsheng leaned forward, his demeanor charmingly mischievous. Sister, with both your name and mine intertwined, why must we delineate profits so distinctly? The gains are all yours. I shall serve as the legal representative, assuming all risks on your behalf. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out to ruffle his hair, thinking to herself that perhaps she had unwittingly brought home a playful husky. With a hearty laugh, Yin Hongsheng escorted Xiaomi to an elegant villa. As he assisted her out of the car, a paparazzi team suddenly appeared, snapping photos incessantly. In a moment of quick thinking, Xiaomi turned and supported Yin Hongsheng instead. Her expression grew tense. She feared that unscrupulous media would misconstrue her relationship with Xiaosheng. Her own notoriety was already well established, and she was indifferent to further scandal. However, Xiaosheng's reputation was of paramount importance. Yin Hongsheng perceptively noted the subtle shift in her demeanor, admiring her perceptive heart. He cast a piercing gaze at the paparazzi, despite being only 18. His eyes bore a depth beyond his years. Does Yin Shirui truly wish to ensnare himself in the role of the Yin family heir so desperately? Xiaomi was puzzled. Now that we are in a precarious position, Xiaosheng, do you have a strategy if Yin Shirui attempts to trouble you? Yin Hongsheng reassured her, Sister, do not worry about me. Dealing with someone as mindless as Yin Shirui is a simple task. Xiaomi exhaled in relief. No matter what Yin Hongsheng claimed, her faith in him remained unwavering. He settled Xiaomi in his private villa, where Gong Li had been waiting to welcome her. Later, upon returning home, Yin Hongsheng was summoned to his grandfather's study. The elder Yin was visibly enraged. I've heard from your brother that you have been keeping Madame Gu close, which has angered Gu Lancheng. Yin Hongsheng cast a dismissive glance at Yin Shirui, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Your information is rather swift, akin to that of a carrier pigeon. It seems I shall have to make good use of you as my messenger. Yin Shirui was momentarily taken aback. Yes, grandfather. Yin Hongsheng replied with unyielding confidence. The elder Yin was profoundly disappointed in him and sternly cautioned, you are just entering society, yet you are cultivating a formidable rival. This is hardly wise. Yin Hongsheng replied nonchalantly, Grandfather, a confrontation between Yin Shirui and myself is inevitable. The elder Yin looked on in astonishment. The ambition reflected in his grandson's youthful face filled him with unease. But not now. He interjected angrily, interrupting Yin Hongsheng. You shall return, Madame Gu. I do not consent. Yin Hongsheng, with a rebellious spirit, maintained his stance. The elder Yin raised an eyebrow. I have heard that Madame Gu is merely a pretty face, lacking substance. Even Gu Lancheng holds her in contempt. Why would you want to keep her around? Yin Hongsheng smiled. Grandfather, one ought not to judge without full knowledge of the situation. The elder Yin narrowed his keen eyes. What do you mean? Yin Hongsheng replied. Grandfather, wait and see. Xiaomi will soon shine brilliantly, and you will come to realize her true worth. The elder Yin, observing the determination etched on his grandson's handsome face, was momentarily taken aback. After weighing the pros and cons, old Master Yin advised, if she possesses remarkable talent, then it would be acceptable to keep her. However, one must not exacerbate the conflict between you and Gu Lancheng. Yin Hongsheng replied, Grandfather, rest assured, I am fully aware of the priorities at stake. Old Master Yin nodded. That is for the best. Chapter 61. The formal divorce. Down to the last detail, Xiaomi entrusted the entire divorce matter to her law firm, redirecting her energy towards the establishment of her new brand. During the day, she diligently traversed the market, mastering the raw materials sector and the dyeing techniques in the capital, while also observing the diverse fashion choices of passers-by. By night, she would sit beneath a lamp, sketching her designs, each drawing vividly coming to life on paper. Day after day, this routine persisted, and before she realized it, 3 months had swiftly passed. Xiaomi produced over 100 design sketches. Yin Hongsheng held her designs in high regard, almost wholly adopting them and committing to mass production. Engrossed in her work, she completely forgot about the divorce. Meanwhile, Gu Lancheng found himself increasingly restless. On one particular day, while socializing with friends, the topic of Xiaomi arose, despite her absence from the gathering. Lancheng, I heard your sister-in-law has gone off with that scoundrel Yin Hongsheng. She must be heartbroken, determined to part ways with you, right? As Gu Lancheng puffed on a cigarette, the smoke blurred his features, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Xiao Xian interjected. How could she ever leave Lancheng? Her loyalty to him surpasses that of a dog. Yet she often resorts to this cat-and-mouse game to attract his attention, though Lancheng seems utterly unimpressed by her antics. Let her behave as she wishes, as long as she doesn't bring shame to Lancheng. Suddenly, the quiet Yin Qirui spoke up. Lancheng, I truly don't understand. If you don't have feelings for her, why not just divorce her? Xiao Xian has waited for you long enough. It's time to give her some clarity. Gu Lancheng remained silent. Xiao Xian gazed at him, her heart aching at his reticence. Despite the moisture in her eyes, she feigned a gracious demeanor. I fear my body may not be capable of bearing children. Her words halted the conversation, as everyone understood that within the esteemed Gu family, and with Gu Lancheng as the heir, he could never marry a woman who could not conceive. This was indeed a conundrum. Gu Lancheng lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply before gently reassuring Xiao Xian. Whether you can have children does not concern me. The pain of childbirth is considerable, and I wouldn't want you to suffer. My reasons for not divorcing Xiaomi have nothing to do with you. Another voice chimed in sycophantically. Exactly. How could Lancheng, who loves sister Xiao Xian so dearly, mind her inability to bear children? Besides, even if sister Xiao Xian is unable to conceive, brother Gu can have several children with Xiaomi. That way, sister Xiao Xian could still embrace motherhood through them, fulfilling Gu family's expectations. Xiao Xian's eyes brightened instantaneously, excitement gripping her as she clutched Gu Lancheng's arm. Lancheng, if you truly desire children, why not have one with Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng was rendered speechless. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his phone screen. For a full 3 months, Xiaomi, despite being in the capital, had never reached out to him. Did she still love him? Would she still be willing to bear his children? Gu Lancheng felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After the gathering concluded, he sent a message to Xiaomi. Xiaomi, let us meet. It was not until a day later that Xiaomi replied, Are we discussing the matters of divorce? If it is not regarding the dissolution of our marriage, I believe there is no need for us to meet. Upon reading her message, Gu Lancheng, filled with fury, hurled his phone against the wall. He reminisced about the past when Xiaomi had eagerly fawned over him. Now, she had transformed into an unapproachable figure, making it exceedingly difficult for him to arrange even a meeting. How had their positions reversed so dramatically? Xiaomi gazed at her now silent phone, her elegant visage clouded with contemplation. Despite the situation, Gu Lancheng still hesitated to pursue a divorce. However, she was unwilling to squander her vibrant youth on him. Xiaomi resolved to take decisive action. She approached her esteemed divorce attorney, Joker, and handed over all the evidence she had meticulously gathered for her case. Among these documents were records of the substantial debts she had incurred during their marriage, proof of Gu Lancheng's asset transfers during their union, evidence of his infidelity with Qiao Xin, and instances of his emotional neglect. Joker, can you assure me that with this evidence, I can secure a smooth divorce? She inquired. Joker regarded her steadily. With this plethora of incriminating evidence, even an intern could triumph in this case, let alone myself. Xiaomi was taken aback. Then I shall await your promising news. Gu Lancheng had intended to maintain his distance from Xiaomi for a while longer. However, Joker, with great assertiveness, approached him. Mr. Gu, I am Joker, the attorney representing Xiaomi in her divorce proceedings. I would like to discuss matters with you. Gu Lancheng had just concluded a morning meeting. His spirits dampened by the recent performance overshadowed by Yan Hongxing's new company. The sight of Joker ignited his anger. I have no time, he curtly dismissed. Unfazed, Joker responded with poise. Mr. Gu, perhaps you should review the divorce agreement drafted by Miss Qiao before making your decision. He presented the agreement to Gu Lancheng. With his hands shoved in his pockets, Gu Lancheng cast a cold, disdainful glance at the document. What was there to behold? It was merely the same old trick of her willing to leave with nothing, a mere charade. Joker smiled. This time is different. I assure you, Mr. Gu, you will find a surprise within. Intrigued, Gu Lancheng opened the agreement, only to have his pupils dilate in shock. This time, Xiaomi not only refrained from demanding a clean break, but audaciously sought half of his assets. Such a pipe dream, Gu Lancheng scoffed. Joker, with professional composure, informed him. According to the civil code, income derived from wages, bonuses, and rewards earned during the marriage, as well as profits from production, business, and investments, are considered joint property. Gu Lancheng retorted, I had a prenuptial agreement before our marriage. As for my income post-marriage, I am merely living paycheck to paycheck. The Joker remarked with a chuckle. If all men were to emulate Mr. Gu, I dare say many women would prefer to remain single rather than marry. Humanity might as well face extinction. Gu Lancheng's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the dishonorable scheme he had devised against Xiaomi. While affluent families typically safeguard their assets, none are as miserly as he. The Joker continued. Mr. Gu, despite your failure to generate even a single penny of wealth for Miss Qiao during your marriage, you are nonetheless obliged to shoulder 50% of the substantial debts incurred by her post-nuptial. The Joker presented the bill, and as Gu Lancheng beheld the lengthy list of charges, a throbbing pain began to pulsate in his temples. Chapter 62. The Exposure of the Mistress, Mr. Gu seeks reconciliation. He had never anticipated that Xiaomi would prove to be such a spendthrift. In addition to the considerable debt owed to Yan Hongxing, her extravagant purchases over the years amounted to a staggering sum exceeding 10 billion. Gu Lancheng's heart was as clear as a mirror. He gritted his teeth and endured. Did she truly believe that by accumulating such debt, I would agree to divorce her? Joker, ever the manipulator, gently coaxed. Mr. Gu, should you refuse to consent to the divorce agreement, Miss Qiao will have no choice but to initiate divorce proceedings. Gu Lancheng scoffed. Divorce proceedings? With his financial prowess, what could Xiaomi possibly use to contend against him? He could drag it out until her dying day. Joker raised a thick stack of documents. Mr. Gu, perhaps it would be prudent to first review the preparations Miss Qiao has made for the divorce. Taking the documents, Gu Lancheng was confronted with photocopied images, intimate moments shared between him and Qiao Xinyu that far exceeded mere friendship, along with numerous photographs of Qiao Xinyu entering his bedroom. There were even detailed bills reflecting his expenditures on Qiao Xinyu. He had always believed himself to be cautious and honorable in his marriage, maintaining a virtuous distance from Qiao Xinyu, yet the overwhelming evidence of their closeness starkly revealed his favoritism toward her, while his demeanor toward his wife, Xiaomi, appeared markedly indifferent. Grasping the documents, Gu Lancheng felt a surge of anger coursing through him. Xiaomi, I truly underestimated you. Joker added fuel to the fire. Mr. Gu, Miss Qiao has indicated that if you continue to delay the divorce, she will make this information public on her social media platforms. Furthermore, she intends to host a live broadcast, revealing to the masses how the young master has deceived her into marriage. Deceived into marriage? A flicker of panic surged within Gu Lancheng. Did she genuinely believe such a thing? With a stern expression, Joker remarked, Is it not true? Anyone who views this evidence would likely reach the same conclusion. Sweat began to bead in Gu Lancheng's palms as he struggled to maintain a facade of calm. Return and inform her to await my message." Joker nodded and departed. Gu Lancheng returned home in a daze, and after an indeterminate duration, he gradually regained a semblance of clarity amidst his chaotic thoughts. He managed a bitter smile, never having imagined that he would be driven to such a state of disarray by Xiaomi, a seemingly talentless individual, had transformed into someone so cunning. She had endured humiliation to return to the Gu household in order to gather evidence of his infidelity with Xiao Xinyu, and he had been utterly oblivious. Gu Lancheng, a man who cherished his reputation above all, now found himself facing a formidable opponent in Xiaomi, who held the power to strip him of his dignity. For the first time, he felt a sense of reverence towards her. Yet, he still clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that her inherent kindness might allow him to appease her with a few kind words. For the first time, Gu Lancheng sincerely reached out to Xiaomi, dialing her number with genuine intent. When the call connected, her first words were, "Gu Lancheng, have you made a decision regarding the divorce?" Divorce? Once more with the divorce. Gu Lancheng was perplexed by her unwavering insistence on this matter. Exhausted, he replied, "Xiaomi, we shall not divorce. Let us live our lives together. In the future, I shall return to my family and assume the responsibilities befitting a husband. As for Xiao Xian, I will maintain my distance from her." Xiaomi was left speechless, just as she was about to end the call. She heard Gu Lancheng utter, "If you truly dislike my closeness to your sister, I can send her abroad, never to see her again. How does that sound?" Xiaomi rolled her eyes dramatically. "Why didn't you do that sooner?" Gu Lancheng, late affection is worth less than grass. With that, Xiaomi hung up the phone, leaving Gu Lancheng in shock. Despite his concessions, Xiaomi still insisted on divorce. Xiaomi immediately forwarded the recording of Gu Lancheng's submissive plea for reconciliation to Xiao Xian, accompanied by a malicious message, "Sister, it seems you're not so significant to Gu Lancheng after all. In the face of interests, he can just as easily abandon you. What should I do, sister? Should I consider reconciling with Lancheng?" Xiao Xian found herself at a loss upon receiving Xiaomi's message. However, when she opened the recording and listened to the conversation between Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi, her face turned as pale as rice paper. Gu Lancheng was willing to cut ties with her in order to rekindle his relationship with Xiaomi. She was like a parasitic flower. Without Gu Lancheng, she could not survive. Her frail health required substantial funds for treatment, and only by relying on Gu Lancheng could she afford to sustain her life. Her father's failing business also depended on Gu Lancheng's generosity to scrape by. Trembling, Xiao Xian picked up her phone, for the first time setting aside her pride. Pleading with Xiaomi, "Xiaomi, what exactly have you done to Lancheng?" "Nothing much, just sent him evidence of his infidelity and asset misappropriation during our marriage. The young master fears his deceitful actions being exposed. Hence he desperately pleaded with me not to divorce him," Xiaomi replied nonchalantly. Xiao Xian's face turned ashen with fear. Yet, she simultaneously loathed Xiaomi for her ruthless actions. "Xiaomi, what you're doing will ruin him." Xiaomi chose to ignore her. How laughable. She had already intended to ruin him, along with Xiao Xian. The couple's betrayal had caused her daughter's tragic demise, and the purpose of her rebirth was to avenge her daughter. How could she possibly feel compassion for these scoundrels? Xiao Xian, perhaps overwhelmed by her emotional turmoil, experienced a relapse in her already fragile health and was hospitalized the following day. She was adept at manipulating men and posted a photo of herself in the hospital on her social media, lamenting, "This life, it seems, will be one of solitary despair and mere survival." Upon seeing the woman he cherished in such a pitiful state, Gu Lancheng could no longer contain himself and called Xiao Xian to offer his condolences. During the call, Xiao Xian reported all of Xiaomi's words and actions to Gu Lancheng. Finally, she hesitantly added, "Lancheng, don't worry about me. You should focus on living well with her. I don't want to be a burden to you. You've worked hard to get to where you are." Her magnanimity only highlighted Xiaomi's pettiness. In the stark contrast, Gu Lancheng's heart inevitably leaned towards Xiao Xian. Xiaomi, not allowing Gu Lancheng any time to ponder, the next day shared a photo of Gu Lancheng caring for Xiao Xian in the hospital on her social media. With the caption, "My husband is devotedly attending to his white moonlight in the hospital. Should I be jealous?" Immediately igniting a tempest, the comment section became a towering edifice, with numerous strangers standing on the moral high ground to berate Gu Lancheng. How could this man, unable to forget his first love, choose to marry later? Is this not a disservice to his current partner? What a repugnant pair of individuals. I hope that all those who deliberately disrupt others' families, the mistresses, meet with dire fates. Those who betray true affection must face the consequences of their actions. It is no wonder that this woman has fallen gravely ill. Could this be the retribution for her role in shattering another's home? Even more disturbingly, some have begun to maliciously concoct a dramatic narrative of love between Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Could it be that the luminous first love succumbed to cancer and, not wishing to hinder the man, quietly departed abroad? Now that the man has attained success and wed anew, the first love returns, lamenting her past separation as a necessity. Caught between old flame and new love, the man ultimately chooses the former. The true tale is that the first love did not suffer from cancer after all. Having survived all these years, it was only after the protagonist was deceived that he realized the toxicity of the first love, appreciating instead the steadfastness of the original partner. Yet, the original partner could no longer indulge him, for delayed affection is often less valuable than the fleeting. Thus, has the original partner finally decided to confront this pair of scoundrels? Sister, you are truly fierce. We all support you in casting aside the scoundrel. Sister, you shine brightly on your own. Xiaomi is bustling with excitement. Thank you, dear supporters. Today I am clocking in for work. And tomorrow I shall continue to reveal the tragic saga of my marriage. Chapter 63. The pressure intensifies. Mr. Gu's breakdown utilizing his immense influence. Gu Lancheng swiftly and ruthlessly had Xiaomi's account suspended. Yet, the following day, Xiaomi promptly activated a new account. This time, she not only revealed her kidney donation report for Xiao Xian, but also succinctly outlined the events leading up to it. In her youth, she had naively believed that a man's vows were as steadfast as rock, only to discover that both her kidney and love had vanished. No. It should be stated that love never truly existed. It was my own folly. Perhaps due to the topic's heated nature, the comments section quickly filled with numerous voices. This man is significantly older than the original poster, who was still quite young at the time and had not yet faced the harsh realities of life, thus easily falling for a man's hollow promises. How despicable. After receiving her kidney, he cozied up with his white moonlight, subjecting his wife to emotional neglect. I am certain this man had been scheming against the unfortunate poster from the very beginning. Good heavens, is this not a blatant act of marriage fraud? What a vile man. I fervently pray never to encounter such a man in my lifetime. This man is suspected of defrauding the poster of her organ. Upon reading these comments, Gu Lancheng felt a surge of shock and fear, his anger boiling over. Xiaomi was like an indestructible cockroach or unquenchable weeds. Was she determined to tarnish his reputation without rest? Fortunately, Xiaomi had yet to reveal his name, leaving him with a glimmer of hope for redemption. However, Xiaomi wasted no time, publicly declaring, "If you continue to hide like a coward, I shall unveil your true identity by tomorrow." Though lacking direct mention, those familiar with Gu Lancheng understood that Xiaomi was issuing a challenge. Gu Lancheng recognized that if he delayed any further, all that he had painstakingly built would crumble. He contemplated, a divorce it shall be. This is what Xiaomi desires, and what he himself has longed for. Yet, unexpectedly, his father arrived at Gu Lancheng's modest home. As soon as he settled on the sofa, he angrily pointed fingers. "Lancheng, your wife is tarnishing your reputation, and you allow her to run amok?" Gu Lancheng's lips quivered, but he found himself at a loss for words. He could not possibly reveal to his father that he had driven the devoted Xiaomi to such lengths. Ultimately, he downplayed the situation. "She is merely using these tactics to force me into a divorce. Dad, I wish to divorce her." His father, filled with disappointment, reproached him. "Divorce? I warned you when you took Xiaomi's kidney. You owe her a debt that can never be repaid in this lifetime. Now you wish to divorce her? Are you intent on solidifying your ingratitude, burning the bridge after crossing it?" Gu Lancheng replied, "But if we do not divorce, Xiaomi will not relent. She will continue to reveal more damaging secrets about me." In a fit of rage, his father seized the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Gu Lancheng, striking him on the forehead and causing blood to flow. His father, exasperated, lamented, "Had I known this day would come, why did it have to be this way? You should have severed ties with that Xiao Xian long ago." Gu Lancheng, trembling in silence, dared not touch the blood on his forehead, bowing his head to endure the scolding. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes." Seeing his son's sincere remorse, his father, despite his anger, softened. He offered him a piece of advice. "Women are easily swayed. If you assist Xiaomi in settling her debts, she will soften and rekindle her affection for you. Subsequently, you should hasten to have a child with Xiaomi, for a woman becomes bound by motherhood and will be less inclined to mention divorce so casually." Gu Lancheng replied affirmatively. In an effort to help Gu Lancheng navigate this crisis, his father voluntarily lifted the financial sanctions imposed upon him. Upon receiving the funds, Gu Lancheng immediately reached out to Yin Hongsheng. Young Master Yin, I wish to discuss the debt issue concerning my wife and you. Yin Hongsheng, seated in a bar at a club, exuded youthful exuberance and was engaged in lively conversation about life aspirations with a group of equally arrogant young men. He responded readily, I am at the bar, come over now. He shared his location with Gu Lancheng. Shortly thereafter, Gu Lancheng arrived. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Yin Hongsheng, who lounged lazily against the back of the sofa, appearing somewhat inebriated. Beside him, his wife, Xiaomi, attentively attended to him, gently wiping the corners of his mouth with a tissue and thoughtfully draping his coat over him to shield him from the chill. Her actions were remarkably deft, as if caring for Yin Hongsheng was a regular occurrence. Despite Gu Lancheng's prolonged presence, Xiaomi seemed oblivious to him, treating him as if he were merely air, ignoring his existence entirely. Gu Lancheng's complexion paled, and his body swayed unsteadily. His fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Xiaomi, what are you doing here? He reprimanded softly. Xiaomi disregarded him, but a colleague nearby explained on Gu Lancheng's behalf, Young Master, did you not know? Miss Qiao is Hongxing's personal assistant. It is her duty to care for him. It was then that Gu Lancheng realized that Xiaomi was indeed different today. She was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, accentuating her slender figure with an elegant and poised demeanor. She embodied the image of a competent professional woman. Gu Lancheng found himself momentarily entranced. He had never seen such a capable and sophisticated version of Xiaomi, and she appeared strikingly radiant. He could hardly divert his gaze. Yin Hongsheng, with his slightly squinted eyes, remarked, Young Master, I do not accept installment payments. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Yin Hongsheng had purchased Cycles of the City for 500 million and subsequently sold it to Xiaomi at double the price, imposing exorbitant penalties upon her. He had truly mastered the art of capitalistic ruthlessness. Young Master Yin, your speed in making profits surpasses that of a printing press. Are you not concerned about exhausting your fortune too soon, leading to hardship in your later years? Gu Lancheng retorted sarcastically. Yin Hongsheng chuckled. I shall take that as a compliment from you, young master. Gu Lancheng countered, 10 billion, I will give you. Cycles of the City must be returned to me. Yin Hongsheng replied. The property now belongs to Secretary Qiao. Whether to sell it to you is entirely her decision. Xiaomi gazed at him, her voice soft yet firm. You know, Cycles of the City is already mine. I advise you not to entertain any notions about it. Gu Lancheng's handsome face darkened with anger. Xiaomi, since I am providing the funds, then Cycles of the City rightfully belongs to me. Those who are eager to seek reconciliation often forget that a husband and wife are fundamentally one. Xiaomi straightened her back, and as she spoke, her voice could not conceal her disdain for Gu Lancheng. She coldly remarked, Gu Lancheng, you might as well give up. I will not engage in this transaction. Gu Lancheng, filled with uncontainable fury, retorted, Xiaomi, I have already assisted you in repaying your enormous debts. What difference does it make if you part with this broken lock? Suddenly, Xiaomi erupted into a sorrowful laugh. Gu Lancheng, are you hoping to use this lock to win back your beloved? Your claims of severing ties with Xiao Xin and sending her abroad were merely pretenses to placate me, weren't they? Gu Lancheng's expression turned frantic, his gaze darting about. Xiaomi added, Fortunately, I have long ceased to trust you. Chapter 64. She disdains his filth. Yet peace is unattainable. Gu Lancheng frantically defended himself. It's merely a broken lock. What harm is there in giving it to your sister? You know her health is fragile. Her life could cease at any moment. Consider it an act of kindness, fulfilling her wish. Xiaomi, this is my final effort on her behalf. I implore you to be understanding. Xiaomi stared at him with a blank expression, deeply suspecting that Gu Lancheng was aware of the true purpose of the Cycle City. Fixing her gaze into his eyes, she enunciated each word with conviction. Gu Lancheng, your love for her drives you to offer her the finest of this world. But what makes you think I, Xiaomi, would desire a man whose heart harbors another woman? Gu Lancheng, I find you repugnant. Gu Lancheng's pupils trembled. He stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Xiaomi turned to Yin Hongsheng, saying, Young Master Yin, I will repay the 10 billion myself. May I have a bit more time? Yin Hongsheng replied generously, Secretary Qiao, I am a man of my word. Since we have entered into an indefinite contract, you may repay me whenever you wish. However, his gaze turned mischievous as he looked at Gu Lancheng, If Secretary Chiao fails to settle her debt until the end, then your remains will belong to me. The provocative tone irked Gu Lancheng deeply. Xiaomi managed a bittersweet smile, realizing that Xiao Sheng was still childlike. How could Gu Lancheng possibly covet her corpse? He had never treated her well in life, so why would he show her kindness in death? Fear not, whether in life or death. This frail body shall be yours to dispose of, Xiaomi declared. Yan Hongsheng appeared elated. Secretary Chiao, then we have an agreement. You must not breach it. I will not, she assured him. Gu Lancheng felt his intense pride and self-respect trampled underfoot by Yan Hongsheng, a wave of frustration swelling within him. Xiaomi, do not forget that you are my wife. How can your body be entrusted to another man? Xiaomi resolutely replied, soon, that will no longer be the case. With that, she linked arms with Yan Hongsheng and departed without looking back. Gu Lancheng stood there, bewildered, mulling over Xiaomi's words. What did she mean? 2 days later, enlightenment struck him like a thunderbolt. He received a copy of the divorce lawsuit from the court, and in that instant, it felt as though every vein in his body was on the verge of bursting, his blood boiling with indignation, his body suspended in a state of weightlessness. He had always believed Xiaomi's threats of divorce were merely a ploy to reclaim his affections that had strayed toward Xiao Xian, not a genuine desire to part ways. However, upon seeing the divorce petition, he realized that Xiaomi was indeed serious this time. He pulled out the divorce petition and patiently began to read. As he reached the section detailing the grounds for divorce, his heart sank. Xiaomi had written that there was a stark contrast between their behaviors before and after marriage, making it difficult to maintain their relationship and impossible to continue living together. Images of their life together before and after marriage flashed through Gu Lancheng's mind like a rapid slideshow. Before their union, he had treated her with a semblance of patience. After all, he needed her to provide a kidney for Xiao Xian, and he felt a certain guilt that compelled him to be gentle with her. He would accompany her for meals, attend her classes, and watch movies with her, engaging in all sorts of childish antics. But what about after their marriage? His psyche underwent a profound transformation, as he believed that by granting her the identity of Mrs. Gu, he had bestowed upon her a life of dignity. Consequently, his concern for her diminished. In contrast, it was Xiao Xian who, having lost him, became the object of his worries. He fretted that she might spiral into despair and resort to foolish actions, always ready to respond to her calls. This indeed seemed somewhat contradictory. As Gu Lancheng contemplated these thoughts, he wearily closed his eyes. After all, he was a man, a being of emotions and desires. In pursuit of a kidney, he sacrificed a love that was easily within reach, opting to marry a woman he did not love. He believed his actions were justified and guiltless. It was clearly Xiaomi whose insatiable greed led to her psychological imbalance. Hence, after attaining the title of Mrs. Gu, she dared to aspire for more. Wherein lay his fault? She, born into fortune, remained oblivious to her blessings and sought to divorce him. Did she not consider that without him, who would recognize Xiaomi, who would even cast a glance in her direction? Gu Lancheng was utterly convinced that once Xiaomi divorced him, she would regress to the point of begging for sustenance, as she once did. Xiaomi, do not regret it. He envisioned her, tears streaming down her face, pleading for reconciliation, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him. Xiao Xian appeared silently before Gu Lancheng, seemingly out of nowhere, and naturally noticed the divorce agreement. Lancheng, my sister must have received some sage advice. Her tactics of feigned indifference have become remarkably sophisticated. Gu Lancheng stared blankly at Xiao Xian. Do you think she is employing the strategy of feigned indifference? No matter how self-assured he was, upon seeing the numerous pieces of incriminating evidence Xiaomi had gathered against him and witnessing her repeated revelations of his scandals, he should have awakened to reality. Xianer, I have truly lost Xiaomi, Xiao Xian remarked. My sister is quite foolish. Without you, she will find no man of your caliber. She will surely regret it bitterly. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng enveloped Xiao Xian in his embrace, his affection boundless. Xianer, I have wronged you all these years. Now that I am to divorce Xiaomi, I can love you openly. Overcome with joy, Xiao Xian wept. Lancheng, you are infuriated by Xiaomi, but I am still delighted to be your companion. Gu Lancheng, filled with tenderness, replied, not a companion, Xianer. I have always restrained myself. I truly love you. He drew her closer, their bodies entwined. Gu Lancheng appeared as if he had broken free from a seal, no longer concealing his adoration for Xiao Xian. They attended public events together, traveled, and shared both the living room and kitchen, resembling a couple deeply in love. Gu Lancheng even removed his wedding ring from Xiao Mi and donned a matching pair of rings with Xiao Xian, boldly parading before the media. A ripple effect ensued. Gu Lancheng's circle of friends offered their blessings to the beleaguered couple. Wow, childhood sweethearts overcoming adversity together, culminating in their union. What else could be true love? The prince's gaze upon Princess Xiao was always tender, and it was surprising to discover that the seemingly aloof and ascetic prince behind closed doors was an ardent lover. Xiao Xian reveled in her happiness. Perhaps having enjoyed too many good days, she sought to find something to occupy her time. Thus, she orchestrated a performance of her own, creating an account to defame Gu Lancheng. Adultery during marriage. Does the prince not fear retribution for his actions? Subsequently, Xiao Xian seized the opportunity to publicly share the divorce lawsuit documents pertaining to Xiaomi, with a note stating, "Divorce by mutual agreement." She further orchestrated a wave of trending discussions to malign Xiaomi, inciting a torrent of online vitriol against her. The sentiments expressed were harsh and unforgiving. Goodness. The original spouse is merely a beggar from the slums, once picked up by the young prince, who nurtured her into a being of pride. Now she dares to disdain him. Such an ungrateful creature is indeed terrifying. I implore the heavens to intervene and reclaim this thankless original spouse. After all, she is a woman of lowly origins, lacking in every regard. It is for the best that the young prince has divorced her. Does she truly believe she can find a man superior to him? One day, she will crawl back, begging for his forgiveness. At that juncture, may the young prince remain resolute. Chapter 65. Having a child, we divorce in the stillness of the night. Only the cold glow of the stars illuminated the dark sky. Accompanying Xiaomi, she huddled in the corner of the balcony, her phone beside her, the web page still open. The screen's light mingled with the starlight. Yet it failed to brighten the surrounding gloom. It was indeed a night devoid of hope. Suddenly, the door creaked open as Yan Hongxing activated the wall switch. Xiaomi clumsily rose to her feet. "Xiaosheng, can I take a break from work for a while?" she asked. Yan Hongxing approached her, gently tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. "Why? My reputation is quite poor at the moment, and I fear I may drag you down," she murmured. He lifted her chin, compelling her to gaze at the starry sky. "Sister, though the firefly's light is faint, it can still illuminate the beauty of youth. To chase the light and to walk in its glow. Didn't you teach me this? Now that you face difficulties, how can you retreat instead of forging ahead?" Xiaomi fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Once I divorce Gu Lancheng, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on me. Until our conflict concludes, you should maintain your distance from me. I wouldn't want to drag you into my troubles. Are you suggesting I remain aloof? Am I not human? By preserving your own integrity, you can secretly assist me." The anger on Yan Hongxing's face finally dissipated. "You have a point. You and I, one in the light and the other in the shadows, shall unite against Gu Lancheng. This will undoubtedly add much excitement to our lives. It is settled then, sister. You must honor your word." Indeed, recently, Gu Lancheng had noticeably increased his phone usage. During meals, while sleeping, and even at work, he would unconsciously glance at his phone screen. The absence of any calls or messages from Xiaomi left him with a peculiar sense of emptiness. He believed that by flaunting his relationship with Xiao Xian, Xiaomi would react with jealousy as she had in the past. Yet, there was no response from her. It was as if she were a stranger, devoid of love or hate. This new demeanor of Xiaomi intrigued him immensely. Suddenly, a call from his mother, Gu Mu, came through. He answered, only to hear her hurried tone. "Lancheng, the Gu family's new AI company is about to go public. You need to behave yourself. Your affair with Xiao Xian has stirred up quite a commotion, and your father is furious. He has made it clear that if your personal life jeopardizes the company's launch, he will strip you of your power." Gu Lancheng's expression turned ashen. "I am his only son. How could he dare to revoke my authority?" Gu Mu fell silent, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the conversation. She sighed, her tone somber. "Lancheng, your mother knows you are suffering. Since being with Xiaomi, your smile has diminished. However, this is a crucial time. You must consider the greater good. For now, refrain from seeing Xiao Xian and focus on building a loving image with Xiaomi." Gu Lancheng felt weary and defeated. "Mom, Xiaomi is currently insisting on a divorce." His mother's fury erupted. "I knew that woman from a poor background would cause trouble. Why must she create a scene now, at such a pivotal moment? Tell her not to overdo it. If it affects your future, even if she kneels down begging for reconciliation later, we will not accept her back." Gu Lancheng pinched his brow in frustration. This time, she was serious. Mother Gu was extremely shocked. Lancheng, you are a wise man. You should understand how significantly a divorce at this moment would impact the company. Don't let your father despise you. Although Mother Gu spoke gently, her words bore down on Gu Lancheng like a heavy mountain, leaving him breathless. Resigned to reality, he reluctantly took out his phone and dialed Xiaomi's number. The ringing ceased abruptly after a few tones. Clearly, Xiaomi had deliberately cut off the call. Gu Lancheng was furious, wanting nothing more than to blacklist her, but considering the company's imminent public offering. Her insistence on a divorce at this time was a devastating blow to him. He had no choice but to yield to Xiaomi. He dialed her number once more, and after several rings, she finally answered. However, her voice was laced with anxiety and impatience, filled with rejection and aversion, just as he had experienced before. Gu Lancheng, there's nothing left to discuss between us. Don't come looking for me anymore. Gu Lancheng felt as if he had been drenched in icy water. Xiaomi, haven't you always wanted to discuss the divorce? Xiaomi paused, suppressing the urge to hang up. Xiaomi, this is a crucial period for the Gu family's new company as it prepares to go public. Do you understand how greatly this affects my career? Xiaomi replied coldly. I recall you had a prenuptial asset assessment done when we got married. If I marry you and we divorce, I won't take any of your wealth. Therefore, your career has nothing to do with me. Gu Lancheng felt a pang in his chest. How could the girl who once loved him so fiercely now disregard his future? When had she changed so drastically? Xiaomi, I agree to the divorce. However, I have two conditions. Xiaomi was eager to avoid entanglement with Gu Lancheng. What conditions? After a moment of silence, Gu Lancheng replied, the divorce can proceed. But the news must not be announced until the Gu family's company successfully goes public. During this time, you must cooperate with me in displaying affection. Xiaomi nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Gu Lancheng seemed to sense her thoughts and continued, you know, in a litigation divorce, as long as I don't agree, you won't be able to divorce within 2 years. Xiaomi suppressed her disgust and reluctantly agreed. Fine. Gu Lancheng appeared slightly dazed. You agreed so readily? Being with me makes you feel this miserable. Xiaomi couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids. Now, what's the second condition? Gu Lancheng seemed to gather his courage before speaking. Xiaomi, please bear me a child. Xiaomi was taken aback as if she had heard the most absurd fairy tale, her mind nearly short-circuiting. Gu Lancheng, I didn't mishear you. Did I? We are about to divorce, and you want me to have a child for you. Gu Lancheng asserted firmly. I will provide you with financial support. You won't be at a loss. Xiaomi laughed in anger. How much? I want to know how much our child is worth in your eyes. 1 million. Xiaomi nearly burst into laughter. With her wealth now amounting to millions, why would she concern herself with his mere hundreds of thousands? Yet, she could not flaunt her affluence before their divorce. Gu Lancheng, truly, you embody the essence of a capitalist. Marrying me not only revives your beloved with my kidney, but you also wish to utilize my womb to enhance the familial bliss between you and Zhao Xian? Her eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, her emotions surging violently. Gu Lancheng, how dare you bully me like this? Am I merely a sheep for you to shear? You intend to drain me completely? Gu Lancheng's complexion paled instantly. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him, his breath uneven and awkward. Xiaomi, it's not like that. I merely have an aversion to mingling with unfamiliar women. However, you and I share a marital history, and I was unaware of your strong resistance to me. If you find my offer unsatisfactory, please voice your thoughts, and I shall make every effort to accommodate you. Xiaomi retorted coldly. Gu Lancheng, do you know why I chose to terminate our child? Chapter 66. A counterattack. Mr. Gu is slapped. What do you mean? Wasn't it because you just had a kidney donation surgery and your health was poor that you were forced to terminate it? A cryptic and dark smile appeared on Xiaomi's face. You are indeed quite arrogant. Gu Lancheng, the true reason is, she is your child. I despise the filthy blood that courses through her veins. I fear that her genes carry your vile traits. I dread that because of her, I will never be able to rid myself of your foul presence. Gu Lancheng felt a chilling sweat break out along his spine, as Xiaomi's resolute words shattered all his self-delusions. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Xiaomi, so you have harbored such deep hatred for me all along? If you weren't so arrogant, you would have known that I have no feelings left for you. Gu Lancheng gasped, his mind momentarily clouded, struggling to comprehend. Xiaomi, I merely took one of your kidneys, and you consented to it. You cannot blame me. Xiaomi fell silent. Gu Lancheng, I do not blame you. I blame myself for being blind and unable to see through your deceitful marriage." The word deceit crushed Gu Lancheng's dignity to the ground. He never imagined that in her eyes, he was such a despicable person. Gu Lancheng hurriedly explained, "Xiaomi, you are truly mistaken. My marriage to you is sincere. As long as you do not initiate a divorce, you will forever be my Mrs. Gu. My promise remains in effect." "Mrs. Gu?" Xiaomi scoffed. "This Mrs. Gu is the greatest joke in the capital, bearing the title of the Gu family's young mistress, yet living without luxury, unable to share a bed with her husband, and even when ill, having to report to your assistant for funds. Gu Lancheng, did you truly consider me your wife?" Gu Lancheng's face shifted from pale to flushed. "Xiaomi, I was thoughtless. In the future, I will provide you with a bank card, giving you a monthly allowance, so you won't have to keep asking the assistant for money." "It's too late, Gu Lancheng." Pausing for a moment, Xiaomi continued with sharper words, "You know, being entangled with someone you do not love is profoundly distressing." Gu Lancheng felt as though a vital energy had been drained from him, yet he resolutely declared, "Xiaomi, we will not divorce. I am willing to compensate you." Xiaomi's eyes brimmed with tears of blood. "Gu Lancheng, I will make you beg me for a divorce." With that, Xiaomi hung up the phone. How absurd. Gu Lancheng was her enemy. How could she possibly agree to reconcile and assist his company in overcoming its crisis? A wicked, enchanting smile spread across her face. She then opened her computer, compiling the story of her divorce from Gu Lancheng, complete with videos and photos, and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "A rotten marriage should have ended long ago." After a moment of silence, she clicked send. She then shut her phone, climbed into bed, and fell into a deep slumber. At the Gu household, Gu Lancheng had surprisingly suffered from insomnia the previous night, and by midday, he was still lost in dreams. He was abruptly awakened by a sharp slap. Upon opening his eyes, he found his family gathered around his bed, each wearing a stern expression. Gu Lancheng furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. "What brings you here?" "Oh dear, Lancheng, how can you still find time to sleep? Don't you realize that the sky is about to fall?" Gu's mother appeared visibly distressed. What on earth has happened? A sense of foreboding crept into Gu Lancheng as he perceived his mother's alarm. His younger sister trembled and said, "Brother, take a look at today's trending news." Gu Lancheng picked up his phone from the bedside table. As he unlocked the screen, a torrent of headlines assaulted him. The Crown Prince's marriage in turmoil. Mrs. Gu's outrageous comments on a broken marriage. Is she implicitly accusing the Crown Prince of infidelity? An ordinary woman confronts her billionaire husband's betrayal, courageously demanding divorce. Is her bravery a sign of suppressed resentment, or does every individual, regardless of status, possess their own pride? Gu Corporation's stock begins to plummet. Gu Lancheng was finally to pay the price for his indiscretions. His face darkened with fury. What exactly did Xiaomi post in her moments? "Brother, we daren't say. You should see for yourself." Gu Lancheng scrolled through Xiaomi's moments, only to discover that he had been blocked. He couldn't access her posts at all. His younger sister offered her phone, and Gu Lancheng saw a lengthy essay penned by Xiaomi, while she never explicitly mentioned him or Xiao Xian. Every word seemed to accuse him and Xiao Xian of being a scoundrel and a gold digger, of betrayal and deceit in marriage. He was astonished. He had no idea she possessed such literary prowess. Beneath her post, others had already unearthed the scandalous story, expressing their outrage. Good heavens. So being a wealthy wife is so challenging? Truly, scandals abound in high society. No one expected the Crown Prince to be a cad. With so many women in the world, why did he have to pursue his mistress's sister? No wonder the seemingly powerless Mrs. Gu was demanding a divorce in anger. Just days prior, the Crown Prince and his first love, Xiao Xian, had attended a public event, and their relationship had appeared decidedly abnormal. Their gazes were nearly electric, confirming suspicions of infidelity. Gu Lancheng's expression grew increasingly stormy, his grip on his phone tightening to the point where he nearly crushed it. "Xiaomi, you should not have dragged Xian into this war. Well done, you have successfully incited my wrath. By what means do you think you can contend with me?" His father, in a fit of rage, struck him across the face, clutching his chest as he berated Gu Lancheng. The Gu Corporation stock has been plummeting since this morning, and people have been throwing eggs and rotten vegetables at our door. Yet you have not considered how to manage public relations, only focusing on preserving your precious first love. You have truly disappointed me." Gu's mother hurried to support her husband, soothingly saying, "Dear, please calm down. Lancheng is merely confused for the moment. He will certainly handle this crisis well. Let us return home." No sooner had Gu's parents departed than Gu Lancheng's expression darkened ominously. He touched his face, stinging from his father's slap, and ominously declared, "Xiaomi, you have forced my hand." Xiaomi awoke from her slumber and opened her phone, only to discover dozens of missed calls and a stack of unread messages. From Xiao Xian, from Gu Lancheng, and from Xiao's parents. Xiao Xian tearfully apologized to her. "Xiaomi, we are sisters. How could you expose me online and allow the netizens to attack me? How could you be so heartless? I admit that I have feelings for Gu Lancheng, but he was originally my boyfriend. You are well aware of why he married you. You are the true third party." Meanwhile, Xiao's mother berated Xiaomi. "Xiaomi, you have truly disappointed us. How could you possess such a malicious heart to hurt your own sister so deeply?" Xiao's father then threatened, "Xiaomi, I demand that you promptly retract your inappropriate comments on social media. You must also apologize to your sister for causing her distress. She has been so upset that her health is at risk. Do you understand? Xiaomi, if anything were to happen to your sister, you will face my wrath." Chapter 67. Nurtured with care, talent shines. Xiaomi gazed at those who claimed to be her closest kin, while they expressed concern for Xiao Xian. Not a single one seemed to care about her own difficult circumstances. Their affection for Xiao Xian was genuine, yet their treatment of her was decidedly cold. Enraged, she hurled her phone away. A dull thud echoed as the device struck Yin Hongsheng, who had just entered the room. Quick-witted, he caught the phone, preventing its tragic demise. "Who has angered my sister?" Yin Hongsheng inquired, glancing at the screen to uncover the reason behind her fury. Upon seeing the collective assault on Xiaomi within the family group chat, he cast a sympathetic glance her way before quietly removing her from the family group. "If they bring you unhappiness, then distance yourself from them. Sister, we cannot choose our birth, but we possess the right to evade harm." Sitting beside Xiaomi, he spoke with heartfelt concern. "Sister, are they truly my biological parents? Why is it that, despite being their daughter as well, they only have eyes for my sister? When Xiao Xian suffers a mild ailment, they are in a tizzy. Yet, if I were to perish, they would merely chastise me for soiling their ground." Xiaomi would never forget that in her past life, after donating a kidney and suffering from a decline in health, coupled with the neglect she faced from her family, her spirits became increasingly burdened. Ultimately, her health was consumed by despair. When the doctor announced her terminal cancer diagnosis, with only a few years left to live, she yearned for her parents to offer her a fragment of warmth. Yet, they provided no support, fearing that she would burden them. Her father callously uttered, "If you must die, do so far away, and do not implicate us." In that moment, Xiaomi felt as though her blood had turned to ice. Although it was June, she felt as if she were trapped in a frigid cellar. Having been granted a second chance at life, Xiaomi recognized that her parents' indifference had long been evident. In her previous life, she had simply been too oblivious. Yin Hongsheng gently patted the back of her hand. "Sister, not every pair of parents deserves the title. You should not linger in the negativity they have imposed upon you. How about I take you to work? Anyone can betray you, but work never will." All right. Under Yin Hongsheng's guidance, Xiaomi's melancholic emotions dissipated like a summer rain, fleeting yet refreshing. She transformed her sorrow into motivation for her work, passionately presenting her design sketches before Yin Hongsheng. "Little Sheng, these are my initial product designs for our company. Approximately 50 styles. Please help me select the best." After perusing the designs, Yin Hongsheng could not help but exclaim, "Sister, your sketches are the most creative works I have ever seen. Such remarkable pieces deserve to be introduced to several key collaborators." Rising, he enigmatically stated, "Sister, come. I shall take you to a special place. Room 916 of the club." When Yin Hongsheng and Xiaomi entered, a group of young elites from the fashion industry in the capital immediately rose, approaching them with utmost respect. "Young Master Yin." Yin Hongsheng gestured for them to take a seat and took the initiative to introduce Xiaomi to the prominent figures of the fashion industry. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are my friends. As we embark on the journey of our new company, I have deliberately invited them to join us. Therefore, everyone present is our esteemed partner." Xiaomi was taken aback upon seeing the faces of the individuals surrounding the dining table. These were the scions of affluent conglomerates, appearing as naive youths. Yet in a few years, they would emerge as luminaries in the fashion world of the capital. Chu Xiu would rise to become a leading international supermodel. Wang Yanan would inherit the largest jewelry enterprise in the capital, and Ni Jie was destined to be a sought-after fashion designer. In the midst of these future magnates, Xiaomi felt her breath quicken, a tinge of nervousness washing over her. Yin Hongxing solemnly introduced Xiaomi to the gathering. Everyone, this is Miss Xiaomi, our chief designer. She is the principal custodian of our brand's essence. I hope you will collaborate sincerely with Miss Xiaomi to elevate my luxury brand into a top-tier label in the capital and beyond. One blunt individual stood up, stating, Young Master Yin, I have always admired your talent, but I am perplexed that you appointed Madame Gu as the design director of your luxury brand. I have heard that Madame Gu has a modest education and lacks taste in her attire. Can she truly handle such a pivotal role? Yin Hongsheng, rather than expressing anger, smiled gently and said to Xiaomi, Sister, it seems you need to demonstrate your talents to them. As she retrieved her laptop, Xiaomi used the time while it booted up to fluently articulate her design philosophy. I have burned the midnight oil to produce dozens of design collections aimed at socialites, homemakers, students, and career professionals. An individual interjected rather bluntly, my design philosophy champions quality over quantity. Faced with skepticism, Xiaomi remained unperturbed. After all, it was a common occurrence for her image to be tarnished by Gu Lancheng and her sister Qiao Xian, leading to doubts about her abilities. She had grown accustomed to it. Once the computer was operational, Xiaomi opened meticulously organized folders containing various design portfolios. Upon selecting the socialite collection, the design sketches dazzled everyone. The lines were soft yet distinct, the colors sophisticated, and the styles perfectly aligned with Eastern aesthetics, embodying simplicity without sacrificing a sense of understated luxury. The attention to detail exuded opulence. Did you truly create this? Someone asked Xiaomi. She glanced at the critic, imprinting his clothing style in her mind. Swiftly, she opened the design software and rendered his attire with exquisite precision, showcasing her adept skills. Then, she began to refine the details. With her deft touch, the fabric and buttons transformed, elevating his overall aura to one of nobility. Wow, that's remarkable. Xiaomi's performance garnered admiration from all present. Yin Hongsheng surveyed the room. Now, do you all believe in the capabilities of our design director? Indeed, we do. From now on, there is no need to address her as Mrs. Gu. Simply refer to her as Miss Yixing. Miss Yixing is the sole direct disciple of teacher Jasmine. Moreover, she serves as our company's trump card, and her identity must remain confidential for the time being. It is no wonder she possesses such remarkable abilities, which left everyone in admiration. The meeting swiftly focused on essential matters and concluded promptly. As Yin Hongsheng departed the club with Xiaomi, they fortuitously encountered Gu Lancheng in the lower-level shopping area. Chapter 68. The Third Sister's Pregnancy. Regret over divorce. Gu Lancheng's cold, eagle-like eyes fixated intently on Xiaomi, the resentment within them burning like fierce flames. Yet, Xiaomi stood tall, unyielding, and met his gaze with a defiant stare. Yin Hongsheng, sensing the tension, discreetly excused himself and leaned closer to Xiaomi, whispering softly, Sister, I will wait for you in the car. Call me if you need anything. Xiaomi nodded in acknowledgement. As Gu Lancheng approached her, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped Xiaomi. He loomed over her, almost grinding his teeth as he spoke. Xiaomi, you are truly going to great lengths for this divorce. Very well, I shall grant your wish. However, let me be clear. Since you are the one seeking this separation, once we are divorced, we shall have no further ties. In her dark eyes, it seemed as though countless stars ignited, and she replied confidently, Gu Lancheng, rest assured, after our divorce, I shall have no dealings with you, neither in life nor in death. His heart stung at her dismissive gaze, and he could not fathom what confidence she held in believing she could fare better without him. He attempted to bring her back to reality, saying, Xiaomi, it appears you have been living too comfortably and are oblivious to the world's harshness. Do you think you can infiltrate Yin Hongsheng's circle? Humph, without the aura of Mrs. Gu, you are nothing. You will merely become someone else's plaything. After a brief stint as a lowly secretary, you've become so arrogant that you can't see the bigger picture. Xiaomi merely smiled in silence. Gu Lancheng understood that his Gu family lady was like a parasite, but he was unaware that since Xiaomi had retracted her love for him, she had devoted herself to cultivating her career, embarking on a path of independence. Yin Hongsheng was merely a complimentary presence, not a savior in her time of need. Xiaomi, remember, no matter how difficult life becomes, do not appear before me or disturb my peace. Gu Lancheng warned through clenched teeth. Xiaomi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Gu Lancheng, how can you be so certain that I, Xiaomi, will suffer after leaving you? Gu Lancheng retorted. A woman without status or background, having lost her only support, Xiaomi, You are simply too foolish to see your own worth. Fuming, Xiaomi shot back, Gu Lancheng. I do not need a crutch, for I am my own support. After living 2 lifetimes, with unreliable parents, a sister who cannot be depended upon, and a husband who fails to provide, if one still harbors thoughts of relying on others, then they have truly wasted their life. Seeing her stubbornness, Gu Lancheng found it laughable. Xiaomi, we shall see how this unfolds. Not wishing to engage in further banter, Xiaomi declared, Gu Lancheng, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. I hope this time, you won't be a coward. Without looking back, she turned and walked away. Gu Lancheng shouted after her defiant figure, Xiaomi, cancel your social media accounts. Xiaomi waved dismissively, divorce first, then cancellation. Gu Lancheng was left speechless. Once she settled into Yan Hongsheng's car, he noticed the slight smile on her lips and teased, did he agree to the divorce? Xiaomi nodded enthusiastically, her joy evident. Yes. Yan Hongsheng let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. In a moment of catharsis, he exhaled a lifetime of pent-up frustration. Shortly thereafter, Yan Hongsheng quickly regained his youthful demeanor. Sister, to celebrate your imminent liberation, shall we indulge in a lavish feast this evening? Xiaomi responded with delight. They arrived at Hanyan restaurant. As soon as Yan Hongsheng's vehicle came to a halt, Xiaomi eagerly opened the door, moving to the front passenger seat to graciously assist him. Yan Hongsheng paused, his bright eyes momentarily dimming. Sister, have you immersed yourself a bit too deeply in this role? It is after office hours. Even a secretary deserves to leave. Understanding his moodiness, Xiaomi hurried to reassure him, Xiaosheng, our charade cannot last long. Tomorrow I shall divorce Gu Lancheng, and then I can reclaim my identity as Yisheng. Only then did Yan Hongsheng relax his furrowed brow. Upon entering the restaurant, Yan Hongsheng felt a slight warmth in the air and casually removed his coat. Xiaomi dutifully stepped forward to take it from him. With a resigned gesture, he tossed the garment her way. Suddenly, a figure carelessly rushed in, engrossed in a phone call, and inadvertently knocked Xiaomi to the ground. Yan Hongsheng, with a stern expression, stood before her. The woman, frowning, looked up in surprise upon recognizing him. Apologize to the person you just bumped into, Yan Hongsheng commanded. The woman, seemingly familiar with him, reluctantly turned back, muttering an unwilling sorry. Xiaomi felt a faint recollection of that voice and abruptly looked up. Upon seeing the woman's face, a montage of memories flooded her mind. She finally remembered. This was Feng Na, a close friend of Xiaosheng. In a previous life, she had encountered Feng Na at a birthday banquet organized by Gu Lancheng for Xiaosheng, adorned in a lavish gown gifted by Gu Lancheng. Stood in stark contrast to Xiaomi, who was dressed in inexpensive attire, cradling a sick child while seeking out Yan Hongsheng. Feng Na had mistaken her for a nanny. At this moment, Feng Na clearly did not recognize Xiaomi, reflecting on her impending divorce from Gu Lancheng. Xiaomi resolved to distance herself from her past and any associations tied to Xiaosheng's circle. She shook her head at Feng Na, signaling her dismissal. I'm fine, you may leave. Feng Na appeared relieved and resumed her conversation on the phone, speaking hurriedly. You must stabilize your emotions and not let online trolls affect you. After all, you are now 2 months pregnant. Sister, protect the child, and with your maternal status, you will establish your foothold in the business elite of the capital. Just remember to lend me a hand when you prosper. Xiaomi watched Feng Na's retreating figure, her expression darkening gradually. She posed a perplexing question to Yan Hongsheng. Why do you think Gu Lancheng has suddenly become so generous about our divorce? Yan Hongsheng, perceptive as he was, recognized the secrets revealed in her gaze towards Feng Na. He replied with a knowing smile. Perhaps he seeks to obscure evidence of his infidelity. Xiaomi suddenly laughed, exuding charm. I find myself less inclined to divorce. Yan Hongsheng responded, Sister, as long as you are happy, I will support whatever decision you make. In the end, he expressed his loyalty to Xiaomi with a somewhat insincere tone. He was acutely aware of the resentment and dissatisfaction simmering within her, if left unexpressed. He genuinely feared that one day she might reach her breaking point. Xiaomi stuffed Yan Hongsheng's coat into his embrace, suddenly changing her mind, saying, Xiaosheng, I apologize. Today, I must excuse myself. This evening, I wish to visit my dear sister at the Qiao family home. Yan Hongsheng feigned disappointment, replying, Sister, you are the first girl to stand me up. Xiaomi comforted him. I promise to treat you to a grand meal later. Yan Hongsheng maintained a serious demeanor. Xiaomi added, How about I warm your feet this winter? At last, a smile broke through Yan Hongsheng's serious facade. Very well. I shall escort you back. As they arrived at the Qiao family's estate, Xiaomi gazed at the duplex villa. Although situated in the capital, such a modest villa paled in comparison to the grand estates of renowned tycoons. Yet, for Xiaomi, who had grown up in a beggar's den, she once perceived this villa as a slice of paradise. Chapter 69. Zhoumi is beaten. Father Qiao's repentance, alas, she was born into hell and unworthy of entering heaven. Zhoumi raised her hand and knocked on the door. The maid arrived tardily, exclaiming, "Who is it at this late hour?" Upon opening the door and seeing Zhoumi, her expression turned to one of astonishment. "Miss, what brings you here?" Zhoumi pushed past her, entering uninvited. "This is my home. Am I not allowed to come?" The maid was rendered speechless. The sycophantic maid promptly sought assistance, and soon after, Xiao Xian descended the stairs slowly. "Xiaomi, what a surprise to see you home." Xiao Xian appeared to be in high spirits, her complexion rosy, showing no signs of being affected by the online scandal. Zhoumi's gaze fixated on Xiao Xian's abdomen, which, though flat, concealed a child, her husband's child. "I intend to divorce Gu Lancheng, which means I will have nowhere to go. Would you mind if I stayed here for a while?" "Absolutely not," Xiao Xian retorted almost immediately, her voice rising. Zhoumi, displeased, countered, "I am also a daughter of the Qiao family. Why should I not reside where you do?" Xiao Xian's expression turned frantic. "You know father does not like you. If you force your way in, he will surely fall ill from anger." Zhoumi furrowed her brow, feigning despair. "What should I do then? If I have nowhere to stay, I might as well not divorce." Xiao Xian turned pale, her hands gripping Zhoumi's tightly. "Did you not wish to divorce Lancheng? He has finally agreed. If you forfeit this opportunity, it may not come easily again." Zhoumi regarded her with amusement. "Sister, are you so eager to ascend to power?" Xiao Xian, feeling guilty, replied, "Xiaomi, I only want what is best for you. You mentioned that to force a divorce, you would tarnish Lancheng's reputation. The Gu family likely despises you now. If you do not proceed with the divorce, do you think they will accept you?" She added, with a hint of insincerity, "Your marital status has nothing to do with my ambitions." Zhoumi reassured her, "Do not worry, I will certainly divorce Gu Lancheng." Xiao Xian visibly relaxed. However, Zhoumi continued, "But if I have no place to stay, I shall postpone my divorce." Xiao Xian's panic was evident. "I will find you a place immediately." She exited with her phone, returning shortly with an elated expression. "Xiaomi, a friend of mine is willing to offer you his villa in the suburbs for free. You can move in tonight." "Is it in the eastern suburbs?" "How did you know? Is it the Qianwan villa?" Xiao Xian's face turned ashen. Zhoumi scoffed. "Is this the property Gu Lancheng purchased for you using marital assets?" Xiao Xian swallowed hard. "How did you know?" Zhoumi ignored her. She possessed all the evidence of Gu Lancheng's misappropriated marital assets. With trepidation, Xiao Xian asked, "Xiaomi, what is your purpose in coming to the Qiao family today?" Zhoumi derisively replied, "I merely wish to assess the remnants of our sisterly bond." A flicker of shame appeared in Xiao Xian's eyes. Zhoumi donated a kidney to her. Yet after Zhoumi's divorce, she was unwilling to provide her a place to stay. It was evident that any feelings she once held for Zhoumi had long since faded. "Xiaomi, if you wish to return, it is not impossible." She attempted to salvage the situation, but insisted that Xiaomi needed to temper her temperament and coexist amicably with them. Zhoumi regarded her with a bemused expression. "Xiaoxin, do you truly believe I desire to come back?" Xiaoxin stared at her blankly. Zhoumi then delivered a bombshell. "In light of your commendable behavior this evening, I have reluctantly decided to persevere with Gu Lancheng in this marriage." Xiaoxin's body trembled slightly. "Even if you seek a new residence, it shouldn't take 10 months, should it?" Zhoumi's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she regarded Xiaoxin with disdain. Suddenly, Xiaoxin had an epiphany. 10 months was precisely the time frame following the birth of her child. Her eyes widened in terror. "Do you know?" Zhoumi offered no response, her cold laughter providing the answer Xiaoxin dreaded. Feeling weak, Xiaoxin nearly collapsed onto the floor. "Zhoumi, what exactly do you intend to do?" With her hands casually tucked into her pockets, Zhoumi exuded an air of nonchalance. "Sister, you claim that marrying Gu Lancheng has brought me no gains, and I've even lost a kidney. Am I to accept this fate willingly? Then what is it that you desire?" Xiaoxin inquired. Zhoumi fiddled with her nails, exuding an aura of dominance. "What is rightfully mine will not be diminished." Xiaoxin's voice quivered. "All right, I will have Lancheng compensate you. How about the villa in Qianchuan?" Zhoumi scoffed. "You think a suburban villa is enough to placate me?" Xiaoxin retorted angrily. "Zhoumi, you were born a beggar from the slums. Dreaming of living in a villa is just that, a dream. Zhou struck her across the face. Xiaoxin, you wretched soul, it is my existence that has prolonged yours. You are the one who should awaken from this dream. Just then, their father returned home and saw Xiaoxin clutching her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Enraged, he thundered, Zhou, who permitted you to return? How dare you bully your sister? He called for the maid, demanding the family punishment. If I do not bring this unfilial daughter to her knees today, I shall not bear the surname Qiao. The maid quickly retrieved the family punishment, a barbed whip, from the wall and handed it to their father. With lightning speed, he swung the whip towards Zhou without a moment's hesitation, leaving her no time to react. The whip struck her frail body, sending her soaring through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, before crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, she gasped for breath, her back ablaze with pain, as though scorched by fire. It felt as if a century had passed before her consciousness slowly returned. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou roared in fury, You Qiaos, if you dare to kill me today, do it. If you cannot, I will ensure that every last one of you descends into hell. Her father raised the whip again, but Xiaoxin, terrified by Zhou's threat, suddenly interjected, Father, you must not strike her. Her father looked on in confusion. Shiner, she is the one who caused you to be mercilessly attacked online. Why are you defending her? Xiao Xian cast a furtive glance at Xiaomi, who slowly rose from the ground. A serpentine smile, laced with treachery, adorned her face. How could she genuinely offer me a word of kindness? It was merely the fear of my grasp over her vulnerabilities that restrained her. Realization dawned upon Xiao's father as he tossed aside the whip in his hand, his countenance ashen as he gazed at Xiaomi. Are you aware of what leverage your sister possesses? Xiaomi retorted, Do you not yearn to be the father-in-law of the crown prince? Alas, that lash of yours has shattered your path to ascendancy. Having uttered these words, Xiaomi struggled to make her way out. I shall not divorce. Your daughter will eternally remain the mistress, and your grandson will forever be scorned as an illegitimate child. Xiao's father was taken aback. Xiaomi, you cannot treat your sister this way. Xiaomi turned back. If you wish for me to divorce, then unconditionally transfer all your assets to me. Out of a semblance of paternal affection, I shall agree to the divorce. Chapter 70. The divorce litigation, each exhibiting their talents the next day. Lancheng arrived early at the Civil Affairs Bureau, yet he found himself waiting in vain for Xiaomi's appearance. His assistant and driver, attempting to gauge the situation, suggested, President, I believe your wife does not genuinely wish to divorce you. She may simply be seeking your attention through this divorce ploy. Who could have anticipated that you would actually agree to it, prompting her to retreat? Lancheng's gaze darkened. At this juncture, even he found it difficult to comprehend Xiaomi. She was the one adamant about the divorce, yet she was also the one absent from the Civil Affairs Bureau. What did she mean by this? Instead of Xiaomi, it was Xiao Xian who arrived. Flustered, she hurriedly exited a taxi and rushed toward him, exclaiming, Lancheng, don't wait any longer. Xiaomi will not be coming. Lancheng smirked. Xiaomi, how dare you toy with me? Enraged, he commanded his assistant, Immediately send someone to bring Xiaomi back. I am resolute about this divorce today. Understood, the assistant replied firmly. Lancheng was entirely oblivious to the panic in Xiao Xian's eyes. After the assistant departed, Xiao Xian hesitated before speaking. Lancheng, Xiaomi is deliberately stalling the divorce because she has learned of our secret. Lancheng's expression darkened ominously. He had been exceedingly cautious for years, never daring to overstep boundaries with Xiao Xian, fearing that any scandal could tarnish his reputation and jeopardize his promising future. Yet, a month prior, in a fit of rage fueled by Xiaomi, he had lost his composure while intoxicated and, in a moment of passion with Xiao Xian, had inadvertently left a damning piece of evidence of his infidelity. Xiao Xian's health was fragile, and Lancheng had initially wished to spare her the agony of childbirth. However, when she tearfully begged him to keep the child, and given the doctor's warning that Xiao Xian would find it difficult to conceive again after an abortion, he reluctantly agreed to allow her to keep the baby. Lancheng believed that if he could swiftly divorce Xiaomi, he could marry Xiao Xian without delay, and when the child was born, they could simply declare it a premature birth to cover up his transgression. Little did he know, despite all his calculations, he had not accounted for Xiaomi's keen awareness of events. How could she possibly know? Lancheng reprimanded Xiao Xian sternly for the first time. Why did you disclose the news of your pregnancy? Xiao Xian, feeling unjustly accused, replied, Lancheng, I truly did not reveal it. Wait, could it have been Fengna? Lancheng, I only told Fong Na about my pregnancy. You know she is my closest friend, and we share everything. I had no idea she would betray my trust, she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Foolishness. Such confidential matters should never be shared with outsiders. Gu Lancheng snapped, his tone harsh. Terrified, Xiao Xian repeatedly apologized. Lancheng, I'm so sorry. Gu Lancheng, in despair, responded, there is no use in discussing this now. We must silence Xiao Xian, then mentioned, she demands the unconditional return of the assets you gifted me during our marriage. Gu Lancheng was taken aback, incredulous at her audacity. How dare she? Those assets are mine, and I can give them to whomever I please. Why should I return them to her? Xiao Xian's expression revealed her distress. She stated that marrying him had brought her no benefits. Rather, it had cost her a kidney. If they could not assuage her resentment, she would refuse to divorce, allowing their child to be branded as an illegitimate offspring. Gu Lancheng had never been so cornered, his handsome face turning pale with anger. Yet, his profound love for Xiao Xian, coupled with his affection for their child, ultimately led him to compromise. After all, it was merely a matter of a few properties. He would concede them. Their child must not be looked down upon. Xiao Xian's lips trembled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What she desired was far beyond that. She demanded that my father unconditionally bestow all his assets upon her. Gu Lancheng's eyes widened in disbelief at Xiao Mi's insatiable greed. He found her unrecognizable. How had she transformed into someone so vengeful, meticulous to a fault, and insatiably avaricious? Xiao Xian, on the verge of tears, implored, Lancheng. What if she reveals our secret if we do not comply? Gu Lancheng retorted bitterly. I will assemble the finest legal team and engage in a fierce battle for divorce. Xiao Mi, I am eager to see what you can wield against me. Xiao Xian felt a surge of relief. Lancheng, you are finally willing to adopt a ruthless approach towards her. Xiao Mi is merely a paper tiger. Her arrogance is a result of your indulgence. Now that you are taking a firm stance, she may very well frighten herself into submission. Gu Lancheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the past, my compassion misled her into misjudging her own position. Once the lawsuit commences, she will understand how foolish it is to oppose me. Xiao Xian smiled contentedly. When Xiao Mi received the court summons, she was unsurprised. Gu Lancheng, you would rather face me in court than spend money to resolve this amicably. I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. The divorce lawsuit between Gu Lancheng and Xiao Mi was deliberately publicized by Xiao Mi. The scoundrel finally shows mercy and agrees to divorce me, albeit through litigation. 10 years of my life wasted. The revelation stirred a tempest of public opinion. On one side stood the powerful heir, while on the other was the vulnerable and isolated Xiao Mi. The public sentiment largely favored Xiao Mi, although some spies from the opposing camp sought to undermine her resolve. Rumors circulated that the heir had hired the best legal team in the capital, a team celebrated for its undefeated record. How could Xiao Mi contend against such formidable opponents? The question of the heir's infidelity remained unresolved. After all, Xiao Mi's evidence lacked persuasive power. Perhaps the heir's kindness towards Xiao Xian stemmed from pity for a first love's plight, or perhaps Xiao Mi was merely being irrationally jealous. Moreover, in contemporary society, who could claim that a man did not stray? Given that the heir was daily confronted with a woman lacking depth, even if he were unfaithful, it hardly warranted condemnation. Xiao Mi's gaze fell upon the esteemed legal team, her brow furrowing. In that moment, she realized her solitary bravery was feeble and helpless in the face of reality. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Come in. Xiao Mi's voice was tinged with a slight hoarseness. Yan Hongsheng pushed open the door, followed by a refined gentleman. Xiao Mi gazed at him in astonishment. Yan Hongsheng remarked, Sister, Gu Lancheng has engaged the finest legal team in the capital. So we shall enlist the services of the illustrious international lawyer, Mr. Wade. Xiao Mi exclaimed. Wade? She had long been aware of Wade's exorbitant appearance fee, a sum unattainable even by top-tier international celebrities. Furthermore, Wade only takes on a single case per year. Those who can afford his representation are invariably individuals of immense global influence. How could someone as young as Yan Hongsheng possibly attract such a prominent figure as Wade? Chapter 70. King's Meet, Who Prevails? Xiao Mi entrusted her divorce litigation entirely to Mr. Wade, immersing herself in her work while awaiting the proceedings. Perhaps her tranquility unnerved her adversaries. Xiao Xian, feeling anxious, inquired of Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, why is there no movement from Xiao Mi? Gu Lancheng retorted with a cold laugh. She must be frightened. Mrs. Gu chimed in. She yes like a grasshopper after autumn. unable to leap for much longer. Xiao Xian laughed heartily, but their amusement was short-lived. 3 days before the court hearing, Lancheng received a notification from the court. The petitioner, Xiaomi, requested a public trial for their divorce case. This infuriated Lancheng, prompting him to call Xiaomi immediately. Is divorce a matter of pride? Why demand a public hearing? Xiaomi, casually sketching, replied indifferently. Because I am not the one who will be embarrassed. Lancheng's handsome face darkened. Xiaomi, why are you so intent on making me look foolish? Xiaomi remained calm, her voice steady. Because you were the one who turned me into a laughingstock in the capital. Lancheng was rendered speechless. He understood that during her years as Mrs. Gu, she had been merely a figurehead. Without his financial support, she was the subject of ridicule among the social elite. He thought her thick-skinned, believing a few jibes would not faze her. Little did he know the profound impact it had on her. I refuse to accept a public trial. I insist on a public trial. The two were at an impasse. Lancheng roared, Xiaomi, can we not reason together? Xiaomi, unabashedly assertive, declared, if you do not agree to a public trial, I will refuse to attend. After all, I am not the one eager for divorce. She was certain Lancheng could not bear the thought of their precious child being a bastard. Furious, Lancheng gritted his teeth. Yet in his desire to expedite the divorce, he ultimately relented. Xiaomi, you are ruthless. I will see this through to the end. Fine, a public trial it is. I have the finest legal team. They will clear me of any baseless accusations. In the end, it may not be I who is embarrassed. Xiaomi snorted derisively, a hint of scorn in her voice. Lancheng, you dare claim infidelity is a baseless accusation when your illegitimate child is already in the womb of your mistress? Lancheng laughed arrogantly. Do you have any evidence? Xiaomi fell silent. Acquiring tangible proof of Lancheng's infidelity was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Lancheng smugly advised, Xiaomi, I suggest you know when to stop. Otherwise, you may end up losing more than you gain. Xiaomi abruptly hung up the phone. What nonsense was this? Did he think a few properties would persuade her to back down? Did he regard her as a beggar from the slums? On the day of the court hearing, both Lancheng and Xiao Xian, as the parties involved, made a concerted effort to present themselves impeccably, arriving at the courthouse with their legal team in high spirits. The Gu family accompanied them, cheering Lancheng on. At the courthouse entrance, new media journalists thrust microphones at Lancheng, eager to obtain first-hand information about the prince's divorce. Your Highness, there are rumors circulating online about your infidelity with your wife's elder sister. Is there any truth to this? The lawyer occupying the central position is remarkably young, vibrant, and imbued with a tenacious spirit. His incisive interview left Lancheng seething with anger, yet rendered him speechless. However, his silence provided the journalist with an opportunity to speculate. Does this imply that your Highness tacitly acknowledges this relationship? Furthermore, it is said that your original wife has long desired a divorce, yet you have consistently delayed the process. What has prompted your sudden willingness to part ways now? Is there a hidden secret that you cannot disclose? Xiao Xian stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Lancheng swiftly caught her, only to retract his hand immediately afterward. Previously, he refrained from divorce due to concerns that Xiaomi would struggle to survive without him. Now, his choice to divorce stems from being utterly worn out by her antics, a reluctant decision indeed. It appears that your Highness is not as heartless towards Miss Xiaomi as the rumors suggest. Lancheng successfully maintained the image of a devoted husband, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the interview progressed, a red Volkswagen pulled up, halting in front of Lancheng's Rolls-Royce. The contrast between the luxurious and the modest was stark, highlighting the financial disparity between Lancheng and Xiaomi. Concern for Xiaomi arose within the crowd. How could she possibly contend against your Highness? Surely, she was destined to lose. Lancheng mused to himself. She brought this upon herself. Before he could complete his thoughts, the car door swung open, and Xiaomi emerged alongside Wade. One on each side. Is that Xiaomi's lawyer? Has she also retained legal counsel? Might her chances of success be slightly better? However, it seemed futile. The opposing legal team was the strongest in the country, with exorbitant fees. How could a girl hailing from an impoverished background afford more competent lawyers than they? Xiao Xian beamed with the warmth of spring. As Xiaomi and Wade approached, the crowd parted to make way for them. Xiaomi greeted the reporters. Today, you may ask me any question. I shall speak candidly and without reservation. The journalists eagerly abandoned the reticent Lancheng to encircle Xiaomi. They enthusiastically posed various inquiries. Miss Xiaomi, do you have confidence in winning this lawsuit? Xiaomi replied resolutely, "I will not lose." "Where does this confidence stem from?" Gu Lancheng scoffed softly. Xiaomi shot him a derisive glance, embodying the triumph of righteousness over wickedness. Then, Xiaomi and Wade entered the courtroom, with Gu Lancheng trailing behind. Suddenly, his team of lawyers began to whisper amongst themselves, and their representative hurriedly approached Gu Lancheng, speaking in hushed tones. "Mr. Gu, if I am not mistaken, the lawyer Xiaomi has hired seems to be the renowned Wade." Gu Lancheng narrowed his keen eyes. "Mr. Wade? That name sounds familiar. He is a legend in our legal community, hailed as the mightiest orator. The cases he has taken on have transformed the impossible into the possible." Upon hearing this, Gu Lancheng could only chuckle. "You must be mistaken. If Xiaomi were affluent enough to hire such an exceptional lawyer, why would she endure the trouble of battling me over a trifling divorce settlement?" However, once the trial commenced, Gu Lancheng's face was left stinging. This was because the presiding judge could not help but feel a profound respect upon encountering Mr. Wade. "Mr. Wade, it is a privilege to witness your legend firsthand here." Gu Lancheng, upon overhearing their pretrial pleasantries, was rendered utterly dumbfounded, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 72. The Divorce Lawsuit. A defeat, yet a glorious victory. The ever-arrogant Gu Lancheng found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why the illustrious Mr. Wade would extend his favor to the obscure Xiaomi. His confused gaze drifted towards Xiaomi, who stood composedly beside Mr. Wade, maintaining a notable distance that suggested a lack of intimacy. Suddenly, Xiao Xian dashed over, breathless and disoriented. "Lancheng, Xiaomi has engaged Mr. Wade as her counsel. Does this not diminish our chances of victory?" Gu Lancheng surveyed the scene. A throng of media reporters surged in, eagerly awaiting the proceedings, leaving him in a state of unease. Should he falter in this battle, his lifelong reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He murmured reassuringly, "Our legal team is formidable. Do not let chaos ensue." Once the court convened, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Under the judge's methodical guidance, both parties presented their evidence and arguments in an orderly fashion. The opposing counsel asserted that Xiaomi, driven by jealousy, had deliberately distorted facts, thus damaging the reputation of Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. They demanded a public apology from Xiaomi and compensation for their losses. Mr. Wade, utilizing his exceptional memory, articulated the timeline of Xiaomi's gathered evidence, detailing the time, place, and individuals involved, effectively dismantling the feeble accusations posed by the opposition. "I contest the assertions of the opposing party," he declared, presenting three counterarguments. First, Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng were once childhood sweethearts. Second, Xiao Xian frequently visited the Gu household and even stayed overnight. Third, shortly after marrying Gu Lancheng, Xiaomi suffered kidney failure, and he had never fulfilled his duties as a husband. Thus, we assert that Mr. Gu Lancheng is suspected of matrimonial deceit. The opposing counsel retorted with a specious argument. "Mr. Wade may not grasp our Chinese culture. Miss Xiao Xian is Miss Xiaomi's elder sister. Given Miss Xiao Xian's ill health, it is merely an act of compassion for her brother-in-law to care for her occasionally. Visits to the Gu household are simply familial ties, and any notion of infidelity is purely Xiaomi's imagination." Wade responded, "If Xiao Xian and Xiaomi were typical sisters raised in a harmonious environment, such assumptions might hold merit. However, our client hails from a broken family dynamic. What motivates an elder sister to visit her younger sibling so frequently?" He showcased various images depicting the animosity between Xiaomi and Xiao Xian, asserting that their discord had begun 3 years prior. Is Xiao Xian's frequent presence in the Gu household for Xiaomi or for Gu Lancheng? I trust the judge will discern the truth. In mere moments, Wade's incisive rebuttals left the opposition speechless. Ultimately, under the weight of overwhelming evidence, they were compelled to request an abrupt recess. Even Gu Lancheng, the composed heir, found himself uncharacteristically agitated before the media, reproaching his legal representatives with a furrowed brow. Is there any merit in continuing this lawsuit? His legal team exchanged glances, finally advising him, "Mr. Gu, while we may have lost the moral high ground, we are confident that if Xiaomi seeks to claim your substantial assets, she will leave disappointed." Gu Lancheng no longer exhibited the arrogance he once possessed, nodding grimly. During the second hearing, the opposing counsel forcefully asserted that my client had signed a prenuptial property protection agreement with Xiaomi. Thus, even in the event of a divorce, Miss Xiaomi could only leave with nothing. Wade's typically frosty visage broke into a smirk of triumph. "Your Honor, as you can see, Gu Lancheng has taken precautions against Xiao Mi dividing his assets both before and after their marriage, which further substantiates the suspicion of his fraudulent intentions in marriage. The judge nodded slightly. Gu Lancheng appeared visibly flustered. His attorney hastily intervened. Marriages among affluent families often involve prenuptial property protection. Does this imply that all of them are suspected of fraud? Wade retorted, do other aristocratic families resort to taking their wives' organs? The opposing counsel fell silent. Wade shifted from defense to offense. Your Honor, my client demands that Xiao Xian return all assets that Gu Lancheng bestowed upon her during the duration of his marriage to Xiaomi. Wade enumerated the gifts: the villa in Shallow Water Bay, property in Left Bank City, a multi-million-dollar pink diamond necklace, and limited edition handbags. Xiao Xian's complexion turned ashen, her lips trembling. Gu Lancheng's face paled as well. Wade's proposal held little benefit for Xiaomi, but served to deeply offend them. Whispers of disdain began to circulate in the courtroom. He claims he hasn't cheated. Hasn't he engaged in infidelity? What a lie. This couple is utterly repulsive. Xiaomi must have been cursed to encounter such people. This man, looking so refined, is truly more beastly than human. Gu Lancheng was overwhelmed by the surrounding insults. His face burning with humiliation, feeling for the first time in his life the sting of such public disgrace. The judge rapped the gavel several times, restoring order to the courtroom. Does either party have anything further to add? Wade raised his hand. I do. Proceed, the judge instructed. Wade revealed a knowing smile. We accuse Gu Lancheng not only of fraudulent marriage, but also of bigamy. He then presented Xiao Xian's pregnancy diagnosis. Xiao Xian exclaimed in agitation, I will sue the hospital for breaching patient confidentiality. The judge responded, Xiao Xian, please control your emotions. We are currently adjudicating the divorce case between Xiaomi and Gu Lancheng. Matters regarding the hospital should be pursued separately. Gu Lancheng's handsome face turned ashen. The hospital's willingness to jeopardize its reputation to leak patient information and aid Xiaomi in winning this case instilled a newfound fear in Gu Lancheng towards Xiaomi. He even felt an odd sensation that Xiaomi was not a beggar from a slum, but rather the daughter of nobility in the capital. The opposing legal team was equally adept. Mr. Wade, you cannot prove that the child in Xiao Xian's womb has a direct blood relationship with Gu Lancheng. Your accusations are unfounded. Wade glanced at Xiaomi, and they exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng would not foolishly cooperate in providing evidence of paternity. Thus, from the outset, Xiaomi's intention was never to merely accuse Gu Lancheng of bigamy. She merely sowed the seeds of doubt in the hearts of the public. 10 months later, when Xiao Xian's child is born, will she still dare to acknowledge Gu Lancheng? To do so would only solidify his charge of bigamy. After several rounds of fervent debates, the judge ultimately proclaimed, the marital relationship is irreparably broken and the divorce is granted. Due to the existence of a prenuptial agreement safeguarding the male party's assets, he is not obliged to compensate Xiaomi in any manner. Chapter 73, A Pyrrhic Victory. Infamous reputation. Gu Lancheng emerged victorious, having successfully retained his assets. Xiao Xian and Gu's mother could hardly contain their joy, enthusiastically applauding and cheering. Xiao Xian even approached Xiaomi with a feigned magnanimity, attempting to console her. Xiaomi, I had advised you long ago. You should not have recklessly opposed Lancheng. Despite her defeat, Xiaomi exhibited no trace of despondency. On the contrary, she cheerfully retorted to Xiao Xian, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Her gaze drifted to Gu Lancheng, whose pallor resembled that of a ghost, and her lips curled into a smirk. Xiao Xian, does he appear to you as someone who has won a lawsuit? Xiao Xian, taken aback, stared at Gu Lancheng, who hung his head like a stray dog. She had never witnessed the prince appear so dejected. An ominous feeling surged within her. As anticipated, once the court proceedings concluded, the media journalists, seemingly invigorated, rallied in indignation on behalf of Xiaomi, hurling humiliating remarks at Gu Lancheng. Particularly, the outspoken journalist from before the trial now pointedly interrogated him. Your Highness, Xiaomi has accused you of marriage fraud and bigamy. Do you have any explanation to offer? Gu Lancheng resembled a prisoner scrutinized upon a cross. His face contorted with discomfort. There is nothing to explain. I will leave this matter to my lawyer. In this marriage with Xiaomi, the prince had been utterly parsimonious, reaping all the benefits. Are you perhaps conflating the essence of a businessman with that of a husband, Your Highness? Gu Lancheng glared fiercely at his interlocutor, clearly recognizing the provocation. Which media outlet do you represent? He inquired darkly, a blatant threat underlying his words. The journalist, undeterred, pressed on. After ending your marriage with Xiaomi, will you marry your beloved Xiao Xian? Is the child in Xiao Xian's womb truly yours? Gu Lancheng's expression darkened. The prince's silence to my inquiries suggests he tacitly acknowledges my conjectures. Marriage fraud, bigamy. Any one of these charges, if substantiated, would leave an indelible stain on Gu Lancheng's reputation. Acknowledging guilt would only compound his errors. He felt akin to a trapped beast in a cage, desperately seeking an escape, yet surrounded by insurmountable walls. In his despair, he finally lost control, angrily seizing the journalist's camera and hurling it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the camera shattered into pieces. Gu Lancheng's bloodshot eyes glared at the journalist, but he caught sight of Xiaomi behind him, her face alight with triumphant glee. It was as if a chilling wave had washed over him, awakening him to clarity. He had previously been baffled as to how Xiaomi, devoid of power or influence, dared to challenge him in court. She had audaciously sought to claim a fortune, fully aware of the prenuptial agreement he had signed. Now he understood. Xiaomi's avaricious demands were merely a means to provoke him, while compelling him into litigation was her true objective. Winning the case was not her aim. Rather, she sought to publicly unveil his disgraceful visage. How cunning Xiaomi had become. When had she transformed into such an inscrutable adversary? As Gu Mu and Xiao Xian witnessed Gu Lancheng's frenzied state, they hurriedly approached him, urging him to leave in haste. Gu Lancheng cast lingering glances behind him, his eyes coiling around Xiaomi like a venomous serpent. Her buoyant stride, radiant smile, and her delightful exchanges with Mr. Wade. Each moment served as a testament to his suspicions. Though she faced defeat, she retained her dignity. In contrast, his victory was far from honorable. He had safeguarded his assets while sacrificing his reputation. Upon returning to the Gu family villa, Gu Lancheng collapsed wearily onto the sofa, observing his unprecedented fatigue. Both Gu Mu and Xiao Xian felt an overwhelming surge of concern for him. Gu Mu spoke soothingly. Lancheng, regardless of everything, you have finally freed yourself from Xiaomi. From this moment forth, you are unshackled. Her unfounded optimism led her to envision a bright future. Lancheng, once you obtain the divorce certificate from Xiaomi, I will immediately enlist the help of my esteemed friends to introduce you to the illustrious young ladies of the capital. With your admirable qualities, you need not worry about attracting the affections of suitable women. If you secure a match with a well-matched heiress, with her parents' support, your career will soar. Your father will no longer undervalue you and will cease to favor that illegitimate child. Xiao Xian's expression turned grave as she discreetly tugged at Gu Lancheng's sleeve, casting him a look of distress. Gu Lancheng understood and replied, Mother, what are you saying? Xian is already carrying my child. I must take responsibility for her. Gu Mu cast a cold glance at Xiao Xian. Lancheng, I know you and Xiao Xian genuinely love each other, but your reputations have been tarnished by Xiaomi. If you insist on marrying Xiao Xian, the public outcry will drown you both. The netizens are closely monitoring your every move. You and Xiao Xian should part ways for now. I only wish what is best for you. Gu Lancheng fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Xian felt as though the splendid dreams within her heart were shattering. She had eagerly awaited the divorce between Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi, believing that once he was free, he would marry her. Yet, she did not anticipate Gu Mu's unwavering opposition to her entering the Gu family. Tears welled in her eyes, her heart aching. Yet she forced herself to maintain a facade of grace. Lancheng, your mother is right. It is not the right time for us to be together. For the sake of your career, perhaps we should part ways. The more understanding she was, the more Gu Lancheng cherished her. Stubbornly, he declared, I will spend to suppress the negative trending topics related to Xian and me. I will also acquire some sensational news to shield myself from the spotlight. The internet has no memory. In no time, the fervor surrounding our affair will naturally fade. Xiao Xian felt a surge of happiness at Gu Lancheng's protective words. However, Gu Mu's demeanor shifted sharply. Your wedding date will be discussed at a later time. With Gu Mu's steadfast opposition to her entering the Gu family, Xiao Xian's once fervent heart grew cold. Gu Lancheng's visions were beautiful, yet the reality was harsh. Following the divorce proceedings, the internet buzzed incessantly with news about him and Xiao Xian, akin to a plague of locusts ravaging the land. The righteous netizens concocted various jests to mock Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Numerous prominent streamers have taken to imitating the clandestine affair between Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xing during their live broadcasts. These hosts have unearthed their artistic talents, rendering Gu Lancheng's hypocritical persona with remarkable fidelity. The accompanying female streamers have adeptly portrayed Xiao Xing's nuanced demeanor with exceptional depth. The ensuing comments reflect, such a rank brew of tea is beyond our appreciation. Only the young master has a penchant for this particular green tea. Indeed, the young master is truly extraordinary. Chapter 74. The Butterfly Effect, Separation of Family. Although Gu Lancheng typically refrained from engaging with the online world, he could discern the unsettling glances of those around him. The respect once afforded to him by his employees had significantly diminished, and those who previously surrounded and flattered him had dissipated like a receding tide. He found himself expending considerable effort to quell the trending discussions, yet curiously, mere days after their decline, new topics concerning him emerged incessantly. The repercussions were so profound that his business partners, fearing collateral damage, subtly indicated their reluctance to renew contracts. The market value of the Gu family's shares continued to evaporate. Each day, Gu Lancheng was engulfed in turmoil. His father, a man devoted to his career, was particularly incensed. He vented his fury upon Gu's mother. One morning at the dining table, Gu's father hurled a bowl of hot porridge at Gu's mother's face, bellowing in rage, "This is the son you raised. Look at the misdeeds he has committed. For the sake of a woman who should not even be alive, he has taken his wife to court." Gu's mother, still confused, attempted to defend Gu Lancheng. "Dear, it is Xiaomi who has been excessively demanding. She wishes to divorce and take away Lancheng's wealth. But what right does she have to claim Lancheng's money? That good-for-nothing has earned nothing. Lancheng has supported her for years, and she shows no gratitude." Gu's father, infuriated, struck her across the face. "Very well then. If what you say is true, you spend your days shopping instead of working. Perhaps I should cease providing you with money, Shun Ti? Only when the stone strikes home does one realize the pain." Gu's mother was momentarily stunned. "Dear, that is not what I meant. You are even less than Xiaomi. Xiaomi would willingly offer her own kidney to Lancheng. She would personally cook and wash for him, and as a wife, she was gentle and virtuous. Yet Lancheng treats her so harshly. And you, a parasite who accomplishes nothing and only causes trouble, do you not deserve to be cast out?" The fury in Gu's father reached its zenith, and he finally shouted, "Let us divorce." Gu's mother collapsed to the floor, weeping as she clutched his leg. "Dear, I was wrong. I will ensure that Lancheng severs ties with Xiao Xian. I promise they will no longer associate." Through clenched teeth, Gu's father replied, "The child in Xiao Xian's womb belongs to Lancheng, does it not? How do you propose they cut ties?" Gu's mother, resolutely, declared, "I will find a way to convince Xiao Xian to terminate this child." Gu's father snorted coldly and departed, sweeping his sleeve in dismissal. In the days that followed, he never returned home. Gu's mother understood that he had gone to another residence. She felt her position precariously threatened. Ultimately, she resolved to eliminate Xiao Xian, the stumbling block in her path. On this day, Gu's mother invited Xiao Xian to her private workshop, and Xiao Xian eagerly accepted. Upon arrival in Gu's mother's lounge, she presented the carefully prepared gift for her. "Aunt, your birthday is just a few days away." Before she could finish her flattering remarks, Gu's mother coldly interrupted, "Xiao Xian, I summoned you here to request that you maintain your distance from my son, Lancheng." She tossed a stack of money at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian paled at the sight. Trembling, she asked, "Aunt, what do you mean?" Gu's mother replied, "As you can see, your relentless pursuit of my son, Lancheng, has driven him to commit many irrational acts, resulting in his current disgrace. Therefore, I hope you will take the hint and distance yourself from him." Xiao Xian, perceiving the resoluteness in Gu's mother's eyes, fell to her knees with a thud. "Aunt, Lancheng and I are truly in love. Moreover, I carry his child. Both the child and I cannot be separated from Lancheng." "Then let it be," Gu's mother said. Xiao Xian felt as though struck by lightning, her vision narrowing to shades of black and white. In disbelief, she looked at Gu's mother. "But that is your family's eldest grandson. Aunt, have you not longed to hold a grandchild?" With a stern expression, Gu's mother retorted, "Any woman can bear the Gu family's eldest grandson, but it must not come from your womb." The blow left Xiao Xian shaken to her core. "Xiaomi, it is all your fault. I will never forgive you," she seethed through gritted teeth. As evening fell, Gu Lancheng returned to the Gu family villa with heavy steps. Recently, the company had encountered numerous problems, and he had to seek his father as counsel for solutions. Finding his father absent, he discovered Gu's mother sitting alone on the sofa. her complexion pallid and worn, unmistakably a sign of her recent sleeplessness. Gu Lancheng sat beside her and attempted to engage in casual conversation. "Mom, where is Dad?" With drooping eyelids, Gu's mother lifted her gaze slightly, revealing a look of disappointment that pierced him. She chose not to respond, instead shutting her eyes. Stunned, Gu Lancheng noted that this was the first time his usually affectionate mother had shown him such coldness. Turning his attention to the housekeeper, he received shocking news. Young Master Lancheng. The master had a fierce argument with Madame a few days ago and even struck her. Since that day, he has not returned home. Gu Lancheng froze in disbelief. "How could my father hit my mother?" he exclaimed with indignation. To him, his father had neglected his mother for years while keeping a mistress, and he should have been more considerate towards her. Suddenly, Gu's mother opened her eyes and yelled in fury. "Why not? It is because I bore a son who is utterly useless. It is because of my sacrifice. That woman outside is favored because her son is accomplished, while my son is not, leading your father to cast me aside." Gu Lancheng stood frozen. "Dad wants to divorce you?" Gu's mother, furious, pounded her fists against Gu Lancheng. "It is all because of you, this worthless child. You could have lived a good life, but you insist on entangling yourself with that sickly woman. To save her, you even deceived Xiaomi into marriage. Now, Xiaomi has taken her revenge against you without mercy. Your father is utterly disappointed in you and has unjustly directed his anger towards me. Our days of happiness as mother and son are coming to an end." Gu Lancheng felt a deep discomfort in his heart. When had his once proud mother ever appeared so despondent? He expressed his remorse, saying, "Mother, do not worry. I will find a way to restore my reputation." Gu's mother, her voice barely above a whisper, replied, "If you wish to redeem your name and strive for vindication, there is but one path to take. You must completely sever ties with Xiao Xian." Gu Lancheng felt as though he had been stung by a wasp, his hawk-like eyes narrowing in shock. Chapter 75. Xiao Xian's miscarriage. Lancheng's despair. "Mother, Xian is still carrying my child. I cannot be so cruel to her." Gu Mu stared in disbelief. Suddenly, she lunged at Gu Lancheng, her voice filled with anguish as she cried out, "Your mother is on the verge of being cast out by your father, and yet you only care about Xiao Xian. Lancheng, I raised you with such hardship, and this is how you repay me?" She swept her hair away from her face, revealing a large burn, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. "Look at my face. It is scarred from the hot porridge your father threw at me, all because of your failures. Woe is me. Other women are cherished for bearing children, yet I have endured such tribulations. I raised you with great care, and you have brought me such calamity." Gu Lancheng gazed at the harrowing scar, momentarily lost in thought. He sighed in despair. "I'm sorry, mother. I have not become your pride, but instead brought you so much trouble. I'm truly sorry." He covered his face with his hands, tears moistening his fingers. Gu Mu, choking back her emotions, asked him, "Is it worth it? Lancheng, is it worth abandoning your wife and child for Xiao Xian, leading us to this wretched state?" Gu Lancheng did not respond. He stood up, dazed, and staggered away from the Gu household. The city lights illuminated the mundane beauty of the world. Yet, amidst the vibrant bustle, Gu Lancheng felt utterly disconnected, sensing disdain from his father, scorn from his mother, and condemnation from countless netizens who labeled him a scoundrel for marrying under false pretenses. Yet, all he had done was inadvertently hurt Xiaomi in his desperate attempt to save the one he loved. His sins were not deserving of such a fate. Why then? Did he feel as though he were living a life worse than death? Launching a faint, choked voice called from behind. He turned to find himself standing unintentionally at the entrance of the Qiao family's townhouse. Xiao Xian, looking haggard, stood before him. He opened his arms, and she rushed into his embrace. They held each other tightly. Xiao Xian, overwhelmed with sorrow, cried, "Lancheng, how did it come to this? We merely loved each other. What wrong have we committed?" Gu Lancheng held her as if he wished to merge her with his very being. In the suffocating tension, Xiao Xian sensed something was amiss. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. She heard Gu Lancheng's barely audible voice. "Xian, let us break up." Xiao Xian felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She was like a parasite, relying on him for her health. Without Gu Lancheng, she would wither away. "Lancheng, I don't want to part ways with you. I beg you, don't push me away. Without you, I will perish." Gu Lancheng closed his eyes, tears falling. "Xian, what we are doing is immoral. I could selfishly disregard Xiaomi's feelings, but I cannot ignore my mother's. I cannot sacrifice my mother's peaceful twilight years for my own happiness. I'm sorry, He suddenly pushed her away. Xiao Xian broke down in tears. We even have a child together, and you want to end our relationship? How are we to survive? Gu Lancheng replied, then let us end the pregnancy. Xiao Xian's face drained of color as she gazed incredulously at Gu Lancheng. He had once proclaimed that their love was unbreakable, allowing her the freedom to act out whimsically. Yet, she never anticipated that even the most solemn vows could dissipate. Lancheng, does your notion of breaking up imply severing all ties with me? From this moment onward, shall we truly have no further connection? Gu Lancheng nodded sorrowfully. Xiao Xian's body crumpled like leaves falling in an autumn breeze, and she fell to the ground. Caught off guard, Xianer, Gu Lancheng called out in desperation, panicking as he cradled the unconscious Xiao Xian and hurried her to the hospital's midnight emergency room. In the long, silent corridor, a graceful figure leaned languidly against the wall, a smirk dancing on her lips as she observed Gu Lancheng, who was pacing anxiously outside the emergency room like a headless chicken. Upon seeing her, Gu Lancheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Although it had only been a few days since they last met, this encounter stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Because of her, his world had been turned upside down. He had fallen from being a revered young master to becoming a pariah. He and Xiao Xian had endured hardships together, destined for a tranquil life with children, yet her presence had suffocated his love and withered away even his mother's affection. He strode toward Xiaomi, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Xiaomi glanced at the surveillance camera above, her smile widening. Xiaomi, what brings you here? He should have unleashed his pent-up anguish upon her. Yet, inexplicably, his words morphed into a soft inquiry. Perhaps he felt a tinge of guilt toward her as well. Me? I came to witness a grand drama, Xiaomi replied nonchalantly. Gu Lancheng squinted, perplexed by her demeanor. Just then, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. Where are the family members of the patient? Gu Lancheng, without a moment's hesitation, dashed to the doctor. His voice trembled with urgency as he inquired about Xiao Xian's condition. Doctor, how is she? The doctor replied, the adult is stable, but the child in her womb has ceased to have a heartbeat. After a brief pause, he delivered a disheartening message. You must be prepared. The patient will likely not be able to conceive in the future. Gu Lancheng stood frozen in place. The doctor sympathetically patted his shoulder before quietly departing. A mournful cry escaped Gu Lancheng's lips as his tall, strong frame collapsed to the ground like a piece of clay. Footsteps approached, resonant and deliberate. A pair of white high heels came to a halt before him. Gu Lancheng lifted his tear-filled eyes, staring blankly at Xiaomi. A sudden memory struck him. During his times of distress, Xiaomi had always found ways to cheer him up. Xiaomi crouched down, her face illuminated by a bright smile as she looked at him. Gu Lancheng, does it hurt? Gu Lancheng's face was ashen. How could it not hurt? It is only right that it does. Gu Lancheng, the heavens are fair. My child has died, and thus the heavens have also taken away Xiao Xian's child. Gu Lancheng fixed his gaze on Xiaomi with fierce intensity. Have you come to gloat over my misfortune? Xiaomi nodded. Gu Lancheng, both of your children have perished in the womb. Have you ever pondered that this may be divine retribution for your actions? You are destined to live a life of solitude. Gu Lancheng's fingertips trembled violently. Xiaomi, all of this is your doing. Do you realize that you have robbed your sister of the chance to become a mother? If anything were to happen to Xianer, I will not let your wretched life escape my grasp. A mocking laughter escaped Xiaomi's lips. Chapter 76. Either she leaves, or I do. Gu Lancheng, this is what you owe me. Xiaomi's expression suddenly morphed into a terrifying grimace. She smiled like a demon, exchanging a life for a life. I have settled my score with her. Gu Lancheng finally comprehended that the heavens uphold justice and retribution is inescapable. Xiao X owed Xiaomi a kidney, and Xiaomi ruthlessly avenged her by causing her to lose her child. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth and said, Xiaomi, your malice surpasses that of your sister. However, I am ultimately to blame for you. This time, I shall not hold it against you. But should there be a next time, I will show you no mercy. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect our divorce certificate. Let us not meet again in this lifetime. Xiaomi gazed darkly at him. Gu Lancheng, I merely stated that my debt with Xiao Xn is settled. Our accounts have yet to be reconciled. You deceived me of my kidney, took my innocence while professing no love for me, and caused. The crimes you committed are too numerous to count. She omitted the tragic past of their shared history. Gu Lancheng felt she was merely narrow-minded, and he regretted ever getting involved with such a vengeful woman. Xiaomi, you lunatic. You caused the death of my child, and I, out of past affections, chose not to hold you accountable, yet you still demand more? Fine, since you wish to retaliate against me, then bring it on. But I must warn you, I shall show you no compassion in the future. You are but an ant beneath my heel. When the time comes, do not weep and plead for mercy. Xiaomi silently regarded him. His heartless visage overlapped perfectly with that of a past life. On the day their daughter passed away, he had coldly reprimanded her in a video. Other children are not afraid of injections and medicine. Why are you the only one? You cry every day wanting to find your father. But father is busy. You should be stronger and not call me so easily. Their daughter, shedding tears, explained, Daddy, it really hurts. The doctor said I won't live long. Daddy, can you promise me you'll come home more often to see Mommy? Lancheng exploded in fury. Xiaomi, do you think that by teaching her to say such things, I would return home? Using our child to elicit my sympathy makes me detest you even more. He impatiently hung up the phone. The shock caused their daughter to pass away that very day. She died with unresolved grievances. Then, Xiao Xin sent photos of herself at the amusement park with Lancheng on the Ferris wheel. She triumphantly flaunted to Xiaomi, what does it matter that you married Lancheng? He has always loved me. Even if you bore him a daughter, love cannot be forced. He cannot love her. In that moment, all of Xiaomi's profound love for Lancheng dissipated entirely. She cradled her cold daughter and walked toward the snowy mountains, heading towards death. Xiaomi looked at the indignant Lancheng, her beautiful peach blossom eyes swirling with a dark tide. With a voice heavy with desolation, she said, Lancheng, what you owe me, I will pursue to the ends of the earth and the depths of the underworld. Having spoken, she turned and left. Lancheng felt as though his body was encased in ice. The final gaze from Xiaomi instilled a chilling fear within him. To the ends of the earth and the depths of the underworld? Why did she harbor such hatred for him? Why? Lancheng could not comprehend. The heart-wrenching cries of Xiao Xin suddenly echoed through the air, prompting Lancheng to hastily abandon his reflections on the rise and fall of his relationship with Xiaomi and rush into the hospital room. Upon seeing him, Xiao Xin awkwardly turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze in a display of indignation. Now that the child was lost, the bond between them had been irrevocably severed. Didn't you say you wanted to break up? Then go ahead, she remarked bitterly. Lancheng grasped her hand, gently reassuring her, Xiner, you must take care of yourself. This month, I will look after you well. Xiao Xin's expression softened slightly as she turned to face him. When Xiaomi miscarried, you were indifferent. Now that I have lost our child, you are so agitated. Lancheng, you still love me, don't you? Can we not break up? Her words struck Lancheng with an unsettling unease. Was he truly that cruel to Xiaomi? It was no wonder she harbored such hatred for him. Xiner, let us discuss our matters later. For now, I need to focus on your recovery during this month of confinement. Your health is paramount. Lancheng, Xiao Xin clutched his hand. I have lost my child. Can you not give me another? Lancheng's hand recoiled suddenly. He gazed into her pleading eyes, his voice thick with emotion. Xiner, the doctor said you may not be able to bear children again. The word struck Xiao Xin like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of profound shock. The loss of her child, the pressure from Gu's mother to end her relationship with Lancheng, and the devastating news about her fertility all crashed down upon her, overwhelming her fragile body. In a fit of despair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining Lancheng's face. Xiner, he exclaimed in terror, urgently calling for the doctor. The physician rushed in, and Xiao Xin resembled a withered leaf in autumn, her large eyes the only sign of life remaining. After administering electric shocks, her heartbeat was restored after what felt like an eternity. In those brief moments, Lancheng endured a tumult of emotions. Realizing he could not bear the thought of losing Xiao Xin, he held her hand tightly, a surge of joy flooding through him as he declared, Xin, we will not break up. We shall marry. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Xin wept tears of joy. The following day, as the sun rose, Lancheng carried Xiao Xin out of the hospital. The driver parked the car in front of them, and Lancheng settled Xiao Xin into the back seat before coldly instructing the driver to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The driver, taken aback, wore a complex expression. The CEO carrying the ailing Miss Xiao to the Civil Affairs Bureau was unmistakably indicative of his intentions. He was clearly taking her to register their marriage. Would this abrupt transition from divorce to marriage not be a humiliation for his wife? Would she, with her vengeful spirit, ever consent to it? The CEO's romantic impulses truly needed to be tempered. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, in stark contrast to the previous occasion, Xiaomi arrived early for the divorce proceedings. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of happiness, she shed her former despondency and radiated vitality. As Gu Lancheng helped Xiao Xian out of the car, Xiaomi's warm gaze suddenly narrowed. Gu Lancheng, what do you mean by bringing her here? She questioned coldly. Though Xiao Xian appeared weak, it did not hinder her from mustering a triumphant smile towards Xiaomi. Sister, once you are divorced from Lancheng, I will marry him. In an instant, Xiaomi's expression darkened, and she cast a piercing gaze at Gu Lancheng. How dare you humiliate me, Gu? Gu Lancheng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied. It was not my intention. Your sister was simply in a foul mood, and I merely sought to lift her spirits. Xiaomi, you cannot possibly lack such basic tolerance. Xiao Xian, reveling in her triumph, tightened her embrace around Gu Lancheng's arm. Xiaomi's face turned a deep shade of anger. Gu Lancheng, you have no shame. I still possess some dignity. Either make her leave, or we shall divorce on another day. Chapter 77. Bowing in apology, heartfelt satisfaction in a moment of vulnerability. Xiao Xian shrank back. She reined in her previously triumphant gaze and timidly looked at Gu Lancheng, saying, Lancheng, I can no longer walk. Gu Lancheng rebuked Xiaomi sharply. Your sister just underwent a critical situation yesterday. Her body is exceedingly weak. How could you heartlessly leave her to fend for herself? Xiaomi cast a glance at Xiao Xian. Indeed, Gu Lancheng's words held truth. Xiao Xian's complexion was pale, her eyes swollen and red, utterly exhausted. Yet, what concern was it of hers? Xiao Xian had relentlessly trampled on her dignity, and now she could not defend her own? Xiaomi declared resolutely. If you cannot bear to let her go, then I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Having long anticipated Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi's divorce, Xiao Xian feared losing her hard-won opportunity. She quickly slid down from Gu Lancheng's side and grasped Xiaomi's hand tightly. Xiaomi, why must you be angry with me? Did you not desire to divorce Lancheng? If you miss today, you will have to endure more time apart, which is tormenting for both of you. Xiaomi indeed yearned to extricate herself from this sordid marriage. She halted, disdainfully shaking off Xiao Xian's grip. Now you choose to concede? Were you not quite smug just a moment ago? Xiao Xian, frail as she was, fell to the ground with a gentle push from Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng rushed forward, furious, gripping Xiaomi by the throat, shouting, How dare you harm your sister? Struggling to breathe, Xiaomi's face quickly turned a shade of blue, yet she glared defiantly at Gu Lancheng, her eyes ablaze with a fierce defiance that was chilling. Gu Lancheng, you might as well strangle me. If you cannot, then brace yourself as I slowly torment your beloved until her demise. Gu Lancheng was taken aback by the venomous glare she cast, causing him to loosen his grip. Xiaomi spat a word of contempt, coward. Gu Lancheng felt a chill run down his spine. Did she truly wish for him to end her life? What madness! He chastised her, if you seek death, find a rope and hang yourself. Touching her scorched neck, with bloodshot eyes gleaming like a venomous serpent, Xiaomi retorted, If I am to perish, I shall take you down with me. Gu Lancheng felt a shiver of dread. Was her desire for him to end her life merely a means to ensure he could not escape punishment? Xiaomi, I see you have genuinely lost your mind, he thought, anxiety coursing through him. Xiaomi ignored him and turned her gaze to Xiao Xian. If you wish for me to divorce this wretched man, then kneel and bow 3 times in apology for your misdeeds. Otherwise, I shall never agree to the divorce. Xiao Xian aspired to become Mrs. Gu. It was her lifelong dream. She rose and knelt before Xiaomi, bowing her head. Xiaomi, I was wrong. I should not have interfered in your marriage with Lancheng. Please forgive me. Xiaomi felt a surge of satisfaction, clapping her hands before turning to enter the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Lancheng, watching the wrathful Xiaomi, felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in his chest. He could hardly believe that the once innocent and kind-hearted Xiaomi had been crushed by his hands. He lifted Xiao Xian and placed her in the car. Xian, wait for me. This time, Xiao Xian had learned her lesson and dared not provoke Xiaomi. She obediently nodded, mm. Gu Lancheng then proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today at the Civil Affairs Bureau, for reasons unknown, the place was rather empty. Xiaomi sat at the bar, engaging in a lively conversation with the staff. Miss, you were truly impressive just now. Remember, when dealing with scoundrels and shameless individuals, one must be even more ruthless than they are. Xiaomi passionately shared her experiences. Gu Lancheng, wearing a grim expression, cleared his throat. Xiaomi and the staff glanced at him, then simultaneously ignored him, continuing their animated discussion. Sister, you are now the spiritual leader of those bullied housewives online. I admire you so much, Xiaomi remarked. If possible, I hope all girls never become like me. It's best to remain the carefree darling in their family's eyes. You are truly wonderful, the staff member responded. Lancheng awkwardly sat down next to Xiaomi, who shifted slightly away from him. He caught a glimpse of her. Her disdain for him was unmistakable. Did she truly despise him so much? The staff handed the divorce papers to Xiaomi, saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," then tossed Lancheng's papers directly at him, ignoring him thereafter. At that moment, another staff member at the adjacent table conducted a routine inquiry. "What is the reason for the divorce?" The woman cried, "He cheated." The man hung his head in shame. "How will the assets be divided?" The staff member asked. The unfaithful husband quietly replied, "I am at fault. Everything should go to her." The staff member expressed sympathy. "It seems you both still have feelings for one another. Is there no chance for reconciliation?" The woman resolutely shook her head. "Cheating and domestic violence are my bottom lines." The man suddenly broke down in tears. "Wife, I truly realize my mistakes. I do not seek your forgiveness, only that we might still be friends in the future." Time seemed to freeze. Xiaomi and Lancheng suddenly fell silent. Lancheng sank into deep thought. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions washed over him. He pondered whether there was a chance for friendship between him and Xiaomi. Unfortunately, his staff offered him no opportunity, issuing a final verdict instead. "Mr. Gu, there are no pills for regret in this world. If you have treated your wife so poorly, do not expect her to forgive you. Do not even speak of friendship. Being enemies is something for which you should be grateful." Xiaomi decisively signed the papers. Lancheng stared at her in a daze, possibly feeling a pang of conscience. "Xiaomi, where will you live after the divorce? How about I give you our marital home? Or I can provide you with some money to buy a new place." Xiaomi shot him a scornful glance. "Lancheng, has karma finally caught up with you? Now you wish to do good?" Lancheng's handsome face darkened instantly, unappreciative. He angrily signed the documents and handed the agreement to the staff. The staff organized the paperwork, retrieved the marriage certificate, and soon issued a pair of divorce certificates. As Xiaomi received the green certificate, she felt an overwhelming sense of liberation from her shackles, moved to the point of tears. She kissed the divorce certificate and gratefully said to the staff, "Thank you. I am finally free." She stood up, completely ignoring Lancheng, and excitedly rushed towards the exit. Suddenly, Lancheng caught up to her at the bureau's entrance and grasped her arm. "Jomi, I have something to say to you." Zhoumi's gaze fell upon the hand that had touched hers, her brow furrowing in displeasure. "Remove your filthy hand." Lancheng, sensing her discontent, promptly withdrew his hand. "Zhoumi, your vengeance has also made me suffer. Let us put an end to the entanglements between us." Zhoumi regarded him as one might a national treasure. "Lancheng, allow me to guess. Next, you will obtain a marriage certificate with Jiao Xian, and thus you two lovers shall finally be united. But why should I have to sacrifice a kidney as the price for your union?" Chapter 78, Burying the Past. Embracing the future, Lancheng's face was etched with remorse. "I can make amends, provided your demands are not excessive." "However," Xiaomi retorted, "Lancheng, all I desire is my kidney. Can you return it to me?" Lancheng's complexion turned ashen. "You volunteered to donate it," he replied. "Was it truly voluntary?" Xiaomi advanced, glaring at him with indignation. "Lancheng, lies will bring down thunder upon you." Lancheng remained silent. Xiaomi raised her voice. "You promised that if I donated my kidney, you would treat me well for the rest of your life, providing me with a warm and stable home. Is our home truly warm and stable, Lancheng?" Lancheng acknowledged, "I understand. I am not a competent husband. Yet, I did not lie, Xiaomi. That was my genuine intention. Your hypocrisy is nauseating. Keep your distance. I do not wish to see you again." Lancheng grasped her hand in frustration. "Xiaomi, I am not as malevolent as you perceive. I was compelled to harm you because I loved your sister too dearly. I apologize. As a couple, should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance." Xiaomi laughed in anger. "Lancheng, if you believe that this will earn my forgiveness and grant you solace, you are deluding yourself. I shall never provide you with an opportunity for peace." She wished for him to endure a lifetime of guilt, as a fitting tribute to their deceased daughter. "Xiaomi, do not act impulsively. Without my support, your life will be fraught with challenges." Xiaomi found his words absurd. "Lancheng, I am not Xiao Xian, nor am I a parasitic vine. I do not need to rely on anyone to shine brightly." She pushed him away and left with grace. Ahead, a limited edition luxury car worth millions was parked. Lancheng watched in astonishment as Xiaomi entered the vehicle. Inside the luxury car, Yin Hongxing joyfully flipped through Qiao Mi's divorce certificate. Sister, this divorce certificate is genuine, right? It's not some trickery by that scoundrel Gu Lancheng, is it? Qiao Mi was puzzled by Yin Hongxing's bizarre comment. He is eager to divorce me. Why would he bother with a forgery? Yin Hongxing remarked. He is blind to your worth. When he eventually realizes your value, he will regret his choices. Qiao Mi replied. His heart belongs solely to Qiao Xian. No other woman can capture his attention. At times, she envied Qiao Xian, who, despite her frail health, received the affection of both their parents and the prince's adoration. Yin Hongxing countered, that may not be the case. Once Gu Lancheng marries Qiao Xian, his infatuation may fade, for that sickly woman possesses nothing beyond her feigned fragility, unlike my sister. Qiao Mi, buoyed by Yin Hongxing's praise, could not help but smile. Suddenly, Yin Hongxing produced a lighter, extending both the divorce certificate and the flame out of the window. It is truly a disservice to have such a noble name associated with Gu Lancheng, he declared, igniting the certificate. As the document turned to ash, he tossed the remnants into a nearby trash bin. Zhou did not hinder him. Instead, she suddenly recited a poem, Moss flowers, small as rice, also learn to bloom like peonies. The sun does not reach everywhere, yet youth arrives just in time. Yin Hongxing remarked, Sister, your life truly embodies your name. In the eyes of our parents, you are as humble as moss, yet you grow fiercely, radiating your own brilliance. Zhou suddenly resolved, Xiaosheng, I wish to change my name. Yin Hongxing responded cheerfully, that sounds wonderful. However, Zhou appeared perplexed, but my father does not care for me. Nor does my mother love me. Whose surname should I take? Yin Hongxing unexpectedly presented her enchanting face before Zhou, earnestly grasping her hand. Sister, let us share a surname. Zhou pondered, whether in her past life or this one, Yin Hongxing had always been her benefactor. If she held any affection for this world, it could only be for Yin Hongxing. Very well. Yin Hongxing pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious car sped toward the Civil Affairs Bureau like an arrow released from a bow. Standing at the entrance, Zhou was engulfed by myriad thoughts. She was about to bury the name Zhou in this very place. Henceforth, there would be no more Zhou in the world. Yin Hongxing seemed to understand her desolation, and with utmost solemnity, he took her hand. Sister, I will accompany you on the path ahead. Zhou nodded. She dragged her heavy footsteps slowly inside. Sir, I wish to change my name. Do you have your household registration book and ID? Zhou tremulously handed them over. What is the reason for the name change? The staff presented her with a form. Zhou picked up the pen and wrote shakily, This name is inauspicious. The staff frowned upon reading the reason, Miss. That reason is rather far-fetched. Yin Hongxing interjected coldly, Why so much talk? Just get it done. Despite his youth, Yin Hongxing's commanding presence was overwhelming. The staff trembled slightly. Then please write your original name and the new name on the form. Zhou wrote Zhou in the original name field and solemnly inscribed Yin Nianxing in the new name field. Upon seeing this name, Yin Hongxing's icy visage suddenly brightened with a smile. At last, there existed a treasure in this world that belonged solely to him. Gu Lancheng's possessive nature ignited a profound sense of protectiveness over Yin Nianxing. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yin Hongxing linked arms with her. Sister, I will take you home. Zhou. Oh, Zhou was already dead, having been killed by her own hand. Nianxing nodded. Meanwhile, Gu Lancheng and Qiao Xian successfully obtained their marriage certificate. Qiao Xian's wishes were fulfilled, and her formerly sallow and haggard complexion improved significantly. However, Gu Lancheng, for reasons unbeknownst to him, could not find joy in the moment. If his mother were to discover that he had secretly married Qiao Xian, he could only imagine her reaction. Xianer, let us keep our marriage a secret for now. Qiao Xian felt a wave of disappointment. Are you saying we should have a secret marriage? Gu Lancheng replied, My mother does not approve of our union. If you wish to lead a peaceful life, she must never learn of our marriage. Otherwise, she will make things difficult for you, just as she did for Zhou. Xianer, I cannot bear for my mother to treat you that way. Ultimately, the final words melted Qiao Xian's heart. She smiled radiantly and said, Lancheng, I am already quite happy to marry you. Let us keep our union discreet. After all, time is on our side. However, the notion of a clandestine marriage held different meanings for Gu Lancheng and Qiao Xian. As Gu Lancheng escorted Qiao Xian back to the Qiao residence, she expressed her discontent. Lancheng, we are married. Shouldn't we live together? Gu Lancheng replied, If we were to reside together, my mother would inevitably discover our marriage. Xianer, for the sake of our future happiness, please endure this period of hardship. Once I achieve success in my endeavors and reclaim the inheritance of the Gu family, we shall finally be together. Chapter 79. The Precious Grandson, Burdened in Heart Very Well. Xiao Xin, understanding the importance of discretion, earned Gu Lancheng's approval. He embraced her warmly, assuring her, Xiner, for your sake, I shall strive diligently, ascending to the pinnacle of success. At that moment, nothing shall obstruct our love. Xiao Xin's gaze was fervent. Lancheng, I believe in you. The once disheartened prince, now reinvigorated, returned to the workforce with a resolute determination akin to a warrior severing his own flesh. At the shareholders' meeting, he declared, in 6 months, I will lead our new company to a successful public listing. Given his impressive past achievements, the shareholders maintained a high level of trust in him, expressing their unwavering support. Observing his diligent efforts, Gu's father slightly tempered his criticisms. He occasionally visited the Gu family villa to reconnect with Gu's mother, even spending lavishly to remove all negative trending topics related to Gu Lancheng. The storms that once darkened Gu Lancheng's skies were now shielded by a benefactor father, who protected him from all adversity. It appeared that everything was progressing towards a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Niansheng's design work had reached a flawless conclusion, with 30 selected design pieces advancing directly to the production stage. The immediate task was to execute a successful promotional campaign. Yan Hongxing presented a list of potential collaborators. Upon seeing the prominent names at the forefront, families such as the Si, Yan, and Gu, Niansheng's expression dimmed. The Gu family harbors deep animosity towards me. They would never consider collaborating with me, she assessed with a calm and objective demeanor. And the Yan family's core power resides with your father, who favors your brother and would naturally refrain from allocating valuable resources to you. The Si family, however, might be worth pursuing, Yan Hongxing suggested with a smile. Niansheng adopted an attentive posture. How is my analysis one-sided? Yan Hongxing replied, businessmen prioritize profit over sentiment. The Gu family is Gu Lancheng, and the Yan family has Yan Qirue, both of whom control their respective fashion and jewelry sectors. Their operational direction aligns with ours, thus they cannot be our partners. They will instead be our competitors. This is the true reason we refrain from seeking collaboration with them. Niansheng murmured, so he is my rival? Indeed, sister. As we vie for a limited market share, we will clash fiercely with Gu Lancheng. Niansheng's gentle eyes flashed with resolve. So, it is either his downfall or mine. Yan Hongxing nodded. Little Sheng, I cannot afford to lose. Niansheng asserted firmly. She could not resort to legal measures against Gu Lancheng. Yet she could ensure he received his due punishment outside the bounds of the law. Yan Hongxing advised, sister, if you wish to prevail, there is but one path, collaborate with the Si family. The Si family, a formidable dynasty intertwined with military and commerce, and still dread in many. Niansheng felt a twinge of fear regarding the rumored political power of the elder Si. However, to triumph over Gu Lancheng, she resolved to conquer all her trepidations. Is your grandfather easy to deal with? In pursuit of securing a partnership with the Si family, the once proud Niansheng humbly sought to learn the intricacies of social etiquette from Yan Hongxing. Noticing her anxiety, Yan Hongxing reassured her, sister, although grandfather has a peculiar temperament, he is fundamentally a good man. Moreover, he is quite submissive, especially in the presence of grandmother. Suddenly, Niansheng cupped Yan Hongxing's face and scrutinized it. With such remarkable looks, you must have inherited your mother's unparalleled beauty. Your grandmother must adore you, doesn't she? Why not represent your company in negotiations with the Si family? Yan Hongxing smiled charmingly. Sister, I am willing to comply with any request, except for this one. Niansheng furrowed her brow in confusion. Why is that? A glint of cleverness sparkled in Yan Hongxing's eyes as he replied, sister, if I were to step forward, everyone would recognize me as the man behind you. Niansheng frowned, feeling that Yan Hongxing's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yet, upon careful consideration, she found no fault in his words. Indeed, I was mistaken. You are the big boss of the company. Such trivial matters should not require your presence. Ultimately, Niansheng resolved to personally visit the Si family and pay her respects to the elder. On a weekend morning, Yan Hongxing unexpectedly returned to the Si residence. Much to the delight of the elder matriarch, she hurriedly instructed the cook, my precious grandson has returned today. Prepare an abundance of dishes to nourish him well. She then ordered the butler, call the old man, and inform him that Xiao Sheng is home. He must return swiftly. From the moment he entered, Yan Hongxing's hand was tightly clasped by his grandmother, as if she feared he might vanish. She pulled him to the sofa. Xiao Sheng, it's rare for you to visit. Stay and chat with your grandmother. Yin Hongxing smiled. Grandmother, rest assured, I am in no rush to leave. We shall converse at our leisure. Something's amiss, his grandmother observed keenly. You rascal, are you harboring something troubling? Yin Hongsheng feigned innocence. I simply missed you and grandfather so much that I couldn't eat. Yet upon returning, I found myself misunderstood. His grandmother beamed with joy. You used to be so reclusive, avoiding interaction. We all worried you might have autism. Even your mother remarked that if you did not encounter a kindred spirit, you might remain unchanged for life. At this point, her expression grew somber. Your mother was once a high mountain flower, with suitors aplenty who she disregarded, only to be deceived by your unfaithful father. Yin Hongsheng silently held his grandmother's hand. Grandmother, my fortune shall surely surpass that of my mother. With a pained smile, she replied, Xiao Sheng. After your grandfather last saw you, he commented on how much more vivacious you become. Pray tell, have you fallen in love? Yin Hongxing responded, Grandmother, should I find a girl who captures my heart, I will promptly bring her to you for your approval. His grandmother chuckled, that would be for the best. After all, I have seen more rice than you have traveled roads. I can easily discern the intentions of those girls outside. Yin Hongsheng simply smiled in silence. At this moment, the steward entered, holding an invitation. Madam, a young lady named Nian Sheng has sent her regards. Lady Yin murmured, Nian Sheng? Then, waving her hand, she added, it is rare for me to have a conversation with my grandson today, so I shall not receive any visitors. However, Yin Hongsheng interjected, Grandmother, the name Nian Sheng resonates with me profoundly. Perhaps we should meet her after all. Lady Yin, taken aback, replied, when did you become so sentimental? Very well. Since my dear grandson wishes to meet her, let us invite her in. Chapter 80, Blossoming Affections and the Path Paved for Her. The butler turned and departed, leaving Yin Hongxing feeling inexplicably uneasy. Grandmother, I believe it is best for me to retreat, he murmured. The elderly matriarch gazed at him in astonishment. You, my mischievous rascal, have always disregarded such formalities. Why have you suddenly adopted such gentlemanly grace? Yin Hongxing slipped away with the swiftness of a hare. Grandmother, you are discussing work with Miss Nianqing. My presence would only be a distraction. Observing him retreat into the study behind the screen, the old lady did not pursue him further, tacitly permitting his retreat. In a brief moment, the butler returned, escorting Nianqing into the room. The old lady scrutinized this remarkable young woman who had evoked an unusual reaction from her cherished grandson. Nianqing possessed an extraordinary grace, a lithe figure, and captivating beauty. Yet her eyes bore a shadow of melancholy, a clear indication that she had her own story to tell. Thus, the old lady regarded her with a hint of wariness. Miss Nianqing, please take a seat. Nianqing elegantly settled herself opposite the matriarch, stating her purpose. Esteemed matriarch, I am the design director at your esteemed company. I apologize for the imposition, but I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. With that, she presented a meticulously prepared project portfolio, offering it to the old lady with both hands in a gesture of respect. Madam, these are our new products. We are pursuing a high-end luxury line. I have heard that the S family's global trade building has an opening for, and I hope you might consider granting us an opportunity. The old lady observed Nianqing's slender fingers, which trembled slightly despite her composed exterior, revealing an undercurrent of anxiety. She accepted the portfolio and placed it on the coffee table, her interest in the contents far eclipsed by her curiosity about Nianqing herself. May I inquire your age, Miss Nianqing? To Nianqing's surprise, she realized the old lady might be indirectly probing into her professional experience. I am 24 years old. Although my time in the industry has been brief, my passion for fashion is profound. The old lady interrupted. Are you acquainted with my grandson, Hongxing? Nianqing was taken aback. She had come to discuss work. Yet the old lady was veering into personal matters, an unexpected divergence. With determination, she nodded. Yes, I am. The old lady's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, that explains it. The reason for Yin Hongxing's sudden return home became strikingly clear. Are you friends? She inquired. Nianqing felt a wave of embarrassment. She longed to convey to the old lady that her relationship with Xiao Sheng transcended mere friendship. They had once relied on one another, treating each other as family. Yet, the inherent sadness within her made her hesitant. She feared that upon learning of her background, the matriarch would act like those lofty aristocrats who would obstruct her connection with Yin Hongxing. Thus, she chose to downplay it, saying, I suppose so. The old lady was taken aback. After all, Yin Hongxing, with his aloof demeanor, had never had friends throughout his life. Those who approached him were met with silence, no matter how fervently they called out. Now, he had made a friend. The matriarch dismissed any concerns regarding Nianqing's origins, believing that this remarkable young woman might transform her beloved grandson's character. Indeed, Nianqing appeared to be an exceptional individual, and the old lady regarded her with newfound esteem. Niansheng, my dear Xiaosheng, possesses a demeanor as frigid as ice, akin to a wooden block. At times, he exhibits a temper that is less than pleasant and tends to be somewhat unapproachable. However, beneath that exterior lies a heart brimming with kindness. As his friend, I implore you to be more forgiving of him. When he exhibits his stubbornness, I hope you will not hold it against him. Niansheng appeared somewhat lost in thought. The old lady's words were imbued with a profound affection for Xiaosheng, and a gentle joy blossomed within her heart. Xiaosheng is indeed unfortunate, yet he is also fortunate in many ways. Suddenly, the old lady fell silent, and with a self-reproachful pat on her lips, she pondered aloud. Should I have refrained from sharing this with you? I hope it does not lead you to harbor any disdain for my Xiaosheng. Niansheng shook her head, her excitement causing her to stumble over her words. Old lady, Xiaosheng only reveals his claws towards those who harm him. He is very well behaved in my presence, and I hold great affection for him. I shall never disdain him in this lifetime. The old lady felt as if struck by lightning. Goodness, what have I just heard? It seems your relationship with my Xiaosheng is rather intimate, is it not? Behind the screen, Yan Hongsheng could not help but smirk, his alluring peach blossom eyes sparkling with joy, though he remained unaware of it. I am keen to see how you shall respond to my grandmother, he thought eagerly. Nianqing regained her composure, her spirit startled. Old lady, please do not misunderstand. I merely regard Xiaosheng as a younger brother, the old lady remarked. Isn't it quite popular among young people these days to engage in relationships between older sisters and younger brothers? Niansheng's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe persimmon. Old lady, I am not only 6 years older than Xiaosheng, but I have also been married once. I have never contemplated a romantic relationship with Xiaosheng. In fact, I have no intention of marrying again in this lifetime. The old lady was momentarily taken aback. I have been rather presumptuous. Miss Nianqing, I shall carefully consider your works. Please await my news. Niansheng left, trembling with trepidation. Yan Hongsheng emerged with a composed yet stern countenance. The old lady cast a sidelong glance at the chilly and taut-faced Yan Hongsheng, teasingly inquired, Have you ever seen such an icy visage before? Yan Hongsheng slumped down onto the sofa, causing it to sag significantly. Why would grandmother ask her such peculiar questions? The old lady feigned ignorance. What questions? Grandmother wishes to discern the nature of my relationship with her, he replied. The old lady then casually asked, Why are you so cautiously paving the way for her career? Does your grandmother need to inquire about your feelings? She certainly wishes to know how the one you admire feels about you. Yan Hongsheng was taken aback. Were his feelings so transparent? Abruptly, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. You heard me. It seems I am destined to live a life of solitude. The old lady regarded Yan Hongsheng as merely a youth expressing sorrow for the sake of poetic flair, viewing his infatuation as a mere experience on the path of growth. Therefore, she adopted a supportive stance. I doubt it. Yan Hongsheng's eyes, shrouded in a gray mist, shimmered with curiosity. Grandmother, what insights do you possess? The old lady replied. You only heard her voice behind the screen, yet you did not see her. You missed how nervous she was, so much so that her fingers trembled and her words faltered. Xiaosheng, this girl cares for you deeply, and her concern renders her somewhat constrained in my presence. Yan Hongsheng's face beamed with joy. Grandmother, you are aware of my intentions, aren't you? Both she and I are souls burdened by misfortune, thus I sincerely hope you will not impose hardships upon her. The old lady sighed. If we speak of personal desires, I would prefer that you do not seek a woman with a complicated past. However, my concern lies in you following the same path as your mother. Therefore, regarding your romantic affairs, I shall refrain from interference. Just remember, dear Sheng, to love your partner as you love yourself. Thank you, grandmother. At midday, Old Master C hurriedly made his way back home. Chapter 81. The Protector's Affection, most cherished grandson. To everyone's surprise, Old Master C had brought Guanqing home. Madam, where is my dear grandson? The old lady sat on the sofa in the living room, letting out a cold snort, clearly displeased with his tardiness. You still remember you have a grandson? He sat here for half the day, engaging in dull conversation with me before he left in a huff. Old Master C appeared quite dejected. That rascal didn't even wait for me. He chuckled, attempting to appease the old lady. Madam, please don't be angry. I had some official business that delayed me. It won't happen again." The old lady glanced at Guanxing, who was the son of a family friend, and addressed him politely. "Guanxing has arrived. Please make yourself comfortable." Guanxing settled onto the sofa, and a maid promptly served exquisite tea. As he savored the fine brew, his brow relaxed. With such esteemed treatment, it was clear that whatever he sought, old Madame C would not hinder him. Guanxing got straight to the point. "Aunt, I have come to inquire about leasing the C family's commercial building in the heart of the capital. May I have the opportunity?" Though her expression remained neutral, the old lady felt immense relief inside. "Fortunately, Miss Lancheng approached me first. Had I agreed to the Gu family, she would have lost her chance. Wouldn't my little Sheng feel disappointed then?" Unbeknownst to old Master C, who was unaware of his wife's thoughts, he confidently stated, "Guanxing, your father and I are good friends, and you are a child we watch grow up. Given our friendship, rest assured that we will grant your request." Before he could finish, the old lady abruptly interrupted with a stern tone, "Old man, the commercial building has already been promised to someone else." Guanxing's smile faltered. Old Master C's mouth fell agape. "Madam, please do not jest. Did we not agree to give the opportunity to Guanxing?" The old lady handed him Lancheng's portfolio and said, "Take a look at this young lady's works. They are truly remarkable." Old Master C, however, did not even flip through the pages, tossing the portfolio onto the coffee table. He felt ashamed for his wife's broken promise. "Madam, our family's commercial center is located in a prime area of the capital. Any business renting our property will surely thrive. For us, it is merely a matter of collecting equivalent rent. What harm is there in leasing to Guanxing?" Being a man of his word, he felt a childish impulse surface, playing the stubborn card. "Madam, we had previously promised to Brother Gu." The old lady rubbed her temples and picked up the portfolio once more, simply stating, "Old man, this is what little Sheng has brought to us." Old Master C looked at her in bewilderment. "Madam, did not Hongxing have a passion for intelligent robots? How has she suddenly changed her path?" The old lady whispered in his ear, "This portfolio is the work of a young lady. Your grandson is quite protective of her. Who knows? She may one day be your granddaughter-in-law." Old Master C was left speechless. How could this quiet child have awakened to such insights so early? As the realization dawned upon him, Master C, filled with excitement, snatched the portfolio. Upon glimpsing the designs within, he, an antiquated figure, found himself lacking in appreciation. Yet, he feigned understanding, nodding enthusiastically, "Indeed, indeed. No wonder my precious grandson possesses such discerning taste." He then hesitated before Gu Lancheng, saying, "Nephew, as much as I desire to collaborate with you, you must understand that this beloved grandson of mine has approached me for the first time in his life. My inclination is to be protective. No one is dearer to me than my own kin. Thus, I must regretfully decline your offer." The old lady echoed his sentiments. "Lancheng, since my dear Sheng has made a request to me, I cannot possibly dampen his spirits. After all, he is the sole gift left to me by my cherished daughter. I hope you can understand." With such clarity in their words, Gu Lancheng felt it futile to persist any further and left with a heavy heart. Exiting the C residence, he was engulfed in despondency. If his luxury brand could not secure a presence in the C family's global trade building, it would inevitably diminish in stature, necessitating a more accessible pricing strategy. This limitation at the outset would render future endeavors increasingly arduous. Unless he could secure the top production team from the Yin family to elevate his brand's profile. Upon leaving the C estate, Yin Sheng felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. When Yin Hongsheng returned to her studio, she found Yin Sheng despondently slumped over her computer desk, her gaze vacant and lost. "What's wrong?" Yin Hongsheng inquired, taking a seat before her and gently touching her forehead to ensure she was not unwell. Before heaving a sigh of relief, Yin Sheng lifted her head, her deep, dark eyes filled with profound regret. "Xiaosheng, I didn't present myself well just now. The old lady didn't even look at my work before sending me away." Yin Hongsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Her grandmother, hailing from a prominent business family, possessed unparalleled acumen in commerce. Yet, throughout her life, she bore one critical weakness: her unwavering love for her daughter. Following her daughter's untimely demise, the grandmother felt it was her own neglect that had allowed her daughter to fall prey to a scoundrel, leading ultimately to her tragic end. All the guilt she harbored for her daughter was transferred to her granddaughter, Yin Hongsheng. For her, every wish was a command. Given Yin Hongsheng's unabashed efforts to pave the way for Yin Sheng, The old lady need not view the works. She had already granted Lancheng her ticket to entry. Sister, I have already inquired with Grandma. She praised your work for its depth and substance, and has decided to entrust you with the prime space in the global trade building. The surprise arrived too swiftly for Lancheng, leaving her in a state of joyous disbelief, tears mingling with laughter. To earn the recognition of the Iron Lady of the Mall, I must be truly fortunate. Lancheng gently wiped her tears away. Sister, we have merely secured the most lucrative sales space. Next, we must strive to enlist the finest production team in the fashion industry. Lancheng replied, I have long heard that the best sewing and ironing techniques in the capital reside within the Yin family. But your father favors Yin Shirui. How could he possibly lend us such invaluable resources? Lancheng scoffed. Yin Shirui is nothing more than an ineffectual figure. Entrusting him with the core enterprises of the Yin family will inevitably lead to their downfall at the hands of Lancheng. Lancheng suddenly realized that if Lancheng were to acquire the exclusive authorization for the core technology from the Yin family, he would undoubtedly stage a remarkable turnaround. I cannot allow him to succeed. Lancheng smiled and said, Thus, you must hasten your preparations and accompany me to the Yin residence. Lancheng, a workaholic, slung her laptop bag over her shoulder and set off without hesitation. In the courtyard pavilion of the Yin family's villa, Yin Shirui and Lancheng sat together, savoring tea as the beautiful maids attended to them with utmost respect. Chapter 82. The ex-wife's frustration, Mr. Gu's distress upon learning of Lancheng's setbacks at the C family. Yin Shirui, in a fit of anger, shattered the wine glass on the stone table. How could Lancheng commit such a morally reprehensible act? The four major financial conglomerates have always stood united since the inception of our ancestors' endeavors, supporting one another through thick and thin. Yet, he dares to usurp your reserved prime business location. Lancheng, rest assured, I shall certainly assist you this time. Lancheng was elated. With your steadfast support, the Yin family S-garment production team will undoubtedly be at my disposal. At that juncture, our family S products will not require the embellishment of a prime location to earn a stellar reputation. We shall have no concerns regarding sales. However, a shadow of anxiety crossed Lancheng's face. Shirui, I fear Lancheng may sabotage my endeavors once again. Yin Shirui scoffed. He may have some influence within the C family, but in the Yin household, he is merely a dog kept by my father. Obediently, he receives scraps. Disobediently, he is cast aside. Lancheng exhaled in relief. Yet, Yin Shirui suddenly sensed something amiss. Lancheng, this doesn't add up. Why does Lancheng seem to be opposing you specifically? With a startling clarity, Lancheng began to replay all his interactions with Lancheng, only to uncover a chilling realization. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that his embarrassment towards me and the theft of my prime location were not mere coincidences. It is likely that he acted with intent. Why would he do such a thing? It brings him no advantage to offend you. Yin Shirui pondered. Lancheng, with a sense of self-importance, replied, What other reason could there be? It is simply youthful arrogance, a desire to usurp the glory of the heir apparent. Yin Shirui disdainfully retorted, Everyone within our circle knows you. Lancheng, are a prodigy. How could he, the illegitimate offspring of no one, dare to entertain such delusions? Yin Shirui, with renewed fervor, vowed to pave the way for Lancheng. Lancheng, come with me to meet my grandfather. Once he grants you access to the core technologies of the Yin family, Lancheng will stand no chance against you. Lancheng nodded in agreement. Little did he anticipate that his greatest rival in life would not be a formidable figure in the business realm, but rather the humble ex-wife he had always looked down upon. At that moment, on the third floor of a villa facing south, Lancheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing quietly towards the direction of the pavilion. Sister, I fear a fierce battle awaits us today. Lancheng, standing beside him, declared resolutely, As long as I can thwart him, I shall leap into the fire pit without hesitation. Lancheng turned, his tall, upright figure radiant against the light, reminiscent of exquisite orchids. His expression concealed in shadows. His voice emerged cryptically. Sister, Lancheng is quite adept in business, often using benefits to bribe his partners. The Yin family places immense value on interests. If you wish to prevail, you must employ unconventional tactics. Lancheng, straightforward and unyielding, though successful in her overseas ventures, relied solely on her meticulous service and superior product quality. She held disdain for such underhanded methods and had no intention of engaging in such sordid dealings. Yet, She could not afford to be outdone by Gu Lancheng suddenly. A flash of inspiration struck her. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, fixing her gaze intently upon Yin Hongsheng. Despite Gu Lancheng's numerous skills, in a past life, he was still ousted by Yin Hongsheng. This indicates that Yin Hongsheng's intellect and methods undoubtedly surpassed those of Gu Lancheng. Xiaosheng, you must possess a way to defeat him, she urged, clutching Yin Hongsheng's sleeve with eyes sparkling with cleverness, reminiscent of a child yearning for candy. Exuding an innocence that stirred one's heart, Yin Hongsheng feigned confusion. Sister, my grandfather is inherently suspicious and sensitive. If I overtly assist you, he will undoubtedly question our relationship. How can I explain this to him? Niansheng found herself in a quandary. What if, sister, you graciously lowered yourself to be my girlfriend? Yin Hongsheng suggested enticingly. This way, grandfather will certainly take you seriously. Niansheng vehemently opposed. No. My reputation is tarnished. Being with me would subject you to public scrutiny. She could not bear to place Yin Hongsheng in the tempest of criticism. Yin Hongsheng led her to the vanity. Sister, are you not the best at disguise? If you alter your appearance slightly, they will not recognize you. Amidst the urgency of the moment and Yin Hongsheng's sweet persuasion, she chose to compromise. She styled her hair into large curls, adorned herself with exquisite jewelry, donned a striking red jumpsuit, and finished with oversized sunglasses and fiery red lips, rendering her both striking and alluring. Sister, you look magnificent, Yin Hongsheng remarked, momentarily entranced. His admiration lacked the frivolity of a philanderer. Instead, it felt like a sincere affirmation of Niansheng's beauty. Indeed, she was stunning, deserving of a life filled with happiness. Let us depart, Niansheng urged, anxious to prevent Gu Lancheng from arriving first. In the hall, old Master Yin sat with a stern expression on the sofa, while Gu Lancheng occupied a lower seat. Yin Shui stood beside Gu Lancheng, embellishing his complaints to the elder. Grandfather, that rascal Hongsheng is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He dares to snatch the prime shop of the crown prince. Who will take responsibility if he offends him? As Yin Hongsheng and Niansheng entered the hall, it was as if a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying a subtle fragrance of roses. Everyone instinctively lifted their heads. Gu Lancheng's gaze immediately ensnared Niansheng like a serpent. The familiar silhouette now radiated a strange aura, her demeanor exuding an unfamiliar haughtiness that left him uncertain if she was indeed his wife. Yin Chirui was utterly astounded. Having spotted the girl he fell for at first sight, he even exclaimed, "How could it be you?" Niansheng furrowed her brow. While she was beautiful, she did not possess the nature to attract swarms of admirers, leaving her at a loss at Yin Chirui's sudden familiarity. Yin Hongsheng pulled Niansheng into his embrace, his arm possessively encircling her shoulders. Jealousy brimmed in Yin Chirui's eyes as he silently lamented, "Where on earth did Yin Hongsheng find such a rare gem?" Yin Hongsheng disregarded Yin Chirui, holding Niansheng's hand tightly as they approached old Master Yin, their fingers intertwined, exuding a sense of familiarity and ease. Grandfather. Yin Hongsheng and Niansheng stood side by side before the venerable elder. Yin Hongsheng, youthful yet composed, contrasted with Niansheng, whose face, partially obscured by sunglasses, bore a youthful innocence. Together, they exuded an enchanting synergy of talent and beauty. The elder Yin treated Niansheng with utmost courtesy, inviting her to take a seat. With graceful poise, Niansheng settled down, while Yin Hongsheng chose to sit beside her. He clasped her hand gently, causing Niansheng to feel a sense of discomfort. She discreetly attempted to free herself, yet Yin Hongsheng tightened his grip, casting her a watchful glance, prompting her to acquiesce. Her naive disposition led her to believe he had his reasons, oblivious to the fact that he was intentionally drawing closer to her. Chapter 83. The Useless Ex-Wife. Rebirth as a phoenix. Yin Hongsheng directly presented Niansheng's portfolio to old Master Yin, saying, "Grandfather, this is a collection of designs that my dear Nian has painstakingly crafted over the past 3 months. I humbly request your review." With no preamble and no explicit motive, an unprecedented sense of threat enveloped Gu Lancheng and Yin Chirui. Yin Chirui, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed, "Yin Hongsheng, what do you mean by this? You have already seized the prince's prime establishment, and now you seek to take away his production team as well. How can your heart be so malevolent?" Old Master Yin paid no heed to the children's quarrel. To him, capability held far greater significance than familial ties. He accepted the portfolio, donned his reading glasses, and meticulously perused its contents. Concern etched across Yin Shirue's face, while Gu Lancheng maintained his composure, asserting, Xiaomi, how could your work possibly capture old Master Yan's attention? Do not disgrace yourself here. Yin Shirue was left in shock, exclaiming, Lancheng, what did you just call her? Xiaomi. How could she possibly be Xiaomi? Niansheng felt a pang of insecurity upon being publicly exposed by Gu Lancheng, her palms beginning to sweat. Yin Hongsheng gazed at her with a tender gaze, pondering how a girl so fragile, astute, and sensitive could muster the courage to seek revenge against the prince after enduring such grievances and injustices. His heart ached for her. With affectionate eyes, Yin Hongsheng addressed Niansheng, Prince, you have mistaken her identity. This is my girlfriend, Nian Yan, and she is not your naive ex-wife. Gu Lancheng stood astounded. She is your girlfriend? Why else would I spare no effort in assisting her? She is one of our own, Yin Hongsheng replied. Gu Lancheng scrutinized Xiaomi intently, firmly convinced she was indeed Xiaomi. Yet, he could not fathom how she had transformed into Yin Hongsheng's girlfriend. Old Master Yin, engrossed in Yansheng's portfolio, appeared utterly astonished, his stoic demeanor cracking as he absorbed the brilliance of her designs. Lancheng, what did you just call her? Old Master Yan's reflexes seemed delayed. Only after reviewing the proposal did he grasp the situation. Gu Lancheng cast a glance at Niansheng and firmly stated, Uncle, this young lady before you is my ex-wife. Xiaomi. She has never attended university, nor has she received formal training in fashion design. Her qualifications are utterly unworthy of collaboration with the Yin family's elite production team. His tone dripped with the arrogance of an individual in a position of power. Old Master Yin narrowed his eagle-like eyes. He had also heard of Xiaomi's legendary tale. She was the beggar whom Gu Lancheng had brought home. A pitiable creature raised solely to provide kidney sources for his white moonlight. Although Gu Lancheng had married her out of a sense of responsibility, she existed only within the realm of pity and sympathy from the citizens of the imperial capital. How could such a humble aunt possibly conceive such a dazzling proposal? Every aspect of her work, from her exquisite drawing skills to her distinctive design philosophy and profound expertise, radiated her extraordinary talent. The remarkable Niansheng could never be the mundane and inept Xiaomi. As Old Master Yin closed the portfolio, it felt weighty in his hands. He was determined to keep its brilliance from falling into the hands of competing firms. Xiaosheng, you have introduced Miss Niansheng to me. You must have your intentions to share, do you not? Lord Yin is notorious for his cunning and treachery, and at this moment, he has already weighed the gains and losses. Rather than facilitating Gu Lancheng and reaping a handsome dividend, he would prefer to advance the interests of his own grandson. It remains uncertain whether Yin Hongsheng possesses sufficient ambition to seize opportunities from the crown prince. Presently, Lord Yin is testing Yin Hongsheng's disposition. Yin Hongsheng spoke, Grandfather, I too wish to delve into the realm of luxury goods. My new company is thriving, boasting a premier team of designers and top-tier production personnel, complemented by a storefront in a prime location. We have the perfect combination of timing, location, and talent. Now all is ready. We merely await the favorable winds. Lord Yin smiled subtly. In Yin Hongsheng's discourse, he had already claimed the esteemed production team of the Yin family as his own, revealing that he had likely ingratiated himself with the family's workers long before. Yin Shirue, that fool, only knows how to dress another's bride. This boy cannot achieve greatness. Lord Yin turned his gaze to Niansheng. Miss Niansheng, the ancient and cunning Lord Yin spoke with layered meaning. When he firmly addressed Gu Lancheng as Miss Niansheng, it signified his allegiance to Yin Hongsheng. He would rather offend the formidable Gu Lancheng than forsake his support for Yin Hongsheng. Gu Lancheng stood in stunned silence. His eyes fell upon the illustrated album in Lord Yan's hands, and he realized that this very album had altered Lord Yan's intentions. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Xiaomi had the power to win Lord Yan's heart. Lord Yan, may I take a look at that album? Gu Lancheng asked, his request tinged with reluctance. Lord Yin instinctively clutched the album tighter, his protectiveness evident. However, unwilling to offend Gu Lancheng, he passed the dilemma to Niansheng. Mr. Gu, this album belongs to Miss Niansheng. Should you wish to see it, you must seek her permission. Before he could finish, Niansheng interjected firmly. This is a confidential document of my company. I do not consent. Gu Lancheng's anger flared, feeling a surge of murderous intent. Xiaomi, I have no intention of appropriating your work. He held Xiaomi in disdain. How could he possibly steal from her? He merely wished to understand why Lord Yin had shifted his stance upon viewing the portfolio. If the work was indeed commendable, he would concede. If it fell short, it would indicate that Lord Yin held Yin Hongsheng in particularly high regard. The heir to the Yin family would undoubtedly be Yin Hongsheng. Your Highness, isn't it rather impolite to demand access to another company's confidential documents? Yin Hongsheng cast a cold glance at Lancheng. Lancheng, taken aback by Yin Sheng's resolute stance, felt a momentary shock. He had deluded himself into believing that Xiaomi's desire for divorce was merely a passing whim. Their marriage was not devoid of affection. Who was the crown prince, after all? Faced with the obstacles set by Lord Yin and Yin Hongsheng, he found an effortless path through. Uncle, I too have a portfolio for your review. Lancheng's cunning was transparent to Yin Hongsheng. Was he not merely seeking the answers he desired through competition? Lord Yin could not dismiss his request and feigned great interest. Oh, it seems today I am in for a treat. Lancheng extolled his chief designer as someone whose brilliance knew no bounds. Uncle, he declared, should you peruse the designs crafted by my esteemed designer, you would undoubtedly find no cause for regret. During her university years, she specialized in fashion design, excelling both academically and in her craft, even garnering several prestigious awards. Upon graduation, she captured the admiration of Master Jasmine, becoming her protégée. Her expertise has since flourished remarkably, and she has garnered a modest renown within the industry. Lord Yan's anticipation heightened further. In that case, my eagerness has only intensified. In response to his words, Lancheng promptly contacted his chief designer, instructing her to swiftly deliver a curated selection of her past works to the Yin family estate. As they awaited her arrival, an inexplicable tension thickened the air. Before long, Xiao Xian hurriedly made her entrance. Chapter 84. Outmatched and pleading with the ex-wife upon seeing Xiao Xian, Yin Hongsheng could not help but let out a bemused chuckle. I had assumed that the designer hired at great expense by the prince was a figure of high stature. It turns out to be merely your white moonlight. This teasing remark inadvertently revealed Lancheng's foolish favoritism, a matter that the elder Yin despised most. Eagerly, Xiao Xian presented her design portfolio to Old Master Yin. Esteemed Elder Yin, please take a look. Old Master Yin placed his teacup leisurely on the table and accepted Xiao Xian's collection, flipping to the first page. The uniform design concepts and conventional expressions caused him immediate discomfort. He perused it with a casual glance, quickly reaching the end. The impatience etched on his face unmistakably conveyed his dissatisfaction with the proposal. Xiao Xian and Lancheng exchanged bewildered glances, both incredulous that Xiao Xian's proposal could possibly fall short of Xiaomi's. The dim-witted Yin Chirue asked with enthusiasm, Grandfather, what do you think? Isn't it better than Xiaomi's? Old Master Yin let out a dismissive grunt, tossing the portfolio onto the table with an expression that clearly said, what a waste of my time. Xiao Xian's face fell, and with a hint of defiance, she inquired, if you find my proposal lacking, could you please offer some constructive criticism? She believed that the elder was deliberately biased towards Xiaomi, and she was confident that a thorough critique would reveal some insight. To her surprise, the elder bluntly pointed out her shortcomings. Your proposal is far too ordinary. It lacks the grandeur of a true master and needs improvement in every aspect. However, Lancheng maintained his composure. After all, Xner was still young and unprepared to bear the weight of accolades. Yet, in comparison to her peers, her proposal was undoubtedly commendable. When he mentioned her contemporaries, he cast a deliberate glance at Xiaomi, convinced that her work was not without flaws either. Preferences vary, and if my uncle favors Xiaomi's proposal, I have no objections. However, I firmly believe that her design cannot surpass XRS. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian beamed with pride. Old Master Yin looked puzzled. Xiaomi. Lancheng awkwardly corrected himself. Xiaomi is this young lady, Nian Sheng. Old Master Yin smiled knowingly. Miss Nian Sheng's proposal transcends her years, akin to that of a seasoned artist. She adeptly navigates all styles. To call her a master is entirely justified. Lancheng was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as he stared at Nian Sheng. Yet, she remained undisturbed, composed in the face of his astonishment. This is impossible, Xiaomi. Did you plagiarize someone else's work? Xiao Xian stammered. Yin Hongsheng glared at her. Are you resorting to slander when outclassed? Miss Xiao, your demeanor is rather petty. Investing your thoughts in envy towards those superior to you, it is no wonder your designs stagnate. With great care, Yin Hongsheng tucked Nian Sheng's portfolio into his embrace and bid farewell to Old Master Yin. Grandfather, Nian and I have an engagement. I shall not disturb you further. With a smile in the corners of his eyes, Master Yin urged them to go. Yin Hongsheng swiftly took Nian Sheng's hand and exited the hall, only to have Gu Lancheng chase after them. With long strides, he quickly caught up to Nian Sheng, blocking her path. I have something to say to you, Gu Lancheng asserted with an air of dominance. Yin Hongsheng positioned himself protectively in front of Nian Sheng, his noble visage turning icy. Prince, do you disregard my presence while you harass my girlfriend? Gu Lancheng retorted angrily. Yin Hongsheng, she is my wife. Only an ex-wife, Nian Sheng interjected. Gu Lancheng smirked. So you finally admit you are Xiaomi? Nian Sheng turned to Yin Hongsheng and said, Xiao Sheng. I happen to have a few words for him as well. Yin Hongsheng then stepped back, his expression darkening. Gu Lancheng and Nian Sheng stood face to face, his countenance grim as he questioned her with a tone laced with hostility. Xiaomi, why are you opposing me? Nian Sheng, filled with indignation, replied with a laugh. In the business world, each relies on their own abilities. If the prince cannot match my skill, where is your grace? Gu Lancheng softened his tone slightly. Xiaomi, this project is crucial for me. If you relinquish it, I will compensate you handsomely. What do you say? Nian Sheng, surprised, dug at her ear. Are you suggesting the prince wishes to purchase my project? Gu Lancheng's expression grew awkward. He had merely intended to offer a small sum to dismiss Xiaomi, never considering a fair exchange. Then name your price, prince. Gu Lancheng's lips moved before he finally stated a figure, 100,000. Nian Sheng burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Prince, are you trying to send a beggar away? Tears of laughter streamed down her face. Gu Lancheng insisted, Xiaomi, 100,000 is not insignificant for you. With Mr. Yin praising you, you wouldn't be at a loss. Your work cannot possibly surpass XINRS, he added. Nian Sheng reminded him. Gu Lancheng, should I remind you that at the Milan fashion competition, Xiao Xin was my defeated opponent? All these years, she has been preoccupied with an affair with you, neglecting her studies. Unlike her, I have diligently pursued my education over the years, and my accomplishments far exceed those of a novice like Xiao Xin. To compare her name with mine is an affront. Gu Lancheng suddenly realized the gravity of his oversight. Indeed, at the Milan fashion competition, Xiaomi had triumphed over Xiao Xin. How could he have forgotten his earlier accusations against Mr. Yin for favoritism towards Xiaomi seemed so naive now. The stark contrast in judgment between Mr. Yin regarding Xiaomi and Xiao Xin stirred a profound unease within him. Gu Lancheng gazed at Xiaomi in disbelief. I underestimated you. He, adaptable and shrewd, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Xiaomi, name your price. I am willing to pay handsomely for your work. Nian Sheng placed her finger upon her fiery red lips. Gu Lancheng, you cannot afford my creations. Furthermore, do not call me Xiaomi anymore. The day I divorced you, Xiaomi perished. Henceforth, there will be no more Navi Xiaomi, only Nian Sheng, who lives for herself. Gu Lancheng, inexplicably irritated, snapped, Xiaomi. What does it matter if you change your name? The past between us remains indelible. When Nian Sheng observed his obstinacy, she approached him directly, her high heels viciously stomping down on his foot. With a swift turn, she departed with an alluring sway. Gu Lancheng cradled his foot, his face paling from the pain. Xiao Xin emerged just in time to witness this scene of his humiliation. In a fit of anger, she rushed forward, grasping Nian Sheng's arm to defend Gu Lancheng. Xiaomi, how could you strike Lancheng? If you lack sympathy for him, I do. You must apologize to him. Are you out of your mind? Nian Sheng retorted, forcefully waving her hand, causing Xiao Xin to tumble to the ground. Gu Lancheng hurried over to assist Xiao Xin to her feet, his fist poised to confront Nian Sheng. Chapter 85. The Earthly Tea Fox. Hongsheng's sharp tongue. Nian Sheng suddenly removed her glasses. Her beautiful eyes, enhanced by a light touch of makeup, shone with a striking brilliance. Yet at this moment, they glimmered with a venomous rage. Go ahead, strike me if you dare. She stepped forward, presenting her defiant face to Gu Lancheng's fist. Gu Lancheng, taken aback by her icy glare, gradually relaxed his grip. What a pair of foolish old fools, Nian Sheng spat through gritted teeth. Xiao Xin, witnessing Gu Lancheng's predicament, interjected. Xiaomi, we are family. There should be no lingering grudges. It is rather irrational for you to oppose us. After all, Lancheng's success benefits you as well. Should he fall from grace, you will lose your support. She reached out to grasp Xiaomi's hand, but Xiaomi recoiled. Do not touch me. We are not familiar. Her tone was cold and distant. Xiao Xin stood frozen, her eyes brimming with tears. Do you still harbor hatred towards me? Is that so? Xiaomi, I am your sister, your blood relative. I acknowledge that Lancheng and I have wronged you. Yet you have retaliated against us as well. We have faced public outrage. And I have lost my child. Xiaomi, we are even now. I owe you nothing. Xiaomi wore a disinterested expression. It is a pity you do not pursue acting, she remarked coolly. Xiao Xian's face flushed a deep red. Xiaomi, have I spoken incorrectly? Xiaomi regarded her as one would a national treasure. The death of your child is a consequence of your own wrongdoings, a punishment from heaven. The public shaming you endured stems from your own lack of integrity. Your tragedy is a result of your own moral failings. It has nothing to do with me. Yet my tragedy is indeed caused by you. Xiao Xian trembled. Her face turned pale. How have you become so unyielding? Suddenly, Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xian behind him, furiously rebuking Xiaomi. I understand why you have become so arrogant. It is because you have attached yourself to young Master Yan. But you are foolish to think that such a noble young man would truly love you. A divorced woman with a child. He is merely using you to climb the social ladder, exploiting your emotions for his own gain. Once he has finished with you, he will discard you. Do not come crying back to me then. Niansheng delivered a fierce slap to Gu Lancheng's face. What? Xiao Xian exclaimed in a panic. Gu Lancheng stood frozen, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Xiaomi. You dare to strike me? Xiaomi retorted angrily. Who was it that shamelessly turned me into a divorced woman? Who caused me to become pregnant and suffer a miscarriage? Gu Lancheng, you have reduced me to garbage. Yet you question my worthiness of true love. How did I not see before how utterly repugnant you are? Gu Lancheng rose, straightened his clothes, and clenched his fists. His face darkening with malice as he approached Xiaomi. His chest heaved with rage, clearly on the brink of violence. Anyone could see his intent to strike. At that moment, Yan Hongxing strode forward decisively. He shielded Niansheng behind him. Surely, the young master would not contemplate striking a woman? Gu Lancheng retorted furiously. She deserves it, murmured softly. Your Highness, when you first brought her home, she was merely an innocent and unguarded little rabbit. Yet now, she has transformed into a hedgehog bristling with thorns. Should you not reflect on how you have driven her to this state? Gu Lancheng's tall figure swayed slightly, and the mockery from Yan Hongxing compelled him to recall the beginnings of his relationship with Xiaomi. He faintly remembered the day he brought Xiaomi back to the Gu household. He had promised her, I will provide you with a stable home. She had embraced him, her smile radiant, and sweetly replied, Brother, your kindness towards me will be repaid. However, the home he shared with Xiaomi lay in ruins. With a tone laced with guilt, Gu Lancheng confessed, My only mistake, Xiaomi, is that I do not love you. Yet, love cannot be coerced. He continued, Consider me as nothing, and cease your entanglement with me. I shall send you abroad, far from the capital, where you can joyfully start anew. What do you say? Niansheng smirked. Who do you think you are to dictate the course of my life? Gu Lancheng, in a fit of agitation, grasped her hand. What must you do to leave my world? Your presence is severely disrupting my life and career. Niansheng, impassive, retorted. Have you ever considered that I might be doing this intentionally? Gu Lancheng gazed into Xiaomi's eyes, where a glimmer of derision flickered, and he helplessly released her hand. He finally understood that the Xiaomi before him was no longer the Na'vi girl he had once controlled, but rather a formidable tiger he had inadvertently nurtured. A moment's inattention, and she might consume him whole. You are intentionally sabotaging my business? Niansheng's smile was laden with meaning as she pulled Yan Hongxing away. Passing by Xiao Xian, Niansheng overheard her timid warning, Xiaomi, please don't be foolish. The young masters of wealthy families would never marry a divorced woman. Niansheng paused, turning back to fixate on Xiao Xian's wedding ring, a large diamond of considerable worth. In contrast, the wedding ring Gu Lancheng had given her once bore a diamond no larger than a grain of rice. Niansheng chuckled, Miss Xiao, do you suppose that if Mrs. Gu discovered you had secretly taken her precious son, she would treat you kindly? Xiao Xian's face paled. She deliberately ran her ring-adorned hand through her hair. Xiaomi, you need not worry about my affairs. Whether I marry into a wealthy family or not is inconsequential, as long as Lancheng loves me. What a cunning vixen. Yan Hongxing sighed. Xiao Xian recoiled slightly from the sting of his words. As Yan Hongxing and Niansheng laughed and departed, Xiao Xian heard their blatant discussion of her. Yan Hongxing remarked, Sister, how can she compete with your beauty and dignity when she reeks of cheap tea? It's utterly unfair. Niansheng quipped. Some individuals simply have cheap tastes. Yan Hongxing added, Indeed, trash must forage among the refuse. Niansheng concluded, their confinement is justified to prevent them from harming other innocents. Ha ha. Xiao Xin clenched her fists in anger. Lancheng, they are speaking ill of me, she pouted to Gu Lancheng. His face turned ashen, his mood far from pleasant. Let us go, he replied. Until Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin exited the Yin family villa, Xiao Xin's anger had not diminished in the slightest. It was utterly outrageous. Xiaomi had become unbearable. How could she humiliate us in such a manner? Gu Lancheng had already lost the opportunity for a lucrative partnership and core technology collaboration. His career had suffered a significant setback, leaving him with little inclination to dwell on Xiaomi's petty insults. Compared to her verbal attacks, her vindictive actions towards me were far more malicious. Gu Lancheng spoke weakly. Chapter 86. Father Qiao takes action. With despicable means, Xiao Xin had never witnessed Gu Lancheng in such a state of despair, as if a once noble figure had plummeted from the heavens, now reduced to a fragmented puppet, devoid of any anger. Lancheng, what will happen to your company? Xiao Xin inquired with concern. Gu Lancheng, who once exuded confidence at the negotiating table, now appeared utterly dejected. If Xiaomi does not withdraw from this competition, I am likely to face failure. Xiao Xin's complexion turned pale in an instant. If Gu Lancheng were to fail, it would signify the end of her love as well. She never imagined that the once inconspicuous Xiaomi could pose such a significant threat to her. Both Xiao Xin and Gu Lancheng harbored their own worries, resulting in a silence that enveloped them during the journey. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, the two lovers forgot even to bid each other good night, and Xiao Xin, in a daze, unlocked the door and entered. When she regained her senses, intending to say good night to Gu Lancheng, his car had already disappeared into the distance. Her face paled further. Gu Lancheng's neglect left her feeling uneasy. Father. Upon seeing her father, Xiao Xin burst into tears, seeking solace. You must take care of Xiaomi. She is opposing Lancheng. Xiao's father, with a beaming smile, responded, I thought it was something of great importance. What can that girl possibly do? Lancheng is the prince of the realm. How could he fear such a mere ant? Xiao Xin trembled as she wept. Woo, father. Xiaomi has taken Lancheng's spot in the global trade building and also seized the opportunity to collaborate with the Yin family's apparel production team. Lancheng is currently overwhelmed. His mood is dreadful today, and he wanted to even speak to me. What? Xiao's father was both astonished and enraged, astonished that his seemingly inept daughter possessed such capability, and enraged that Xiaomi's existence threatened the happiness of his beloved daughter, Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin clung to her father, seeking his support. Father, you must help Lancheng. If his career falters, Madame Gu will think I am a jinx, and she will never accept me into their family. Xiao's father, deeply cherishing his eldest daughter, could not bear to see her so heartbroken and distressed. He immediately reassured Xiao Xin, Shiner, do not worry. I will not allow your sister to ruin your happiness with Lancheng. Xiao Xin, with a soft tone, replied, But father, my sister is so cold-blooded and heartless. She doesn't even acknowledge you as her father. What if she disregards your words? Xiao's father, growing more furious, declared, now that she believes she has grown wings. She thinks she can escape my control? I will teach her a lesson this time, so she understands the consequences of being unfilial. Niansheng returned home, feeling a strong twitch in her eyelids, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming anxiety. Gongli tenderly applied a warm cloth to her eyes, saying, Sister, you have strained your eyes from working late recently. You must take care of yourself in the future. Niansheng playfully poked Gong Li's forehead, affectionately chiding. You're still young. How can you be more nagging than an old woman? Gong Li, with a charming smile, replied, Sister, if that's the case, does it mean young Master Yin is 1,000 years old? Niansheng displayed a look of confusion. Gong Li smiled and explained. Young Master Yin has just come of age, yet he constantly wears a stern expression, nagging me about taking care of you. He insists that breakfast must be varied, that you are too thin and need to gain some weight. Lunch must be eaten punctually due to your delicate stomach, and at night, you should refrain from strong tea to avoid disturbing your sleep. Niansheng had not perceived Yin Hongxing's meticulous admonitions as excessive. Rather, she found him to be remarkably reticent and rather aloof. However, it was only through Gong Li's words that Niansheng realized the profound care and attention Yin Hongxing had for her, which was so subtly impactful. With a deep sigh, she said, Little Li, perhaps I have endured too much hardship in my earlier years, and heaven, unable to bear it, has sent me such a comforting presence as you. He has allowed me to finally experience the warmth of a home. Gong Li also expressed, Heaven must surely have compassion for me, to grant me such an exceptional sister. Suddenly, the ringtone of the phone pierced the air. Nian Sheng and Gong Li exchanged glances, both aware that in the capital, they were solitary beings without kin. Who would concern themselves with them at such a late hour? Gong Li dashed to the phone, carefully cradling it as she brought it to Nian Sheng. Sister. It's an unfamiliar number. A barely perceptible bitter smile flickered across Nian Sheng's face. Not long ago, she had blocked all contact from the Chow family across various platforms. If they sought her, it could only be from an unknown number. As she answered the call, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end. Xiaomi. Get back home immediately. Nian Sheng furrowed her brow, finally grasping the source of her unease. She replied coolly, I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. I am not the person you are looking for. Xiao father was taken aback, bewildered. Xiaomi, you no longer recognize me? Nian Sheng found it laughable. It seems the affluent are prone to forgetfulness. When you lashed me with the whip last time, I made it clear that you had shattered the last remnants of familial affection I held for you. Xiao father, enraged, retorted, Xiaomi, you are disrespectful to your elders. You will reap the consequences. Xiaomi replied, I would rather face divine retribution than endure your lashes. Xiao father was left speechless. Xiaomi promptly ended the call, curling up in a powerless ball, as if in doing so, she could prevent her warmth from dissipating too quickly. Why was the paternal love she had longed for always so frigid? Unable to reach his daughter, Xiao father switched to a new unknown number to send her a text. Xiaomi, you must return home at once. Your mother is gravely ill. Upon reading the message, Nian Sheng found herself torn. She desperately wanted to disregard Xiao father's words. Yet, upon seeing the news of her mother's imminent demise, her heart ached as if it had been wrenched from her very being. The resentment and hatred she harbored for her mother felt as though they would be swept away with her mother's life. Fearing a lifetime of regret, she ultimately resolved to return to the Chow family for one last glimpse of her mother, not out of sympathy, but merely to bid farewell, a recognition of the fragile bond they shared as mother and daughter. The night air was cool and serene. Nian Sheng walked beneath the silvery moonlight to the Chow family's row house. As she rang the doorbell, she heard a disgruntled voice from within. At this late hour, who could it be? As the door swung open, the maid was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nian Sheng, her expression tinged with a subtle hint of sympathy. Miss, you have returned, she said. Where is my mother? Nian Sheng inquired. She is upstairs, the maid stammered, her gaze flickering uneasily. With resolute strides, Nian Sheng entered the house, only to hear a heavy thud from the wooden floorboards behind her, akin to a warning bell that sent a shiver through her heart. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to halt her advance. Mr. Chiao stood silently on the second-floor corridor, clad in a black velvet nightgown, his countenance obscured by shadows. Nian Sheng heard his cold voice resonate through the air. Xiaomi, you have finally returned. Chapter 87, Familial Abduction. Captivity of Nian Sheng. Nian Sheng ascended the stairs and approached Father Chiao with a solemn expression, correcting him earnestly. I have changed my name. I am no longer Xiaomi. I am now Nian Sheng. Father Chiao appeared utterly humiliated, his anger boiling over as he grasped Nian Sheng's neck with a frantic fervor, exclaiming, You have even forgotten your ancestor's surname. Xiaomi, had I known you were such a rebellious wretch, I should have discarded you into a cesspool at birth. It would not be too late for you to strangle me now. Despite the difficulty in breathing, Nian Sheng maintained her pride, offering no resistance as Father Chiao tightened his grip. She merely glared at him with eyes filled with resentment, as if looking upon an ancient enemy. The coldness of her gaze unnerved Father Chiao, and just as she was on the brink of asphyxiation, reason returned to him, and he released his hold. Your mother is waiting for you in her room, he panted. Nian Sheng chose not to engage him with further words and directly sought out Mother Chiao. Father Chiao watched his daughter's frail figure retreat, marveling at her stubbornness that resembled steel. She had declared their paternal bond severed, and indeed, she had not once referred to him as father since. How could a daughter harbor such a deep-seated grudge? Upon arriving at Mother Chiao's chamber, Nian Sheng paused outside the door, pondering a troubling question. In the past, Father Chiao and Mother Chiao had been estranged, with Father Chiao's indifference causing them to neglect her and her sister for years. Yet now, they resided together, seemingly reconciled. Was her existence merely to rekindle the flames of this ill-fated couple's past affections? She raised her hand and knocked. Come in, came Mother Chiao's voice from within. Nian Sheng opened the door and was greeted by the sight of her emaciated mother lying on the bed, her vacant eyes staring blankly at her. The reunion was devoid of warmth, overshadowed by an awkward silence. At last, Mother Chow broke the stillness. You and your sister have caused me great embarrassment. Nianxing, growing suspicious, furrowed her brow and inquired. I heard from someone with the surname Chow that you were terminally ill? In the late stages? Mother Chow's mouth fell open, stunned into silence for a considerable time. You. Nianxing's use of Father Chow's surname signified her complete severance from the familial ties. It was uncertain whether she could be coerced by the bonds of family. With a sigh, Mother Chow lamented, How have you become this way? I am now paralyzed. And it is thanks to your sister's filial piety that she persuaded your father to keep me. You were raised by me. It is your duty to care for me now. Nianxing replied coldly, Since you are not dead yet, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to exit. Mother Chow exclaimed. As Nianxing reached the door and pulled on the handle, she discovered it was locked. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Today, she had fallen prey to their scheme. Furious, she glared at Mother Chow. You intend to imprison me? This is against the law. In an instant, Mother Chow donned a smug expression, retorting, Xiaomi, what nonsense are you spouting? You are merely returning home to care for your gravely ill mother. You will disappear from public view for a time. Once I pass, you may emerge, and others will commend your devotion. Nianxing felt a chill run down her spine. This scheme came from that ailing wretch, didn't he it? In an instant, Mother Chow's expression transformed. Her voice fierce as she bellowed. What wretched creature are you speaking of? That is your sister. Nianxing felt a pang in her heart. This couple, in their zealous attempt to safeguard Qiao Xian's interests, had resorted to imprisoning their other daughter. With reddened eyes, she inquired, Can you answer me truthfully? Are you truly my biological mother? Mother Qiao, taken aback, was soon enveloped by a wave of profound disappointment. How can you question that I am not your mother? Tears streamed down Nianxing's face as she replied, If you are indeed my mother, why have you treated me with such cruelty? What cruelty? Mother Chow retorted angrily. I raised you with great hardship. What more do you want? Do you know how the world mocks me? They label me as the mother of a beggar born in a beggar's den. But are you a beggar? Faced with Nianxing's probing question, a flicker of shame crossed Mother Chow's eyes. I was also powerless at that time. Nianxing wiped her tears and suddenly realized that reasoning with such a person was utterly futile. If given a choice, I would rather be born into the belly of a cat or dog than be your child. This statement pierced Mother Chow deeply, causing her to lose her composure as she shouted, Do you think I have no regrets? If I could choose, who would want to give birth to a thankless wretch like you? Nianxing declared, Since we are mutually disdainful, let it be as if I were never your daughter. Let me go? Mother Chow scoffed. Now that you have achieved success, it is time for you to repay me. You think you can sever ties with me? Dream on. Nianxing gazed at her avaricious face, stating with sorrow, From the moment you imprisoned me, our mother-daughter bond has been irrevocably severed. A flicker of panic crossed Mother Chow's eyes, yet the brainwashing she had undergone with the Chow family was profound. Do not harbor hatred towards me. Just wait until the young prince regains control of the Yin family's power. Then we shall naturally release you. For now, focus on taking care of me. Nianxing remained unperturbed, sitting on the fabric sofa beside her. Then let us wait and see who ultimately triumphs in this game. Mother Chow said, You are hoping for someone to rescue you, aren't you? Abandon that thought. Apart from us, who else cares about your well-being? Nianxing ignored her, closing her eyes in meditation. The next day dawned clear and bright, the sun blazing in the sky. Yin Hongsheng, having procured breakfast ingredients, arrived early at Nianxing's residence and rang the doorbell. The one who answered was Gong Li, still somewhat sleepy. Young Master Yin, my sister is not at home. Yin Hongsheng's handsome face tightened. Where could a young lady possibly be at such an hour? Gong Li explained, Last night, my sister received a call from the Chow family, saying that Mother Chow was gravely ill, and she went over. Yin Hongsheng's expression darkened. That foolishly compassionate heart of hers. Gong Li, apprehensively, shared another piece of news. For some reason, after she went there, her phone has become unreachable. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongsheng's face darkened as he hurriedly departed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Chow residence. Kicking open the gate with a thunderous crash, he startled Father Chow and the others, who rushed out, their faces pale with fear. Why in, young master? Father Chow questioned, puzzled. What brings you here? Yin Hongsheng, with a cold expression, demanded, Where is Nianxing? Qiao Xian hesitated and said, My mother suddenly fell gravely ill, and my sister hurried home overnight to care for her. Please let her be. Qiao Fu interjected, Young Master Yin, it seems you are imposing upon us. Qiao Xian chimed in, Indeed, young Master Yin, you, as an outsider, have no right to meddle in our family's affairs. Chapter 88. Contempt for Lawn City. Company bankruptcy. Yin Hongshan's thin lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an air of danger. I initially believed that Nianqing was an orphan. It turns out her biological parents are still alive. If that is the case, then Mr. Qiao may as well assist her in repaying the substantial debt she owes me. Mr. Qiao was left in stunned silence, bewildered. Yin Hongsheng pressed on. A child's debt must be repaid by the parents. Mr. Qiao, you wouldn't deny that, would you? Qiao Xian whispered to her father, Dad. Xiaomi owes young master Yin several hundred million. Please don't be foolish enough to agree to pay off her debts. Mr. Qiao's face turned pale. His teeth clenched in frustration. This prodigal, this harbinger of doom, how could she possibly owe such a vast sum? Xiao Xian stepped in front of Yin Hongsheng, initially believing she could intimidate this young man. However, the towering presence of Yin Hongsheng, coupled with the icy aura that surrounded him, inexplicably filled her with trepidation. He seemed more like a mature and composed man. Xiao Xian nervously stated, Young Master Yin, yesterday at the Yin residence, you explicitly acknowledged that Xiaomi is your girlfriend. Given that, how could you possibly demand repayment from her? Yin Hongsheng replied with a disdainful smile. Xiao Xian, do you think Nianqing, like you, seeks men merely to spend their money, sleep in their lavish beds, and reside in their villas? My Nianqing harbors no such base intentions. The debt she owes me is documented in black and white, an obligation she will never evade. Xiao Xian felt a pang of bitterness at Yin Hongsheng's mockery. Young Master Yin, you do not truly love Xiaomi, which is why you refuse to forgive her debt. Yin Hongsheng retorted, You, who have exploited another's kidney while shattering families, dare to speak of love? Do not tarnish the meaning of that word. Xiao Xian was left breathless with indignation. You. Mr. Qiao then interjected, Young Master Yin, Xiaomi is already of age. Her debts are not our responsibility as her parents. Yin Hongsheng scoffed. Ah, Mr. Qiao, your daughter must be quite unfortunate to have you as a father. You only know how to take, yet have never supported her. It's a wonder you can still show your face. Anyone else would be too embarrassed. Mr. Qiao's expression flickered between shades of green and white. Young Master Yin, please leave. Our family does not welcome you. Yin Hongsheng replied. So, Mr. Qiao, you are unwilling to assist Nianqing in repaying her debts? With that, Yin Hongsheng took out his phone, and upon the call connecting, he spoke with commanding authority. Terminate all collaborations with the Qiao family. Mr. Qiao, still disbelieving, Young Master Yin. We are a small company, unworthy of collaborating with the likes of the Xi and Yin families. You have no authority over us, so do not waste your efforts. Before he could finish, an assistant call came in. Mr. Qiao, our raw material supplier has just informed us they are terminating our partnership. This is disastrous. Our supply chain will be severed. We cannot afford the massive penalties for failing to deliver our products on time. Mr. Qiao's body seemed to age instantly. Hunched and frail, he gazed at Yin Hongsheng in disbelief. The young man had seized the very lifeblood of his business with such precision, evoking a deep sense of respect. Young Master Yin, is this truly your doing? Yin Hongsheng, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, Mr. Qiao, this villa appears rather appealing. It could fetch a decent sum. Why not use it to settle your daughter's debts? Xiao Xian, unable to comprehend the practicalities, retorted, Young Master Yin, my father bears no obligation to repay Xiaomi's debts. If you possessed even a modicum of legal knowledge, you would understand this principle. Yin Hongsheng cast a cold, piercing gaze. You dare discuss legality with me? Did you not conspire with your brother-in-law to deceitfully obtain Nianqing's kidney? Are you aware that this constitutes a criminal offense? Xiao's face paled. That was my sister's explicit consent. Yin Hongsheng's icy eyes swept over Qiao's father. Mr. Qiao would willingly mortgage the villa to me, wouldn't he? Qiao's father, drenched in cold sweat, fell to his knees in supplication. Young Master Yin, I implore you, show mercy. This is my only property. If I relinquish it, my family will have nowhere to turn. If you are unwilling, so be it. Prepare for bankruptcy, he replied. Qiao's father lamented, Young Master Yin, to be candid, Xiaomi has severed ties with the Qiao family. We are under no obligation to assist her with her debts. Yin Hongsheng erupted in fury. Mr. Qiao, are you toying with me? Did you not just claim you were a family? Now you assert you have cut ties? Unless there is a legal document of severance, do not expect to evade your debts. Qiao's father gritted his teeth. I will soon formally sever ties with Xiaomi. He then urgently instructed Xiao Xian, Fetch Xiaomi. No. Bring Miss Nianqing to me. Xiao Xian suddenly realized that, at times, power and status equate to law, just as Gu Lancheng oppressed Xiaomi in the past. Now Yin Hongsheng returned the favor with equal measure. They found themselves utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Xiao Xian lowered her head as she ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, she discovered Nianxing leisurely reclining on a lounge chair on the balcony, displaying no signs of distress from captivity. A strong odor of urine wafted from inside. Xiao's mother, her face flushed, lamented to Xiao Xen, "Xen, you have finally arrived. Your sister is utterly neglectful. She refuses to provide me with water or assist me to the restroom. I wet the bed, and she does nothing." Xiao Xian gazed at Nianxing in shock. "How could you be so cruel? She is your mother who gave you life." Nianxing remained relaxed, her gaze fixed outside the window, seemingly ignoring Xiao Xian's words. Angered, Xiao Xian exclaimed, "Xiaomi, I am speaking to you." Nianxing's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength. "Xiao Xian, I advise you not to raise your voice at me. Otherwise, I shall not step out of this door today." Xiao Xian, having been ridiculed by Yin Hongsheng, was seething with frustration, and now, with Nianxing disregarding her, her wounded pride compelled her to reclaim some dignity. "Xiaomi, are you threatening me? Whether you choose to leave or not is entirely your decision." Nianxing replied leisurely, "I shall not leave. I must wait for the police. Your imprisonment of me will land you in jail." Xiao Xian countered, "Who is imprisoning you? Clearly, your mother is gravely ill, and as a dutiful daughter, you insist on returning to care for her." Nianxing raised a recording pen. "The evidence is right here. Xiao Xian, you cannot wriggle out of this." Xiao Xian's expression shifted dramatically. "You recorded it?" Nianxing remarked, "Did you truly believe that by confiscating my phone, I would obediently allow you to manipulate me?" Xiao Xian, filled with indignation, stamped her foot in frustration and reluctantly pleaded with Xiaomi, "Young master, Yin has come to find you. He is coercing father to repay your debts. In his desperation, father has no choice but to sever ties with you." Xiao mother, overwhelmed with emotion, let out a mournful cry. "Xiaomi, you cannot cut off all ties with us, I implore you." Chapter 89. The Fall from Grace. Mr. Gu's despair. Nianxing finally rose from the recliner and approached Mrs. Xiao. The grievances and discontent that once festered within her seemed to have drifted away like 1,000 sails. All that remained was an unremarkable calm. "Until yesterday, I had still harbored a sliver of compassion for you. However, since yesterday, our bond as mother and daughter has reached its conclusion. You are an astute individual. You should comprehend my intentions without the need to cling to a relationship that is already irreparably damaged." Mrs. Qiao understood the implications of Niansheng's words. The fact that she rushed to see her upon hearing of her grave illness was a testament to Niansheng's filial piety. Yet, to protect Xiao Xian's interests, she had used her own illness as bait to lure Niansheng, conspiring with Mr. Qiao to imprison her. Niansheng's disappointment in her was profound. With tears glistening in her eyes, Mrs. Qiao lamented, "I was wrong." Niansheng replied coolly, "You were not entirely at fault. You simply did not love me enough." With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Mrs. Qiao broke down in tears. As Niansheng descended the stairs, her gaze collided with Yin Hongsheng's. Though they exchanged no words, they both understood the emotions conveyed through their eyes. Yin Hongsheng's concern for Niansheng was palpable, while Niansheng's gratitude towards him was fragrant and rich. To avoid any misunderstandings, they merely nodded at each other as a form of greeting. The lawyer had already drafted the document severing parental ties, prominently displayed on the coffee table. Niansheng took up the pen and inscribed her name upon it, pressing her fingerprint beside it. Mr. Qiao felt an inexplicable pang in his heart as he witnessed her unwavering resolve. He had ultimately lost this daughter. "Xiaomi," he called out in anguish, "do not blame me. Xian is my first daughter, and her health is frail. The doctor said only your cord blood could save her. So I implored your mother to bring you into this world. You arrived with the mission of saving Xian, which led me to subconsciously view you merely as an antidote to your sister's plight. Consequently, I made many decisions that caused you distress, hoping you might understand a father's love for his daughter." Xiaomi regarded him with an expression devoid of warmth. "Mr. Qiao, I have saved your daughter twice. The debt of life has been repaid. Henceforth, our paths shall diverge. There will be no further connection between us." Mr. Qiao's fingers trembled violently. Although Xiaomi noticed his shaking hands, she chose to ignore them, smiling at Yin Hongsheng. "Xiaosheng, I am finally free." Yin Hongsheng smiled gently in return. "Let us leave this sorrowful place and never return." Indeed, Hand in hand, Yan Hongsheng and Nian Sheng made their way out. Mr. Qiao sank despondently to the ground, his silver hair shining under the light like freshly fallen snow. Qiao Xian approached, her gaze lowered. Father, did you not always dislike her? You should be pleased that she has left this house. Mr. Qiao replied melancholically. When she was here, I often found fault with her, criticizing her lack of education, her clumsiness, her embarrassment. Now that she has achieved success, I realize I have lost her forever. Qiao Xian, adept in the art of sweet words, consoled him. Father, do not be sad. You still have me. Mr. Qiao appeared rather gratified. Indeed, I am fortunate to have you. At the Gu family villa, Gu Lancheng spent a restless night on the sofa. In the early morning, upon returning home, Mr. Gu discovered his son still indulging in slumber, prompting him to angrily kick Gu Lancheng to the floor. As Gu Lancheng's body collided with the ground, he opened his eyes wide in terror. Upon meeting his father's gaze, filled with disappointment and frustration, Gu Lancheng was fully roused. Sitting up, he murmured, Father. Mister. Gu pointed at his son's nose. Look at you in this fallen state. Where has your former pride vanished? You were once so promising. Why have you squandered the opportunities with the Si and Yin families? Gu Lancheng lowered his head even further. Father, it is Yin Hongxing who is opposing me. After careful consideration, he felt that Yin Hongxing was clearly a more formidable adversary than Nian Xing. Losing to Yin Hongsheng would be far less humiliating than losing to Nian Sheng. However, Mr. Gu was not easily swayed. He poked Gu Lancheng's forehead, scolding him furiously. What do you mean, Yin Hongsheng? It is clearly Miss Nian. The elder of the Si family personally called me, stating that your proposal pales in comparison to Miss Nian's. Gu Lancheng retorted defiantly, Father, the elder of the Si family is biased towards Nian Sheng. Nonsense. If it were merely the elder's bias, that would be one thing. Yet, your Uncle Yin also remarked that your company's proposal is significantly inferior to Miss Nian's. With such consensus, it is evident that the designer you hired is genuinely lacking. Gu Lancheng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. In the past, his words were akin to decrees. Whatever he said was met with admiration. But now, he found himself abandoned like a fallen wall. Your designer has jeopardized your project collaboration. She must be dismissed. Mr. Gu commanded assertively. Gu Lancheng's complexion paled slightly. Father, my designer is exceptional. She is truly a rare gem among her peers. Dismissing her would be a grave mistake. Seeing his son's defiance, Mr. Gu was filled with indignation. Do you dismiss the words of your Uncle Si and Uncle Yin? I say dismiss her, or you can forget about running your clothing company. Under his father's oppressive pressure, Gu Lancheng had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall change designers. Mr. Gu continued, to promote your clothing company, I have arranged for you to participate in a variety show. Prepare well, you will be recording in a few days. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Once a princely heir, a benefactor who had elevated many top-tier stars, he now found himself reduced to recording a variety show? Father, my company can hire endorsers. Mr. Gu replied, do you have the funds to hire celebrity endorsers? Gu Lancheng was at a loss for words. Mr. Gu continued, if you cannot afford major stars, then you shall be your own spokesperson. You possess a fine image and an astute mind. I believe you can amass a significant fan base. If your followers are numerous enough, your clothing brand will surely thrive. Gu Lancheng wore an expression of resistance. He felt that participating in a reality show was akin to baring oneself for the world to gawk at, devoid of any dignity. Gu's father decisively proclaimed, I shall no longer invest in your company. Thus, the resurrection of your enterprise rests solely in your hands. Gu Lancheng, having lived a life of opulence akin to a prince surrounded by adoring stars, found himself grappling with a profound psychological disparity upon his sudden descent into the mundane realm. After his father's departure, the disheartened Gu Lancheng sought solace in a bar, drowning his sorrows in drink. Meanwhile, Nianqing received an unfamiliar call, and in a moment of distraction, she inadvertently pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end was a strange, automated greeting. May I inquire if this is Miss Xiaomi? With patience, Nianqing replied, I have changed my name. I am now called Nianqing. Please refer to me as Nianqing from now on. Miss Nianqing, the voice continued. I am a server at the bar. We have a rather inebriated customer who has been repeatedly calling your name. I believe you must know him. Would you be able to come and retrieve him? Chapter 90. Nianqing's scheme. Qiao Xian's misfortune. Nianqing was quite astonished. Having been cast away by both her original family and her marital home for 2 lifetimes, she had never imagined that someone could hold her in their thoughts. This piqued her curiosity about the identity of this person, Please provide me with the address, and I shall come immediately. When Lancheng arrived at the bar, it was already midnight. The clientele was sparse, with only a few disheveled figures slumped over the tables. After scanning the room, she found no familiar faces, her brow furrowing in confusion. At that moment, a server approached her, offering a gentle smile. "Excuse me, are you Miss Lancheng?" Lancheng nodded in acknowledgement. The server replied softly, "The guest is in that booth over there." Following the server's gaze, Lancheng looked toward the booth by the window. She had indeed caught a glimpse of him earlier. Yet her mind could not associate anyone she knew with such a disheveled appearance. As she approached the booth, upon seeing the noble visage before her, she recognized him, her former husband. He was inebriated, the icy demeanor of the past softened by the rich aroma of alcohol. One hand gripped a bottle as he tilted his head back, pouring the drink into his mouth. With a heavy thud, he slammed the bottle onto the table, murmuring, "Xiaomi," with an air of deep, regretful affection. In the past, such a pitiful sight of Lancheng would have made Xiaomi's heart ache. She would have prepared sobering soup, attended to him throughout the night, and even wept for him on occasion. However, she was no longer Xiaomi. She had reclaimed her compassion, which was once so pitiable and sorrowful. She stood there quietly, observing Lancheng as if witnessing a farce. Suddenly, Lancheng frowned, resembling a deflated balloon, collapsing from his seat onto the floor, clutching his stomach. Lancheng understood that his gastric ailment had flared up. He suffered from severe gastritis, having experienced episodes of gastrointestinal bleeding, during which she had to bear him to the hospital, struggling to save his life. Yet now, Lancheng felt no empathy for his pain. She simply watched him in silence until she finally blurted out, "Lancheng, you are rather disgusting. If you could manage to love me for a lifetime without disdain, I might even respect you as a steadfast man. But this performance is truly repugnant." Lancheng's eyes were half closed, perhaps due to his intoxication, his gaze vacant and hollow. However, the hand hidden in his sleeve curled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Lancheng added, "Well, since I am here, I shall assist you one last time." She then took out her phone and recorded Lancheng's drunken state, sending it to Xiao Xin. Simultaneously, she forwarded the same content to another number. Upon receiving Lancheng's message, Xiao Xin's heart sank like a stone as she viewed the scene of Lancheng sprawled on the floor of the vast bar, muttering Xiaomi. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed outside, hastily hailing a ride to head toward the fated rendezvous. As Xiaomi, the temptress, brazenly seduced another's husband, Xiao Xin stormed into the bar, her fury spilling forth in a torrent of shouts. With her arms crossed, Lancheng scoffed at Lancheng, remarking, "Do you see this? I was far more accommodating to her when she was the mistress than she is to me now. Yet, you still disdain my lack of understanding." Lancheng's once vacant gaze now flickered with a chilling intensity. Xiao Xin rushed over, her concern for Lancheng's inebriation overshadowed by her ire directed at Lancheng. "Have you no shame? Now that you are divorced, you should maintain your distance from him. What do you mean by clinging to him so desperately?" Lancheng, unyielding, grasped her hand and gave her a gentle shove, sending Xiao Xin tumbling ungracefully to the floor. Ouch! Lancheng's touch was light, yet Xiao Xin's frail constitution rendered the fall excruciating. Her cries of agony instantly drew Lancheng's attention, rousing him from his stupor as he inquired with genuine concern, "Exa, are you all right?" Xiao Xin pounded her small fists against his chest, her jealousy manifesting in a somewhat endearing frenzy. Lancheng, stricken with worry, enveloped her in his embrace, saying, "Xiner, please do not misunderstand. Nothing occurred between me and Xiaomi. I was merely intoxicated, and the waitress mistakenly thought I needed her assistance." Easily placated, Xiao Xin ceased her antics at Lancheng's words. However, Lancheng was not as easily swayed. "Lancheng, kindly update your emergency contact. Should the waitress call me again, I shall be unavailable." Upon hearing that Lancheng was set as his emergency contact, Xiao Xin's jealousy flared. "Lancheng, why is she your emergency contact and not me? I am your wife." Lancheng, unwilling to divulge his less than noble thoughts in front of Lancheng, offered a feeble explanation. It was a misunderstanding on the waitress's part. "Please, let this go. I am feeling unwell. Take me to the hospital." Neither knew who was supporting whom as they staggered to their feet, their arms draped around each other's shoulders, appearing remarkably intimate. Such closeness was normal for a married couple. Yet at that moment, an unwelcome presence appeared. Lancheng's mother entered the bar, and, upon seeing her son and Xiao Xin in such a compromising position, was instantly engulfed in fury. She swiftly approached and shoved Xiao Xian aside. "Do not lay a finger on my son," she declared, then draped Gu Lancheng over her shoulder, chastising Xiao Xian vehemently. "What kind of decorum is this between a man and a woman alone together?" Xiao Xian's lips moved as she attempted to explain. "Annie, Lancheng and I have actually—" But before she could utter the word married, Gu Lancheng anxiously interrupted. "Oh, Mom, do not blame Xianer. It's your son who is in a foul mood, drunkenly mishandling things. And the waitress rummaged through my phone to inform you." He sought to gloss over the situation with a few quick words. Yet, Niansheng's carefully laid plans would not permit Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian to escape so easily. She reprimanded Gu Lancheng with palpable dissatisfaction, simultaneously revealing a shocking piece of news. "Gu Lancheng, we are already divorced. I am under no obligation to care for you. Henceforth, I suggest you seek the attention of your own wife." With that, her gaze pointedly directed towards the hand of Xiao Xian, adorned with a wedding ring. Gu's mother, being an astute woman, could certainly discern the veiled message conveyed by Niansheng. Gu Lancheng has wed Xiao Xian. Chapter 91. The Fury of Mother Gu. Xiao Xian is struck upon witnessing the couple's wedding rings in the hands of Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng. Mother Gu's suspicions were solidified. She exploded in rage, delivering a resounding slap across Xiao Xian's face. "How dare you marry my son behind my back? Xiao Xian, I truly underestimated you." Niansheng took a step back, adopting the demeanor of a mere bystander. The force of the slap sent Xiao Xian reeling, her vision spinning as she staggered several times before collapsing into Gu Lancheng's embrace. "Lancheng!" Xiao Xian clutched her swollen face, tears cascading down like scattered pearls, evoking sympathy. Gu Lancheng, his heart stirred by Xiao Xian's plight, glared at Mother Gu in fury. "Mother, what are you doing? Xian's health is fragile. How could you strike her?" In retaliation, Mother Gu swiftly returned the blow with a slap to Gu Lancheng, her voice rising in wrath. "You have defied me time and again for her. On that basis alone, I shall never permit her to enter the Gu family home." Turning her ire back to the weeping Xiao Xian, she continued, "Xiao Xian, I truly underestimated you. I clearly warned you to stay away from my son. Yet, you acted one way in front of me and another behind my back. Do you take me for a fool?" Xiao Xian, trembling with anxiety, pleaded, "Mother, Lancheng and I are genuinely in love. I implore you to bless our union." Mother Gu, having long surpassed the days of romantic idealism, now understood love as a precarious affair. Xiao Xian's physical condition and her family background could only tarnish her otherwise exceptional son. Thus, Mother Gu would never allow Gu Lancheng to marry Xiao Xian. In a fit of rage, she lashed out, "Xiao Xian, stop your pitiful facade. You do not love my son. You love the endless stream of medical expenses he provides. With him, your comfortable life continues. Without him, you are merely waiting for your demise." Her words struck home. Xiao Xian, visibly shaken, fell to her knees, raising her hands in oath. "Mother, I truly love Lancheng. Whether he is poor or wealthy does not alter my feelings for him. If you do not believe me, I can swear. I vow, if I spoke even a half-truth just now, let me be struck down by thunder and meet a wretched end." Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xian up, holding her tightly, standing united against his mother. "Mother, Xian is already my wife. I will not divorce her. Forcing her is forcing me. If you demand a divorce, I would rather sever ties with the Gu family." Mother Gu, shaking with fury, was suddenly overcome and collapsed at Niansheng's feet. Fearing the consequences of being caught in the turmoil, Niansheng retreated. Gu Lancheng, taken aback by Niansheng's avoidance of his mother, was astonished. After all, she had once held great respect for Mother Gu. He recalled a time when Mother Gu was ill, bedridden, and Niansheng had cared for her without concern for her own discomfort, only to be met with disdainful words. "Your wife is merely a servant. You do not deserve her." The stark contrast between the cold demeanor of Niansheng now and the passionate person she once was a jarring sight. Ultimately, it was Xiao Xian who dialed for emergency assistance. As they awaited the passage of 120 seconds, Gu Lancheng and Niansheng exchanged glances, a silent undercurrent flowing between them. Gu Lancheng was engulfed in astonishment, confusion, and disappointment, while Niansheng reveled in the scene she had meticulously orchestrated, feeling a strange exhilaration coursing through her. As tears streamed down Xiao Xian's face, Gu's mother lay fainted, and Gu Lancheng appeared utterly helpless. What concern was it of hers? "Xiaomi, did you summon Xianer and my mother here?" Gu Lancheng demanded. Niansheng responded with a radiant smile, "Indeed. Gu Lancheng, How do you plan to express your gratitude? Gu Lancheng's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, brimmed with fury. Had looks possessed the power to kill, he would have executed Nianqing 1,000 times over. Gratitude? You've driven my mother to this state, and you expect my thanks? Nianqing furrowed her brow. Gu Lancheng, let us be reasonable. It's your wife who has caused your mother to faint. Instead of holding her accountable, you turn on me, your well-meaning ex-wife. How is that not a case of ingratitude? Xiaomi, while I could tolerate your past mischief, you've now crossed a line. How dare you make light of Xiner and my mother's health? Gu Lancheng was so enraged that his words came out in a stammer. I will never forgive you. Nianqing laughed, a mix of mockery and disbelief. Gu Lancheng, who would crave your forgiveness? It seems I have been too lenient with you in the past. Gu Lancheng ground his teeth. Nianqing's laughter rang out again. Then do make sure to never show me kindness again. I am quite curious to see what expression the Crown Prince will wear when he is ruthless towards me and ultimately succumbs to defeat. With that, she strode away gracefully in her high heels. Gu Lancheng stood, entranced by her retreating figure. He had feigned intoxication deliberately, nurturing the selfish hope that Nianqing, having once loved him so fervently, could not simply erase those feelings. Her desire for divorce might well be a desperate choice born of heartbreak. If he could reveal a glimpse of his deep affection for her, perhaps she would shed her fade. If there remained even a trace of feeling for him, he believed he could persuade her to abandon the cooperation between the Xi and Yin families. All he needed was to perform a heartfelt act, thereby salvaging his precarious career. Yet today, Nianqing's demeanor had been chillingly indifferent. Even as he suffered from his intoxication and a severe stomach ache, she remained unmoved, calmly texting his wife and mother, orchestrating a scene of familial discord. Furthermore, she displayed a mocking glee at the sight of Xiner's distress and his mother's collapse. Her ruthlessness towards him was palpable. In that moment, he felt profoundly foolish. Xiaomi no longer loved him. This realization left a void within him, an inexplicable sense of loss. At the hospital, Gu's mother awoke to find it was already the following afternoon. Gu Lancheng knelt beside her bed, looking worn and disheveled, a hint of stubble darkening his lips. Upon seeing him, Gu's mother pointed toward the door. Leave. I do not wish to see you, unfilial son. Gu Lancheng's eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, you never liked Xiaomi. I have divorced her. Now that I am married to Xiao Xian, why are you still unhappy? Gu's mother sat up in anger. Xiao Xian is inferior to Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng was taken aback. Her words shattered his understanding. Mother, please consider Xiner's feelings. Mother Gu, in exasperation, retorted. Have I spoken amiss? How could Xiao Xian possibly compare to Xiaomi? She lacks Xiaomi's beauty and her gentle, considerate nature that takes care of you. Moreover, she frivolously squanders your money. You must be blind to marry her. Chapter 92, Blind to Truth. Striking at President Gu outside the hospital room. Xiao Xen leaned weakly against the wall, her fragile frame succumbing to the weight of despair as she overheard Gu's mother belittling her worth. A wave of bitterness surged within her. Was she truly inferior to her sister in every conceivable way? With ears attuned to the commotion inside, she harbored a faint hope for Gu Lancheng's delicate defense of her. Yet, this time, there was silence, an unsettling, prolonged silence. Fear took root in Xiao Xian's heart. She dreaded the thought that Gu Lancheng might be swayed by his mother's words, leading him to favor his ex-wife once more. In a fit of anxiety, she finally burst through the door. Inside the room, Gu's mother sat coldly on the bed, her gaze icy. Gu Lancheng knelt on the floor, his eyes stained with the red of anguish. Xiao Xian's sudden entrance shattered the fragile peace that mother and son had painstakingly achieved. Enraged, Gu's mother exclaimed, "Who permitted you to enter?" Kneeling beside Gu Lancheng, Xiao Xian wore an expression of fervent devotion. "Mother, I implore you, Lancheng has been overwhelmed with work and is unwell. Please show him some understanding. Do not make him kneel." She continued, "If you harbor any resentment directed at me, I will bear it for him." Moved to tears, Gu Lancheng immediately helped Xiao Xian to her feet and resolutely declared to his mother, "Mother, Xiao Xian and I are already married. Whether you approve of her or not, I will not part ways with her." Seeing her son's resolute determination, Gu's mother closed her eyes in fury. "Leave. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to return to the Gu household." Gu Lancheng was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of disappointment crossing his handsome features. "Mother," he choked out. "Leave." Gu's mother shouted, her voice sharp as a blade. With a resigned heart, Gu Lancheng took Xiao Xian's hand and departed. As they stepped out of the hospital, The sky had inexplicably darkened, mirroring the gloom that enveloped Gu Lancheng's spirit. Xiao Xin, buoyed by Gu Lancheng's unwavering choice, felt a flicker of joy beneath her surface. Yet she skillfully concealed her delight, redirecting her resentment towards Nian Sheng. It's all my sister's fault. Were it not for her deliberate summons to mother, she would not have discovered our marriage. She wouldn't have fallen ill from anger. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. Nian Sheng. The intensity of his words suggested he wished to crush them between his teeth. The esteemed prince of the highlands had unexpectedly descended to the mundane world, astonishingly organizing a gathering, inviting only his closest childhood friends, schoolmates, and trusted business associates. He sought to leverage the strength of these brothers to collectively suppress Nian Sheng, ensuring she could no longer flaunt her superiority over him. 12 individuals surrounded a long table adorned with exquisite imported delicacies. Before Gu Lancheng could articulate his purpose, the group was animatedly sharing amusing anecdotes from recent events. Naturally, the conversation eventually gravitated towards the latest trending topics. Lancheng, I heard you and your wife have divorced? Gu Lancheng elegantly savored a sip of wine, his demeanor nonchalant. You all know, Xiao Xin was never someone of great stature. Those years spent with her were a source of embarrassment. At last, I am free from her. In times past, his circle of friends would have undoubtedly rejoiced at his plight, echoing sentiments of liberation and affirming that it was long overdue. However, today, an unusual silence enveloped the group. Gu Lancheng found this peculiar. Why is everyone so taciturn? Did you not urge me to divorce her sooner? You once claimed she was unworthy of me. In the corner, young Masters was sighed. A different time, a different circumstance. Gu Lancheng's hand quivered slightly around his glass. Those 6 brief words laid bare the reversal of his and Nian Sheng's fortunes. Once, he had been the unattainable idol for Nian Sheng. Now, he had fallen from grace, while she had ascended to the status of an elusive beauty beyond his reach. Gu Lancheng feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Yin Chirui, ever quicker with his tongue than his mind, replied, Oh, Lancheng, do you still not understand? The once humble Xiaomi, lacking in wealth and refinement, has transformed into the exquisite and accomplished Nian Sheng, a formidable woman of success. Lancheng, in my opinion, you have made a grave error in this marriage. As Nian Sheng's devoted admirer, Yin Chirui continued to extol her virtues. You cannot fathom how Miss Nian Sheng seems reborn, more radiant than those top-tier stars. Not only does she possess a stunning figure, but her charisma is unparalleled. Even my grandfather speaks highly of her, praising her prowess that surpasses her peers. He predicts a promising future for her, one destined for greatness. Once Yin Chirui opened the floodgates, the others felt emboldened to express their thoughts without fear of offending Gu Lancheng. We truly underestimated her. No one anticipated that Xiaomi was a rough gem, merely awaiting refinement to shine brilliantly. Indeed, how discerning was old Madam C. Who could have guessed that Xiaomi's work would catch her eye? Did you not know? Xiaomi vanished for these past few years, diligently honing her craft under the tutelage of Master Jasmine. It is said that while Master Jasmine has many students, she permitted only Xiaomi to learn directly from her. Abroad, Xiaomi is known as Nian Sheng and has already gained significant fame. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng's glass shattered in his grip, the sound sharp and jarring. An immediate hush fell over the group. The accolades for Nian Sheng struck him like a series of stinging slaps across his face, for he was the fool who failed to recognize her worth. His friends hastily sought to console him. Lancheng, do not be upset. In my view, Xiaomi still harbors love for you. The depth of love is often matched by the depth of resentment. Her desire for divorce stems from your previous indifference. If you are willing to humble yourself and show her genuine concern, she would likely return to your side. After all, she once loved you so deeply that she sacrificed her dignity. Such profound affection cannot simply vanish. As these words settled in, Gu Lancheng felt a measure of his agitation ease. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Could it be that Xiaomi still loves me? He nearly succumbed to her deception. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Xin interjected vehemently, but Lancheng and I are already married. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reminiscent of a flower awkwardly placed in a heap of dung. Alas, Xiao Xin was the dung, while Gu Lancheng was the flower. Xiao Xin found herself devoid of the blessings she longed for, leaving only the sting of social embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Gu Lancheng, unwilling to see his beloved scorned by their peers, swiftly came to her aid. As you all know, Xiao Xin and I have been childhood friends. She is my lifelong responsibility. Therefore, I implore you not to mention other women in her presence. lest you provoke her displeasure. A heavy silence enveloped the group. The gathering dispersed amidst an awkward atmosphere, with the brothers making various excuses to depart early. Gu Lancheng felt the bitter reality of abandonment, his countenance darkening and his spirits dampened. Xiao Xian, consumed by guilt, said, "Lancheng, I fear I have become a burden to you." Gu Lancheng embraced her, reassuringly stating, "It is they who fail to recognize the preciousness of our bond. You need not concern yourself with their opinions." Chapter 93. The Battle of the Titans. When the reality show extended an olive branch to Gu Lancheng, his previous arrogance dissipated. Despite his inner resistance, he donned a brave face and accepted the offer. The producer, brimming with enthusiasm, assured him, "Your Highness, this program features only signs of wealthy families. By showcasing your daily life, we aim to ignite the entrepreneurial spirit of the youth. You are the centerpiece of our promotion, as long as you perform well. Your image will undoubtedly soar to great heights." Gu Lancheng crumpled the invitation in his hand, yet maintained a composed facade as he replied, "I understand. I will join the cast on schedule." The producer left with a smile. Once alone, Gu Lancheng hurled the crumpled invitation against the wall. Xiao Xian emerged quietly, picked it up, and approached him with gentle words of encouragement. "Lancheng, I know you dislike being in the spotlight. However, participating in this reality show could be a pivotal moment in your career. It will allow you to rapidly amass a following. With such popularity, our fashion brand will surely thrive. Moreover, with a vast fan base supporting you in all your endeavors, you will find yourself empowered." Perhaps influenced by Xiao Xian's counsel, Gu Lancheng silently accepted the invitation. A week later, he joined the reality show production. It was then he discovered that, aside from himself, several other young heirs from affluent families had also been invited, though they were regarded as marginalized figures within their own clans, resorting to the show to enhance their public appeal. Upon seeing them, Gu Lancheng felt a chill wash over him. He realized the motive behind his father's insistence on his participation. Gu Lancheng had been ousted from the power center of the Gu family, compelled to carve out his own path. Fortunately, his ambitious spirit ignited by his father's abandonment fueled his determination. Consequently, his performance in the reality show garnered significant attention, effectively increasing his popularity. Following the conclusion of an episode, Gu Lancheng found himself inundated with female admirers. His aloof demeanor and apparent lack of worldly understanding were praised by fans. "The prince is so cool," they exclaimed. "His high and aloof temperament resonates deeply with me. I adore him." His sparse words were misinterpreted as wisdom. As a mature man of 30, the prince is remarkably composed. Truly a business prodigy. Within a single night, Gu Lancheng's social media following skyrocketed by millions. The advantages he brought to the Gu family conglomerate were unmistakable, with their stock prices soaring in tandem. Thus, the reality show not only elevated Gu Lancheng, but also thrived on his success. At Yin Corporation, Yin Hongxing sat before his screen, contemplating Gu Lancheng's account. His assistant reported, "Young master, the profit margins of the Gu Corporation have been climbing steadily, and even his newly launched fashion brand has received overwhelming praise from fans." Gu Lancheng's stint on the reality show has proven immensely profitable. He now commands topics of conversation and attention effortlessly, rendering any promotional efforts for his products unnecessary. If this continues, he may overshadow even a lifetime with you. Yin Hongsheng remained silent for a moment before raising his head and stating, "Contact the production team. I wish to sponsor them, and, by the way, insert someone into the team." The assistant smiled faintly and replied, "Understood." In terms of financial power, the Gu family could hardly rival the Yin family's formidable resources. After Yin Hongxing's substantial sponsorship, he became a pivotal force within the production team, wielding absolute influence. Furthermore, the individual he intended to place within the team would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary for Gu Lancheng. This was characteristic of Yin Hongxing's approach, to comprehensively overpower his rivals. As anticipated, during the second episode of the reality show, the lineup of permanent guests underwent a transformation. In addition to the original 4 guests, a new member was introduced. Upon the director's announcement of the new guest, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The newcomer possessed extraordinary looks and an exceptional intellect, renowned as a prodigious talent of his generation. He was none other than Yin Hongsheng, the most favored young master of both the Yin and Si families. As Yin Hongsheng made his graceful entrance onto the red carpet, he donned a shirt meticulously crafted by Nianxing, made from soft fabric adorned with embroidered dark green wuyo flowers at the collar, paired with matching dark green trousers. resembling a prince stepping out from the pages of a comic book. Approaching Gu Lancheng, his regal elegance and aloof arrogance, coupled with his exquisite and captivating visage, instantly overshadowed Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng cast a sidelong glance at Yin Hongsheng, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Young Master Yin, what brings you here?" Yin Hongsheng quietly boasted. "I'm here to promote my girlfriend's brand." Gu Lancheng glanced at his impeccably tailored attire, and his expression darkened. "This outfit was made by her?" Yin Hongsheng replied proudly. "Indeed. Nianqing loves making clothes for me. My wardrobe is overflowing with them." Gu Lancheng felt an uncomfortable sting in his heart, as if stung by a wasp. He inexplicably recalled scenes of Nianqing staying up late to sew garments for him, yet he had always looked down upon her sewing skills, discarding the clothes she had touched into the trash. Since then, she had never sewn for him again, let alone made him any garments. In contrast to Yin Hongsheng's appreciation for her craftsmanship, his disregard for Nianqing appeared undeniably heartless. The director suddenly interjected, "The theme for this episode is to showcase your wardrobes. As second-generation wealthy individuals, you all possess commendable fashion sense, and importantly, each of your families has their own clothing brand. Therefore, the production team will not provide costumes. You may wear your personal outfits." Upon hearing this, Gu Lancheng directed a sharp gaze at Yin Hongsheng. "What trickery is this?" Yin Hongsheng casually remarked. "This is an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your family's clothing brand. Don't you like it?" Gu Lancheng, brimming with suppressed anger, retorted. "Yin Hongsheng, I had no idea you were such a cunning schemer." Yin Hongsheng's clothing brand was more established than Gu Lancheng's, and he was well prepared to make a public appearance on the show, which would undoubtedly earn him the top spot. Consequently, Yin Hongsheng's brand would garner countless accolades, while Gu Lancheng's brand had yet to secure a suitable partner and was far from entering mass production. Yin Hongsheng is climbing upwards by stepping on Gu Lancheng's sore spot. Yin Hongsheng counterattacks. The Crown Prince will not concede defeat so easily, will he? Naturally, Gu Lancheng is not one to surrender lightly. Yin Hongsheng, do not rejoice too soon. During the subsequent break, the guests are all devising ways to enrich their wardrobes. Gu Lancheng turns to Xiao Xian for assistance, and Xiao Xian confidently assures him, "Lancheng, do not worry. Fortunately, I made several outfits for you earlier, and they will come in handy this time." Gu Lancheng breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 94. His Poison. My Honey. The garments designed by Xiao Xian for Gu Lancheng predominantly cater to his professional engagements and formal events, resulting in a wardrobe that is excessively utilitarian and monotonous, largely consisting of suits in the understated hues of black, white, and gray. These suits, when adorned by Gu Lancheng, perfectly encapsulate his masculine allure. However, after participating in a show with extended recording durations and frequent appearances, such a lack of variety in attire risks inducing aesthetic fatigue among the audience. Moreover, the entertainment industry is never devoid of beauty, nor is it short of discerning viewers who critique it. Before long, Gu Lancheng's spotlight was eclipsed by Yin Hongsheng. At merely 18 or 19 years old, Yin Hongsheng epitomizes youthful splendor, possessing features that are exceptionally photogenic at this age. Coupled with his mature demeanor and remarkable height, his aura becomes intriguingly multifaceted. Young girls, enamored by charming boys, find themselves utterly captivated by him, while mature women, drawn to charismatic men, are equally attracted to the sense of responsibility he exudes. His androgynous beauty, infused with a touch of masculinity, incites envy among men. To further enhance his complex charm, he boasts a wardrobe filled with an array of exquisite and versatile outfits, swiftly elevating him to the status of a national heartthrob. Witnessing Yin Hongsheng navigating the production team daily in garments of exceptional quality and design, Gu Lancheng could not help but voice his sarcasm. Yin Hongsheng, far from feeling ashamed, beamed with pride, teasingly asking, "Your Highness, do you know who designed and tailored these outfits for me?" Gu Lancheng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Xiaomi?" Yin Hongsheng, extending a slender, pale finger, shook his head. "No, not Xiaomi. It's Niansheng." Gu Lancheng's expression darkened slightly. "Only someone of your questionable taste would appreciate her designs." Instantly, Yin Hongsheng's smile vanished, his demeanor turning icy. "Your Highness, soon we shall discern who truly lacks taste." As Yin Hongsheng's on-screen presence increased, he showcased an ever-changing array of outfits, prompting the show's director to commend him. "Young Master Yin, how do you possess so many splendid garments?" Gu Lancheng looked on, incredulous, for he could not believe that these exquisite clothes originated from his ex-wife's craftsmanship. In his view, Yin Hongsheng and Yin Sheng were not familiar enough to have developed such a close relationship, one that would allow for the creation of nearly 100 outfits. Such intimacy and time together were prerequisites for such an endeavor. Clearly, Yin Hongsheng and Yin Sheng lacked both. With a proud flourish, Yin Hongsheng declared, "These garments are personally designed and crafted by my exclusive designer, Miss Yin Sheng." The director jested, "Young Master Yin, I truly admire your clothing. Might I borrow your designer for our use?" Yin Hongsheng, eager to promote Yin Sheng, seized the opportunity for such rare advertising. Responding with a beaming smile, "You can follow our WeChat account for the brand, where you will find many outstanding designers at your service. Our chief designer, Miss Yin Sheng, is a protege of teacher Mo Li, and the design team she leads is undoubtedly one of the finest in the country. You are welcome to select your own styles and fabric materials, after which the designer will present the aesthetic you desire. In essence, whatever you wish for, Yinsheng will fulfill. The key lies in our designer's amiable personalities and reasonable pricing." The director expressed his astonishment. "Wow, that sounds truly delightful. I feel a stirring in my heart." Gu Lancheng, with a hint of malice, challenged Yin Hongsheng. "The wardrobe you showcased on the program nearly boasts 100 outfits. You claim that they were all designed by your chief designer? Yet, I have heard that your clothing brand was established only a few months ago. How could your chief designer have crafted nearly 100 outfits in such a short span? Is she on a rocket to success?" Such skepticism was well-founded, instantly placing Yin Hongsheng in a precarious position, akin to being grilled over a fire of deceit. If he failed to furnish evidence to counter Gu Lancheng's claims, he would find himself branded as a braggart, his credibility waning. Gu Lancheng looked on with schadenfreude, confident that Yin Hongsheng could produce no evidence to refute him. After all, he prided himself on being the person who understood Yin Hongsheng best in the world. After all, she was his recently divorced wife. The atmosphere among the program's crew grew tense, with all eyes on Yin Hongsheng. The audience watching the live stream outside displayed expressions of disappointment, accompanied by a chorus of doubts. "Oh, surely not. This is the first time I've ever been a fan of someone. Yin Hongsheng wouldn't truly lie, would she? That would break my heart. I feel like Yin Hongsheng has indeed lied." The prince's doubts are unassailable. How could a designer produce nearly 100 outfits in just a few months? It is clearly a fabrication. Yin Hongsheng fixed a steady gaze on Gu Lancheng, whose smirk revealed his inner delight. Suddenly, Yin Hongsheng broke into a smile. She opened her mouth and used lip reading to convey to Gu Lancheng, "You brought this upon yourself." By the time Gu Lancheng sensed something was amiss, Yin Hongsheng had already begun to explain for herself, "My chief designer is not a recent acquaintance. In fact, we have known each other for many years. Ever since we met, she has been eager to create garments for me. Those vibrant pieces you see were designed when I was around 15 or 16. At that time, I faced some setbacks in life, which is why my clothing featured patterns like the carefree flower, the auspicious four-leaf clover, and the magnolia. She wished for me to live without worries." The guests on stage applauded in unison. "Wow, how touching." Yet, Gu Lancheng wore a look of astonishment. Yin Hongsheng continued, "Some of the outfits embody a youthful spirit intertwined with maturity, featuring more subdued colors, intended for formal family gatherings. My chief designer aimed to instill in me a sense of reliability and composure, hence the chosen style is one of understated elegance. At present, as I embark on the journey of establishing my own clothing brand alongside her, she perceives my physique and image favorably, thus entrusting me with the role of spokesperson. Consequently, she dedicates her creative energies daily to design an array of exquisite garments for me." Once Yin Hongsheng finished his explanation, he turned to Gu Lancheng and posed a question. "Does the young prince have any doubts?" Gu Lancheng's expression was one of profound distress. The favoritism exhibited by Yinsheng towards Yin Hongsheng stirred a visceral agony within him. According to Yin Hongsheng's account, he and Yinsheng had known each other for several years, and just a few days prior, Yin Hongsheng publicly acknowledged Yinsheng as his girlfriend. This led him to reasonably suspect that, prior to her divorce from him, Yinsheng may have already been unfaithful with Yin Hongsheng. Such a conclusion only exacerbated Gu Lancheng's inner turmoil. Chapter 95. The Competition of the Two Heroes. Who was the squid? Upon witnessing Gu Lancheng's eyes ablaze with fury, Yin Hongsheng could hardly contain his delight. His smile was captivating, more dazzling than pear blossoms blooming overnight in spring. Yet, to Gu Lancheng, it was a blinding sight, reminiscent of a cunning fox. In a moment unseen by the cameras, Gu Lancheng seized Yin Hongsheng by the collar and slammed him against the wall, unleashing the strength of a mature man. With bloodshot eyes, he interrogated Yin Hongsheng. I wondered why Xiao Mi seemed like a different person upon returning home. It was you who incited her to divorce me, wasn't he it? Yin Hongsheng, who had previously worn a playful facade, transformed in an instant, his handsome features now shadowed by a menacing expression. He struck swiftly. Gu Lancheng barely had time to comprehend his moves before feeling a chilling grip around his neck, as though ensnared by an iron lock. He could neither breathe nor move. In a heartbeat, he found himself thrust to the ground, Yin Hongsheng's foot pressing down on his chest. Staring incredulously at Yin Hongsheng, Gu Lancheng exclaimed, "Your skills are impressive. Children from affluent families often engage in comparisons. Who excels academically, who is adept at martial arts, who possesses a sharp intellect. They are acutely aware of each other's abilities." Gu Lancheng had never heard of Yin Hongsheng's prowess, yet his recent display left Gu Lancheng utterly astonished. The young master of the Zhou family, a martial arts champion, might not even rival Yin Hongsheng's abilities. Bending down, Yin Hongsheng's eyes sparkled like snow. "Gu Lancheng, I dislike being touched by others. Should you lay a hand on me again, it will not be as simple as throwing you down." He lifted his foot, allowing Gu Lancheng to clumsily rise. Confusion clouded Gu Lancheng's mind, his anger still simmering. "Yin Hongsheng, you have yet to answer my question. Have you been entangled with Nianqing all along?" For a fleeting moment, Yin Hongsheng appeared perplexed. Had he truly been involved with Nianqing? The answer seemed elusive, oscillating between yes and no, making it difficult to ascertain. Gu Lancheng interpreted his silence as an admission, indignantly declaring, "Yin Hongsheng, I cannot believe you would genuinely fancy a divorced woman raised in a slum. You are merely exploiting her innocence to exact revenge on me. Unfortunately, that foolish woman Nianqing, easily swayed by a few kind words, loses her sense of direction." Little did he know of Yin Hongsheng's despicable tactics to outmaneuver him. Yin Hongsheng gazed at Gu Lancheng with a look of pity. "Gu Lancheng, you are only half correct." Gu Lancheng stared in astonishment, an ironic smirk forming on his lips as he confidently asserted, "If she were to discover that she is merely a pawn in your vendetta against me, she would surely regret leaving me for you, losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed." Yin Hongsheng's handsome visage twitched slightly. Just as Gu Lancheng was about to retort, they were interrupted by the director's call. "Yin Hongsheng, Gu Lancheng, assemble." With that, Yin Hongsheng was compelled to halt his verbal sparring with Gu Lancheng. As the recording continued into the evening, the weather took a turn for the worse, unleashing a tempestuous storm. The guests of the program found themselves stranded atop the mountain, where the harsh climate posed significant challenges, with stark temperature differences between day and night. The guests, clad in flimsy shirts, ventured outdoors, only to find themselves shivering with cold by nightfall. Unfortunately, the farmhouse where the production crew was lodged offered subpar conditions, with windows that could hardly be sealed tightly and meals that were rather coarse. The affluent young masters, accustomed to pampering, were particularly sensitive. For instance, Gu Lancheng was allergic to dust mites, prompting an overwhelming desire among them to descend the mountain. Seizing the moment, the production team stirred excitement by announcing, "You are permitted to make a phone call for assistance from the outside. You may request supplies to be brought to you." The director's expression turned notably sly as he uttered the last sentence. When the first guest drew number one, he picked up the phone, his demeanor forlorn as he addressed the camera. "I wish to call my father. After my parents divorced, he left home. Throughout my life, I have never reached out to him. He has missed every significant moment of my growth. I want to know if there remains even a sliver of space for me in his heart." Upon connecting the call, a deep, resonant male voice echoed from the other end. "Who is this?" Yin Hongsheng's expression shifted dramatically. This voice was all too familiar. He fixed his gaze upon the youth across from him, his eyes darkening. "Dad, it's me." An immediate silence ensued, followed by a tone laced with impatience. "What do you want?" "I'm busy with the show." "You've dialed the wrong number." Before the youth could finish his sentence, the line went dead. He stared at the phone, tears welling in his eyes. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting the director to intervene. "The signal is poor up here. Would you like to let someone else call?" The youth shook his head. "No, it's fine. I'll stay here tonight. It's quite all right." The others, perceptive to the unspoken truth, recognized that the boy was an unacknowledged presence, hidden in the shadows of his father's neglect. Their sympathy was palpable, yet they chose to remain silent. Next was Gu Lancheng, who opted to call his wife. "Xian, I'm up in the mountains, feeling a bit chilly." Xiao Xian immediately responded, "I will have my assistant send you some warm clothing right away." Gu Lancheng was pleased with her reply, and the others murmured in admiration. Madame Gu truly loves the crown prince. Gu Lancheng cast a provocative glance at Yin Hongsheng, who hesitated with his phone in hand. Gu Lancheng taunted him. What is the matter? Afraid to call your girlfriend? Worried we might discover that your romance is a sham? He could not fathom that Yin Hongsheng could genuinely care for Nian Sheng. To him, Yin Hongsheng's approach to her was merely a calculated business maneuver. Unable to endure the provocation, Yin Hongsheng promptly dialed Nian Sheng's number. Gu Lancheng observed as he effortlessly retrieved her contact, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After all, even when Nian Sheng was still his wife, he had never made a point of memorizing her number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered. Xiao Sheng, Nian Sheng's gentle voice emanated, imbued with a healing aura. This tenderness transported Gu Lancheng back to the time of their first encounter. She had been a sweet, delicate girl, gazing at him with starry eyes, her voice soft as water. How different she was now, her gaze toward him chillingly aloof, her words laced with barbs. It dawned on him that her kindness had shifted to another man, leaving Gu Lancheng with an inexplicable sense of constriction within his heart. However, there was something that irked him even more. The sound of Yin Hongsheng's voice was so syrupy that it made his teeth quiver. When he faced Nian Sheng, he transformed into an entirely different person, adopting a tone of affected charm. Sister, what are you doing? Nian Sheng, without needing any theatrics from him, naturally responded to his concern. Oh, I'm preparing snacks for my little friends. Ian Gongli. You shall have some too. Yin Hongsheng's face broke into a radiant smile. Save some for me. I will indulge after work. All right, Nian Sheng replied cheerfully. Sister. Yin Hongsheng hesitated, his words dangling in the air. Little Sheng, do you need my help with something? Nian Sheng, well acquainted with Yin Hongsheng's character, recognized his quick wit. His eloquence was usually fluid, and only when he faced difficulty did he falter. Yin Hongsheng glanced at the torrential storm outside, a fleeting image of Nian Sheng's frail figure flashing through his mind. And ultimately he refrained from speaking. Sister, it's nothing. I just missed you, so I called to hear your voice. They exchanged goodnights and said their farewells. The director, perplexed, inquired, Yin Hongsheng, did you not offer assistance to the other party? Have you thus relinquished this opportunity? Yin Hongsheng accepted his failure with remarkable composure. Yes. My sister is not well. I cannot bear to trouble her. The director raised his thumb in admiration. Wow, from your conversation, it's clear that the bond between you siblings is exceptionally strong. Yin Hongsheng beamed radiantly. One of the guests, unable to contain their curiosity, asked, Young Master Yin, what is your sister's name? His expression of shock was almost comical, as if to say, when did I ever hear you mention having a sister? Yin Hongsheng replied proudly, my sister's name is Nian Sheng. Yin Nian Sheng. The names Yin and Nian, both echoing a sense of remembrance, and Sheng from Yin Hongsheng. How strikingly similar they were, just a letter apart. It was evident they were siblings. Yet, Gu Lancheng displayed a look of incredulity and confusion. He had initially assumed that Yin Hongsheng's affection for Nian Sheng was a calculated ploy. However, witnessing the exuberance that graced Yin Hongsheng's lips at the mere mention of Nian Sheng, coupled with his genuine concern for her well-being and the profound connection their names shared, this compelled Gu Lancheng to reconsider his previous assumptions. He reluctantly acknowledged that the bond between Yin Hongsheng and Nian Sheng was perhaps not as superficial as he had presumed. Gu Lancheng began to meticulously review the narrative of Yin Hongsheng and Nian Sheng, ultimately pinpointing a particularly sensitive moment. 3 years prior, Xiaomi had participated in a fashion design competition in Milan under the pseudonym Nian Sheng, suggesting that their relationship had been invaluable even then. Yet, this notion seemed utterly absurd. Before that time, Nian Sheng and Yin Hongsheng were strangers. How could two individuals, in their initial encounter, possibly develop such a profound connection? Gu Lancheng's keen gaze scrutinized Yin Hongsheng. 3 years ago, he was merely 15, while Nian Sheng, then Xiaomi, had been his wife. She, being such a traditional girl, would certainly not engage in flirtations with an inexperienced young lad behind his back. What secrets could possibly exist that he remains unaware of? After the assistance mission concluded, Xiao Xin indeed tasked her assistant with delivering warm clothing and blankets to Gu Lancheng. The others envied Gu Lancheng, remarking how quickly Madame Gu had sent provisions, fearing he might feel cold, thus demonstrating her genuine love for him. Gu Lancheng wore a satisfied smile. Yin Hongsheng, patting his empty stomach, poured cold water on the situation, saying, Is Madame Gu only bringing you clothes? Did she not send you any food? She seems to be lacking in consideration. Perhaps she does not love you enough. Lancheng, unwilling to concede, retorted, it's certainly better than having no one send you supplies at all. Lancheng immediately fell silent, then muttered in indignation. I haven't told my family Lancheng that I'm cold. If I did, she would undoubtedly send a truckload of supplies my way. I assure you, it would include everything one could need, clothing, food, and shelter. Lancheng teased, you truly know how to strategize. Your timing is impeccable. Lancheng replied, young prince. The strength of a horse is revealed over long distances, and a person's heart is discerned over time. Inside, laughter and lively conversation filled the air. However, they could not withstand the encroaching chill of the night, as the temperature dropped and their resolve against the cold weakened. Lancheng, however, was comfortably warm, lounging on the sofa, fully dressed and asleep. The others stamped their feet, attempting to warm themselves through movement. While unable to suppress their complaints, who would have thought it would be so cold up in the mountains? Someone inappropriately added, actually, the conditions we faced while filming before were far worse, just as they were trying to make light of their discomfort. A car horn suddenly pierced the stillness of the night, approaching the farm. Is someone coming? The guests perked up their ears. Regardless, whoever it was could not possibly be my family. The first guest's face revealing disappointment. My family didn't answer the phone. They certainly wouldn't come to assist me. Who could it be? Outside the window, a gentle yet powerful voice called out, Shaosheng, come out. Before anyone could react, Lancheng shot out like an arrow. Sister. Then, someone, illuminated by the dim streetlight outside, exclaimed in surprise, oh my, Sister Yin has sent a truckload of supplies. Wow. Sister Yin is so thoughtful. Let us go greet them. The other guests rushed outside to assist with the supplies. Lancheng lazily opened his eyes, sitting up with a languid grace and walking to the window. In the pouring rain, Lancheng held an umbrella, with Lancheng standing beside him. The umbrella tilted toward her, leaving Lancheng drenched. Confusion sparked in Lancheng's eyes. Sister, we're here to help with the supplies. The guests hurried over. Lancheng smiled, saying, everyone will share in the bounty. I've brought each of you a set of warm jackets and spare socks and shoes, sister. Is there food? There are freshly roasted chickens and duck's candied chestnuts, all of which are Shaosheng's favorites. Once the guests had transported all the supplies, the room quickly transformed into a small mountain of provisions. A plethora of warming supplies and leisure snacks were available, truly a cornucopia of choices. Lancheng gazed at these provisions, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Surely among them lay items that Lancheng had meticulously selected for him, tailored to his preferences, considering he was once someone she cherished deeply. However, as the supplies were fervently seized, the assortment revealed itself, with offerings of seafood, various breads, and an array of both Western and Eastern delicacies, even assorted seeds and peanuts, yet not a single item that catered to his particular tastes. He recalled how Xiaomi used to delight in preparing spicy meat jerky for him. Now, her fondness had seemingly vanished. Furthermore, after the guests had scrambled for the jackets, Lancheng found that his own had been inexplicably overlooked. A wave of despondency washed over him. The woman who once adored him now regarded him as inconsequential. Outside, Lancheng and Lancheng were bidding farewell, and it was only after a considerable time that Lancheng re-entered the room. Noticing Lancheng lost in thought, he couldn't resist teasing. Your Highness, tell me, is my Lancheng not more gentle and considerate than your wife, capable of truly understanding your heart? Chapter 97. Encounter with the ex-wife. A role reversal. Lancheng found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he faced Lancheng. With gritted teeth, he demanded, what exactly is your relationship with Lancheng? Lancheng crossed his arms, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Care to guess? Lancheng forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorting, one moment you're her boss, the next a sibling, and at times even a couple. Quite the tangled web, isn't it? With a charmingly handsome face, Lancheng leaned closer, whispering seductively in Lancheng's ear, actually, our relationship is one of partners. Lancheng scoffed, you give her too much credit. She merely knows how to sew a few garments. Surely, the illustrious Yin family's ambitions are not confined to a woman's skirts. His words were laden with double entendre. Lancheng chuckled knowingly, you are correct. My dear prince, I harbor no genuine interest in the fashion brand. My sole purpose in collaborating with Lancheng is to defeat you. Lancheng's handsome visage drained of color, shock evident in his eyes. Yin Sheng, we have no grudges, past or present. Yin Hongsheng smiled lightly. Yet you have offended Yin Sheng, and gravely so. From his nonchalant demeanor, Gu Lancheng grasped a terrifying truth. He had initially thought Yin Hongsheng was merely using Yin Sheng as a weapon against him in their commercial rivalry. It now appeared he was mistaken. It was Yin Sheng who sought his ruin, with Yin Hongsheng as her instrument of destruction. Yin Hongsheng clapped his hands. At last, you've wised up, dear prince. For a time, your intelligence seemed to dwindle, and I found it rather dull to contend with such a foolish opponent. Gu Lancheng clenched his teeth. Yin Hongsheng, as the scion of the distinguished Xi family, blessed with immense wealth, how could you possibly submit to a woman from the depths of poverty? Yin Hongsheng replied, I never anticipated that you, the esteemed prince, would tarnish your own reputation for the sake of a mere enchantress. Gu Lancheng gazed intently into Yin Hongsheng's eyes, still struggling to believe that all his meticulous scheming was aimed at his unremarkable ex-wife. After the conclusion of the second episode, during a break before the new filming, Gu Lancheng returned to the metropolitan area. He made a special visit to his good friend, Yin Qirui. Qirui, do you know of any special relationship between Yin Hongsheng and Yin Sheng? Yin Qirui appeared equally puzzled, scratching his head. I watched the variety show you recorded, and I found it oddly striking how Yin Hongsheng and Yin Sheng seemed like siblings. But I asked my father, and he was adamant that Yin Sheng shares no blood relation with our Yin family. This is impossible, Gu Lancheng said, visibly flustered. Yin Sheng was known for her reserved nature and social anxiety, particularly around strangers. Yet, her affection for Yin Hongsheng surpassed even the deep love she once held for him. He was certain they had been acquainted 3 years ago. Yin Qirui waved his hand dismissively. That cannot be. Yin Hongsheng grew up in the Xi household, and I've heard he was quite withdrawn as a child. Master Xi, fearing that his precious grandson might encounter any misfortune, always surrounded him with numerous servants wherever he went. How could he possibly find the time to familiarize himself with a commoner like Yin Sheng? Gu Lancheng shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Yin Qirui's assertion. There were hidden intricacies in this matter, Gu Lancheng mused confidently. Yin Qirui replied, I shall assist you in investigating this matter. Gu Lancheng nodded in agreement. After departing from the Yin residence, Gu Lancheng made a brief visit to the Gu household. His mother lay ill in bed, her hair now half gray, and the once resplendent noblewoman appeared to have aged a decade overnight, her complexion notably haggard. Upon returning home, Gu Lancheng knelt by his mother's bedside, confessing his transgressions. Mother, I have been unfilial and have gone against your wishes, causing you distress. His mother turned her head away in silence, retorting with resentment. If you truly wish to honor me, then you should divorce Qiao Xian. Gu Lancheng found himself in a dilemma, responding, Mother, I have loved only Xin in this lifetime. I will not divorce her. For everything else, I will heed your wishes. His mother, infuriated, closed her eyes and ignored him. Gu Lancheng continued to share his recent woes, filled with grievances. In the past, his mother would have wholeheartedly sought to resolve his troubles, but now she feigned ignorance, as though she had not heard a word. He sighed softly, Mother, please rest well. I shall visit you again another day. Feeling dejected, Gu Lancheng turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, his mother suddenly spoke. Your father has learned about your marriage certificate with Qiao Xian. He was furious, calling you a hopeless case. He may be on the verge of giving up on you. Gu Lancheng trembled, finally realizing why his father had urged him to participate in the reality show. Indeed, he had been completely cast out from the core of the Gu family's authority. I am sorry for disappointing you, he replied. His mother, in a fit of rage, seized the lamp from the bedside table and hurled it at him, exclaiming, Is it worth destroying your career for someone like Qiao Xian? Gu Lancheng retorted defiantly, Mother, trust me, I will rise again. His mother, in despair, collapsed back onto the bed, weakly gesturing for him to leave. Go away, and do not return without my permission. I shall pretend I never bore you. A crack finally appeared in Gu Lancheng's cold demeanor. Mother? His eyes reddened, his voice choked. If you can be so indifferent to my plight, why should I continue to strive for your approval? The bond of mother and son has reached its end. Each word from his mother felt like a blade slicing through Gu Lancheng's flesh. Please, mother, do not treat me this way. He knelt on the ground, inching closer. However, his mother commanded the security, Come, take him away. Do not allow him to appear before me again without my consent. Several security personnel stepped forward and dragged Gu Lancheng out. Mother, please do not treat me like this. His mother wept. Unless you learn a lesson, you will never mature. Gu Lancheng sat despondently on a wooden bench in the garden, feeling like a stray dog. The cool breeze chilled his body, yet it could not compete with the coldness within his heart. He was so famished that his stomach pressed against his back, and at that moment, he bore a resemblance to a beggar. "Would you like to eat?" A delicate pair of hands reached out, offering a warm steamed bun. Gu Lancheng had never found such humble fare to be as delectable as it seemed today. Without hesitation, he accepted it and took large bites. "Eat slowly. Don't choke." The gentle voice made Gu Lancheng abruptly raise his head. Upon clearly seeing Niancheng's face, he stood there in a daze. "How is it you?" Chapter 98. Mutual Retribution. The cycle of cause and effect. Gu Lancheng removed the steamed bun from his mouth and discarded it into the nearby trash bin. At that moment, he presented an air of lofty disdain for the food offered to him. Niancheng, in a swift transformation, remarked with biting sarcasm, "How ironic. 10 years ago, we encountered each other here. You were the benefactor, and I was the beggar. Yet today, our roles have been reversed. Gu Lancheng, you once looked down upon me. Should I not, in turn, look down upon you now?" Gu Lancheng retorted with indignation, "I am not a beggar." Niancheng glanced at his coarse, wrinkled suit, which was dust-laden, and could not help but laugh. "Indeed, you are not even as dignified as a beggar. At least when I was a beggar, I was clean and well-groomed. Unlike you, who appears so disheveled." Gu Lancheng dismissed her with contempt. "My clothes are quite expensive. Have you ever seen a beggar in designer attire?" Niancheng scoffed. "The coarse fabric of your outfit, in ancient times, would have been the burial attire of a nobleman's deceased master." At that moment, Gu Lancheng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This garment was crafted by Qiao Xian, a piece from several years ago when she favored innovation, opting for this somewhat rough texture without considering its origins, which led to Niancheng seizing the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Niancheng's professional expertise undoubtedly surpassed that of Qiao Xian. Gu Lancheng was astounded by Niancheng's remarkable academic progress, genuinely exclaiming, "I never expected you to have advanced so rapidly in the years we've been apart." However, Niancheng continued with her veiled jabs. "You did not come to this place of our initial encounter yearning for your ex-wife, did you?" As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, found an excellent angle, and captured a snapshot of herself with Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng retorted sarcastically, "Aren't you worried your new beau might feel jealous?" Niancheng edited the photograph and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "Nostalgic for our past." She then casually replied to Gu Lancheng, "I am not like you, living in a romantic haze, unable to survive without a woman." Gu Lancheng appeared oblivious to the storm that Niancheng's bold actions would soon unleash upon him. He was merely shocked by her denial of their relationship, asking, "Then what is the situation with Yan Hongsheng? You seem so close to him. What else could it be if not a romantic involvement?" Gu Lancheng mocked. Niancheng tucked her phone away and looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Are you out of your mind? Xiao Sheng is much younger than I. How could there possibly be a romantic relationship between us?" Gu Lancheng's eyes widened in realization. He understood that he had been played by Yan Hongsheng. "Why did you allow Yin Leo to assume you were his girlfriend?" Gu Lancheng questioned, perplexed. Niancheng candidly explained, "Why would I deny it? If I did not associate with him, how could Yin Leo possibly grant me the opportunity for collaboration?" Gu Lancheng was left speechless. "You would stoop to concocting a romantic affair with a boy just to secure a deal with the Yin group? Xiaomi, I never imagined you could be so lacking in morals and boundaries." Niancheng laughed with a sense of liberation. "Gu Lancheng, in comparison to the hypocrisy of you and Qiao Xian, my moral standards are already quite elevated." Gu Lancheng narrowed his sharp eyes. Perplexed, "I fail to comprehend how I have suddenly become so abominable in your eyes." Niancheng fell silent, for her hatred towards Gu Lancheng had indeed erupted unexpectedly, the catalyst being her rebirth. In her previous life, she had suffered the tragic loss of her daughter, her body ravaged by Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, leading her to an early demise, devoid of vitality. After her daughter's death, she lost all desire to live, dragging along her broken and decaying shell, ultimately opting for a dignified exit. She perished in her moment of utmost anguish, only to be reborn at the pinnacle of Gu Lancheng's torment. He had deceived her into donating a kidney, feigning love while insidiously taking her innocence, even forcing her into surgery during her pregnancy. His kindness was merely a guise for his exploitation. It was her folly not to see through his duplicity. Having returned from her rebirth, she yearned to consume his flesh. "Gu Lancheng, my retribution is you, and your retribution is me." This is the inescapable cage that binds us. Accept the fate that has been laid before us." With those words, Niansheng donned her sunglasses and departed gracefully. Gu Lancheng gazed at her resolute silhouette, muttering, "Madwoman." He genuinely believed he had feelings of loyalty and affection for Niansheng, and her revenge was merely a reflection of her own narrow-mindedness, unrelated to him. Yet, he considered himself unfortunate to have crossed paths with her. Suddenly, Xiao's father called Gu Lancheng in a panic. Upon answering, he heard Xiao's father's urgent voice, "Lancheng, Xiner is in trouble. Hurry to the hospital." "What on earth happened?" Gu Lancheng asked in a flurry. Xiao's father, barely containing his fury, retorted, "Isn't this all you're doing?" Typically respectful towards this son-in-law, Xiao's father's sudden outburst made Gu Lancheng realize he must have committed an unforgivable error. But where had he gone wrong? He hurried to the hospital, and upon seeing him, Xiao's father rushed forward, ready to kick him. Gu Lancheng pleaded, "Father, please calm down. You must explain what mistake I have made so that I may understand my fate clearly." Xiao's father, his eyes redder than a rabbit's, angrily thrust Xiao Xian's phone into his hands. "You look closely and tell me whether I have wronged you." Gu Lancheng picked up the phone. Its screen displaying Niansheng's social media page. The recent photo showed him alongside her, his gaze tender yet distant, hers imbued with a clever allure, creating a remarkably harmonious composition. Gu Lancheng explained, "Father, you misunderstand me. I merely encountered Niansheng by chance and posed a few questions that had long troubled me. I had no idea she was taking a picture." Xiao's father sank to the ground, his hands gripping his hair in anguish, nearly on the brink of collapse. "What good is your explanation to me? Go explain to Xiner." Upon seeing this photo, she was so enraged that she spat blood and fainted. Gu Lancheng, heartbroken and helpless, whispered through tear-filled eyes, "Xiner, how could you condemn me without seeking the truth? How can you harbor not a shred of trust in me?" Father Qiao was beside himself with rage. How could she not feel jealous when she loves you so deeply? Besides, Xiaomi is your ex-wife. Xiaomi. A sudden realization struck Gu Lancheng, as if he had awakened from a stupor. He hastily retrieved his phone, logged into a secondary account, and searched for Niansheng's WeChat. However, he could not see the moments that Niansheng had just posted. Therefore, was this particular post intended solely for Xiao Xian? She had done this deliberately. Gu Lancheng gazed at Father Qiao in bewilderment. "Is it your beloved daughter, Niansheng, who has orchestrated this entire charade?" Chapter 99. The Smile of Revenge. The birth of a demon. Mr. Qiao's eyes bulged with fury as he exclaimed, "Xiaomi, if anything happens to Xiner, I will demand your life." Gu Lancheng gazed at Mr. Qiao's frenzied demeanor, devoid of shared indignation, only left with a sense of bewilderment. Within the tangled thoughts swirling in his mind, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the root of Niansheng's hatred, a mere flicker, ultimately devoured by his affection for Xiao Xian. "Niansheng, if you harbor hatred towards me, then direct it at me. Why inflict harm upon Xiner? She is so fragile. Why must you hurt her?" The door to the emergency room swung open in the early hours of the next day, and the doctor emerged, weary. He shook his head at Gu Lancheng and Mr. Qiao, stating, "The patient's physical condition is too poor, even if she survives this ordeal. She likely has only a few years left." Mr. Qiao collapsed onto the floor, while Gu Lancheng's eyes brimmed with tears. How could it come to this? Having witnessed countless family members crumble under the weight of despair, the doctor displayed a cold indifference to the heart-wrenching anguish of Gu Lancheng and Mr. Qiao. "The patient has regained consciousness. You may go in to see her." Without hesitation, Gu Lancheng rushed into the hospital room. "Xiner." Upon seeing Gu Lancheng, Xiao Xian noted his disheveled appearance, dark circles under his eyes, as he tenderly grasped her hand, filled with remorse. Gu Lancheng explained with great sorrow, "What you saw between Xiaomi and me is not what it seems. We merely encountered each other by chance. In truth, we are like two opposing forces. I had no idea she would take such calculated photographs. Xiner, trust me, I would never betray our love." Realization dawned upon Xiao Xian. So, she has deliberately sought to retaliate against me. The discomfort in her body made her feel utterly miserable, and she recognized the heavy toll her jealousy towards Xiaomi had exacted. Tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "Xiaomi, how could you be so cruel? How can you treat me this way?" Gu Lancheng choked back his emotions. "Xiner, please take care of yourself. Maintain your emotional stability. Do not fall into Xiaomi's trap." Xiao Xian's pallid face bore no color. her only sign of vitality being the hatred flickering in her eyes. Xiaomi, since you have shown no kindness towards me, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Achoo. Nianxing, lost in a deep slumber, was abruptly roused by a gentle breeze that brushed against her sensitive nostrils, causing her to sneeze unexpectedly. The drowsiness vanished as she opened her eyes, only to be met with an enchanting face, strikingly handsome, hovering before her. Sister, Gongli said you returned home only in the early hours of the morning. It is unsafe for girls to be out late. Please do not come home so late again. I worry about you. Nianxing sat up, and Yan Hongxing thoughtfully draped a coat over her shoulders. Be careful not to catch a chill. Nianxing gazed at Yan Hongxing's fair face, unable to resist pinching his cheek. Gongli truly calls you thousand-year worry for a reason. You are indeed a worrywart. Yan Hongxing mumbled indistinctly, I only worry about you. Nianxing's expression turned somber, her tone tinged with sadness. Last night, I visited the welfare home at Rainbow Bridge to deliver some clothes for the children. Yan Hongxing responded, next time you go, take me with you. Niansheng was taken aback. The current Yan Hongxing possessed empathy, starkly contrasting the cold-blooded, ruthless man of his former life. Had the magnetic field of his rebirth shifted, or was this individual simply adept at masquerading? Niansheng generously nodded. From now on, I shall take you along. By the way, what brings you to me? Yan Hongxing responded, Sister, I have secured a business opportunity for you. A reality show production team wishes for you to provide stage costumes. Niansheng beamed with delight. This is indeed splendid news. Actors donning our attire while filming is a fantastic way to promote our brand at no cost. Little Sheng, please inform the production team that I am willing to sponsor them free of charge. Yan Hongxing added, there is another piece of good news. What is it? According to an informant from the Gu family, due to the negative feedback on Gu Lancheng's attire in the reality show, the chairman of the Gu Corporation has abandoned the fashion sector, likely leading to the demise of Gu Lancheng's clothing brand. Upon hearing this, Niansheng's expression transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. A sudden wave of concern for her sister washed over her. She smirked, recalling how her sister had purposely captured ambiguous moments with Gu Lancheng and showcased them on social media, right under Xiao Xin's nose. With her intolerant temperament, Xiao Xin would undoubtedly be provoked. Coupled with the blow to her career, her fragile constitution would likely suffer a significant impact. Excellent. The life she had drawn from her would gradually be reclaimed. Yan Hongxing teased, Sister seems quite pleased. Niansheng affirmed, Indeed, I am. Seizing the moment, Yan Hongxing pressed. So, shall I receive a reward from you, sister? Lost in her joy, Niansheng readily agreed without a second thought. What do you desire? Yan Hongxing's gaze softened as he looked at Niansheng. Sister, I want you. Niansheng was taken aback by this startling declaration, fixing her gaze on Yan Hongxing. Complete your sentence. With an almost imperceptible sigh, Yan Hongxing continued, I want you to be with me forever. Niansheng tenderly ruffled his hair, rest assured. Sister will accompany you for a lifetime. Yan Hongxing rolled his eyes. Niansheng's demeanor unmistakably treated him as a child. Yet, he was far from being one. Outside, a sudden commotion erupted. Where is Xiaomi? Is she in there? Call her out. It was Qiao's father, his voice thunderous. Who are you? Gongli nearly faltered under the pressure. Yan Hongxing's expression darkened. Sister, I shall go handle him. Niansheng grasped his arm. Let me go instead. At the entrance, Qiao's father was kicking the door repeatedly, his actions brutish and his attitude domineering. As Yan Hongxing and Niansheng emerged, Yan Hongxing gestured to Gongli. Let him in. Upon seeing Niansheng and Yan Hongxing, Qiao's father was momentarily stunned. Yan Hongxing's impressive demeanor rivaled that of Gu Lancheng, causing the earlier arrogance of Qiao's father to diminish significantly. Niansheng, wearied, stated, Speak, how may I repay your grace? With a single utterance, Qiao's father felt as though his spine had been irrevocably shattered. His eyes, bloodshot with anguish, locked onto Xiaomi as he exclaimed, You are well aware of your sister's frail health, yet you persist in tormenting her. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? She has suffered greatly because of you, and the doctor has declared that she has but 2 years left to live. Niansheng, adorned with a smile that belied the gravity of the situation, replied, Her life was sustained by my own efforts. Even if she were to perish now, she has still gained a few extra years of existence. One must learn to be content. Qiao's father widened his eyes in horror, gazing at Niansheng with disbelief. They all say you have changed, grown cold and heartless. I had hoped it was merely a fleeting temper tantrum, that your innate kindness remained intact. But upon witnessing you today, I realize the truth. You have indeed transformed, become malevolent. Xiaomi, why is it that the one stricken by illness is not you? Chapter 100. The defamation of a father. The estrangement of father and daughter. As Nianqing gazed into her father's venomous eyes, she found herself grappling with a profound ache in her heart. Despite her countless efforts to sever the ties of familial affection, how could the very man who bestowed upon her the gift of life harbor such loathing? She helplessly questioned the inadequacies that rendered her unworthy in his eyes. Father Qiao resembled a frenzied lion, his glare fixed upon his prey, as if poised to pounce and shred Nianqing into pieces at any moment. You are inferior to her in every aspect, he seethed. In that instant, Nianqing felt as though the lights of her world had been extinguished. Though she was deemed foolish, through diligence, she could transform into a remarkable talent. Though considered unattractive, with the right refinement, she could appear stunningly beautiful. Yet, the love of her parents remained an elusive dream, slipping through her fingers like sand. No matter her efforts, she could never elicit a kind word from them. A pair of gentle hands, warm as the spring sun, tenderly covered her ears. Sister, do not heed his nonsensical words. You are far superior to that ailing wretch. His heart has simply strayed. Gradually, Nianqing's sense of helplessness began to wane as she looked gratefully at Yin Hongsheng, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with affectionate amusement. In a moment of distraction, Father Qiao suddenly brandished a dagger from his pocket, lunging wildly at Nianqing. Die? Only in your death can your sister find happiness. The chilling glint of the blade froze Nianqing in place. Her mind faltered, and her expression became as blank as a carved puppet, utterly numb. As the dagger aimed for her, Yin Hongsheng instinctively propelled Nianqing aside. His shoulder collided with the blade, leaving a horrifying gash across his arm. Xiaosheng. Nianqing finally reacted, her desperation igniting a fierce resolve as she thrust Father Qiao to the ground, leaving him seated in defeat. In her utmost despair, she weakly commanded Gong Li, Xiao Li, call the police. Father Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief, radiating incredulity. What did you say? You intend to report me? You would turn your own flesh and blood into the authorities? Do you not realize that my imprisonment would only bring you misfortune? It would jeopardize your future. He was convinced that Xiaomi would never dare to report him. Yet, Xiaomi resolutely declared, rest assured, I shall never marry or have children. Yin Hongsheng was taken aback. Gong Li, enraged, stepped on Father Qiao and furiously dialed 110. Nianqing could no longer afford to concern herself with her father. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Yin Hongsheng. Guilt and self-reproach overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face in torrents. Yet Yin Hongsheng offered her solace. The wound is superficial, it does not pain me. Sister, please do not cry. With a heavy nasality, Nianqing lamented, such a precious young master, why would you risk yourself to shield my worthless life? Yin Hongsheng cast a fierce glare at Father Qiao, knowing that had it not been for the cruel words spoken today, Nianqing would never have felt such inferiority. He could only tenderly reassure her. Who dares to label your life as worthless? What era is this? The Qing dynasty has long since perished. We now live in a time of equality for all. Nianqing, initially in tears, suddenly found herself laughing. She realized how pretentious she had been, merely stung by the indifference of those who did not cherish her, leading her to harbor disdain for herself. Approaching Qiao's father, she declared, you brought me into this world for your own selfish desires, intending to shatter me into pieces to serve as components for Qiao Xian's body. I must tell you, I am unwilling. What is mine is mine. All debts owed to me must be repaid. Qiao's father shot her a look of disbelief, his voice rising in fury. If not for your sister's poor health, how could I have allowed you to come into this world? You were born as an appendage to your sister. That is your purpose for existence. Providing your sister with cord blood and a kidney is a privilege. Nianqing realized that Xiao's father was obstinate, and reason would not sway him. Choosing to conserve her energy, she fell silent. The police soon arrived, inquiring about the situation. Gong Li explained, this person forcibly trespassed into our home and attacked others with a knife. Xiao's father, pointing at Nianqing, protested vehemently. Nonsense. Officer, she is my daughter. I came to my daughter's home. How can that be considered trespassing? The officer glanced at the injuries on Yin Hongsheng and questioned Xiao's father. Did you inflict these wounds? With a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, Xiao's father responded, I did not intend to harm anyone. I was driven to emotional turmoil by my daughter. It was an accident. However, Nianqing doused his claims with cold water. Officer, I have no relation to this man. He trespassed into my home and attempted to assault Gong Li. I was injured while trying to save her. Gong Li was taken aback. Yin Hongseng was astonished. Xiao's father was left in disbelief. Xiaomi, I am your father. How can you lie so brazenly? Do not falsely claim to be my daughter. I do not recognize you. Xiao's father erupted in manic laughter. Ha! Do you really think that piece of paper severing our ties holds any legal weight? I tell you, a parent-child relationship cannot be altered. You are my daughter, and that fact is immutable. Lancheng trembled in despair. The officer stated, you all need to accompany me to the police station for statements. Lancheng, not wishing to implicate Yin Hongseng, pleaded, Officer, he is injured and needs immediate medical attention. Gong Li and I will go to the police station with you. The officer, showing understanding, agreed. As Lancheng departed, Yin Hongseng whispered in her ear, Sister, do not fear. You will be out soon. At the police station, Xiao's father was separated from Lancheng and Gong Li for their statements. He recounted the father-daughter relationship, detailing Lancheng's alleged intent to harm Xiao Xian, and his emotional outburst leading to Yin Hongseng's injury. Yet, Lancheng and Gong Li firmly asserted that Xiao's father had attempted to assault Gong Li and had intentionally harmed the rescuer, Yin Hongseng. Their accounts were remarkably consistent. That night, the victims, Lancheng and Gong Li, were released. However, Xiao's father was detained on charges of attempted rape and intentional injury. Upon learning of this outcome, he broke down, shouting, I am innocent. Xiaomi, how could you treat your father this way? What is your heart made of? How could you commit such an unconscionable act? Exhausted, Father Xiao sat despondently beneath the iron bars, with his hands clasped atop his head. Memories of his obedient daughter Xiaomi from her childhood would incessantly surface in his mind. Daddy, I miss you so much. Can you take me home? Xiaomi, your sister is unwell, and it is exceedingly difficult for me to care for her alone. You should stay with your mother. But father, I long to pursue my studies. A person's fate is predestined. Since you have chosen to accompany your mother, and she lacks the means to provide for your education, that is simply your lot. Accept your fate.